In the world of Dragon Ball, due to a peculiar accident, Luo arrived in a world of Dragon Ball that was rife with uncertainties, becoming the twin brother of Luo Li. Faced with a myriad of crises, witness how Luo guides Luo Li step by step towards the pinnacle of power. Chapter 1. The Parallel World. In the Dragon Ball world, the year 774 of the Age of the Gods, planet Vegeta. The original King Vegeta, fearing that Luo Li posed a threat to the future of the Vegeta throne, banished him to the inhospitable planet Vampa. There, he found solace with his father, Pelagas, who came to rescue him. However, the gears of fate began to turn, leading to subtle deviations, as if an unexpected event had transpired. In this universe, Pelagas has another child named Luo Li. Yes, you heard correctly. It is indeed Luo Li, the twin brother of Luo Li. It is said that Luo Li was expelled from the womb due to his frailty, forcibly pushed out by Luo Li. Upon his birth, his battle power was a mere one. Indeed, a battle power of only one. He was hardly even considered fighter. Consequently, Pelagas named him Luo Li, a name that seemed ironic when compared to Goku's battle power of 2, despite being a low-class warrior. Conversely, Luo Li's birth caused a tremendous uproar, for he possessed astonishing battle power, registering at 10,000 right from the start. Such strength is exceedingly rare among Saiyans. Even a Saiyan like Vegeta, who was born with only a few hundred, could ascend to the rank of elite warrior, let alone someone like Luo Li with a power level of 10,000. Of course, a battle power of just 1 for Luo Li is also exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, King Vegeta, terrified of Luo Li's immense potential, resolved to eradicate him. Pelagas pleaded with King Vegeta to spare them, but his request was met with refusal, and he was subsequently exiled himself. As for Luo Li, regrettably, King Vegeta showed no concern for his fate, indifferent to his whereabouts. However, as planet Vegeta faced destruction at the hands of Frieza, the infant Luo Li unleashed an incredible force, enabling the trio to escape the cataclysm. Why were they still on planet Vegeta? Why 3 of them? Because Luo Li, in his youth, had relatively restrained power, exhibiting greater reasoning and emotion. Yet, as he matured, his personality became increasingly violent and uncontrollable. One day, while Luo Li was deep in slumber, Pelagas forcibly installed a control device, successfully subduing Luo Li with it. According to the original plot, the remnants of the Saiyan race, led by Pelagas and his son Luo Li, wreaked havoc in the South Galaxy. Years later, Pelagas, now a vengeful warrior, arrived on Earth, inviting Vegeta to rule the new planet Vegeta. His intention was to exploit Luo Li's formidable power to conquer the universe, disguising his ulterior motive under the pretense of inviting Vegeta to become king. However, in this universe, Luo Li was unwilling to see Luo Li suffer and secretly deactivated the control device. This resulted in a catastrophic outburst from Luo Li, leading to the demise of Luo Li, Pelagas, and several subordinates, while sober Luo Li was left in agony. Subordinates? Indeed, you have stumbled upon a blind spot. This is from Dragon Ball Z, Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. This is the old version of Luo Li, and thus, the protagonist inexplicably traversed through time. This is the tale of the protagonist who lingered for several hours, inheriting Luo Li's memories and comparing them with the original story. Feeling famished, Luo Li rose to see if he could find something to eat. Beside him, a remorseful Luo Li lifted his head momentarily before bowing it again in self-reproach, as if suddenly realizing something. Luo Li rubbed his eyes. Has my brother returned from the dead? Luo Li glanced at Luo Li again, then began to shake Pelagas' lifeless body frantically, seeking clarity about the situation, resulting in what one could expect. He inadvertently broke the body, yet Pelagas remained unresponsive. As Luo, imbued with Luo Li's memories, faced Luo Li, it felt akin to confronting his own younger brother. He could only explain that Pelagas had shielded him from a fatal blow, allowing him to survive. He hoped Luo Li would understand and accept this truth. In this universe, Pelagas was not a good father, and Luo had no intention of resurrecting him. In the days that followed, Luo gradually acclimated to his new life and began earnestly enhancing his battle power. He discovered that due to the last mishap that resulted in the death of him and Pelagas, Luo Li had significantly improved his control over his power. At least when he was with Luo Li, instances of gasping for breath became rare. This brought Luo a sense of comfort and reassurance. The subsequent year was filled with Luo's continued adaptation to his new life and rigorous training to bolster his battle power. Fortunately, the original Luo Li had a strong desire to care for Luo Li, but his own frail physique and low battle power hindered him. However, this led to intense training, resulting in a battle power exceeding 6,000. Following this brush with death, no, a true death, his battle power astonishingly surged to an incredible 14,000. Subsequently, there was a sense of extreme inflation, perhaps due to the Saiyan genes, or maybe it was the thrill experienced by a human suddenly attaining such power. Ha ha ha, I'm no longer the person I once was. With that, he clenched his right hand, his thumb pointing at himself. Bu luoli, come strike me. Don't hold back, it's perfectly fine. I am nearly invincible in this early stage. The surrounding subordinates held immense admiration for the current Luoli. After Luoli's last outburst, only a few basic technicians remained, unable to discern the vast difference between Luoli and Luoli. As a result, Luoli remained composed in the healing chamber for half a month. However, the outcome was splendid, a battle power of 60,000. It seems the original Luoli had indeed trained hard, entering a phase where near-death experiences significantly amplified his strength. This excitement thrilled Luo, for what Dragon Ball fan wouldn't yearn to experience the sensation of becoming stronger. Eager, Luo sought to exploit a bug with Luoli, but Luoli currently refused to engage, fearing he might harm Luoli as he found it difficult to control himself. Rejected, Luo began to ponder future plans, yet before that, there was another crucial matter at hand. In the days that followed, Luoli frequently heard Luoli practicing, up, down, left, right, forward, backward, shrouded in mystery, uncertain of his intentions. Aside from the aforementioned events, Luo pondered other matters deeply. There existed a spaceship, which, from its appearance, seemed to belong to the old version of Luoli. However, due to the butterfly effect, Luoli had not experienced any outbursts during this time. Or rather, whenever he sensed that he might lose control, he could remarkably knock himself out in advance. Currently, Luoli could transform into a great ape. Strangely, however, only Vegeta could maintain full rationality while transformed. Luo speculated that this might be linked to bloodline purity. Vegeta's royal bloodline is far purer than that of other Saiyans, enabling him to retain his wits during transformation. In contrast, Luoli appeared to possess a more savage aspect, which may be the distinguishing factor setting him apart from others. In the Broly film, Luo recalls that Broly possesses the ability to harness a tenfold increase in combat power in his humanoid form, surpassing even Vegeta in this regard. No other Saiyan has been observed to wield the power of the great ape in their humanoid state, apart from transforming into Super Saiyan 4. This indicates that Broly's lineage is superior to that of Vegeta, or rather, it is more fitting to describe it as a reversion to ancestral traits, enabling such feats due to its heightened bloodline. Just as lower-tier Saiyans lose their sanity upon transforming into great apes, training can instill a modicum of discernment between friend and foe. This explains why Broly was born with a combat power of 10,000. It is a result of his bloodline's ancestral reversion. The Saiyans are not a recently emerged race, but have existed since ancient times. The historical tomes of the Namekians contain accounts of the Super Saiyan God, which merit thorough examination. In Dragon Ball Super, the existence of a Super Saiyan God is revealed through Shenron. Both Wukong and Vegeta have attained the ability to transform into Super Saiyan gods, thereby solidifying the notion that the Saiyans are an ancient race. How formidable were the ancient Saiyans? It is said that each ancient Saiyan's Super Saiyan form differed from the golden-haired appearances of Wukong and Vegeta, instead resembling Broly with green hair. In the Broly film, Vegeta senses Broly's distinctiveness. Vegeta once remarked that Broly's Super Saiyan form represents the true essence of the Super Saiyan. Yet, being a Saiyan, why does Broly stand apart? This pertains to the issue of bloodline, akin to Go, who is a hybrid of Saiyan and Earthling heritage. The potential possessed by hybrid surpasses that of purebred Saiyans. Moreover, Broly's parents were not particularly powerful warriors. During King Vegeta's reign, the mightiest Saiyan had a combat power of merely 10,000. Thus, Broly's birth with a power level of 10,000 cannot be attributed to an inheritance from his parents. Coupled with the uniqueness of Broly's Super Saiyan form, the only plausible explanation is a reversion of Vegeta's bloodline. This is why, within the Saiyan lineage, a legendary Super Saiyan emerges every millennium, akin to Broly. The current Saiyans generally possess a diluted bloodline, lacking the purity of ancient times. Nonetheless, there remains a slim chance for a Saiyan to emerge with a bloodline comparable to that of the ancient Saiyans, and Broly has been fortunate enough to be that chosen one. Therefore, the source of Broly's combat power of 10,000 at birth derives from his bloodline's ancestral reversion. After all, possessing an ancestral-level bloodline might render even such a birth power as modest. After much contemplation, Luo resolved to embark on a different life alongside Broly, striving to liberate him from his previously dismal fate. Chapter 2. I reject this shameful name. Since the moment of his arrival, Luo had been contemplating how to address the issue of Broly, as well as the impending collapse of combat power in the future. He understood the necessity of making astute choices, yet he was engulfed in confusion. Although he had unraveled the reasons behind Broly's predicament, he pondered what should be done, despite his current prowess. The looming concern of whether he could keep pace with Broly as the overall combat strength deteriorated was a matter requiring careful deliberation. Should he adopt the audaciously fierce Super Saiyan 4 approach, or the subtly enigmatic divine style? These considerations demanded thorough contemplation, along with devising a strategy to assist his younger brother Broly in overcoming his uncontrollable tendencies. Furthermore, if the situation escalated with Luo's present capabilities, he might struggle even against the weaker opponents, utterly oblivious to the passage of time. Yes, you there, stop staring and quickly check if our spaceship can reach Namek. Luo inquired, his brow furrowed in perplexity. Yes, my lord, a subordinate replied, but our energy reserves are insufficient for a return journey. My lord? Luo grimaced. What a ridiculous name. I am a towering figure now, a full 8 feet tall, and still 18 centimeters. My apologies, I was mistaken, the subordinate stammered nervously. From now on, I shall address you as Lord Luo. The subordinate wiped away non-existent sweat, feeling contrite. I'm not a little girl, ugh. From this moment forth, I shall be known simply as Luo. Do you understand? Meanwhile, Broly interjected, Big brother, why have you changed your name again? Luo shot Broly a glare. I have made it clear, do not call me Big brother. Broly, scratching his head with a goofy smile, replied, but I've been calling you that for years. Why the sudden change? This was perhaps the longest sentence Broly had ever uttered. Broly, are you feeling a bit cheeky? Please, big brother. I don't wish to harm you. Broly feigned fear as he retreated. Such scenes had become commonplace over the year, with Broly often being led astray by Luo's influence, even adopting a teasing tone at times, which served as proof that Luo's psychological guidance was beginning to yield results. After about a playful banter, Luo grew serious, determined to journey to Namek in search of a remedy for Broly's uncontrollable rage. He was acutely aware that Broly's outbursts followed a pattern, occurring during the days when the moon was at its fullest each month. During those times, Broly would soar directly into the cosmos. Yes, you heard right. Broly could survive in space. Everyone on board, destination, Namek. 2 weeks later, they arrived at Namek. Upon seeing the moon hanging in the sky, a flicker of unease crossed Broly's eyes. Big brother, have we arrived? Broly asked cautiously, fully aware that their expedition was aimed at addressing his uncontrollable outbursts, and he dreaded the prospect of losing control. Ah, we have arrived. Luo observed Broly's anxious demeanor and gently patted his shoulder. Do not worry. We shall find a solution to your berserk issue. Trust me, it will be all right. You there, minion number 1, Boss Luo, I am here. Quickly locate the individual with the highest combat power on this planet. We shall set forth immediately. Boss, there's a power level of 50,000 located 400 kilometers to the northwest. Let's depart. On Namek, at the residence of the Grand Elder, a tall Namekian with a face full of wrinkles lay with closed eyes in his seat. Grand Elder, someone approaches, Nairu said softly, his expression filled with guilt, knowing he might not be able to protect the Grand Elder. Nairu, do not fret. I sense no malice from the visitors. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. You all remain here. I shall enter with Broly. Stop. Nairu immediately blocked Luo's path. Nairu, allow our distant friends to enter. They bear no hostility. The Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes, gazing at them with kindness. With that, Luo disregarded Nairu's presence and entered the tent, leaving Broly to watch Nairu closely. Broly, obedient, fixed his intense gaze on Nairu, who was profoundly shaken, finding it hard to believe that this robust individual could render him breathless with just a glance. I am Luo. It is an honor to meet you, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, with a formidable physique and a face etched with wrinkles, lay with closed eyes. Greetings. May I inquire about your purpose for visiting Namek? We would be delighted to extend our hospitality. Grand Elder, to be frank, my primary purpose in coming here is for my brother. He tends to go berserk when provoked, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike. I hope to seek assistance from the Dragon Balls of Namek for his healing. Luo articulated the purpose of their visit, recounting their story to the Grand Elder. I see. Nairu, please gather the Dragon Balls from the various tribes. Grand Elder, they? Very well. Thereafter, Luo and the Grand Elder engaged in casual conversation. The Grand Elder shared his history as the sole survivor of a near-extinction event on Namek, having fathered at least 108 children, thereby rejuvenating the planet. He cherished peace, possessed numerous super abilities, was the creator of the Dragon Balls, and excelled at unlocking the hidden potential within individuals. At this juncture, Luo tapped his forehead and inquired, "Could you perhaps unlock the potential within my brother and me? I implore you." The Grand Elder smiled and nodded, "Certainly. However, I must place my hands upon the heads of my guests." He glanced at Luo again. "Rest assured, I understand you harbor great aspirations. I shall respect your privacy." After careful contemplation, Luo concluded that the Grand Elder did not appear to be a malevolent individual. Thus he acquiesced. "I apologize for the trouble. A considerable time passed. Is this truly me? I have undergone a remarkable transformation. Ha ha! I have attained ultimate power." Luo sensed a profound metamorphosis within his being, as if an immensely potent force had been awakened inside him. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder bore an expression of frailty, astonished to discover that his world was, in fact, a rel within a painting. He glimpsed numerous future events and became aware of the impending catastrophe facing Namek. He implored Luo, "Might you save Namek and avert this calamity? I beg of you." At that moment, Luo was filled with exhilaration, suddenly perceiving Frisia as merely an obstacle. He yearned to vanquish him. No, he aspired to confront 10 of them. However, a single utterance from the Grand Elder jolted Luo back to reality, as he recognized that his secret had been entirely unveiled. Contemplating for a moment, he declared, "Grand Elder, I have an idea that may indeed save Namek." Taking a deep breath, he spoke earnestly. "Oh, pray do tell." The Grand Elder responded, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "We can utilize the Dragon Balls to fulfill 3 wishes. First, we shall address Broly's rampaging issue. You have likely gleaned from my memories the extent of Broly's prowess. Second, we can employ the Dragon Balls to create a planet identical to Namek and replicate its inhabitants onto this new world. At that juncture, you may orchestrate events as if you were controlling puppets, thereby enabling you to safely conceal yourselves while awaiting future salvation. Lastly, I shall beseech the Eternal Dragon to erase fragments of your memories regarding these events, ensuring that no unwarranted troubles arise." The Grand Elder sighed. "I wholeheartedly concur with your proposal. It is indeed a splendid plan." Just then, Neru and Broly returned, accompanied by a small creature named Dondi. Thus, the scene reminiscent of the classic Dragon Ball universe unfolded. The sky suddenly darkened, and a robust, catfish-like dragon emerged. Luo then conveyed his wishes to Dondi. "Your brother Broly's condition is somewhat unique," Dondi remarked to Luo. "His rationality cannot be entirely restored, but the Eternal Dragon can significantly enhance his self-control. With diligent training in mental fortitude henceforth, he should be able to manage his actions." Luo, upon hearing this, did not succumb to disappointment. He understood that Broly, as a pivotal figure in this world, could not be easily cured. He accepted this outcome, recognizing that it was a form of healing, albeit requiring Broly to practice diligently in the future. The realization of the second wish proceeded remarkably smoothly, as a planet identical to Namek materialized before them. The people of Namek were also replicated onto this new world, though their expressions appeared somewhat vacant. As for the third wish, the dragon made specific alterations to Luo's memories, ensuring that only he possessed those unique recollections, rendering them inaccessible to others, or perhaps only retaining the original memories of the lowly. Chapter 3. As a fellow fan. Why are you able to witness the live version of Dragon Ball? After making his wish, Luo naturally did not forget about his brother Broly. The Grand Elder began to awaken Broly's hidden potential, and throughout the process, Broly seemed to radiate light, his golden aura continuously emanating. Luo gazed at Broly, his heart brimming with anticipation, eager to discover how powerful Broly would become after the enhancement. After all, he estimated that he possessed nearly 1,000,000 units of energy. However, as time passed, the Grand Elder began to perspire, his body trembling, akin to someone who had just completed an arduous task. Wait, the Namekian has no gender and is unaware if the Grand Elder experiences anything unique during the egg-laying process. Just as Luo's thoughts wandered, the potential awakening concluded, and Broly, now imbued with the Wish's power and the awakened potential, shimmered with brilliance, resembling a reserved warrior. Unbeknownst to Luo, the Grand Elder had not fully unleashed Broly's potential. Rather, he was reaching his limits. Broly's potential seemed boundless, and if the Grand Elder did not cease, he felt he might pass away before Frisia's arrival. At that moment, Broly sensed the changes within himself. He felt remarkably alert, even able to recall the sound of Kakaroto's cries from childhood. He could feel the abundant power within him. Resolving to be more cautious in the future and no longer practice with his elder brother Luo, he glanced back at Luo, thinking to himself that one punch should be enough to make his elder brother cry for a long time. Meanwhile, Luo remained blissfully unaware of Broly's assessment of him. He was so bored that he felt he might go mad. There were no glasses capable of measuring energy levels exceeding 1,000,000, and he had no idea of his true strength. Thus, he suggested to the Grand Elder to take action swiftly to relocate for safety, and soon the entire Namekian populace commenced the grand relocation effort. Days later, ever since the enhancement of his potential, Luo found himself increasingly unable to resist the urge to spar with Broly. Yet, each time, Broly declined, citing his lack of control. Frieza, why haven't you arrived yet? Luo lay on the ground in utter boredom, having already engaged with Dandy multiple times to exploit various bugs, and was now nearing a state comparable to a Super Saiyan. Just as he lamented, a powerful energy signature approached from afar, and Luo immediately recognized it as Frieza. At that moment, a magnificent UFO descended slowly from the sky of Namek, led by a formidable purple figure, the infamous Frieza himself. Ron retrieved the crystal ball bestowed upon him by the Elder and gazed into the distance at Frieza, akin to a seer contemplating the fates, intent on discerning the true extent of Frieza's might. Meanwhile, Frieza's minions commenced their relentless search through the Machik Star's villages, hoping to uncover the Dragon Balls. At this juncture, Ron calculated the time. Vegeta, having undergone a period of healing, had fully recovered from his injuries, and his power had surged to remarkable heights, rendering him nearly unrecognizable from his former self. Conversely, Gohan and his companions, who were endeavoring to collect the Dragon Balls, faced an onslaught from Frieza's lackeys, resulting in the destruction of their spacecraft. Fortunately, Gohan and Krillin swiftly repelled the attackers, embarking on a quest for the Dragon Balls alongside Bulma, who found herself unable to return to Earth. Simultaneously, in another sector of the battlefield, Kuei, one of Frieza's subordinates, harbored a long-standing grudge against Vegeta. Arriving on the Machik Star, he foolishly volunteered to eliminate Vegeta, oblivious to the harrowing battles Vegeta had endured during the Saiyan saga. He underestimated Vegeta's current prowess, believing him to be a mere shadow of his former self, with a combat power around 18,000. Yet, after countless battles, Vegeta's strength had undergone a significant transformation. Kuei unleashed a wave of energy with his unique abilities, aiming to strike Vegeta, but the latter effortlessly evaded the attack. In retaliation, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of energy that rendered Kuei immobile. Terrified, Kuei begged for mercy, but Vegeta regarded his cowardice with disdain. With a single decisive blow, he felled Kuei to the ground and obliterated him with a surge of energy. Thereafter, Vegeta resolved to seize the Dragon Balls once Frieza had gathered all 6. On the other hand, Frieza had finally located a village harboring the Dragon Balls. He unleashed a merciless massacre, ruthlessly claiming the orbs for himself. Having secured the Dragon Balls, he sought further information, but, lacking it, resorted to the brutal execution of the villagers. Ron sat nearby, munching on the peanuts he had brought, occasionally offering one to Broly. Meanwhile, the tension between Vegeta and Dodoria escalated, with Vegeta crossing his arms, disdainfully observing Dodoria. The latter attempted to employ a Prince S tactics against Vegeta, yet his efforts proved futile. Vegeta's speed was astonishing, as he effortlessly evaded all of Dodoria's strikes. This confrontation was a mere trifle for Vegeta, even more so than his encounters with Goku on Earth. With a firm grip, Vegeta restrained Dodoria, immobilizing his arms. Dodoria's face contorted in agony, sweat cascading down his cheeks, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes bloodshot with pain. In his desperate plight, Dodoria revealed the truth behind the destruction of Vegeta's planet, mistakenly believing this would elicit sympathy for Vegeta, only to incite his wrath further. In the end, Vegeta annihilated Dodoria with a single-handed energy wave, his form dissipating into nothingness in the air. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan had successfully awakened their latent potential, only to be ambushed from behind by a vicious punch from Ro, prompting Din to rescue them once again. Concurrently, Vegeta was brought back to the base by Zarbin and placed in a healing pod. Once restored, Vegeta executed a clever ruse, dispatching an unnamed henchman and escaping from Frieza's spaceship. Not only did he seize the Dragon Balls, but he also eliminated a transformed Zarbin, compelling Frieza to summon the Ginyu Force. Upon his escape, Vegeta encountered an elated Krillin and Gohan. Krillin exclaimed, "Gohan, do you feel an unprecedented surge of strength?" Gohan seemed to grasp Krillin's implication, responding, "Uncle Krillin, I believe I am even stronger than my father now." Krillin, astonished, inquired, "Really?" At that moment, a formidable power emanated rapidly from Gohan's body, causing the surrounding sands and stones to ebb away like waves. Vegeta thought, "What is happening? How has Kakarot's son grown so rapidly? Could he be the legendary Super Saiyan? Unbelievable." As Vegeta lamented Gohan's unexpected prowess, 5 spaceships appeared in the skies above Namek. A flicker of alarm crossed Vegeta's eyes as he recognized the overwhelming strength of the 5 individuals. This is the Ginyu Force. I must find that little bald head and Kakarot's son. Before Frieza, the Ginyu Force members assembled. "Guldo," they proclaimed, striking a pose. "Berta." One pointed to the sky with one hand resting on his chest. "Jeez, Guldo." The others stood in a diagonal formation. "Ginyu," they concluded, planting their hands on the ground. At this sight, Frieza couldn't help but flush slightly, strategically clearing his throat. "You've worked hard. Vegeta has betrayed me. So please remember to retrieve the Dragon Balls for me." At that moment, Vegeta and Gohan debated whether to allow Vegeta to achieve immortality to confront their enemies, when the Ginyu Force suddenly appeared behind them. With their arrival, Vegeta swiftly and decisively threw the Dragon Balls away, only to be intercepted by Berta. Subsequently, Ginyu took the Dragon Balls back, while Gohan, now empowered, teamed up with Krillin to swiftly eliminate Guldo. Soon after, Ginyu Force's Berta, the Pineapple Head, made his entrance. Vegeta, exerting all his strength against Berta, appeared on the verge of victory, yet Berta remained unscathed. Subsequently, Berta retaliated against Vegeta, overpowering him and plunging him into a lake. Despite Vegeta's relentless struggle, he was still no match for Berta. In a moment of unity, Gohan and Krillin came to his aid, and together, the 3 managed to apply some pressure on Berta. At this moment, Luo was thoroughly engrossed, feeding Broly snacks while exclaiming how watching a live broadcast was indeed a different experience from viewing an anime. Broly, observing the animated Luo, felt a measure of confusion regarding his excitement. The figures reflected in the mirror appeared rather weak. Surely, a single punch could vanquish several of them. Glancing at the exuberant Luo, he resolved to continue watching the spectacle alongside him. Nevertheless, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. With Gohan's surge in power, Vegeta drew attention, and Krillin executed the solar flare. The underestimated Gohan took advantage of the situation, unexpectedly utilizing the spirit slash to slay Raikou. Witnessing the scene, Guys and Buddha were incensed and swiftly joined the fray, leaving the trio of Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin on the brink of collapse. At that juncture, Goku finally arrived on Namek. He hastened to the battlefield to rescue Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta, administering Senzu beans to restore Gohan and the others to full health, allowing them to withdraw from the conflict. Goku similarly used Senzu beans to heal Vegeta. "Dad, you must stop Frieza from fulfilling his wish. Leave these 2 to us." "Uncle Vegeta and I can handle them," Gohan declared. "TCH, I also want to take down Frieza. These 2 weaklings are no challenge for me," Vegeta scoffed. With that, Vegeta ruthlessly dispatched Guys and Buddha, his power significantly amplified upon revival. Subsequently, Goku and his companions made their way to Frieza's base. Meanwhile, Frieza was preparing to wish for an increase of 5 centimeters in height, only to suddenly realize he did not know the incantation for using the Dragon Balls. "Ginyu, hurry. Leave one alive. If we cannot complete the wish." Just as he spoke, Goku and his party arrived at Frieza's base. Upon their arrival, Frieza, ever the epitome of politeness, remarked, "Vegeta, if you assist me in fulfilling my wish, I shall overlook past grievances, and you may become the new Ginyu Force." Goku, ever brash, flatly refused, stating his desire to spar with Frieza. "Oh ha ho ho ho. Ginyu, did you hear that?" Frieza chuckled. "Lord Frieza, give me 10 minutes, and they will agree to fulfill your wish." Ginyu replied. At this moment, Goku remained oblivious to the implications of failure for them, naively eager to warm up with Ginyu. In a rather even match, Goku was initially subdued by Jinyu's control before unleashing his full power, 200,000 in battle strength. Not only was Vegeta astounded, but even Frieza, who was spectating, developed an interest in Goku's prowess. He then instructed Ginyu to stand down, confidently proclaiming, "As a Saiyan, you are quite remarkable. My battle power is 500,000. Consider this. You could serve as my subordinate." Unaware of the grim fate that had befallen Namek, Goku hastily declared his intent to spar with Frieza, before considering any offers. In an instant, a cold glint flashed in Frisia's eyes, and a lethal laser shot forth, striking the 200,000 powered Goku, who collapsed helplessly, utterly defenseless. What a fool! Vegeta secretly cursed, fully aware of Frisia's cruelty. He was no benevolent being. Witnessing the scene, Goku felt a pang of anxiety. The butterfly effect was utterly absurd. Before it even began, he was already doomed. He was about to rush out to rescue Goku when he found Jinyu appearing right before him. Jinyu, place him in the healing chamber for treatment. He will be under your supervision thereafter. This reckless monkey requires some training. Jinyu glanced at his toes and promptly sent Goku inside. Does that scoundrel Kakarot even comprehend the nature of Frisia? Frisia, I'm not that fool Kakarot. Super energy cannon, Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a formidable energy sphere that surged towards Frisia. Frisia, with a disdainful smile, casually waved his hand, sending Vegeta flying. The death beam instantly pierced through him. He then turned his gaze to the remaining Gohan and Krillin, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now it is just the two of you left. Frisia coldly stated, tell me how to utilize the Dragon Balls, or else. Gohan and Krillin exchanged glances, panic evident in their eyes, without dent. They were at a loss as to why the Dragon Balls had gathered without summoning Shenron. In a moment of inspiration, Krillin attempted to divert Frisia's attention. This wish can only be granted using the Namekian language. Frisia's eyes flickered momentarily, though he doubted these two youngsters would dare deceive him. He could not dismiss the possibility. Chapter 4, A Sacrifice for Two. Lead the way. Frisia nodded indifferently. Certainly, Lord Frisia, this way please. It is truly an honor to serve one so powerful. Observing the legendary Frisia's less bloodthirsty demeanor, Krillin began employing some tactics of his own. What followed was a barrage of sweet talk, which seemed to soothe Frisia, leaving the young Gohan in utter disbelief. Gradually, King Frisia was pleased by Krillin as flattery. Elegantly swirling the wine in his hand, pondering, this little bald fellow is quite impressive. He possesses keen insight. Once the wish is fulfilled, I shall appoint him to take over Dodoria's position. However, he soon sensed something amiss. Krillin was leading him in circles, seemingly stalling for time. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, and both Krillin and Gohan shouted in unison, solar flare? Instantly, the surrounding environment descended into brief chaos. Seizing this opportunity, Gohan and Krillin swiftly launched an attack on Frisia, but he merely appeared slightly surprised before effortlessly evading their strikes and demonstrating his overwhelming power. You fell into my trap. Spirit Slice. Even in a moment of brief disorientation, Frisia managed to evade Gohan's attack, yet he was unexpectedly met with a devastating blow from Krillin's Spirit Slash. Severing his tail, Frisia was utterly astonished. This seemingly ordinary bald boy had indeed managed to chop off his tail. His expression darkened instantly, fury igniting within him. How dare you? You too are doomed. I shall make you taste the essence of terror. Subsequently, Frisia transformed into his second form, his stature towering and imposing, his visage more menacing, reminiscent of his father, King Cold. He looked down mockingly at Gohan and Krillin, relishing their fear. While they could only muster their strength to withstand Frisia's onslaught, fully aware of the perilous situation they were in, observing the terror etched on their faces brought Frisia a sense of satisfaction. To be honest, I could transform 2 more times. Thus commenced Frisia's torment. Meanwhile, what was Goku doing? Bound by a promise to the Grand Elder, he refrained from intervening to aid Gohan. He believed that in the Dragon Ball world, life and death held little significance. Gohan, being the child of destiny, would likely manage. Notably, Jinyu, upon encountering the nearly lifeless Vegeta, casually tossed him into the healing pod, just as Goku's treatment concluded. Observing this scene, Jinyu promptly piloted his spaceship away from Namek, exhibiting no intention of hindrance. At that moment, Goku, fully healed and timely arriving at the scene, beheld Gohan and Krillin injured and fallen, nearly pushed to the brink of death by Frisia's relentless torment. Enraged, he resolved to personally confront this merciless fiend. Upon seeing Goku again, Frisia was inexplicably reminded of the devastation he wrought upon the Saiyan planet, recalling the audacious monkey who dared to retaliate against him. Suddenly, he felt that the Saiyans could not be spared. Even if he returned to face ridicule from Gula for his ineffective subordinates, it mattered not, for this monkey seemed to have grown stronger. It has been far too long since I exerted myself. You shall all be buried here for daring to affront the dignity of an emperor. With that, Frisia leapt from his spacecraft. Goku and Frisia engaged in a fierce battle. Initially, Goku dominated Frisia's current form, his overwhelming power radiating in all directions. At this juncture, Goku, capable of obliterating Frisia, chose not to strike. Frisia, leave this planet. Cease your malevolent deeds. You are no match for me now. Oh ha ho ho ho. What an arrogant monkey. Today, you shall witness my true form. Frisia, far from angered, was instead delighted, the elegance of an emperor on full display. With that, he transitioned into his final form, transforming into a diminutive purple being and engaged Goku in a fierce clash. After a grueling struggle, Goku gradually found himself at a disadvantage, or rather, became the target of Frisia's mockery. Aware of the disparity in their powers, Goku resolved to unleash a spirit bomb as his final gambit. At this moment, Vegeta emerged from the healing pod, charging towards the battlefield, his confidence soaring with his recovery. Frisia, I, Vegeta, have ascended to Super Saiyan. Today marks your demise. With his right hand clenched tightly and his thumb pointed towards himself, he felt an extraordinary power coursing through his veins. As Goku gathered energy for his spirit bomb, Vegeta engaged Frisia in a second round of battle. Frisia toyed with Vegeta, adopting the mindset of a cat playing with a mouse, while Vegeta, despite unleashing his full strength, could not keep up with Frisia's speed. His frantic attacks were effortlessly evaded by Frisia. How dare you? Frisia, you little imp, you shall vanish along with this planet. Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast capable of obliterating the entire planet, only to have it easily kicked back by Frisia. At this juncture, Vegeta found himself engulfed in fear and despair, his fighting spirit utterly extinguished as Frisia sent him plummeting to the lake's depths. Frisia parted the waters with his energy, opting not to kill Vegeta outright, but to make him pay for his insolence, continuing to torment him. Vegeta, now a mere plaything, soon found himself on the brink of death, his earlier prowess rendered pitiful. Frisia. Meanwhile, Goku's spirit bomb soared towards Frisia, striking him successfully. However, Frisia remained unvanquished. Merely injured, in his dying moments, Vegeta shed tears for the first time, imparting crucial information about the Super Saiyan to Goku. After laying Vegeta to rest, Goku prepared for his final confrontation with Frisia. Elsewhere, Ro was brimming with excitement as the most thrilling part of the Dragon Ball saga was about to unfold. While Goku and Frisia's battle was captivating, Ro's attention was fixated on Krillin, eagerly awaiting the moment he would ascend. However, Ro soon noticed an unsettling issue. Frisia had no intention of eliminating Krillin. Broly, soon you must assist that little bald head. Ensure to save him at the moment of his death. And see that purple-headed fiend? He is the perpetrator of our Saiyan extinction. Later, you will deal with him. Broly nodded, harboring little animosity towards the Saiyans, merely following Ro's commands. He had changed significantly from his former self. As Goku slowly succumbed to exhaustion, Ro prepared to intervene. For Goku was nearly depleted, the side effects of the Kaioken taking their toll. Yet, he understood he could not falter here. He must defeat Frisia and bring Krillin and Gohan back. Everyone was counting on him. Simultaneously, Ro concealed his presence and approached Krillin, sharing some of his energy. Krillin, awaken. Goku is in danger. We must hurry. Before fully comprehending the situation, Krillin subconsciously dashed towards Frisia, with Ro following closely behind. As Krillin rose once more, Frisia's joy at victory evaporated instantly. The little bald man had cunningly toyed with him, and Frisia was determined to exact a gruesome demise upon him. It appears you wish to perish before this monkey. He sneered. Krillin then levitated into the air, his body swelling ominously. Frisia, in a futile attempt, rushed forward to grasp Krillin, but it proved of no consequence. Goku, he cried out. Moments later, Krillin erupted in a catastrophic explosion, showering Frisia with blood, the shockwave propelling him into the sea. Chapter 5. The Wrath of the Super Saiyan. Above planet Namek, a brilliant golden energy wave sliced through the sky, stunning all who beheld it. At that moment, Goku's pupils had turned pure white, his long hair billowing, encircled by a radiant golden aura that emanated an indescribable strength. This transformation instilled a sense of despair in those around him. His fury levitated the surrounding debris, while thunder roared in the heavens, heralding a battle that would end only in death. How dare they treat Krillin in such a manner? Goku's rage surged, his voice laced with icy despair. His hair and eyebrows turned golden, with all but his bangs standing upright, encircled by a magnificent golden flame. Goku felt his combat power ascend to an unfathomable height, engulfing him in a state of exhilaration and murderous intent. Thus, the legendary Super Saiyan form emerged. The golden aura blazed even more brilliantly, radiating a chilling pressure. Meanwhile, Broly was momentarily taken aback. He knew his brother's strength was feeble and had never truly unleashed his own power. Yet, just moments ago, he had relaxed, only to witness his brother perish before his very eyes. Broly was engulfed in an overwhelming fury. That seemingly insignificant boy, his brother, had met his end right before him. A green aura erupted around him, his eyes turning a ghostly white as the visage of a great ape flickered in his mind, and his hair transformed to a vivid green. Kakarot! Broly roared, his voice filled with anguish and rage, as if he had been touched at his most vulnerable core. Tears blurred his vision, and then an unimaginable power surged forth from within him, causing his body to swell. The green aura erupted like a tempest. While lightning struck Broly directly, his pupils turned white, his hair green. He had fully transitioned into a different state. Aah! Kakarot! 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 Aah! Broly's deafening roar seemed to freeze everything around him. Although he cried out for Kakarot, he charged directly at Frieza. As Broly approached, Frieza contemplated evasion, unleashing his death beam. However, Broly, like a frenzied giant, seized Frieza, delivering a flurry of slaps that sent Frieza reeling, his vision filled with stars. In the present moment, Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. This sudden surge of formidable power instilled fear within him. He recognized that a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise today, compelling him to unleash his full strength at 150%. Suddenly, to his astonishment, Broly seized his fist, dragging him forward and swiftly grasping his leg, swinging him around like a whirlwind before slamming him down to the ground repeatedly. In a breathtaking display of strength, Broly then lifted Frieza by his small head, pressing it into the earth as he charged forward, ultimately hurling Frieza into the sky. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving even the furious Goku momentarily stunned. Despite the dire circumstances, a flicker of exhilaration shone in Goku's eyes. He had never encountered such a powerful warrior, igniting a fervor within him. At that moment, he yearned to challenge Broly, yet he suppressed that urge, shaking his head. Just as Broly launched Frieza into the air, Goku followed up with a Kamehameha. Frieza, battered and bruised, was hardly recognizable. His tail had been forcibly severed during the skirmish, and his right eye was completely sunken. The once mighty king was now a shadow of his former self. Frieza, disoriented by the unexpected turn of events, was soon engulfed by a wave of furious despair. He could not accept such humiliation. How dare these insufferable monkeys disregard him? Frieza the Great. Though consumed by rage, he was not foolish. He realized he could not triumph over this formidable monkey before him. Harnessing his immense energy, he recognized an opportunity. If he could detonate this planet, he would annihilate Goku and Broly, thus regaining control of the situation. Therefore, the king opted to feign defeat, not out of cowardice, but as a strategic maneuver. As Frieza plunged into the ocean, Broly found himself momentarily devoid of a target for his wrath. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards the spot where Frieza had vanished before turning his attention to the imposing Goku. Without hesitation, Broly unleashed his might, causing the ground to fracture as he propelled himself toward Goku like a cannonball. At that moment, Goku was not only filled with murderous intent, but also exuded an unprecedented confidence, unafraid of the impending clash. The two warriors met in a fierce exchange of blows. But to Goku's disbelief, he found himself unable to withstand the force of Broly's punch. Indeed, at the moment of contact, Goku felt the bone in his right hand fracture. Solar Flare. Subsequently, Goku forcefully reattached his right hand, and the briefly dazed Broly charged at him once more. Observing from the side, Ro noted that the dragon's healing had proven effective. Although Broly's attacks were still primitive displays of power, apart from his initial rage, he had not shouted Kakarot. Ro refrained from intervening, wary of Broly's potential to lash out indiscriminately. Beside them, Goku mused, "This hurts. How is this guy so powerful?" However, it seems he lacks finesse in utilizing his energy. His attacks are rather straightforward. While Goku pondered, Broly had already seized him. In a swift motion, Goku contracted his body, slipped out from below, shot a glare, and executed a backflip to break free. Solar Flare. Seizing the opportunity, Goku swung both fists down, striking Broly's nape. Yet, to his astonishment, Broly remained unmoved. It seemed as if the madman's lips curled into a slight grin. In a counterattack, Broly seized Goku's head and collided with his own, leaving Goku momentarily dazed. Then came a relentless series of headbutts. Caught off guard, Goku found Broly had maneuvered behind him, swiftly grasping his head and slamming it against the scant ground as he charged forward, nearly forcing Goku out of his Saiyan form. Next came a bone-crushing embrace, tightly binding Goku. In that moment, Goku was at a loss. Though uncertain if he could utilize the Kaioken in his current state, he had no retreat left. 20 times Kaioken! However, it proved futile. With a sudden flash of inspiration, Goku contracted his body with all his might, managing to escape Broly's grasp, gasping for breath as he did. Broly, seemingly uninterested in pursuing the attack any further, was suddenly interrupted by Frieza. Realizing that his opponent would not withstand his full force, unleashed an energy sphere aimed directly at Broly. As Broly attempted to resist, Frieza executed a move reminiscent of the Spirit Slice. Yet Broly evaded it, though blood trickled from his skin. As for the energy wave, Frieza was formidable. Broly sustained a minor injury from a direct hit, entirely oblivious to the implications of Broly's transformation into Super Saiyan form. Goku could distinctly sense Broly's pupils widen again. Boom! Frieza barely had time to utter a word before Broly's massive foot sent him flying. Mid-air, Broly utilized Goku as own technique against him, striking at Frieza's spine. At the moment Frieza spat blood, Broly clutched Frieza's head with both hands, executed a full 360-degree spin, and hurled him to the ground. Following there was a key blast that pierced through the entirety of Namek. Turning to Goku, he saw that Goku had merely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth before rising once more. Meanwhile, Broly appeared to have fallen silent, lying sprawled on the ground, which was on the verge of erupting with molten lava. Just as the lava was about to flow over Broly, Luo lifted him up. At that moment, the Grand Elder urged him to return to their original planet. It turned out that while Frieza had hidden in the water, Broly had discovered Luo, who was still alive. Broly was supposed to rescue Luo, but upon seeing Goku nearby, he inexplicably succumbed to the urge to strike Goku first. Luo also instructed the Grand Elder to bring back the few survivors from his planet. Subsequently, Danny treated the injuries of both Broly and Luo asked Dandy to tend to Goku and Gohan as well. Indeed, Bulma had perished. She was merely an ordinary person and could not have survived in such an environment. Chapter 6. The pursuit of knowledge is futile. On Namek, Luo was making a wish with the Grand Elder, requesting that those who had died due to Frieza be resurrected on Earth. Through conversations between Luo and Goku, the Grand Elder learned of the situation regarding Piccolo on Earth and subsequently revived the fallen Z warriors. Piccolo and the others were also brought to Namek, where their potential was awakened, and they were imparted with powers akin to those of the dragon. At this time, Piccolo had even acquired some unique magic. It's worth mentioning that Vegeta had also arrived, yet he chose to ignore everyone. Compared to the original narrative and the fusion with Neru, Piccolo's strength had subtly surpassed that of Vegeta, a fact that elicited much admiration and significant dismay for Vegeta, who had sustained fewer injuries. The other Z warriors also experienced a boost in their abilities, and the proud Vegeta seized the opportunity, albeit with a sense of humiliation, ultimately reaching an agreement with the Grand Elder that would enhance his power. Meanwhile, Goku was contemplating how to increase his strength before challenging Broly once more. Upon hearing Luo's suggestion, he felt that it might be beneficial for Gohan to train with Broly. However, before Goku could voice his thoughts to Chi-Chi, Piccolo interjected, declaring that he could instruct Gohan himself. Piccolo, you probably aren't stronger than Gohan right now. Do you truly believe you can defeat him? Luo then pointed towards Broly, who, in perfect cooperation, feigned a simple-minded demeanor while scratching the back of his head. Don't you think having another person train Gohan could bring him even closer to his potential? Sighed Goku inwardly. I haven't even agreed yet, he thought, imagining the chaos that would ensue if Gohan truly went for training, knowing how Chi-Chi would react. Sensing Goku's concerns, Luo suggested, you can frame it as Gohan receiving a unique opportunity to study on Namek, which is not only free, but also offers a stipend. Goku then patted Gohan on the head, congratulating Broly on acquiring a youthful Gohan. Then, Luo and Wukong attended the Grand Elder's funeral on Namek. Luo revealed to everyone their forthcoming plan, which was to eliminate Frieza as subordinates. After a discussion, they all consented, and thus embarked on their cosmic journey. Soldier número uno. Boss, what are your orders? Do you know where Frieza's lair is? Give me a moment to gather information. After all, we haven't monitored the cosmic situation in quite some time. Luo refrained from saying much more, casting a glance at Vegeta, indicating that they did not intend to remain idle, but rather to traverse the universe. They flew clumsily, uncertain of their destination. Boss, the spaceship's energy is nearly depleted. What? Why didn't you mention such an important matter sooner? Boss, I informed you before we arrived at Namek that we likely had insufficient energy for the return. If we hadn't gathered some energy on Namek, we wouldn't even be able to take off. Moreover, you instructed us to execute orders unconditionally. Luo scratched his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. This soldier number 1 was excessively obedient. He then commanded soldier number 1 to swiftly locate a planet with energy and land there. However, after a prolonged search, they finally found a planet with weak energy readings. Upon landing, they exited the ship and were greeted by a colossal pink tree reaching towards the heavens. What the? That is? Gohan turned to Wukong. His eyes filled with evident inquiry. Is this your brother? After all, his father had already slain one brother. Luo was utterly bewildered. According to the timeline, Dallas should have been dead, prompting him to speculate. The arrival of this group also caught Dallas's attention. Who are you? How do you possess tails? Are you a Saiyan? Prince Vegeta? As one of the few surviving Saiyans, Dallas felt humiliated by his subordinate status, yet he was ambitious. Facing Vegeta, he momentarily dared not resist. Correct, but there is no reward. Dallas habitually adjusted his glasses. A combat power of 30,000. Prince Vegeta, I have surpassed the average Saiyan. I am now. Before Dallas could finish, Luo signaled to Krillin. Ding 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 ding. 50,000, 80,000, 150,000. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible. Krillin, having undergone the Grand Elder's enhancements twice and having participated in battles against Frieza, along with training on Namek, has naturally developed extraordinary combat power. Luo held the Z fighters in high regard, particularly the later versions of Krillin and Tien, sensing that they possessed greater potential than the likes of that rib-stewed rice. Dallas, feeling insecure, dared not retaliate and divulge the origins of the spirit fruit, only to be swiftly slain by Vegeta. Yes, you heard that correctly. When Vegeta heard that Dales intended to rely on consuming fruits to become the strongest in the universe, he could no longer contain his indignation, considering it an affront to the Saiyan race. This hypocritical figure had himself developed his potential, yet he still needed to linger on Earth for years to earn affection. Subsequently, the group harvested the fruits, primarily distributing them among a few Z warriors, leaving the lesser foes for them to handle later. As Luo and his companions continued their cosmic journey, Frieza's formidable lieutenant, Sorb, the chief strategist, who was fiercely loyal to Frieza, discovered a crisis unfolding on Namek. The life signs of King Frieza were alarmingly faint, prompting him to urgently report to King Cold, requesting assistance to rescue Frieza. However, he was met with only a handful of minions dispatched by King Cold to assist in the endeavor. Now, Luo and his companions were brimming with energy, and their first minion had located Frieza's base. A chaotic brawl, one-sided assault, was on the verge of commencing. Chapter 7, Assault on the Ice Demon. In a distant corner of the universe, Frieza's base stood tall, a place brimming with technology and peril. This base had now become the target of Luo and his companions. 3 days later, at the Ice Demon base, the troops were orderly, a testament to their reputation as cosmic real estate tycoons. Upon seeing them, the minions rushed forward to inquire about their intentions. Luo had previously clarified that their primary objective was to eradicate the Ice Demon clan. The minions were left to Krillin and his team, as annihilating them all would plunge the universe into chaos. To be frank, with Frieza's last remaining elite dispatched to rescue him, the cleanup operation here encountered minimal resistance, to the extent that Krillin need not intervene. Even Tien, with just over 20,000 units of power, could suppress them all single-handedly. After the cleanup was complete, Luo and his companions proceeded directly to King Cold's base. Meanwhile, due to Frieza's catastrophic defeat triggering a chain reaction, King Cold was engaged in discussions with Cooler about the complete annihilation of the Saiyan race. He was robust, nearly the same height as Goku, often standing with his hands on his hips or crossed before his chest. However, today he radiated palpable fury. His blood-red eyes, purplish-black lips, and the two streaks resembling blood tears beneath his eyes, along with his glistening purple armor, signified his decision to unleash his ultimate power. Cooler, on the other hand, did not take the situation seriously, still mulling over Frieza's foolish defeat by mere wild monkeys, confident in his own strength. Report to the king. We have a grave situation. The Saiyans are attacking, and Frieza's base has been overtaken. They are approaching here now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than King Cold cast him aside, clearly growing impatient. In anticipation of the worst, He had already transitioned into his final form. His footsteps echoed ominously, and as he lifted off the ground, his toes pointed downward, instilling fear in the surrounding minions, who dared not utter a word. At this point, King Cold's base was nearly breached, with Luo, Goku, Vegeta, and the others launching a united front. Had it not been for Gula's subordinate, Shaviza, who self-destructed during the battle with Killin, the Kurdish king and his men would have remained oblivious. In that moment, both sides directed their ire towards the upper echelons. Luo, however, remained unperturbed, for he had Broly as a safety net. How formidable is Super Saiyan Broly? Everyone was well aware, while Vegeta's demeanor grew tense. Despite having enhanced his potential once, he was still on the brink of achieving Super Saiyan, but found it exceedingly difficult, and he had begun to recognize his own limitations. As for Gohan, Piccolo, and the Z Warriors, Luo simply wished to offer them a taste of a high-stakes battle. Gula, unlike Frieza, immediately discerned the implications of Luo and his entourage's arrival. Frieza's foolish defeat was likely not without cause. He promptly adopted his final form, his physique swelling, with his arms protruding like blades, and his power further amplified. The sound of his footsteps echoed ominously, instilling a greater sense of dread in the Z Warriors than Frieza ever had. I believe today all of you shall remain here. Unlike Frieza, I have undergone rigorous training, and this form represents the true perfection of our Frost demon lineage. His blood-red eyes, dark purple lips, and the two lines resembling blood tears beneath his eyes added to his menacing appearance. His purple exoskeleton gleamed, and post-transformation, his body had expanded significantly, becoming more robust. Horns extended from his head, while his mouth was shielded by a mask, though it was not mandatory to cover it. And his pupils had vanished, replaced by crimson sclera. His shoulders jutted out like a chest plate, and two horns sprouted from his back. Luo deemed him rather striking, though ultimately of little consequence. In such a scenario, Luo was not inclined towards one-on-one combat. As the saying goes, why engage in a duel when one can orchestrate a brawl? Let's get to it. Goku was the first to step forward, charging towards the Kurdish king. Perhaps an epiphany struck him, as he declared to Luo that he would hold off the Kurdish king while the others would gang up on Gula. Without any pretense, he swiftly concentrated all his power into his back. His hair and eyebrows turned golden, standing on end except for his bangs, enveloped in a golden aura. He was in a state of extreme exhilaration. With a powerful push from his legs, he surged towards the Kurdish king. At that moment, the Kurdish king exuded a terrifying aura, far surpassing that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. However, due to the prolonged disuse of this form, his energy was chaotic, and he found himself entangled with Super Saiyan Goku. As for Gula, he was in dire straits, while Vegeta observed with arrogance. The enhanced Piccolo led the Z team in a frenzied assault against Gula. Facing Piccolo, who had significantly increased in strength, was manageable enough. But the real challenge lay in the incessant interference from the Z Warriors. It was disheartening for him that a mere Saiyan boy possessed greater power than his elite squadron leader. Nevertheless, he could tolerate such a battle. However, the two other insignificant figures posed a considerable threat, which he found intolerable. The bald boy's skills were remarkably sharp. Though not lethal, they could nonetheless pierce his skin, and he occasionally unleashed blinding rays of sunlight that disrupted his movements. There exists another entity with 3 eyes, wielding an unknown power. Those struck by it feel their bodies succumbing to a debilitating control, their movements slowing to a crawl. As Gula observes from the sidelines, Tien begins to exhibit the telltale signs of the Kikaho. The demon destruction cannon penetrates through. Despite being frequently disrupted, Gula finds himself ensnared by this lengthy, cool-down ability. While he is not easily thwarted by just a handful of foes, the relentless assaults from Luo instill a sense of despair within him. Cursed be these troublesome adversaries. His father, ensnared merely by that monkey, is utterly useless. There lies another individual, still and unyielding. Remain calm, Gula, you are a genius. Vegeta, yes. It seems Vegeta's prowess does not quite match that of the golden-haired monkey. In due time, he could break through and make his escape. As the prince of the Saiyans, he must hold considerable importance. After several exchanges, Gula feigns being struck by Gohan, crashing directly beside Vegeta. A violet wave of energy catches Vegeta off guard. Cursed be it, Super Cannon. I am the prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta unleashes a wave of energy, rising to the occasion and stirring up clouds of dust. At the moment Vegeta draws near, Gula suddenly erupts, ensnaring Vegeta's neck with his tail. Cease this at once. Vegeta is in my grasp. The Z team exchanges glances, seemingly unfazed, before turning their attention to Luo. Luo, too, is taken aback. This shouldn't be happening. After experiencing death and unlocking his potential, Vegeta's strength should exceed this. Witnessing the scene unfold, Gula, feeling the need to provoke, decides to taunt Vegeta to see if he might betray them. Vegeta, do you see? No one cares for your well-being. You, the Prince of the Saiyans, are lesser than that golden monkey over there. Perhaps you should graciously step aside. Chapter 8. The Pride of a Prince. Gradually, Gula's tail begins to exert its force, taunting while stalling for time, as Vegeta grapples with despair and fury. Something is amiss. Profoundly so. Gula's tail intensifies its grip, the sinews becoming grotesquely taut. Vegeta, with his head bowed, experiences fluctuations in his hair's luminosity, and suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupts from his being, shattering Gula's tail. Moments ago, ensnared by Gula, Vegeta had been adrift in confusion, perhaps overwhelmed by the sight of Goku and Broly transformed into Super Saiyans. Initially steeped in despair, he is soon engulfed by rage. Why is he not the legendary Super Saiyan? Why? He ought to be the finest of the Saiyans. Unyielding, envious, furious, and mortified. As Gula provoked him earlier, a torrent of volatile emotions surged within him. The aerial forces surged violently. The skies suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, and bolts of lightning erupted in a chaotic dance. Vegeta's hair fluctuated between shades of yellow and black, and his energy began to rise exponentially, his eyes glimmering with an ethereal whiteness as he abruptly transformed into a Super Saiyan. From a distance, Goku could clearly see that, although both had transformed, Vegeta's state was decidedly superior to Goku's newly attained form. However, when compared to Broly, Vegeta was simply outmatched. Gula, I shall not spare you, he declared with fervor. Ha ha ha. I knew I could never be defeated by that lowly Saiyan, Kakarot. I am now the ascendant Vegeta. Gula, you and your father, the Frost Demons, shall perish by my hand today. With that proclamation, he raised his right hand, thumb pointed toward himself, and flashed a wicked smile, relishing the brutal sensation coursing through him. This was the essence of Saiyan, the power befitting a prince of their kind. Ha! Vegeta, transforming into a golden monkey does not grant you the arrogance to boast. Gula retorted cautiously, retreating step by step. This wretched monkey had reached that state as well, and it seemed unlikely he would escape unscathed today. Be careful. He's attempting to flee, Krillin shouted towards Vegeta. Upon hearing this, the prince could not allow Gula to escape. He swiftly executed a royal combat technique to mislead his foe, then spun and charged, delivering a powerful kick to Gula's chin. Following this, he grasped Gula's head and forcefully slammed it downward. Then, with both fists clenched, struck Gula's back, kicking up a dense cloud of dust. Injured, Gula rose to his feet and spat out a stream of purple blood, realizing he would not be leaving today. He intended for everyone to accompany him to the grave. Thus, he unleashed an overdrive combat technique, reminiscent of the battle between Frieza and Goku. His muscles tensed, and his form seemingly enlarged. His wounds began to heal significantly. Vegeta charged once more. Although Gula's power was now exceedingly high, Vegeta was not to be underestimated. They clashed again, with Gula's strength evolving yet again, making it nearly impossible for the Z fighters to intervene. Thus began a brutal contest of raw strength, with Gula matching Vegeta's intensity, adopting a reckless strategy of trading blows. After a prolonged struggle, Vegeta gasped for breath, aiming for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to Gula. In the next instant, Gula's onslaught reached Vegeta, a barrage of destructive beams and death rays piercing through Vegeta's body. Reacting swiftly, Krillin caught Vegeta as everyone anxiously turned their gaze toward Gula. Gula stood there, panting heavily, frustration evident on his face. What is my father doing? Why can he not defeat even one opponent? I should have long since kicked him off his pedestal and claimed the title of Emperor of the Universe for myself. Is this the kind of rabble Frieza had to contend with? Damn it! In a moment of defiance, Gula stubbornly declared, the Super Saiyan is nothing remarkable. If it weren't for the numbers, the Frost Demon clan wouldn't stand a chance against us. You may have won this time, but dare to let me return to train anew. At this point, both Ro and Broly felt their fatigue dissipate, and Ro was determined not to let Gula's arrogance go unchecked. A tree does not grow straight without care, and a person cannot stand tall without refinement. Broly, give him a couple of slaps to knock some sense into him, and let us see if he can truly harness the power of a Super Saiyan. In an instant, as Broly engaged Gula, he swiftly maneuvered behind him, seizing Gula by the neck, akin to grasping a small purple chick. With a single hand, he spun Gula around before slamming him into the ground. This was the embodiment of violent aesthetics, a raw, primal beauty. Unlike ordinary Super Saiyans, Broly's aura was tinged with green, exuding a more feral intensity. He then gripped Gula's head with both hands, pressing it against the ground and rubbing it mercilessly. Recovering from the initial shock, Gula executed a backflip to distance himself from Broly. Once he created some space, he unleashed a full-force energy blast towards Broly. It struck true, yet Broly merely staggered slightly, turning his head to reveal a radiant smile, reminiscent of a sunny boy. With a powerful stomp, he shattered the ground beneath him and charged at Gula, enveloping him in a relentless embrace, squeezing him repeatedly. At that moment, Gula could hardly comprehend his plight. Despite being a Super Saiyan, he found himself unable to escape this brute. He felt as though he were mere clay, molded at will. How could this be? Shouldn't they merely taunt him and allow him to return for further training before defeating him again? In a mere 3 minutes, the once vibrant Gula lay motionless, devoid of life. The preceding scene was one of utter domination. Can you imagine such a large Gula being toyed with like a ball? The onlookers swallowed hard. Astonished, was this truly the legendary Super Saiyan? It was undeniably brutal and bloody, yet Ro found it quite appealing. Chapter 9. The Fall of the Frost Demons. Meanwhile, Goku was still engaged in a battle of wills with King Cooled. Upon witnessing Gula's demise, King Cooled was gripped by fear, declaring his intent to surrender and offer them dominion over the universe. However, Ro declined, giving Broly a nod. In an instant, Broly surged forward. Although King Cooled possessed formidable strength, Broly was a force to be reckoned with. In his desperation, King Cooled seemed to make a choice, his power undergoing yet another transformation. Shimmering with a silvery hue, Broly recognized that this adversary could withstand his punches, prompting him to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes. It wasn't that King Cooled lacked power. Rather, he was simply devoid of any combat experience. In the next moment, Broly's relentless assault confronted King Cold, his emerald aura radiating an overwhelming sense of oppression that forced King Cold into a series of retreats. A piercing cry echoed as King Cold was violently hurled away. Despite suffering repeated blows from Broly that left him bloodied, King Cold exhibited an indomitable spirit, rising time and again like an unyielding cockroach. During this tumultuous exchange, he even contemplated surrender, offering the title of Universal Emperor to Broly. However, Broly appeared lost in the exhilaration of the battle, unwilling to accept. Since the fateful day he lost control and killed his own father, nearly slaying his brother in the process, Broly had never unleashed his full potential. Now, he hesitated even to unleash his full might upon this formidable punching bag. As time progressed, King Cold gradually acclimated to his physical condition. Although the intensity of his energy waned, his control over his body became increasingly adept. With a swift motion, just as King Cold distanced himself from Broly, he summoned all his strength to launch an energy blast from beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Goku closely observed the clash, pondering strategies to defeat Broly. Upon witnessing King Cold resorting to underhanded tactics, he did not hesitate to unleash a full-power Kamehameha. Reacting swiftly, Broly's fury intensified, and he obliterated King Cold into mere fragments. Such brutality was alarming, both for the conscious minions and the Z-fighters alike. The surrounding henchmen instinctively began to clear the battlefield, carrying the injured Vegeta to the medical facility. With the proclamation that the Universal Emperor could now vanish, Goku decided it was time to return home. The others invited the Broly brothers to live on Earth, discussing plans to bring Vegeta along once he had recovered. Initially reluctant to journey to Earth, Vegeta's resolve shifted upon hearing their intention to select the strongest Saiyan, prompting him to obediently locate a spaceship and join them. Notably, the minions decided to remain behind, expressing their desire to guard the universe for their leader, and Goku generously left them several spirit fruit trees. As Goku piloted the ship with the group, an unexpected collision caused them to veer off course and encounter a stellar storm. Faced with this sudden peril, they were compelled to enact a series of emergency measures to stabilize the vessel, ultimately landing on an unknown planet. This planet was under severe invasion. Yet for Goku and his companions, it posed little challenge. They effortlessly resolved the crisis, emerging as the planet's saviors. This was the new planet Yardrat, renowned for its myriad of extraordinary techniques, including the famous instant transmission. Save them. We must save them. Broly, stop dawdling. Hurry up, exclaimed Piccolo. What are you waiting for? Go help. As Goku directed the group to assist, he introduced himself to a figure who resembled the Grand Elder. Instantly, a sense of camaraderie surged as a multitude of magical energies surged forth, tirelessly imparting knowledge. Luo and his companions had been engaged in this learning endeavor for over a year, and Broly's mental fortitude appeared to have grown even more resolute. Upon completing their lessons, everyone bid farewell to the newcomers from Yardrat, preparing to board their spaceship back to Earth. Notably, Goku, with unwavering conviction, proclaimed that he had mastered the art of piloting a spaceship. Without hesitation, Luo delivered a sharp reprimand. After all, he had already mastered instant transmission, rendering the need for a ship utterly redundant. It is worth mentioning that only Luo and Goku had acquired this technique with the Elder's assistance, not to mention Goku's earlier revelation of the Dragon Fist and others. Meanwhile, Broly had dedicated his time to honing his mental prowess, while the others focused on learning spells more suited to their individual strengths. At this juncture, Luo found himself compelled to voice a particular grievance. He recalled the previous timeline, when Daitai returned and Goku, upon landing, uttered nonsensical concerns. What was most absurd was his claim of sensing an immense aura. What, then, was the purpose of his instant transmission? Wow, Luo, he mused, I hadn't even considered that. Everyone, grasp my shoulders. We embark on our journey. On Earth, Master Roshi and his companions had lost contact with Goku and his group. The only one privy to the situation was Bulma, who had just been resurrected and was still trying to comprehend the circumstances. In the backyard of Bulma's home, she exclaimed, wow, so this is Earth? Quite splendid. I've made up my mind. I shall retire here with Broly. Broly nodded in agreement. After a moment, Bulma questioned, Goku, how did you all suddenly appear in my backyard? As they gathered to recount the events, Goku clarified the situation, and Bulma quickly recognized that Luo and Broly were invaluable assets. Consequently, she offered to arrange accommodations for them at no charge, also planning to secure a place for Vegeta. Upon arriving on Earth, Luo began to fervently scan for energy signatures utilizing instant transmission. Although he could not locate the androids or Majin Buu, he did discover several intriguing individuals. Without alerting the others, he took Broly and vanished instantaneously. Chapter 10, Gohan's Training Plan. On an unknown planet, the stillness of space was punctuated only by the gentle whisper of a breeze. Broly and Luo quietly observed their surroundings, concealed in shadows. Boss, what is our next course of action? One inquired softly. There is no need for haste. We shall rest here briefly. I have identified a suitable planet for our temporary abode. Furthermore, have you investigated the reason behind the premature loosening of the seal? A deep and authoritative voice inquired. Boss, it appears an unidentified spacecraft collided with the seal. However, even without that incident, the seal set by that Kaishin would not withstand your unparalleled might. Another responded respectfully. Luo and Broly listened intently, each lost in their own thoughts. Suddenly, Luo's pupils constricted slightly, his expression betraying astonishment. Bojack, he whispered, his voice tinged with incredulity. He unexpectedly encountered a man with flowing red waves and a verdant physique. Bojack, how could this individual appear at such a moment? As far as he remembered, this fellow must possess nearly Super Saiyan 2 strength. Just as Ro contemplated whether to intervene, Broly had already launched an assault. He swung his fists and charged at Bojack, unleashing a formidable energy wave that carved a brilliant arc through the air. Ro swiftly teleported them both back. Bojack's gaze sharpened. He sensed a potent threat and reacted with remarkable speed, releasing 3 powerful energy blasts in rapid succession. Who goes there? Bojack bellowed, his voice resonating with authority and fury. Yet, the only response was the whisper of the wind and a profound silence. An intangible force seemed to retreat stealthily. Boss, there's no one, his subordinates replied, their faces etched with confusion and vigilance. Bojack furrowed his brow, a wave of unease surging within him. He felt a tremendous power silently withdrawing. Yet the source vanished without a trace, causing him to doubt his own perception and judgment. We shall rest here for a year. I have discovered a planet suitable for our habitation, he declared, his tone imbued with a subtle delight and anticipation, revealing a burgeoning curiosity for the new world they were to explore, Earth. During their time on Earth, Ro and Broly enjoyed a carefree existence. Utilizing the substantial funds borrowed from Bulma, Ro introduced Broly to a plethora of earthly amusements, rectifying the voids of Broly's childhood. They visited amusement parks, cinemas, arcades, and even dared to engage in extreme sports. Despite Broly's imposing stature, he reveled in these experiences, becoming the center of attention. It was slightly awkward under the gaze of a group of wide-eyed children, given Broly's considerable size. However, witnessing Broly's exhilaration made Ro feel that it was all worthwhile. In that year, Minion 1 established a portal to Earth, reporting cosmic intelligence to Ro, yet failing to gather any information regarding the esteemed individual Ro had mentioned. Presently, the cosmos was ostensibly under Saiyan jurisdiction. Ro suddenly realized that after vanquishing Frisia, the universe had not improved significantly. Additionally, Ro had invited several renowned scientists from across the cosmos to visit Goku's family in West City. He earnestly expressed to Chi-Chi that Gohan was exceptionally talented and should not be confined to Earth. He deserved a brighter future through cosmic studies, acquiring genuine knowledge. As Chi-Chi hesitated, the group added that all tuition fees would be waived, and considering Gohan's aptitude, he might even secure a scholarship to aid the family financially. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled. She recognized a rare opportunity that would greatly benefit Gohan's future. Gratefully, she thanked Ro and consented to allow Gohan to pursue studies in the cosmos. I am immensely grateful for this opportunity. Having spoken, Luo boldly took Gohan away. Subsequently, he brought Gohan to an unknown planet, a training ground meticulously designed for combat, replete with various advanced facilities and simulated battle scenarios. Specifically crafted for Gohan by the Minion Number 1. Luo explained to Gohan, "This is a special planet dedicated to the study of combat knowledge. Here, you will receive professional training and learn alongside your instructor, Broly." Gohan, initially taken aback, had anticipated that Luo would take him to a genuine school, only to discover that it was a combat training arena. Nonetheless, he recognized the rare opportunity before him and agreed to remain for training. In the days that followed, under Broly's guidance, Gohan engaged in various training regimens, collaboratively exploring combat techniques and participating in practical drills. His strength experienced tremendous enhancement, gradually revealing astonishing prowess. After some time, concerning Gohan's request for leave, "From now on, Broly will be your teacher and evaluator. The graduation requirement? Simply defeat Broly. It's only a tad challenging. Keep it up. I believe in you." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly, launching 2 energy blasts towards Broly, who instantly grasped Luo's intent. In a rather exaggerated manner, he soared into the air, employing some unknown technique, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, and with a swift glance over his shoulder, he winked at Luo, as if inquiring whether his performance was convincing. Ahem. Luo, one hand resting on his lower back, coughed into his other hand. "This is the true power of a Saiyan. You still have a long way to go. However, I grant you a leave of absence." Having uttered this, he left no room for Gohan to pose questions and promptly returned to Earth. Chapter 11. Trunks from the future. Another 6 months passed, and the androids had only just begun to collect his cells. The tranquil days on Earth felt monotonous and dull. Only in the company of Master Roshi could he awaken his dormant passion. It was a magical dusk when Luo originally intended to hear Master Matato's insights regarding Ki. However, their initial meeting was slightly awkward, as Matato was engrossed in some rather questionable magazines. Soon after, Luo momentarily forgot his purpose for being there. Engaging in a discussion with Master Roshi, even debating which type of knowledge proved more advantageous. Roshi introduced Luo to a plethora of intriguing resources. After a night of spirited discourse, they ultimately decided to exchange their findings, prompting Luo to return home and organize his recent acquisitions. Luo thought, "What was I here for again? Never mind. Let me show the old turtle what true treasures look like." Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the Earth, atop an unknown mountain, a peculiar machine descended slowly from the sky. The subsequent wormhole gradually dissipated, and from it emerged a young man with purple hair and striking violet eyes, dressed in distinctive attire and wielding a sword on his back. The Hope Sword. Crafted from special materials by Future Bulma, though another tale exists regarding its origin. The young man surveyed his surroundings, nodding slightly, murmuring to himself, "Mother, I have succeeded. I have returned to the past." However, he soon found himself perplexed. Why is there no one here? Shouldn't everyone be preparing to battle Frisia? His voice echoed through the empty valley, met only by the whispering winds and the rustling sands, leaving Trunks standing there in solitude, lost in thought. Upon realizing the absence of others, Trunks felt a twinge of confusion and disappointment. He had anticipated encountering the characters from the records and fighting alongside them. Yet reality left him feeling somewhat dejected and alone. Resolving to return to the Capsule Corporation in search of clues or familiar faces, he set off. At that very moment, Rob sensed his presence, but chose not to approach, knowing that Trunks would return on his own. At the Capsule Corporation, Bulma was engaged in conversation with a young man whom Trunks had never heard of before. When his gaze fell upon Bulma, he suddenly became tongue-tied, his face flushing. Mr. Rob, are you satisfied with my arrangements? Should any crisis arise on Earth, I implore you to assist us. At this time, Rob and Bulma were not yet very familiar with one another, with only Master Roshi being a common topic of discussion. Trunks, standing nearby, felt a sense of disarray. Protecting the Earth? Isn't that Uncle Goku's role? Who is this person? Surely, I haven't wandered into the wrong world? Hey, don't just stand there, you. The boy from the future. Trunks snapped back to reality and repeatedly apologized to Rob. May I ask who you are? He inquired. Without further ado, Rob grasped Trunks by the arm and instantaneously transported him to the cosmic training ground meticulously prepared for Gohan. Upon seeing Gohan, tears streamed down Trunks' face uncontrollably. Since his birth in the future, Trunks had witnessed the tragic demise of warriors like Vegeta and Krillin at the hands of the androids. Among all the fighters, only Gohan had survived. This meant that since Trunks gained consciousness, he had relied solely on Bulma, Gohan, and himself for companionship. Yet, Bulma was often preoccupied with her research on time machines, leaving most of Trunks' upbringing to Gohan. Rob patted Trunks on the shoulder. All right, it's time to discuss serious matters. My name is Rob, and I am Broly's brother. If all goes as expected, you likely do not know either of us. I believe my appearance marks a turning point in history. Rob spoke slowly. I am unsure if I exist in your universe, but that is of little consequence. Any slight alteration in history can lead to a vastly different world. In principle, time machines do not exist. Time travel generally results in the birth of new universes. How could this happen? Trunks felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him, tears streaming down his face unbidden. He recalled the hopeful and expectant gaze of his mother as she bid him farewell. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to save his world. A profound sense of uselessness washed over him. He would willingly trade his life for the peace of his world and the safety of Gohan. Observing Trunks on the brink of despair, Ro furrowed his brow. This young man possessed many admirable qualities but lacked the courage to confront despair. Stand up. Have you not arrived here already? Since you are here, I can aid you in becoming stronger and resolving the crisis in your realm. Ro released Trunks and straightened his clothes, turning his back to him. Upon hearing this, Trunks clenched his teeth and sprang to his feet. He bowed deeply to Ro's back. Please, teach me. Teach me how to grow stronger, he declared with resolve. At this, Ro finally smiled at him, recognizing the spirit of a Saiyan. Chapter 12, The Androids. Ro then turned and offered Trunks a warm smile. Come, let me introduce you to my brother. He is a true Super Saiyan, far exceeding your imagination. For now, you should train here for a while before visiting your Vegeta and the others. Ro succinctly explained Trunks' background to Broly and Gohan. Upon grasping the situation, Broly and Gohan were filled with deep sympathy for Trunks. Subsequently, Trunks bowed deeply to Broly, imploring, Please, teach me how to become strong. Broly assured him, Rest assured, I will teach you with all my might. Whether you can endure it, however, depends on you. Just ask Gohan if you doubt. Gohan nodded vigorously in affirmation, leaving Trunks momentarily speechless. Ro casually crossed his arms and approached Trunks, while Broly merely grunted in acknowledgement. Apart from Ro, Broly appeared to have some difficulty communicating with others. He was not adept at expressing himself, or perhaps it was simply that he struggled to convey his emotions. Although Broly's concern was not overt, the attentive Gohan and Trunks could sense it. Trunks was born into a universe steeped in tragedy, where Goku had perished early and the androids wreaked havoc, leading to the demise of the Z fighters. Gohan, once both teacher and friend, had lost an arm in his efforts to protect Trunks, ultimately sacrificing his life. Trunks had never experienced the warmth of family. This place felt like a dream, a chance to train alongside Gohan. Take a day to rest. Although we have senza beans, fatigue cannot be so easily dispelled. We shall begin our intense training tomorrow, Ro said, patting Trunks on the shoulder before returning to Earth. After Ro's departure, Trunks found himself in a state of exhilaration. The last time he received guidance was during the lifetime of the esteemed Gohan. As for any matters left unspoken, Trunks was currently brimming with excitement, clearly still processing the events. On Earth, Ro had successfully pinpointed the hiding place of the androids. Ever since the androids had attempted to collect cells, Ro had taken note of their movements. At this moment, the space on Earth began to fluctuate once again. With a slight smirk, Ro resolved to have Bulma invite the Z-Fighters to her home for a meeting, as he had an important announcement to make. Upon learning of Ro's invitation, everyone promptly attended, for Ro had aided them on numerous occasions. To Ro's surprise, this time Piccolo exhibited a remarkable enhancement in strength. Previously, due to limitations in power, Piccolo had lost the opportunity to mentor Gohan. After their last battle with Frieza, he had ventured to Namek for training, where it was rumored that a traitor named Slug had returned to Namek, ultimately leading to the Namekians resolving the matter independently. In the end, Piccolo absorbed him. Subsequently, Ro revealed a startling piece of news. On a small island 10 kilometers to the south, an evil scientist had gathered Earth warriors, Saiyan cells, in Broly's DNA to create a monster capable of annihilating Earth, inviting everyone to join him in the pursuit of this creature. Naturally, Goku accepted Ro's invitation, while Vegeta could hardly contain himself upon hearing that someone dared to insult the Saiyan cells. Though he feigned indifference, his heart brimmed with fighting spirit. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. Bulma, eager to join the excitement, received unanimous support from the others, for she was a technological genius of this world and might prove invaluable. On another front, Dr. Gero had just successfully created Cell when he was suddenly alerted by an alarm from the base. They discovered that Krillin and his companions were nearby, searching for something. The inflated 19th android believed that even if Goku and his allies were slightly stronger than anticipated, they could not surpass their technological prowess as androids. Dr. Gero commanded 19 to eliminate the intruders while he awaited good news. However, upon venturing out, 19 was swiftly detected by Vegeta, who was no longer the same Vegeta from the original tale. After enduring several brutal battles, his power had significantly increased, just as 19 intended to put on an act. Vegeta denied him the opportunity and obliterated him. Meanwhile, Piccolo and the others had located Dr. Gero's residence, and he could no longer afford to be cautious. In a laboratory, he unleashed androids 17 and 18. At this moment, they arrived at the entrance of a lab, where android 17 cleverly seized the control device from Dr. Gero when he was caught off guard. Just then, Vegeta blasted open the door, and the two sides finally came face to face. With the control device in their possession, android 17 and 18 defied Drive Gero's commands and even released the previously unseen android 16. Dr. Gero, desperately trying to intervene, was ultimately eliminated by android 17. Ro glanced at android 18, noting her impressive appearance, or rather, her striking beauty. On the other side, Wukong inquired, "Luo, are they truly the malevolent androids you mentioned?" Upon hearing this, android 18 gently brushed her hair back, revealing her beautiful yet pitiable visage. "Esteemed warriors protecting the Earth, 17 and I have committed no wrongdoing. We are victims of Dr. Gero as well." Her tone was imbued with innocence and pleading, and combined with her exquisite beauty, it immediately evoked sympathy from the Z-Fighters, prompting them to reconsider their initial intentions regarding an assault on these androids. Kiririn glanced at Luo, seemingly seeking his counsel. "Since they have done nothing wrong, should we?" Luo shrugged nonchalantly. "Sure, we need not act against the innocent." Grateful, android 18 cast a thankful glance at Luo before guiding 17 and 16 towards the exit. However, when she grasped 16's arm, he halted. "I'm sorry, my directive is to eliminate Son Goku." His tone was devoid of emotion, as if merely stating a fact. Wukong scratched the back of his head, wearing a puzzled expression. "Huh, another attempt to take me down? When did I offend so many people?" Luo interjected, 16. "Aside from wanting to eliminate Son Goku, do you have any other interests?" 16 paused for a moment before responding. "I enjoy birds. I have an affinity for nature." This response astonished everyone, causing both the Z-Fighters and Wukong to regard 16 thoughtfully. With a slight smile, Luo suggested, "Very well, 16. As you can see, you cannot kill Son Goku here. How about we make a pact? You can strike him every time you see him until he ages into oblivion. That way, it wouldn't contravene your directives. What do you think?" 16 contemplated this for a moment, and then nodded, seemingly finding it acceptable within the bounds of his orders. Wukong, thrilled by the prospect of such a mutually beneficial arrangement, eagerly agreed to Luo's proposal, believing this android to be a good soul akin to the old eight, and possessing formidable strength. How splendid! Thus, they found an open space for Wukong and 16 to commence their bout, which surprisingly resulted in a fiercely contested match, leaving the Z-Fighters in awe. Meanwhile, 17 asked 18, "What were you thinking just now? Don't you wish to dominate this world?" Android 18 shot him a disdainful glance. "Are you foolish? Do you truly believe you can triumph over Son Goku and the others?" We haven't even had the chance to do anything yet. Why not be good? We are superheroes now. What more could we desire? At that moment, as Wukong engaged with 16, he recognized the formidable strength of this android. Suddenly, he unleashed the Kaioken X3. Wukong was suddenly seized by excruciating pain, clutching his heart as he plummeted from the air, prompting the others to rush over and encircle him. All eyes turned towards Android 16, seemingly inquiring about his recent actions concerning Goku. As a formidable artificial being, 16 immediately perceived a significant decline in Goku's bodily functions. His vital signs began to wane, indicating a potential life-threatening situation. He promptly informed the others of the circumstances and departed alongside Android 18. Just as Krillin and the others were about to intervene, Rashi subtly gestured for restraint. Bulma swiftly employed her devices and detected a troubling anomaly in Goku's heart, preparing to transport him for treatment. However, at that moment, Rashi suddenly recalled a critical oversight. He had neglected to obtain the special medicine from Trunks. He swiftly halted Bulma's efforts and, utilizing instant transmission, brought Trunks to their side. Chapter 13, The Cell Plan. Initially bewildered by the unfolding scene, Trunks quickly grasped the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Goku's agonizing struggle. He had arrived to rescue Mr. Goku with the heart medicine and to offer his assistance. After Goku ingested the medicine, Rashi handed him a Senzu bean. Gradually, Goku's complexion began to improve. Observing Rashi's apparent foresight regarding the impending events, the others, especially Vegeta, expressed palpable skepticism. Rashi turned to Vegeta, his gaze imbued with an air of mystery, asserting that this world was not unique. Each dimension possessed its distinctive characteristics. By the way, this is your son from another realm, believe it or not, yet there remains a pressing matter at hand. Bulma, I require your expertise. Without dwelling on their bewilderment, Rashi immediately sought the concealed underground lair of Cell. Vegeta cast a brief glance before following suit, and the group supported Goku as they proceeded together. Before them loomed an enormous incubation chamber. Rashi disclosed to Bulma that the artificial being within the chamber was the true embodiment of malevolence. Upon hearing this revelation, the group reflected on their previous encounters with androids, realizing that those had yet to unleash their wickedness. Rashi elucidated. Indeed, Dr. Gero had implanted certain directives within them, similar to 16, necessitating Bulma's intervention to nullify these commands. Rest assured, leave this to me. As the technological expert of the Dragon Ball universe, Bulma was the optimal choice for this task. Subsequently, Rashi assigned Broly the task of transporting the incubation chamber back, along with several power sources that Dr. Gero had deemed unnecessary. Rashi then visited Mr. Popo. He recalled that Mr. Popo's combat power was officially recorded at 1030, yet he also noted that Mr. Popo had trained Goten and Trunks in their transformations into Super Saiyans. This perplexed him, especially considering the nascent form of Ultra Instinct that he had encountered, necessitating Broly's presence for further study. He subsequently borrowed the time chamber from the Supreme Kai. Meanwhile, Vegeta had taken residence in Bulma's temporary laboratory, accompanied by a bashful Trunks as the family engaged in conversation. Within the time chamber, Rashi placed Cell's incubation chamber inside, his heart racing with excitement as he hurried to Bulma's home to inquire about accelerating Cell's hatching process. He needed energy. This was crucial. In the following 2 days, Luo frequently entered the time chamber to supply energy to Cell. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, a fissure appeared on the culture dish. Moments latte. A cicada pupa burst forth from the dish. Luo instantly materialized before Cell, who, being an artificial being, possessed considerable knowledge and recognized the individual who frequently provided him with energy, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. At that moment, Cell resembled a wise child, albeit an exceedingly unattractive one. Little Cell, do you understand how the father-son relationship is established in this world? Although Cell was still in his pupa form, he was already capable of speech. DNA? He queried uncertainly. Then, Luo pondered briefly. Do you know how to address me? The pupa, wriggling on the ground, had its tiny eyes darting about, and suddenly exclaimed, Daddy! This endearing appellation elicited a hearty laugh from Luo. His dream had finally come to fruition. He resolved to adopt Cell as his son. Clearing his throat, he announced, from now on, you shall live with me. Without further delay, Luo forcefully infused several energy sources directly into Cell. Whether due to premature development or the influence of Broly's cells, Cell rapidly transformed into a more pleasing form. Ha ha, splendid. Kulme, I shall take you to meet your Uncle Broly. At the training facility, Luo was astonished to discover that Trunks was not living with Vegeta and Bulma, but was instead undergoing Broly's nearly brutal training regimen. Additionally, Gohan had unveiled remarkable potential, breaking through limits to become a Super Saiyan. Upon Luo's arrival, Broly and the others approached him. "Allow me to introduce my newly adopted son, Cell. This is your uncle Broly, and these two are..." Thus, another small green creature was added to their ranks. As a perfect artificial life form, Cell quickly forged a strong bond with Broly and the others. Observing Cell's harmonious interactions with them, Luo felt reassured and returned to Earth. Merely a few days later, the future Cell had successfully consumed Android 17, advancing to his second stage, now brimming with confidence. Vegeta, on the brink of facing defeat, was soon to embark on a challenging path. After several prior failures, Vegeta now effortlessly dominated Cell's second form, vociferously demanding that Cell ascend to his ultimate form. On Earth, having transformed into his perfect form, Cell tested his newfound strength, effortlessly inflicting severe injury upon Krillin. Vegeta, standing nearby, wore a look of disdain. "It seems that having grown into your perfect form has not significantly advanced your abilities. What skill is there in bullying such a weakling?" Perfect Cell, shedding his previous humility, retorted, "Ah, you insolent fool, prepare to experience my might." "No problem," Vegeta declared as he charged at Cell, launching a fierce kick aimed at his face. Cell, however, raised his hands in defense, ready to counter the assault. Vegeta, leveraging his advantage, delivered a powerful elbow strike towards Cell. After numerous failures, he had transcended the limits of Super Saiyan. At this moment, Goku was recuperating, and Broly along with others had long since vanished from sight. Vegeta believed himself to be the strongest being in existence. However, when he struck Cell fiercely, he was astonished to find Cell completely unharmed. The two fighters distanced themselves, dust swirling around them. "Damn it, you scoundrel, why aren't you unleashing your full power?" Vegeta exclaimed. "Let me tell you, this is merely a warm-up." At this sight, Krillin sank into despair once more. Goku had yet to awaken, and he could not reach 16, who had come to assist, but now was left with only his head. Hearing Cell's taunts only intensified Vegeta's fighting spirit. "After I just made you look so pathetic, don't you wish to take revenge? Show me your true strength." Vegeta charged at Cell, yet each of his attacks was effortlessly evaded by Cell. "Vegeta, I truly pity you. Let me play with you a little longer," Cell mocked. In an instant, Cell launched an offensive, first using a mouth beam to obscure Vegeta's vision, then delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Vegeta's face. With his right hand directed towards the ground, Vegeta unleashed a shockwave that propelled him away while simultaneously blocking Cell's attack with his left hand, sending Cell flying. Cell spun 360 degrees in the air before landing gracefully. The pain exhilarated him, awakening the Saiyan cells within him. "Cell, even if you transform into your perfect form, there is no way you can withstand this move," Vegeta declared as he charged his energy. Remarkably, despite the crude provocation, Cell accepted the challenge, only to find himself nearly obliterated. Just as Vegeta and the others were filled with ecstatic joy, Cell abruptly restored himself. "Have you forgotten that I possess Piccolo's cells?" Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd filled him with delight. Cell reveled in this sensation. Chapter 14. A scene with 3 green men. Just as Cell was about to subdue Vegeta, Vegeta reacted swiftly, unleashing a technique known as the Prince's Big Bang. A torrent of white energy spheres engulfed the ground. Yet Cell effortlessly countered it. Following this, Cell launched a powerful strike against Vegeta. At the moment Vegeta attempted to retreat quickly, Cell surged at full speed to Vegeta's rear, delivering a devastating blow that sent Vegeta sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Forget it, I have lost interest in you," Cell remarked, slowly raising his hand. Just as Cell prepared to finish Vegeta, Piccolo appeared, having fused with King Kai, now embodying Super Piccolo. It turned out that the instant Cell transformed into his perfect form, Piccolo had made a decisive choice to fly to the sacred world. Even though he still harbored strong aversion towards King Kai, he realized that he had grown fond of this planet, and more importantly, he could not part with Gohan. "Oh, who do we have here? Weren't you just running away quite swiftly?" Upon witnessing the emergence of Piccolo, Cell merely lifted his gaze momentarily, dismissing the encounter as inconsequential. There is no need for further words. Soon enough, Cell shall comprehend the gravity of the situation. The newly unified Piccolo, having fused with the Supreme Kai, possesses power that is alarmingly close to that of a Super Saiyan 2. With the prior absorption of Slug, the disparity in strength between the two is not substantial. The outcome now hinges on their martial prowess. From the outset, Piccolo established absolute dominance, continuously overwhelming Cell with relentless attacks. Although their battle power seemed comparable, Piccolo, a martial arts prodigy, combined with years of Earth's martial training and mastery over his strength, was far beyond what the relatively inexperienced Cell could contend with. Each of Cell's assaults was deftly evaded by Piccolo, and had it not been for Cell's remarkable defenses, the encounters would have been far more dire for him. However, as time progressed, Cell began to grow increasingly formidable. Since his inception, he had never encountered an adversary of equal caliber. His battles were usually one-sided. Despite being an android with access to extensive martial arts knowledge, he had never engaged in such practical combat, which resulted in significant setbacks. Now, after enduring Piccolo's barrage of techniques, his power surged to new heights. At this juncture, the clash between them transcended the realm of the visible. As the smoke dissipated, Cell, possessing a slight edge and velocity, appeared increasingly at ease. In response to this scenario, Piccolo remained unfazed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and exclaiming, "The warm-up has only just begun." He then discarded his heavy armor, leaving a crater in the ground. The two warriors exchanged glances, and in that instant, the air crackled with the intensity of their colliding auras. Cell launched a swift offensive, initiating with a solar flare to disrupt Piccolo's vision, followed by a powerful punch aimed directly at Piccolo's face. Sensing the threat, Piccolo raised his hand to block, simultaneously channeling his energy to respond. With a swift motion of his fingers against his brow, he unleashed the special beam cannon. A brilliant golden energy surged forth, piercing through Cell's body in an instant. Cell quickly initiated self-repair, his greenish-white blood seeping forth as he restored himself to his former state, now brimming with renewed energy. Awed by the strength of his own form, he turned his gaze toward Piccolo, his murderous intent intensifying. As they drew closer, their ferocious auras intertwined once more, and a life-and-death duel recommenced. Meanwhile, in another part of the Earth, a figure remarked, "Boss, I never imagined this planet harbored such formidable beings. Indeed, it has taken me by surprise. However, these two are certainly not my adversaries. We shall maintain our plans and wait for them to weaken each other before we make our move," came the reply. It was revealed that Bojack and his companions had stealthily infiltrated Earth during this time. At this moment, Cell was reveling in the battle, fully utilizing Piccolo's cells to adopt a strategy of exchanging injuries. The scales of victory gradually began to tip in Cell's favor. Every time he suffered an injury, Cell's power would experience a slight enhancement, while Piccolo's stamina continued to dwindle. Though he had acquired a modicum of healing magic, he was unable to mend his own wounds. Ultimately, in the moment of Piccolo's miscalculation, Cell unleashed an attack reminiscent of Vegeta's Big Bang attack, obliterating half of Piccolo's body. Subsequently, as Piccolo regained his form, his energy was noticeably diminished. In the next instant, Cell stood before Piccolo, pressing him down beneath his foot, proclaiming, "You have performed admirably, yet it remains insufficient. No one has yet allowed me to experience the full power of this perfect form." With that declaration, Cell ceased to feign humility. He recognized that Piccolo possessed cells akin to his own core and, to be cautious, resolved to crush him. Just as Cell's foot was about to descend upon Piccolo, another green-skinned figure emerged, blocking Cell's fierce assault with a single foot. "Oh, I did not anticipate that Earth harbored such prowess. You are fortunate to engage with my flawless physique," Cell arrogantly asserted. At that moment, Bojack did not even spare a glance at Cell, instead addressing the supine Piccolo. "You may not have heard of me, but thousands of years ago, I reigned over the 4 great galaxies. Only through the combined effort of the 4 Kais was I and my subordinates sealed at the far reaches of the galaxy." Piccolo raised his head to regard him. "Huh. Do not misunderstand. I am not a mere assassin seeking riches. I revel in the indulgence and absolute freedom of being a cosmic marauder. You carry the aura of a demon. We are both individuals unrecognized by those so-called gods. Join me, and I shall assist you in dealing with him." Bojack gestured dismissively towards Cell. Seeing himself underestimated by this peculiar individual, Cell resolved to demonstrate his might. He clenched his fists and assumed a combat stance, unleashing a formidable energy. Bojack, shedding his previous disdain, adopted a lethal approach, channeling all his strength into his legs and charging at Cell. As he closed in on Cell, he executed a deadly spinning kick reminiscent of an illusion. Cell intercepted and retaliated, while Bojack nimbly avoided the counterattack with a backflip. The entire exchange unfolded in the blink of an eye, with each seemingly simple strike carrying immense energy. From a distance, Krillin could not perceive the figures of the two combatants, only hearing the resounding booms and explosions reverberating through the sky. Chapter 15. The Return of Cell. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifted. Just moments ago, Cell had been inadvertently struck by Bojack in the abdomen, sending him soaring toward a distant mountain. This was not a mere energy puncture, but rather a fist imbued with tremendous power. In an instant, Bojack positioned himself beneath Cell, who was still in the process of being launched away. With his hands clasped together, boundless energy rapidly coalesced as he declared, "Perish." As the voice of Bojack faded, the entire land was swiftly enveloped in a radiant glow. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Cell was nowhere to be seen. Bojack's subordinates quickly appeared before him, and it was no surprise that their leader had effortlessly dispatched his opponent. This fool is utterly incompetent in a battle of life and death. He did not even exert his full strength. Remember, in any conflict, one must give their utmost, just as Bojack was intently imparting wisdom to his underlings. The once serious expressions of several demon warriors who were attentively receiving their leader's admonishment suddenly turned grim. One of the subordinates quickly reacted, shouting, "Boss, behind you!" Bojack immediately turned around, and the sight before him left him astounded. The once fragmented Cell had now regained much of his form, his green body writhing with an astonishing vitality and perfection. "Haha, I have attained my perfect form. I once believed my martial prowess, intellect, and physical capabilities were impeccable. Yet you have taught me a valuable lesson. I never imagined I could survive my self-destruction. Even without Android 17 and 18, I remained perfect, perhaps even more so than before." Cell's words brimmed with pride and arrogance. At this moment, Cell's demeanor grew increasingly haughty, even dismissing the now incapacitated androids 17 and 18. He radiated an even more formidable energy, surrounded by a golden lightning aura, as if possessing boundless power. In an instant, Cell appeared behind Bojack, effortlessly defeating him. As Bojack lay on the ground, Cell disdainfully patted his cheek, saying, "In any battle, one must give their all. Do not think of fleeing. I have already locked onto you. In a few days, I will grant you another chance." The initial decision to eliminate everyone was once again postponed. To further test his strength and achieve the ultimate state of perfection, Cell resolved to host another martial arts tournament. This time, he sought not only opponents, but also individuals capable of matching his flawless form. He began to doubt the data left to him by Dr. Gero, feeling deep down that only through combat with masters like Bojack could he truly unlock his potential. After Cell announced the martial arts tournament, the human military began to take action against him, attempting to eradicate his presence. However, Cell's power was so overwhelming that the human forces could inflict no damage upon him. Ultimately, the human army was entirely annihilated, leaving no survivors, including Satan and his companions. This battle made humanity acutely aware that Cell's existence posed a tremendous threat to Earth. His strength was insurmountable, rendering humanity powerless in comparison. The entire planet plunged into an unprecedented state of panic. As Cell's power continued to grow, a sense of despair and helplessness enveloped the populace, and this martial arts tournament became the perfect opportunity for Cell to enhance his strength. In the face of this unforeseen predicament, Bojack resolutely resolved to send his subordinates back to the demon realm to seek the assistance of Depura, who owed him a favor, perhaps their sole glimmer of hope. Seizing the opportunity, while Sheru was preoccupied with organizing the martial arts tournament, Bojack swiftly dispatched his followers to implore Depura for aid. Unperturbed, Sheru continued his preparations for the tournament with unwavering confidence. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions, alongside Gohan and his group, arrived at the martial arts tournament hosted by Sheru, with Bojack being the first to make his entrance. As the audience gathered, Bojack emerged, unhesitatingly retrieving a vial of mysterious purple liquid from behind him. Shortly thereafter, a grotesque transformation began to manifest within Bojack. His muscles writhed and contorted. His visage twisted into a hideous snarl, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He exuded a pungent stench, fixating his gaze on Sheru. Fully aware of Sheru's enhanced prowess, Bojack realized that, despite his own considerable strength, he was outmatched in this confrontation. Sheru effortlessly parried Bojack's assaults, countering with ferocity that left Bojack cornered. Each of Sheru's strikes detonated with the force of an abyssal explosion, merciless and brutal. The energy waves no longer mere impacts, but rather colossal blades that sliced through Bojack's form. His limbs were ruthlessly torn apart, his body tumbling through the air, each rotation leaving behind a trail of crimson remnants. The flames of the explosions blackened his skin, while his eyes widened in disbelief and despair. Bojack understood that, even so, he was utterly no match for Sheru. Observing the scene with an icy detachment, Sheru expressed no compassion, coldly declaring, "You are unworthy to contend with my perfect form. This is your end." He then unleashed a fatal assault, an energy wave that pierced through Bojack's body. In the ensuing explosion, Bojack vanished entirely, leaving only the acrid scent of charred flesh and a mist of blood in the air. Sheru turned away, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Through a live broadcast, his brutality and might sent shivers down the spines of all who witnessed the scene. Gradually, Sheru pivoted his gaze, locking eyes with Goku. "Son Goku, having watched for so long, surely you can no longer contain yourself." As his voice resonated, the atmosphere of the venue shifted to one of palpable tension. Chapter 16. Luring Sheru into the trap. On Earth, in the heavenly temple, Luo Zheng watched with intense interest while the young Sheru tugged at his leg in a frenzy, crying out and pulling back and forth. Subsequently, Broly pressed a hand down on him. "I too shall become immensely powerful. I must train, I must grow stronger. I shall surpass all of you." Even when restrained, the young Sheru continued to thrash about, struggling to unleash his dormant power. The little cell of this timeline is not a being burdened with chaotic memories. The education imparted by Luo is the true source of his power. According to Luo's calculations, this era's little cell lacks the cells of the Frost Demons, yet possesses the cells of both him and Broly. Consequently, his strength in a normal state is inferior to that of the original cell, but once he enters a state of rage, his energy becomes astonishingly formidable. Influenced by the Saiyan cells, his potential can rival that of Gohan, who has been rigorously trained by Broly in this timeline. It is essential to note that apart from Broly, the strongest being currently is Gohan, who is on the verge of achieving Super Saiyan 2. Luo harbors slight concern. If no one perishes, how will Gohan transform into Super Saiyan 2? In the martial arts arena, the recently victorious Cell felt a sense of dissatisfaction and turned to Goku and his companions, exclaiming, "Is there anyone else?" Goku regarded Cell with trepidation, sensing that Cell was now significantly more powerful than they were. Unless Broly intervenes, he had inquired of Luo, who responded, "What will you do if Broly and I journey to another planet?" Goku realized that he should not rely on others for everything. Thus, he contemplated the safety of Earth and decided to let Gohan step into the ring. "Allow me to take this on," Gohan declared, stepping forward to accept the challenge. "Goku, are you frightened? You're sending your child to face me?" Cell taunted. The onlookers were not surprised. It seemed almost natural. Having witnessed Gohan overpower Goku in the hyperbolic time chamber, they understood Gohan's extraordinary potential. Vegeta, standing nearby, merely scoffed before glancing at Trunks, pondering how to train this timeline's Trunks to surpass Gohan. This timeline's Gohan, having undergone rigorous trials on Namek and under Broly's tutelage, was no longer the timid child he once was. His silhouette resembled that of the older Gohan from Trunks' universe. His gaze exuded determination, and though still young, he already bore the essence of a battle-hardened warrior. Suddenly, the surrounding air surged, and the sand and stones seemed to float, drawn by an immense static charge. In an instant, Gohan unleashed a tremendous surge of energy. His hair and eyebrows turned golden, and with the exception of his bangs, his hair stood upright, thickening and revealing its texture. Encircled by a golden aura, accompanied by flashes of lightning, he entered a state of extreme exhilaration and charged towards Cell with a roar. The sight of Gohan's transformation left everyone, including Goku, in awe. Wow! The celestial being above was taken aback by Gohan's prowess, as he had presumed that without a heavenly sacrifice, Gohan would find it exceedingly challenging to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Observing the calm demeanor of Broly beside him, it became evident that Gohan had already succeeded in this transformation. Perhaps he refrained from mentioning it out of respect for Goku and Vegeta during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Indeed, considering the time spent in that chamber, Gohan had engaged in numerous battles with Broly over the years, and with a copious supply of senzu beans at his disposal, such a transformation was entirely plausible. Nevertheless, the celestial being cast a resentful glance at Broly, who merely shrugged, implying that such trivial matters had not warranted his disclosure. After all, in the original narrative, Vegeta had toiled for 6 or 7 years to attain Super Saiyan 2. Meanwhile, Cell had abandoned his playful demeanor and assumed a battle-ready stance, legs spread apart. As for Gohan, he appeared rather provocatively to Cell. However, the celestial being could not help but admire Gohan's striking presence, with his disdainful gaze and graceful movements, devoid of any overt combat posture, as he approached Cell directly. A halo of yellow energy enveloped him, causing the surrounding environment to ripple. Cell was the first to strike, launching an attack aimed at Gohan. Yet Gohan deftly seized Cell's arm and, with a powerful throw, sent Cell hurtling away. In an agile maneuver, Cell executed a rapid 360-degree spin, freeing himself and counterattacking with a ki blast, his energy surging once more. Gohan, effortlessly deflecting the energy projectile, instantaneously teleported behind Cell, a technique learned from Goku. He then unleashed a concentrated energy blast, positioning his fingers at his forehead, invoking the demon-killing cannon. However, Cell, having anticipated the move, managed to repel the attack. With a swift rotation, Cell gathered his strength, his biceps bulging as he swung his right fist with ferocity, launching a barrage of punches like lightning strikes. Gohan, undeterred, responded with a resounding clash. The earth trembled as a thunderous roar echoed, a brilliant white light expanding rapidly, rendering the warriors nearby nearly unable to sense their energy levels. The planet itself quaked violently from the force of their collision, each attack harboring the potential for cataclysmic destruction. As the blinding light dissipated, both fighters were sent reeling, feeling an exhilarating tingle in their fists, a testament to the intensity of their exchange. The impact of their previous strikes had imparted a sense of pressure upon them. "Is this your strength?" "To me, it appears rather unimpressive," they exclaimed in unison. In their initial confrontation, Gohan held a slight advantage, and both combatants, invigorated, launched into a tempestuous onslaught of attacks. The relentless barrage was akin to a torrential downpour. Fists and feet colliding, creating a multitude of afterimages in the air, resembling invisible explosions. The speed and power were mesmerizing, causing the celestial being to exclaim in delight. Remarkably, amidst this flurry of assaults, both fighters continued to exhibit remarkable composure and control. A tempestuous gale radiated outward from the epicenter of their confrontation, violently shattering the surrounding debris. The very ground beneath their feet cracked and splintered, utterly affected by their formidable presence. "Sal, this planet is far too fragile. Dare you accompany me to a grander world? Ha! Are you fearful I might annihilate Earth? Simply answer, do you wish to go or not?" What a clumsy provocation. Yet, I am currently invincible, and you are precisely the worthy adversary I seek. After your demise, I shall leave this planet as your sepulchre. On some distant celestial body, the melee ignited once more. Their fists and feet clashed with a cacophony that echoed through the skies, while the sound of explosive impacts reverberated continuously, stirring up tumultuous waves in the shadowy realm. The assembled onlookers utilized instant transmission to arrive at the scene. At this moment, both Sal and Gohan's speeds escalated, their attacks growing increasingly ferocious and terrifying. Amidst their fierce exchanges, Ro turned to gently pat young Sal's head, saying, "Do you see? Pride leads to inevitable defeat. Do not emulate Sal in the future." Sal nodded vigorously. Soon, Broly descended into the fray, unleashing a merciless onslaught. Each time Sal rose, he was met with Broly's energy-infused blows, causing his once perfect physique to swell unnaturally. Despite employing restorative techniques, he could not keep pace with Broly's relentless strikes. Half a day later, even with Sal's attempts at further enhancement, he remained mired in a fate of being pulverized into pulp. Ro turned to young Sal, remarking, "Observe, your so-called perfect body is not without flaws. Only the strength cultivated through rigorous training is paramount." "But Uncle Broly seems to have trained little at all," young Sal retorted, only to receive a playful flick on the forehead from Ro. Meanwhile, Gohan seethed silently on the sidelines, while Broly, after a display of power, appeared more invigorated than ever. For him, the complete release of his strength was a form of relaxation. Chapter 17, GT World. The onlookers were left in awe of Broly's might. Yamcha resolved to abandon his training, while Tien, Krillin, and Piccolo became even more resolute in their commitment to improvement. Trunks contemplated returning to his universe in search of Broly from his own realm. Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta resolved to engage in even more arduous training to keep pace with Broly. As for Ro, having a brother is sufficient for me. I shall simply train at my leisure. In a tone laced with excitement, Trunks declared, "Everyone, I must return. My universe needs me to save it. Now, I am confident I can eliminate Sal before he becomes the ultimate lightning Sal." "Wait," Trunks, once I locate the time machine that brought Cell here, I shall accompany you and Broly. This universe has become exceedingly dull. With that, Trunks returned to Earth to bid farewell to Bulma. A few days later, everyone gathered to see Trunks off, except for Vegeta, who was conspicuously absent. Broly boarded the spaceship first, followed closely by Ro, who squeezed himself inside, while Little Cell perched atop Ro's head, and outside, Gohan sealed the door with a powerful punch. As the spaceship ascended, Trunks caught sight of Vegeta in the distance, arms crossed, gesturing a salute towards him. It appears my father is indeed a proud man. Trunks mused. Inside the time tunnel, the duration of their flight remained uncertain. Cell, do not place your tail on my face, Ro protested, as Little Cell's tail caused him discomfort. Suddenly, with a leap from Little Cell, the hatch of the spaceship burst open, and he was flung out into the void. Ro acted swiftly, grabbing hold of Little Cell, while Broly struggled to rise, and the trio descended into an unknown realm. They found themselves in the GT timeline. The Earth lay in ruins, shrouded in darkness, with a vast black hole overhead from which strange creatures continuously emerged. In the distance, Ro thought he glimpsed Frieza. Father, where have we fallen? Little Cell inquired curiously. Ro responded with a playful yet firm punch, causing Little Cell to stumble. How dare you ask? After gathering the scattered fragments of their ship, they ventured towards the site of the most intense collision. In the distance, Super Saiyan 4 Goku had reverted to his childhood form, panting heavily and evidently at a disadvantage. Having been overwhelmed by Super 17, who had absorbed Goku's Kaioken multiplied tenfold. Android 18, who had rushed to assist Goku, was also sent flying. In another battleground, Super 17 had undergone a significant transformation. His hair shifted from black to gold, his right armor altered, and his right arm transformed from gold to black, adorned with knee guards, as his injuries healed and power surged exponentially. The arrival of Broly and his companions momentarily drew Super 17's attention. Goku, observing the scene, looked astonished at the sight of Broly, Little Cell riding on his shoulders, accompanied by an unknown Saiyan, a combination that hardly suggested benevolence. Broly glanced at Ro, signaling his desire for battle. Ro contemplated Super 17's physique and then assessed Broly's stature. It seemed manageable. He nodded in agreement. With that, Broly surged forward like a cannonball, while Ro approached the incapacitated Goku, tossing him a Senzabine. Revitalized, Goku swiftly transitioned into battle mode, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. Now, Wukong understands that they are likely not evil. Who are you? I am Luo, and this is my brother Broly. This is Shalu, my son. Wukong, taken aback, scratched the back of his head. This is simply astounding. They had originally intended to travel to the future world alongside Trunks to save his universe, but inadvertently found themselves here instead. You have met Trunks as well? In this universe, I have not seen you, and Broly is merely a being driven by destruction. Upon a moment of calm reflection, Wukong suddenly realized they hailed from different worlds. After all, the Wukong from GT resembles a master of the arts, rather than a martial enthusiast from Super. Wukong expressed his gratitude to Luo, though Broly possesses immense potential in his current form. He is far from a match for Super 17. Luo restrained Wukong, who was eager to assist, signaling him to observe further. As expected, Broly, who had just charged in, was sent flying by a single strike from Super 17. Upon landing, Broly propped himself up with one hand, executing a swift rotation, and an overwhelming dark green aura erupted, infused with an insatiable ferocity. The members of GT gazed in astonishment at this Broly from another universe, marveling at his strength, which surpassed anything they had previously encountered. In the next moment, Broly unleashed his energy, and the towering mountain crumbled into dust, the surrounding environment disintegrating in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Broly reappeared before Super 17, his fist, larger than Super 17's head, charged with an unfathomable power, slicing through the air with a resounding sonic boom. Super 17 tilted his head slightly as Broly's fist narrowly grazed past him. Immediately, Super 17 extended both hands, seizing Broly's robust arm. With a powerful throw, he slammed Broly into the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Super 17's movements were relentless as he unleashed the prince's technique. A torrential downpour of energy blasts cascaded down, posing a formidable threat, releasing energy that Wukong's Kamehameha had yet to fully absorb. As the smoke dissipated, Broly remained, his aura still radiating with intensity. Aside from slight dusting on his hair, he bore no injuries whatsoever. How is this possible? Wukong exclaimed in disbelief, fully aware of Super 17's strength. Only Luo understood that Broly's daily training, which appeared simple as he trained Gohan and the others, was, in fact, a grueling ordeal for him. He needed to master the control of his power, and for Broly, this training was exceedingly challenging. He requires no training. His energy continuously amplifies. Through the Elder's potential enhancement and relentless cultivation in later stages, he has reached an extraordinary level of sheer power. Nonetheless, after extensive training and power control, each battle fought by Broly results in widespread devastation, with an unceasing torrent of energy radiating outward. Ro, sensing the energy within himself, patted his cheek. Despite being twins, a noticeable disparity remained between them. Chapter 18, Broly's Domination. The onlookers also noted Broly's transformation, feeling the overwhelming force emanating from him. "What is this?" exclaimed Krillin from the GT timeline, his face lighting up with hope. He rubbed his bald head in disbelief. Although Gohan from GT was astonished by Broly's strength, he remained apprehensive. Not necessarily. While Broly's power is indeed formidable, he may not necessarily be a match for Super 17. After all, that fellow can absorb energy. Krillin appeared somewhat disheartened. No, that can't be right. Isn't that more terrifying than a monster? Krillin, seasoned by experience, had witnessed countless grand spectacles in his lifetime, including the indomitable Broly from this universe, an unyielding behemoth. As a twin, Ro could distinctly feel Broly's exhilaration. He had endured for far too long. Ah! With a thunderous roar, Broly concentrated all his strength, and in that moment his aura surged at an alarming rate. Crackling and flashing, furious silver lightning danced around him. When his energy peaked, his hair transformed to a vibrant greenish-yellow, cascading down to his waist. Surrounded by a tempest of lightning, his physique expanded significantly, his eyes turning white with pupils vanishing. Golden bracelets and a necklace clamped tightly around his bulging muscles as he flashed a terrifying smile towards Super 17 in the sky. In an instant, Broly charged forward without any finesse, delivering a brutal kick directly to Super 17's face, a pure display of unadulterated violence. Super 17 staggered back, a trickle of blood, or perhaps oil, oozing from the corner of his mouth, yet he merely scoffed, with a flick of his wrist. He conjured a sphere of green energy and hurled it toward Broly, who deftly dodged several energy blasts. In a flash, he closed the distance to Super 17, unleashing a barrage of strikes that landed squarely on the foe's chest. He followed up with a powerful kick, sending Super 17 sprawling, leaving a long trail in his wake. Roaring with fervor, Broly's voice reverberated through the air as the very fabric of space trembled, his aura swelling ever larger. He unleashed a verdant energy sphere and Super 17, caught off guard, attempted to evade by sidestepping, only to be engulfed as the sphere suddenly expanded 100-fold. With no time to escape, he was struck and an explosion ensued. "Marvelous!" cheered the GT warriors from afar. However, Goku furrowed his brow in concern. Something is amiss. He is still alive and capable of absorbing energy blasts. The onlookers turned their gaze toward Super 17, who was now a shadow of his former self. Half of his head was obliterated, one arm was visibly damaged, and erratic currents flickered across his body. A chilling scream erupted from him as an even greater power surged forth. Violent beams of white energy erupted from the depths of the earth. Under the chaotic and unstable aura of Super 17, the very planet began to tremble. The ground cracked, and molten lava surged to the surface. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, resembling an impending apocalypse. Not a single ordinary soul could be found within 100 miles. Witnessing this devastation, Broly wasted no time and charged directly at Super 17. With a mighty stomp, the ground shattered, and he launched his assault. Just as Super 17 prepared to counter, he unleashed an overwhelming force that momentarily immobilized Broly. Yet, Broly, fueled by an indomitable spirit, escalated his energy and broke free from Super 17's grasp, striking like a frenzied giant and forcing his opponent into retreat. Super 17, now glowing crimson with renewed energy, surged towards Broly, but to his surprise, Broly seized his fist and, with a powerful pull, grasped his leg, swinging him overhead before slamming him to the ground repeatedly, dislodging several of Super 17's components in the process. In a sudden move, Broly grasped half of Super 17's head and drove it into the ground, charging forward and nearly rendering him unconscious. Subsequently, Broly flung Super 17 towards Goku. What unmatched strength! Is this the true form of a Super Saiyan? If he could attain Goku's current state, Would he not be invincible? Kiririn exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, 18, standing beside him, glanced at Goku, silently questioning whether they could spare 17. At that moment, 17 seemed to regain a flicker of awareness. Run. Suddenly, his body appeared to regain control, moving once more. Just then, beams of light began to erupt from the ground beneath them, and the earth continued to fracture. Get back, Goku urged as he pushed everyone away, unleashing the dragon fist. Subsequently, a golden dragon emerged from thin air, accompanied by a series of roaring sounds that erupted around Luo, radiating brilliant colors akin to a dragon transforming into a Super Saiyan, piercing through the few corporeal forms of Super 17. The Kamehameha Wave. After unleashing the dragon fist, Goku directed it at the stationary Super 17, only to be forcefully repelled by Broly. Goku, he is beyond saving. Allow him to bid farewell to Android 18. The pressing matter is to first address the calamity from Hell and the two doctors, Jero and Mew. Luo elucidated. Thereafter, the GT warriors commenced their assault, and tranquility briefly returned to Earth. After bidding farewell, 17 lost all signs of life, yet the core within him remained. Through their conversations, everyone became aware of the circumstances surrounding Luo's universe. Android 18 entrusted that core to Little Cell. During Dr. Jero's experiments, you were incomplete. This energy should enable you to evolve into your ultimate form. After Little Cell expressed gratitude to Luo, he instructed Cell to assimilate this power source. Having endured numerous perils, they ultimately triumphed. In order to restore Earth to its former state, they prepared to once again seek the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron. Everything seemed to be concluding. Yet Luo profoundly understood that the tribulations of this universe had merely begun, heralding the emergence of the strongest boss in this realm. Just as everyone was filled with joy and ready to summon Shenron, an ominous feeling washed over them. Indeed, the summoned dragon had encountered problem. The sky gradually turned crimson, giving rise to 7 malevolent dragons. Chapter 19. The Sun-like Man observing the peculiar transformation of the surroundings. Luo realized that the greatest challenge of this world had arrived. As they summoned Shenron, the Dragon Balls emitted an eerie blue mist. Shenron materialized. I shall no longer be subservient to you humans, a colossal blue dragon proclaimed, exhaling a plume of black smoke that morphed into 7 dark figures racing towards various corners of the world. The old Supreme, Kai, elucidated the gravity of the situation to Goku. Upon seeing the old Supreme Kai appear, Luo charged forward. Hey, old Supreme Kai, I wish to pose a question. Have you heard of the gods of destruction and angels? Startled by the sudden voice, the old Supreme Kai replied, I had not yet spoken of you. Traversing time and space is a grave offense. And as for the gods of destruction you mentioned, I have not heard of them. Hearing this, Luo felt a chill in his heart. Ever since he met Broly, he sensed something amiss. And now he was even more resolved to seek the true super universe. Very well, then, do you know who established the laws regarding the crime of time travel? The question unexpectedly left the old Supreme Kai momentarily bewildered. While it might be excusable for him to be unaware of a certain deity, he should certainly know who established this regulation, as he occupies the highest divine position in this realm. Who could possibly command him? This inquiry would have to be set aside for now. The immediate concern lies with the few malevolent dragons that have escaped. Should you fail, the entire universe will plunge into grave peril. As for this question, if we survive this catastrophe, I shall investigate it for you. At this juncture, Luo's resolve to lead Broly towards the true world was only strengthened. Subsequently, he bid farewell to everyone, preparing to devise a way to return with Broly and Cell to their original universe. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Goku would likely resolve the issue. Moreover, in contrast to the original tale, Luo had left him 10 Senza beans, an invaluable strategic resource. One could only imagine the comical expression on Goku's face when he resurrects to full health, just as a 1-star dragon is about to strike him down. Suddenly, with a creaking sound, a formidable-looking Cell emerged, his features sharp and his gaze piercing. His crown had fully manifested, his wings glimmering with a glossy sheen, and his tail was no longer discernible. His body displayed a striking interplay of gray and green, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation upon his entrance. Instantly, he channeled his energy, transforming it into a yellow, jet-like form. As he released his energy, sparks of electricity danced around him, creating an air of cold intensity. Hey, Dad, what do you think? Am I handsome? Cell inquired, stroking the back of his head. This one remark shattered the perfect image he had just presented, evoking an oddly humorous impression reminiscent of a mute bride. The tense onlookers could not help but collapse to the ground, finding the situation exceedingly peculiar. Even the once rotund Beau from years past could hardly evoke such a bizarre feeling. Meanwhile, Luo felt a twinge of regret. Could one imagine their child suddenly transforming into a young adult? And not in an endearing way. How disheartening. Well, you're not bad, possessing half of your father's charm. Now, let us see if you feel invincible. Let your Uncle Broly train you, he said, dragging the disenchanted cell towards Broly, leaving the crowd astounded. Nearby, Goku contemplated seeking assistance from Luo and his group, but ultimately suppressed the thought. This was their own universe, and they should not involve Luo in their plight. They needed to rescue themselves. With that in mind, Goku clenched his fists. All right, let's set out. At this moment, Luo had taken residence at Bulma's house, though he nearly faced eviction. My apologies, Bulma. I forgot that you all do not know us in this universe. I had no idea Broly had a brother. Vegeta interjected, his tone irritable, as he had narrowly avoided being seen by Luo when Bulma emerged from her bath, employing instant transmission. Very well, Vegeta. Do not be so stingy. This crisis is quite severe. Are you certain you will not assist your dear comrade Goku? Upon hearing Ro's words about the gravity of the situation, Bulma, as always, sought Ro's aid, promising him food and lodging. Ro then inquired of Broly regarding his current strength, questioning whether he felt confident in overcoming an adversary comparable to Super Saiyan 4 Goku's formidable power. Broly, upon hearing this, appeared genuinely pleased. He had resolved, unbeknownst to others, to become the strongest in the universe, traveling alongside his little brother, though his naturally reserved demeanor often kept him silent. He nodded in response to Ro. Seeing this, Ro was notably astonished, for he recognized that Broly never lied and held his safety in the highest regard. His nod indicated that Broly was indeed confident in facing the ultimate Super One-Star Dragon. Then what are we waiting for? Let's enjoy the spectacle. Ro had few pastimes, aside from watching short videos and live broadcasts. The opportunity to safely witness the epic battle in the GT world up close was simply irresistible. After all, it was Goku and Vegeta versus One-Star Dragon. No, it was more akin to a performance. He promptly requested a state-of-the-art camera from Bulma of this timeline, preparing to capture the moment. Ever since the last appearance of Bojack, Ro had developed a habit of surreptitious filming. Meanwhile, a slightly more serious Goku swiftly dispatched the water dragons until the emergence of 4-Star Dragon. That man radiant as the sun. Their eyes met, marking a fateful encounter. Initially, 4-Star Dragon and Goku exchanged ki blasts to gauge one another's abilities. As he unleashed his ki blast, 4-Star Dragon charged towards Goku, catching him off guard with a swift counterattack. One hand ensnared Goku's neck, delivering a devastating blow to his face. Glancing at Goku, who had been propelled into a building, he gathered his hands before his chest. In the nick of time, Goku evaded the devastating strike. The clash of titans echoed through the skies as the two engaged in close combat, neither able to gain the upper hand, gradually developing a mutual respect. Kamehameha. At the moment Goku released his energy, 4-Star Dragon locked onto his position. No matter how swift you are, the instant you unleash the Kamehameha, you expose your greatest vulnerability. However, this was merely Goku's ruse, feigning weakness to lure his opponent inside the building, using the reflection from the mirrors to control 4-Star Dragon. The latter understood that any slight movement could lead to his swift demise at Goku's hands. He had underestimated him. Indeed, I have lost. Go ahead, kill me. 4-Star Dragon slowly closed his eyes, quietly awaiting the verdict of fate. It seemed his mission to destroy this world was unavoidable, now bested. He thought death was all that remained. Little did he know, the wheels of destiny were beginning to turn. Chapter 20. The Allure of the Saiyans. Yukong, due to the 4-Star Dragon's treatment of Xiaofang, chose to spare the 4-Star Dragon, thereby repaying a favor. Subsequently, the two resumed their fierce battle. Suddenly, a freezing beam shot towards Yukong, who was promptly encased in ice. This incident sparked a heated argument between the 3-Star Dragon and the 4-Star Dragon, stemming from their conflicting battle philosophies. Brother, what are you doing? I will defeat him with my own strength, protested the 3-Star Dragon. What do you mean by your own strength? Any method that eliminates him is acceptable. Do you not understand your mission? Retorted the 4-Star Dragon. At that moment, the 3-Star Dragon prepared to deliver a decisive blow to Wukong, but the 4-Star Dragon intervened. In a surprising turn, the encased Wukong was rescued by the 4-Star Dragon, prompting Wukong to turn his ire towards this annoying foe. He rarely felt such disdain for anyone, realizing he was outmatched. The three-star dragon contemplated using Xiaofang as leverage against Wukong. Hey, if you want to fight, just fight. What is the point of capturing a child? He exclaimed. Meanwhile, Luo, manipulating his camera, instantly teleported to retrieve Xiaofang and then reappeared behind the three-star dragon. Dragon Fist, unleash, he declared, summoning a golden dragon that surged through the heavens, leaving behind restored Dragon Balls. All right, you two may continue. Luo waved his hand dismissively before teleporting away, showing no signs of the immense power he had just displayed. However, the next moment, a powerful force pierced through the four-star dragon's body, and Wukong reverted to his original form. Victory is indeed mine, you fools, boasted the one-star dragon, reveling in his triumph. Just as he prepared to confront Luo, the diminutive Wukong suddenly stood up and declared, "You are destined to fail," before consuming a senzu bean. Seeing the fully revived Wukong taunt him, the one-star dragon resolved to demonstrate the true power of the evil dragons, summoning the surrounding Dragon Balls to consume them. Before anyone could react, the Dragon Balls were swallowed whole by the one-star dragon. At this moment, the newly transformed Super 4 Vegeta emerged. Recognizing that the complete form of the Super One-Star Dragon was an adversary beyond any single individual's capacity to contend with, they thus chose to fuse. Fusion. From a distant rooftop, a Saiyan radiating an overwhelming aura materialized. Luo could clearly see that the figure had red hair, brownish-red body hair, and piercing blue eyes, with a golden aura that was more than doubled in intensity, exuding an oppressive presence. Luo restrained Broly, who was eager to act, signaling him to be patient. There would be ample opportunities ahead. What followed was a display of prowess by Gogeta, during which even Luo, with his formidable mental acuity, could only catch glimpses of how the one-star dragon was struck. Gogeta began to toy with the one-star dragon, unleashing a barrage of fireworks and grimaces that left the Super One-Star Dragon thoroughly frustrated. Having grown bored, he prepared to unleash the Super Kamehameha to conclude the encounter with the Super One-Star Dragon. If all goes as expected, it is indeed an unexpected turn of events. At this moment, Vegeta has evidently reached the limit of energy that this universe can sustain. The fusion technique cannot bear such overwhelming power. The sudden change in circumstances left Vegeta's countenance grim, while the one-star dragon could not contain his laughter. Vegeta's face flushed crimson. What are you doing? Do you comprehend the implications of this? Stammering, Vegeta exhibited an enigmatic blush. Immediately, the Super One-Star Dragon charged toward the two, leaving them no opportunity to fuse, regardless of their collaboration. Meanwhile, Broly displayed a palpable sense of battle fervor. All right, if you wish to go, then go. There's no need for everything to require my consent. He nudged Broly's shoulder in encouragement. In an instant, Broly teleported in front of Goku and Vegeta, turning to say, "Kakarot, leave this to me." With a grand gesture, he let out a tremendous roar. His muscles surged dramatically, enveloped by crackling lightning. More intense than the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, his hair shifting to a vibrant greenish yellow and cascading downward, while his eyebrows vanished, the brow bone pressing against his eye sockets. And his pupils began to converge, turning white. Beside them, Ro was taken aback, astonished that Broly had developed this hidden power on his own, achieving Super Saiyan 3. Given Broly's unique physiology, he would not encounter the excessive energy drain mentioned in the original narrative. After all, Ro had hardly seen any character with energy rivaling Broly's. Perhaps this is the true essence of Super Saiyan 3, devoid of flaws for one of genuine Saiyan lineage. Witnessing this unexpected scene, the one-star dragon narrowed his eyes. Who dares to interfere with me? Be annihilated. He then concentrated a red energy blast aimed directly at Broly while charging forth to deliver a powerful punch. In response, Broly effortlessly deflected the one-star dragon's energy wave with his left hand, sending it spiraling into the cosmos, while his right hand firmly grasped the one-star dragon's fist, flashing him a devilish grin. Then he opened his mouth wide, mouth blast. Beams of light erupted from Broly's mouth, engulfing the entire one-star dragon. The immense energy wave propelled the one-star dragon far beyond the earth. In a flash, Broly teleported directly behind the one-star dragon, seizing his right foot. He executed a super tornado, spinning the one-star dragon rapidly several times before flinging him back towards Earth. As the one-star dragon rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the multitude of spikes covering his body had vanished, rendering him somewhat ludicrous in appearance. Internally, he was overwhelmed with astonishment, grappling with the reality of such a formidable being emerging in this world, far exceeding his expectations. One-star dragon. It is over. Then for da me a. Just moments ago, as Broly made his move, Goku managed to persuade Vegeta, and the two consumed the Senza beans before fusing once more. An unparalleled energy ensnared the one-star dragon, and a fleeting white figure vanished from the earth. Sunlight once again bathed the land, restoring peace to the planet. However, as the crowd erupted in celebration, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta approached Broly with deliberate steps. Sensing the energy within you ignites an uncontrollable desire to battle. I can feel the urging of our Saiyan blood, and I trust you feel the same now. Broly spoke little, clenching his fists and stepping back with his right leg, fully prepared for combat. Do not rush. Follow me to the Kaioshin realm, where I believe we can unleash our full potential. Gogeta declared confidently. In an instant, they teleported. Broly followed closely, with his latest device trailing behind. In the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin exclaimed, "What do you mean? Please do not fight here. Old ancestor, I too am curious who among them is stronger, especially since the battle against Majin Buu took place here. It should be fine," Xian replied, only to receive a swift reprimand. Do you think this is Majin Buu? Their current power surpasses all imagination. Sighing, Xian pondered when he might possess the same calmness as the old ancestor, as Majin Buu represented a nightmare in his mind. Whenever faced with formidable foes, he instinctively compared them to Majin Buu. Chapter 21. Broly vs. Gogeta. In the Kaioshin realm, the scars of past battles were nearly invisible. Vibrant grass covered the ground, and the entire planet radiated vitality, truly deserving of its name. Yet at this moment, two unexpected guests had arrived. In the distance, a fierce battle loomed. Gogeta initiated the assault, channeling energy through his right hand as he struck towards Broly. Evidently, such a tentative attack was futile against Broly, who opened his mouth wide. Energy cannon. A torrent of energy swirled like a tornado, emanating from Broly's mouth. In the next instant, Gogeta unleashed his power, delivering a punch imbued with a unique crimson fury directly towards Broly's face, but Broly effortlessly deflected it. Unyielding, Broly sought to grasp Gogeta with his massive hands. Just as Broly was about to seize Gogeta's neck, Gogeta executed a lightning-fast teleportation strike, landing a blow to Broly's head and sending him hurtling away. The earth erupted, creating a gaping crater that reached the sky. Subsequently, Gogeta approached leisurely, stretching his legs, swinging his arms, and bending at the waist as if rejuvenated. With his right hand resting on his neck, he grinned wickedly at Broly. Time seemed to stand still as the tension escalated. As Broly, struck and sent tumbling to the ground, pushed himself up with a thrust of his hand and a lift of his feet, he swiftly regained his footing. Shaking his slightly dizzy head, Broly forcefully stomped the earth beneath him, causing the solid ground of the Kaioshin realm to crack, and charged directly at Gogeta. With a single fist, the mountain behind Gogeta was reduced to ashes, yet it was halted by the palm he placed against his chest. The veins on Broly's arm bulged grotesquely, yet Gogeta gradually twisted it back with unyielding strength. At that moment, Broly's right fist surged forward, only to be deftly deflected by Gogeta. Gogeta's subsequent attacks were devoid of finesse. He relied on sheer power to withstand Broly's brutal onslaught, carving an endless scar into the earth. The atmosphere of battle intensified, growing increasingly fervent. Soon, Broly appeared even more ferocious, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts with reckless abandon. The sky seemingly adorned with countless suns, yet none could touch Gogeta's form. In an instant, he pivoted to close-range assaults, his myriad of illusions flitting across the heavens. Armed with superior combat skills, Gogeta struck first, landing a kick to the back of Broly's head, sending him soaring into the sky. Just as a smirk began to form at the corner of Gogeta's mouth, an energy blast erupted forth. Overwhelmed by absolute confidence, Gogeta found himself on the receiving end of close-range attack. "Oh dear," he exclaimed, rubbing his cheek. "It stung a bit, but what a thrill. You are far more formidable than that one-star dragon." If the one-star dragon's assault felt like mere massage to Gogeta, then Broly's strike sent waves of exquisite pain coursing through him, bestowing an unparalleled exhilaration. He was a Saiyan, a prodigy with an insatiable love for combat, reveling in the sensation of invincibility that only a true genius can comprehend. Since his inception, he had never experienced the joy of battle. It was a profound loneliness, a deep sense of helplessness. Gogeta's demeanor slightly shifted. Perhaps today he would realize his long-cherished dream of an evenly matched confrontation against a formidable adversary. The ensuing clash between the two warriors devolved into an unrestrained brawl, each landing punches and kicks with no semblance of defense. The most effective offense was indeed the best defense. The entirety of the Kaioshin realm began to fracture, the land cracking open, as swathes of verdant ecology vanished without a trace. Ancestor, is that Saiyan from another universe truly capable of matching Gogeta, who is the fusion of Vegeta and Goku? Soon, the old Kaioshin's hand came crashing down without mercy. Which of your eyes perceive this as an even match? Within a century, no. Within a decade. If you cannot master what a Kaioshin ought to know, the Kaioshin Saiyan immediately shuddered. Although his ancestor's combat prowess was not particularly formidable, the ability to fuse mental and divine power truly commanded his admiration. He pondered when he might reach such an exalted state himself. In the distance, Broly was slightly panting, his white pupils dilating with intensity. He could sense the draining of his power. It seemed that with each exertion of immense energy, his body began to suffer from a lack of supply, an unprecedented predicament for him. He understood that Vegeta had yet to reveal his full strength, seemingly waiting for Broly to ascend once more to take that critical step forward. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to concede defeat. However, having already resolved to become the strongest, how could he falter here? If he could not overcome the individual before him, how could he protect his beloved little brother? The next moment, Broly reigned in his entire aura, leaving only the wind to rustle his garments, as if enveloped in the calm before a tempest, beautiful yet enigmatic. It appears you have made up your mind. Just moments ago, Broly was adjusting his own state, and, subsequently, his entire demeanor underwent a significant transformation as he directed a beam towards the sky, creating an artificial moon. In the next instant, his garments fell away, and the golden necklace of his wristbands burst apart. Instantly, a terrifying energy surged forth. Broly's body began to enlarge, undergoing a transformation into a great ape, his eyes turning a fierce crimson, his power soaring to levels far exceeding tenfold. In the distance, Vegeta observed this spectacle with a mix of excitement and relief. He felt reassured that Goku had warned him about the risks of advancing further. Yet Broly chose to embrace the peril of losing himself in the transformation into a giant ape. As for his excitement, was it not thrilling to mentor a genius in battle and then personally vanquish him? Meanwhile, in another part of the Kaioshin realm, Rose stroked the back of his head, pondering Broly's constant companionship and when he had formed a bond with Goku. He resolved to keep a close eye on this young man, who was rather naive, ensuring he would not be easily deceived. In the distance, a rampaging giant ape was wreaking havoc upon every moving object within his sight. Broly's enlarged form not only maintained its speed, but accelerated further, using his vast size to send Vegeta flying. After propelling Vegeta away, Broly intensified his aura, which only heightened Vegeta's excitement. He cracked his stiff neck and charged forward. After several exchanges of blows, Vegeta utilized instant transmission to dart around, with the colossal Broly hot on his heels. In midair, Broly executed a powerful downward strike, slamming Vegeta into the ground. Broly then surged forward, raising his energy once more. He seized Vegeta's fist with one hand, dragging him along, and subsequently grasped his leg, swinging him overhead in circles before slamming him down repeatedly. Finally, he lifted Vegeta's head and pressed it against the ground as he charged ahead. Chapter 22, The Ultimate Broly. In an instant, Gogeta executed a swift backflip to create distance, casually brushing aside his slightly disheveled hair as he consumed the Senzu bean. With a smile, he declared, "I am not resorting to trickery. Otherwise, I would have retreated from this state before unleashing my power." The moment he ingested the Senzu bean, Gogeta was instantly revitalized. A golden aura enveloped the sky, radiating outward in powerful waves. Exuding charm and confidence, he gazed at Broly, his crimson hair gently swaying in the air, an unparalleled presence emanating from him. With both fists raised, a torrent of formidable energy coalesced in Gogeta's hands, the aura between them gradually expanding, causing the ground beneath him to warp. At this moment, he was fully prepared for battle. In contrast, the transformed Broly, now a colossal ape, was engulfed in a deep green luminescence, resembling a powder keg on the verge of explosion. He emanated an aura reminiscent of an awakened primordial beast, instilling an overwhelming sense of danger. In the next moment, fists collided. Boom! 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 The explosions reverberated throughout the entire Kaioshin realm, as if it were on the brink of disintegration. The surrounding environment began to collapse once more, and at that precise moment, Gogeta suddenly extended his right hand. Super explosion. A surge of immense energy manifested before Broly, propelling the ape-like warrior into the cosmos. Suddenly, just after escaping the Kaishin realm, Broly teleported behind Gogeta, swinging his fists aimed at Gogeta's head. Reacting swiftly, Gogeta executed a kick. After images, Broly's fist descended, creating an unfathomable pit in the earth, with molten lava erupting from below. Yet it merely dispersed Gogeta's illusion. At that moment, Broly, in his ape form, sensed an energy gathering behind him, compressed to a terrifying degree. Super explosive wave. Gogeta extended his arms forward, palms facing outward, conjuring a colossal, fearsome sphere of light. In an instant, Gogeta unleashed a blue energy blast, trailing a beautiful tail, hurtling directly towards Broly's gaping mouth like a shooting star. The two waves of energy collided rapidly, and within a breath, the force began to push against Broly. The energy struck back hard into Broly's abdomen, delivering an unparalleled critical blow. Boom! At this moment, Broly's face, mouth, and abdomen were stained with blood, leaving only the terrifying giant ape, frantically pounding its own head. In the distance, Ro, witnessing this scene, could no longer remain passive and immediately retrieved the flute he had received from the elder on Yardrat, filled with fury. A miraculous artifact designed to momentarily ignite the body's strength. Yet its flaw lies in the overwhelming fury that leads to a loss of reason. After a brief resurgence of clarity, one is left ensnared in weakness for a significant duration. Meanwhile, the entirety of the Supreme Kai realm reverberates with the haunting notes of the flute drifting towards Broly from all directions, echoing with sorrow and longing, resembling both weeping and confiding. In the distance, Broly's hammering movements gradually ceased as the flute's mournful finale resonated, piercing, melodic, and elongated, each note seemingly igniting memories within Broly. Brother. Father, the mighty ape Broly began to ascend slowly towards the heavens, his gaze lowered, lost in contemplation, his aura retracting. Then thump, 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 thump. The resonant sound of a powerful heartbeat reverberated throughout the Supreme Kai realm. Suddenly, both Goku and Vegeta felt an overwhelming palpitation, their blood simmering with newfound vigor. An immense aura radiating throughout the cosmos. In the GT world, every surviving Saiyan sensed an ancestral pressure that dwarfed even what Vegeta had once exhibited, the essence of a true Super Saiyan. This sensation felt hauntingly familiar, as visions of the ancient Saiyan lineage's glory surfaced in the minds of every Saiyan. Particularly for Goku, under the sudden weight of this overwhelming aura, he transitioned into a state capable of confronting Cell, his body enveloped in crackling lightning, hair taut, as he wiped the sweat from his brow. However, in the distance, upon sensing the heartbeat, Vegeta's smile blossomed even brighter. He crossed his arms and swung them vigorously, his head shaking from side to side, the sound of cracking bones filling the air, his aura inexplicably intensifying further. As the energy dissipated, Broly was revealed in his transformed state, surrounded by fierce lightning, exuding power that threatened to set the entire Supreme Kai realm ablaze. The environment shimmered like a mirror, as the large fragments of debris were reduced to dust by this force. At that moment, Broly had fully healed from his injuries, two jagged scars visible on his chest, radiating a golden aura, occasionally enveloped by fierce lightning. In the distance, Goku swallowed hard, glancing at the striking Broly and then at the enthusiastic Vegeta, sensing that even Vegeta might encounter difficulties. Broly's pupils vanished, his form expanding, hair cascading to shoulder length and draping forward, covered in red fur, appearing more robust than Vegeta. The crimson pupils had disappeared, and his power far surpassed that of a typical Super Saiyan 4. Broly spread his arms wide and clenched his fists, feeling in seemingly inexhaustible power coursing through him, and gradually closed his eyes. He extended his palms towards Vegeta, the unintentional demeanor radiating a challenge. This fellow, subsequently, Vegeta rose with a resigned smile, dashing towards Super Saiyan Broly at an astonishing speed. The sound of fists colliding echoed, and unlike before, the veins on both fighters' arms bulged prominently. With a thunderous boom, they swiftly distanced themselves from one another. Indeed, Broly, you have truly astonished me, Vegeta remarked. You are impressive as well. They exchanged knowing smiles, reminiscent of a fateful confrontation. The atmosphere of battle intensified palpably. Broly unleashed wave after wave of energy, scattering like droplets of water, creating a vibrant defense shield of red and green around them. As the shield dissipated, Broly's hands converged to form two energy bombs. With a decisive gesture, these devastating projectiles surged towards Vegeta. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta executed a graceful backflip to evade one, while the other was forcefully neutralized. Vegeta then shrugged his shoulders and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Broly, you have finally taken this step? To be honest, the version of you from this universe had left no rational impression on me. It is no wonder you possess such extraordinary talent, having ventured from another universe. This subtle sense of foreboding is simply exhilarating. I owe a great deal to Vegeta's bloodline for this palpable pressure. To Vegeta's surprise, Broly responded with a heartfelt thank you, acknowledging the numerous chances Vegeta had afforded him. Yet he added, "You will lose, I never deceive." Vegeta chuckled. "I didn't expect you, now transformed, to utter such words. Very well, prepare to witness my true power. After all, the earlier version of you could hardly withstand my perfected strength." With his right hand poised at his waist, Vegeta readied himself for combat. Broly remained still in the distance, seemingly adopting a strategy of stillness to counteract Vegeta's movement. Assessing Broly's stance, Vegeta initiated the first strike, aiming to land a hit, but Broly adeptly countered, pushing Vegeta back and seizing the opportunity to attack. He delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta's abdomen, striking the ground and causing molten rock to erupt from the earth. In the aftermath, swirling beams of energy emerged, carving a bottomless pit into the ground. Broly relentlessly advanced, his fists pounding against his chest, the ferocity of his aura surging once more. Then, with a resounding thud, he landed a punch squarely on Gogeta's face, sending him spinning in the air for a full 360 degrees before retaliating with a kick from his legs to Broly's chin. The two combatants momentarily distanced themselves. Gogeta rubbed his slightly swollen face, retracting his fists to gather energy anew. Meanwhile, Broly cracked his neck and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, flashing a sinister grin at Gogeta. As if by mutual agreement, they exchanged blows, forsaking all defense, each punch and kick connecting with flesh until one of them could no longer withstand the onslaught of the other. The air resonated with explosive impacts, the battle appearing slow to the untrained eye, yet from a distance, Ro understood this was merely an illusion. Akin to witnessing the wheels of a car appearing to spin backward on Earth, their speed was unfathomable, even for Ro, whose formidable mental prowess struggled to keep pace with their fierce exchanges. The sky of the Kaioshin realm darkened ominously, and within that fleeting moment, the entire ecosystem collapsed. Earth, rivers, and magma were sent spiraling chaotically, encircling the intense clash between the two warriors. Their fists collided endlessly, the sound of shattering air echoing throughout the realm. The cacophony of explosive blasts was relentless, overwhelming the senses. Pain, excruciating pain. Both fighters, nearly invincible, felt the sting of injury, even sensing their insides roiling tumultuously. They adjusted their stances, the epic confrontation continuing unabated. After a quarter of an hour, the Kaioshin realm bore no resemblance to its former self. The once picturesque landscape had vanished completely, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation, as if stripped bare, devoid of beauty. The old Kaioshin behind the crystal remained bereft of tears. The battle raged on. Initially, Gogeta held a slight edge in power, yet Broly's escalating strength began to present a formidable challenge. Broly's ability to recover his aura surpassed Gogeta's, causing him considerable distress. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Broly seized Gogeta's hands, while Gogeta leveraged his height to press his legs against Broly's neck. They remained locked in a stalemate for an extended period. Eventually, Broly released his grip, and Gogeta executed a backflip to retreat. The two warriors, now separated, began to gasp for breath. After regaining his composure and adjusting his hairstyle, Gogeta addressed Broly. "Surely you understand, if this were not a life-or-death struggle, given our current energies, a victor could never be determined. The evil dragon is gone, yet the Dragon Balls remain. Those who have perished can be revived using them. What do you say?" Having spoken, he retrieved the last two mystical beans from his pocket, tossing one to Broly. "I shall no longer hold back. You need not restrain yourself either, for my time is fleeting." Broly nodded, rising once more, clearly showing the signs of significant damage inflicted by Gogeta's assault. After consuming the bean, his aura surged dramatically, expanding his presence, with his hair subtly shifting to a verdant crimson hue, while chaotic bolts of lightning danced around him, indicating a power increase that far surpassed Gogeta's. In a distant corner of the cosmos, warriors were gathered, observing the live broadcast of the battle in the realm of the Kais through a crystal ball. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? GT Piccolo mused, reflecting on his own aspirations to contend with the Saiyans. However, it was evident that he had much to learn. Beside him, the scholar Gohan nodded in agreement, feeling a profound thrill from the ancestral pressure. Realizing that his passion for academia was not as fervent as he had once believed, he resolved to explain the circumstances to his mother and Videl after this incident, preparing to resume his training to alleviate his father's burdens, for the ramifications would be dire if they were indeed adversaries this time. The adult Goten and Trunks seemed to comprehend the pride that Vegeta had long upheld. Was this not the embodiment of the Saiyans as a warrior race? Meanwhile, Cell displayed an expression of exhilaration, pondering whether this was the true power of the master. One day, I shall surpass him, he vowed, recalling his father's words about possessing the potential of a gifted warrior, augmented by the master's cells. Upon returning, he must subject himself to even more rigorous training to become a genuine super warrior. The final battle was on the cusp of revelation, a deadly contest poised to unfold. A powerful voice resonated, echoing throughout the realm of the Kais. Confronted with Broly's newfound strength, Gogeta's expression turned grave, as if he perceived a struggle of fate itself, and he slowly assumed a combat stance. Chapter 24. The Fated Duel. In the next instant, their figures vanished from sight. Boom, boom, boom. In the heavens above, the techniques of the two warriors were no longer visible. Only the ferocious clash of their auras remained. Witnessing this from afar, Rose suddenly recognized that it was not mere laziness on the part of the veteran. Such a battle truly existed, not as an abstraction, but as reality. Nothing was discernible save for the two powerful auras colliding. Although the sensory experience was akin to two spheres of energy colliding, the combatants themselves felt an exhilarating frenzy, especially Broly, whose lips curled into a continuous smile. Their auras expanded further, and according to Rose's estimation, they seemed to grasp a semblance of law-like mechanisms, imparting upon him a sensation of overwhelming force capable of shattering all barriers. Two formidable forces collided incessantly, the energy within their bodies akin to two miniature black holes, distorting light and the very ground beneath them. The energy emanating from them appeared to surpass the limits of the universe itself. Were there beings of equal might present, they would undoubtedly perceive this as a pure contest of power. After several intense battles, Broly's strength subtly overshadowed that of Gogeta. In another part of the Kaishin realm, the elder Kai, puzzled, questioned, why does their power, despite not overflowing excessively, instill such terror within me? Meanwhile, the old Kai was poring over ancient records unearthed from obscurity. Regrettably, the records of the Saiyans could only be traced back to the so-called once-in-a-millennium Super Saiyan, whose power did not compare to the extraordinary might of these two individuals. Perhaps after their battle concludes, I shall inquire about the circumstances of their universe, he murmured, realizing that he had initially presumed their journey was akin to Trunks' clandestine travels through the cosmos, but it seemed far more complex. What were you just saying, Elder? Came the retort from the old Kai, accompanied by a swift thump on the head. Do not ask what should remain unasked. Focus on observing the battle at hand. Look, Elder. As they gazed upon the restrained yet tempestuous energy of the two warriors, the old Kai fell into contemplation. After all, he was among the most powerful beings in the universe, not merely in combat, but in a fundamental sense of force or divine power. Yet, witnessing their clash, he realized their energy had surpassed his own. This should not be the case. There must be some unknown factor at play. Elsewhere, Ro was adjusting his photographic equipment, enthused by the prospect of returning to Earth and sharing these videos, which would undoubtedly eclipse all Dragon Ball fan works. I can no longer remain on this planet. It is on the brink of collapse. Glancing at Broly, who was locked in fierce combat with Gogeta, he could not suppress a swell of pride. Back at the battleground, Gogeta sensed he was faltering, aware that if this continued, he would soon be undone. He had never envisioned himself facing defeat. Broly, I truly appreciate you. The sensation of seeking invincibility is quite burdensome. Now, I shall unleash my true power, and I hope you will respond in kind. For this force exceeds what this realm can withstand. 30-fold Kaioken. A tempestuous crimson energy enveloped Gogeta entirely, with red lightning crackling across his form, causing the surrounding environment to ripple and expand like waves. Gogeta launched the first strike, aiming a flying kick at Broly, who deftly caught it and hurled him down towards the ground. Afterward, Gogeta executed a rapid 360-degree spin, followed by a series of backflips to create distance. In a deft motion, he unleashed the King's technique, sending countless energy blasts hurtling toward Broly. Following a brief skirmish, Gogeta's aura surged once more. At the moment the energy blasts were aimed at Broly, Gogeta instantaneously relocated to Broly's rear, promptly delivering a Kamehameha wave. However, Broly, having regained his composure, deflected it with a powerful strike. With a swift rotation and a forceful thrust of his fists, Broly's robust physique expanded once again, launching a fierce attack. Gogeta offered no respite to Broly. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion resonated throughout the cosmos as a brilliant crimson light radiated outward. The entirety of the Kaioshin realm trembled violently before erupting into chaos, leaving only massive chunks of debris drifting through the universe. The aftermath of the explosion sent both warriors careening away, their bodies racked with excruciating pain, intensifying their fury. A tempest of violent vacuum waves surged toward them from the point of their collision, shattering countless fragments of rock in their wake. Gogeta swiftly conjured a protective shield around himself, while Broly had long been capable of surviving in the cosmos unaided. Broly, behold my technique. Ameya. Broly's muscles tensed as he opened his mouth wide, swallowing the attack hole. You have lost, he proclaimed, mustering the strength to lift his head and gesture toward Gogeta with his lips. Regaining his composure, Gogeta emphasized, I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am a Super Saiyan here to defeat you. Broly, receive my final blow. With that, Gogeta instantaneously appeared above Broly. 50 times KO Ken. Gogeta extended his hands forward, gathering a colossal and terrifying sphere of energy. Ultimate Kamehameha wave. As Gogeta unleashed this technique, he aimed at Broly and shouted, boom. Suddenly, Goku and Vegeta separated, for the fusion had become unbearable in that fleeting moment. Broly, caught in a state of exhilaration, felt a sudden deflation, gasping for breath as he recalled Gogeta's final strike. He knew that blow was not only unendurable, but also unavoidable, possessing the power to annihilate him. Gogeta was indeed the mightiest counterpart he had ever encountered, surpassing even his brother Limo in protection. Within Broly's heart, an unfamiliar sentiment began to stir, though his limited interactions with others left him oblivious to it. If Limo were present, he would recognize it as a kinship akin to that of Goku and Vegeta during their initial clash. After the battle, Broly paid no heed to the separated Goku and Vegeta. Sensing the aura of Ro, he instantaneously transported himself to the location where the old Kai resided. Chapter 25. The Truth of the Universe. The separated Goku and Vegeta followed Broly's energy to this place. Upon meeting, Ro exclaimed, Broly, you truly astonish me. You have hidden so much from me, yet do not let pride consume you. The world is vast, and many are stronger than you. He lightly tapped Broly's arm, smiling as he spoke. Broly scratched the back of his head and nodded, appearing anything but a contender against Gogeta. Nearby, Goku and Vegeta were left speechless, unable to fathom Ro's words, for Broly was the most formidable individual warrior they had ever encountered. Even the trained Gohan from years past would struggle to match the current Broly, and the fact that their fused strength had not prevailed was beyond their imagination. Upon hearing Ro's words, the old Kai turned to him. Do you know something? Ro replied, I believe I have deduced some truths, but it would be prudent to seek the assistance of the dragon, the one from Namek. Just as the old Kai was about to inquire further, Ro continued. You wish to say that the Dragon Balls disrupt the natural balance and could cause great calamity, correct? However, what we are facing now may be even more dire. With that, the group decided to return to Earth, accompanied by Dandy and a multitude of others, heading toward Namek. Dandy, it's Dandy. How have you returned? Weren't you a deity on Earth? Exclaimed a Namekian who recognized him. Naturally, Dandy swiftly explained the situation and the purpose of their visit. The inherently pure-hearted Namekians were more than willing to extend their assistance, especially since Goku and his companions had once saved them. Before long, the sky darkened, and a muscular dragon Purunga emerged. Speak, what wish do you seek to fulfill? The dragon spoke in Namekian. Dandy hurriedly conveyed the dragon's message to the others. Dandy, please ask the dragon if it knows of the god of destruction and the angels, Ro instructed. Subsequently, Dandy relayed Ro's inquiry to the dragon. Upon hearing this wish, the dragon suddenly paused, as, logically, it should either know or not know. Yet, it felt an inexplicable constraint preventing it from articulating its knowledge. Dandy then conveyed the dragon's response to the group. The others were left puzzled, unsure of Ro's intentions and the significance of his question. Only the old Kai resonated with the dragon's words, for he too sensed a limitation on his own powers, capable of casting similar magic upon lesser deities. Upon contemplating this, the old Kaioshin turned to Ro and inquired, "Are you suggesting that the deities you refer to as destroyers and angels are of a higher order than myself?" He continued, "They have merely concealed their existence from us, correct?" "Indeed," Ro affirmed with a nod. "For quite some time, I have pondered this matter. As Trunks' time travel did not alter his world, but rather birthed an alternate parallel universe. Furthermore, you have mentioned that time travel is a grave offense. Who then is tasked with punishing these transgressors and regulating these surplus universes? After all, I observe that following Trunks' transgressions, you, old Kaioshin, impose no penalties. It is essential to recognize that there exists no deity of a higher rank than a Kaioshin. Moreover, the reason time travel is deemed a serious crime likely stems from the fact that it leads to the proliferation of numerous parallel universes. Therefore, there must be superior beings overseeing and potentially obliterating these worlds. Thus, I contend that there are certainly higher gods managing each universe. This is also the matter I wish to discuss with you, old Kaioshin. If our universe were to be erased, how might we save ourselves? As it stands, our only means of traversing different universes relies on the time machine, essentially a spatial transference device. The deities responsible for the annihilation of universes must possess abilities that allow them to traverse the cosmos with ease. This is why I expressed to Broly that there are many beings in this world far more powerful than he. Upon hearing this, Goku appeared quite exhilarated and nudged Vegeta with his arm. "This is incredible, Vegeta. I never imagined there were other universes and even higher realms of martial prowess." Vegeta, standing nearby, scoffed, clearly deep in thought regarding the unfolding events. "So what is your plan?" Piccolo, who had been listening intently, directly posed the question. "To grow stronger, or rather, to advance our technology to a higher level." The group looked on in confusion. Consider this from the perspective of a god managing a universe. How would you determine whether a universe deserves to be eradicated? Civilization, or rather, power? For a universe to be deemed exceptional, it must be capable of recognizing that there exists a world beyond its own. Such a universe is indeed valuable. If these gods are not benevolent, and they choose to obliterate those universes that pose a threat to their dominion, it becomes imperative for us to grow stronger. Otherwise, we may find ourselves devoid of the means to protect ourselves. Additionally, have you noticed that our universe has begun to expand rapidly following the battle between Gogeta and Broly? Does this not imply that as stronger beings emerge, the universe itself also evolves, ultimately becoming a higher-level universe? The earliest deities of the universe would likely be the ones tasked with its governance. These are my reflections on the matter. After hearing these words, the crowd fell into deep contemplation, for it seemed utterly fantastical. The old Kai, being the old Kai, quickly grasped the essence of Luo's meaning. Nonetheless, he conceded that indeed, this universe had not witnessed growth for an unfathomable length of time. Your assertion rings true. It appears that your hypothesis may indeed hold validity. Although the old Kai was filled with trepidation, he found himself in agreement with Luo's perspective, as he had existed for many years and had his own vague speculations about many matters. What then must we do to strengthen ourselves and transcend the boundaries of the universe? After all, even the formidable Gogeta and Broly have been unable to accomplish this. Kirin interjected with a hint of sarcasm. "This necessitates your own diligent efforts," Luo responded resolutely. "Upon my return, I shall lead our universe in relentless pursuit of strength, seeking out higher realms of existence. We have no alternative but to rely on ourselves." Piccolo then added, "Perhaps the fusion of Namekians could be our ultimate trump card." The old Kai remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. "Luo, you are correct. Destiny should indeed be in our own hands. I shall diligently encourage Goku and the others to uncover the truths of the universe. As for the Namekians, it would be best to avoid disturbing them if possible. Furthermore, all of you gather around. I shall enhance each of your potentials. I am eager to witness the higher divinity you speak of." Chapter 26. An unexpected turn of events. Upon hearing the old Kai announce his intent to elevate the potentials of all warriors, excitement surged through the crowd. After all, there was the vivid example of Gohan, who, in his prime, did not require transformation into a Super Saiyan to subdue Majin Buu. The thought of this only intensified their eagerness. The first to undergo potential enhancement was Broly. Not only the Z Warriors, but even the old Kai was curious whether Broly's elevation would lead him to a higher state of being. This was a matter of great significance. Broly was, after all, the strongest among them, and his advancement could effectively validate Luo's assertions. All that remained was for them to exercise patience. Indeed, the potential enhancement from the old Kai is immensely powerful, yet it requires a substantial amount of time. Luo decided to visit Bulma on Earth first. Vegeta, I need to pay a visit to Bulma, he stated. What for? Don't look at me like that. Noticing Vegeta's suspicious gaze, Luo couldn't help but comment. It seemed Vegeta had not forgotten the incident when Luo instantaneously teleported to Bulma's bedroom. Our time machine is malfunctioning, and we require Bulma's assistance in constructing a larger and more stable one. Vegeta said nothing, yet stubbornly followed Luo back to Earth. Does he not trust me at all? On Earth, in West City, at Capsule Corporation, Bulma was, as usual, engrossed in her research of peculiar contraptions. The Bulma's light machine, it should be more convenient to use now. I wonder how Goku and Vegeta are faring. Suddenly, Bulma glanced towards the door. Vegeta, why are you back? Who is this? Last time I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ro. I am Broly's brother from another universe. In that universe, we are considered friends. I have come to ask if you could assist us in returning home using these fragments. Ideally, I would also like a copy of the experimental notes, as I believe they would greatly benefit Bulma in my universe. I can certainly understand that. Rest assured, leave it to me. Bulma placed the fragments onto a special device and tinkered with it for a while. After a few beeps, the coordinates of the fragment's origin appeared on the large screen. Truly, Bulma is remarkable. If she were to research androids, her prowess would likely surpass that of Dr. Gero and the likes. She is a technological genius in the Dragon Ball world. After some exchanges, Ro instantly transported himself back to the old Kaioshin. During this time, he shared numerous stories with everyone from the GT world that they had never heard before. Boom! After 2 days of potential awakening, Broly seemed to enter a new state. His physique appeared slightly slimmer, more reserved, resembling a cheerful young man, and he no longer exuded the same overwhelming aggression as before. Strangely, everyone found it nearly impossible to sense Broly's energy. Broly, how do you feel? Ro inquired with genuine concern for Broly's condition. The curious gazes of the others were unmistakable, revealing their eagerness. Only Gohan, who had previously experienced potential development, could vaguely surmise that Broly might have truly reached the level of managing cosmic power, as Ro mentioned. Broly's energy was nearly imperceptible, as if he had never existed. Could it be that reaching a certain level of strength causes one's energy to diminish? After I underwent potential awakening, I too felt my energy had become more subdued. Gohan pondered, do not perceive my potential awakening through the lens of mere mortals. Do not assume that being able to overpower deities means one can disregard them. Those who ascend to divinity possess extraordinary qualities, and a subdued energy is one of their characteristics. At this point, the old Kaioshin suddenly took pride in his words. See, this is my greatness. But fret not, there is enough for everyone. Haha. However, I am also quite curious about the realm beyond divinity. The old Kaioshin placed his hands behind his back and began to impart wisdom to everyone. No, I can feel my power has once again grown stronger. It seems that after achieving Super Saiyan 4, there is still untapped strength within me. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt an overwhelming sense of unease. The feeling had lingered since encountering Broly, but now it had intensified several-fold, and he was certain it was not due to Broly himself. Immediately following were Luo and Shalu, who expressed their heartfelt gratitude for the care they had received during their stay. Bulma had successfully constructed the time machine, and Luo remarked that their universe still required their presence. He assured everyone that he and Broly would return to visit when time permitted. As Luo spoke sincerely, the group felt a twinge of reluctance, having discovered over the past few days that Broly and his companions were quite amicable. However, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. There is no need for such sadness. By the way, Gohan, our universe's Gohan has been training under Broly's guidance. I will bring him over someday, so do be cautious, he added before they returned to Earth, embarking on their journey back to their original world. After Luo and his companions departed, the inhabitants of this timeline began to receive the benefits of the Elder Kai's potential unlocking. Meanwhile, on an unknown planet at the edge of the universe, a young boy declared to his mother, I will not lose to that deceiver. I will defeat him myself, that warrior who claims to be the strongest in the universe. He sought justice for his mother, demanding an explanation for why they had been abandoned. Impressive. This ship is significantly larger than the one we previously traveled in. Wouldn't you agree, Shala? Luo said, while sipping his beverage. Indeed, I didn't expect this vessel to be so well equipped, even featuring a bathroom, Shala replied. As the group engaged in cheerful conversation, a sudden distortion enveloped the entire space, causing the ship to shake violently. Broly tightly grasped Luo and Shalu as an inexplicable force pulled them to an unknown location, resulting in the ship crashing into a magnificent temple. At that moment, a pink-haired girl and a bird-like creature approached, visibly furious at the destruction wrought by Luo and his companions. You bunch of ruffians, come out immediately. Do you not understand the gravity of your crimes? The girl shouted. The bird creature nodded in agreement. Chapter 27. The Truth of the World Criminals? Me? Luo blinked in feigned confusion, pointing at himself. Upon seeing the pink girl, he recognized her as the supreme Kai of Time, Cain. You're quite peculiar. There's no one like you in the other universes, and I'm curious about how you came to be with those two. Cain mused, her brow furrowed as she observed Broly, seemingly able to pierce through the veil of time and space with her profound gaze, as if transcending countless light years. However, she soon cast aside her questions. Do you understand that traversing time is a grave offense? Had I not discovered in time that you are not of the demon clan, you would have been obliterated moments ago. However, your universe shall soon bear the consequences of your reckless actions. Upon hearing this, Ro found himself pondering. This Cain seemed rather different from the Cain he remembered, the god of the realm. He recalled that the god of the realm Cain was quite gentle, yet the tone and demeanor of this Cain left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Beside him, Broly was less than pleased. What did it mean to inadvertently erase them? After several exploits of unlocking his potential and refining himself, Broly had increasingly come to resemble a typical Saiyan, naturally feeling quite indignant at such provocative language. With his brother as a cautionary tale, Broly had never underestimated any young girl. However, just as he prepared to unleash his power, Cain swiftly delivered a kick that sent him flying. Witnessing this, Sheru instinctively shrank back behind Ro. In that moment, Ro realized that this individual might diverge from a Dragon Ball world he was familiar with. Wait, why is traveling through time and space considered a grave offense? If there must be punishment, a reasonable explanation should be provided. Ro shouted at Cain, attempting to defend his actions, especially after such a colossal Broly had been kicked away. Cain cast a sidelong glance at Ro, seemingly unfazed by his inquiry. Taking a deep breath, she elucidated, the matter of the universe is constant. Each instance of time travel generates an additional universe, and these surplus universes siphon energy from the entirety of existence. When the energy of the universe diminishes to a critical threshold, the entirety of the world shall collapse. Now do you comprehend the severity of your transgressions? Hearing this explanation, Ro was taken aback. He had never contemplated that traveling through time could lead to such dire consequences, and he couldn't help but think of the tragic Trunks. I sincerely apologize. Ro inhaled deeply. In our universe, there's an old saying, ignorance is no excuse for wrongdoing. Even if you were to kill us, erasing my universe would be futile. And did you undertake this alone? Ro cautiously inquired, seeking to uncover more truths about this world, uncertain of whether he possessed any protagonist aura. You have quite a number of questions for a mere mortal, yet, given your relative politeness, I shall indulge you. I have not encountered a time-traveling criminal in ages. Upon hearing this, Ro discerned the underlying issue. What do you mean? Ages? Do you know Trunks? Ro had been speaking for so long in hopes of encountering Trunks. After all, it is said that those who converse can accomplish much. Indeed, over all these years, you're the first offenders I have sensed. Who is the individual you mentioned? Why should I know them? Cain replied, gazing at this peculiar individual. At this, Ro's heart tightened. He realized that his actions might have already aroused suspicion. Well, Luo said awkwardly with a smile, I actually heard it from others. I hail from a distant universe, and I know almost nothing about your world. If I have caused any offense, I sincerely apologize. One last question. I want to be appearing millions of years before my time, will I? That doesn't count, does it? The nest of time here has no concept of time. It exists independently of the universe. Suddenly, Cain seemed to realize something significant. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at Luo, as if calculating the possibilities of the future. Yes, I come from time when, if unimpeded, you will establish a patrol team to assist you in managing the criminals and demon clans that traverse time and space. Luo observed the petite girl, speaking words that seemed to favor him. Cain furrowed her brow as she scrutinized Luo, attempting to discern the truth of his words. She could sense the power and aura emanating from Luo, which posed no threat to her. Perhaps she could gradually deduce the situation, but her inherently lazy nature dissuaded her from overexerting her mind. With this thought, Kane placed her hands on her hips and declared, "I have made my decision. I shall commence the formation of the patrol team you mentioned. In light of your ignorance, and for providing me with such a splendid idea, I shall generously forgive you. However, you must work for me, and the term shall be, 1,000,000 years." Luo felt a chill run down his spine. 1,000,000 years was an unfathomable span, far exceeding his lifespan. Yet another thought struck him. Does this mean that by following you, we could achieve immortality? You have quite the imagination, Kane replied. To put it simply, time will lose its significance for you, as long as you don't bring about your own demise. Generally, it shouldn't be a problem. Wait, you know about the patrol team and still dare to commit crimes? Kane suddenly frowned, her temper flaring. That's not it. Actually, did you see the person you just sent flying? We merely heard of the patrol team by chance, and came here out of curiosity. We had no intention of committing any crimes. We only wished to meet the legendary god of the time realm. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Shalu, and the two instantly slipped into character. In Kane's eyes, Luo and his companions posed no real threat, yet she found it curious how they had arrived in this time-space, as few possessed such abilities in her understanding. After pondering for a moment, Kane grew impatient, casting aside her chaotic thoughts, and led them into an enormous house. Passing through a shimmering membrane of light, they entered a room filled with scrolls. Kane instructed Luo and his companions to thoroughly examine the materials, already envisioning a delightful future of lazy living with her subordinates bustling about. "Why ain't I thought of this before? Right, Time Bird?" Kane murmured a few words before embarking on an outing with Sure Bird, leaving Luo, Shalu, and Broly exchanging glances in bewilderment. Faced with this situation, the trio began to peruse several scrolls within the room, hoping to discover potential subordinates for Kane. However, Luo soon discerned some truly enigmatic records. He suddenly realized that this world diverged significantly from his recollections of the Dragon Ball universe. The classification of power should be as follows. 0-tier life represents creatures devoid of cognitive abilities. First-tier life, approximately possessing combat power below 10,000, capable of initial planetary destruction, typically exists as rulers of planets. Second-tier life, roughly with combat power under 100 million, capable of dominating a region within the cosmos, becoming sovereigns of certain galaxies. Third-tier life, approximately possessing combat power below 1 trillion, fluctuating between Super Saiyan and its pinnacle, while formidable. Many beings of this caliber exist even within ordinary small universes. Controllable massive nuclear fusion can also achieve this energy level, explaining why androids can contend with Super Saiyans. Chapter 28. The Truth of the World, 4th-tier life, approximately possessing combat power below 1 quadrillion, marking a qualitative transformation in existence. Such life forms cannot be created merely through technology, requiring extraordinary substances or potent cells, like Shalu. Beings of this tier are already under the scrutiny of the Kaioshin and are significant determinants of a universe's value, with the combat power of ordinary Kaioshin typically residing within this range. 5th-tier life, approximately possessing combat power below 1 quintillion, representing the strongest life forms achievable by small universes. In terms of power, these beings surpass many Kaioshin. Generally, parallel universes cease development at this stage, providing little benefit to the broader world. Beings at this level can obliterate a universe, albeit this process is gradual, and as the supreme rulers of their universe, they typically refrain from such actions. Thus, entities like Majin Buu remain relatively rare in the vast cosmos. 6th-tier life, approximately possessing combat power below 1 sextillion. Such beings are considered rare even in the highest echelons of the universe. Those who attain this realm are often referred to as pseudo-gods. Within the main universe, 6th-tier beings are regarded as candidates for the position of god of destruction, as only those of this caliber may attract the attention of deities. Forms like Super Blue and Super 4, regardless of their comparative strengths, undoubtedly exist on a qualitative level. Beyond the main universe, the emergence of such life signifies that the development of that universe has reached its zenith. Subsequent beings, specifically the 6th-tier life forms of this universe, find themselves unable to transcend their limitations, regardless of their cultivation efforts. Their existence has reached the utmost confines of their universe, And unless they come to the realization that other universes exist, they shall remain trapped in this realm for eternity. However, there are exceptions, such as certain mutants and those who consolidate the energy of the entire universe into a singular entity. Pseudo-7th-tier life forms. At this juncture, combat prowess is no longer gauged merely by the intensity of energy or numerical values. Rather, it is more about mastery over matter, or perhaps described more aptly as a command of the laws governing existence. A quintessential example of this life form is Goku, who has just embarked on the path of ultimate instinct. While he may sometimes attain true 7th-tier status once he enters this state, both his reaction time and power undergo a qualitative transformation. This could also be illustrated by the Super Saiyan 4's boundary-breaking transformation, marked by his vibrant red hair and an overwhelming, ferocious aura. 7th-tier life. At this stage, beings can be considered to have officially stepped into the realm of divinity, their internal energy enabling them to perform feats that defy comprehension, akin to true ultimate instinct or the power of a destroyer god. Thus far, few characters have genuinely entered the 7th tier. To put it bluntly, those who do not reach this level remain akin to ants. In the world of Dragon Heroes, apart from a few moments of fusion that briefly achieve 7th tier status, the protagonists are largely stalled at this stage. Notably, the fusion Zamasu, who was directly erased by the Omni King, has touched upon this realm. In Dragon Ball Heroes, while Vegeta appears formidable, his bodily autonomy is frequently usurped. Similarly, Goku from GT, over time, ultimately fades away. Even Kamba, a standout among pseudo-7th tier beings, cannot escape the fate of being controlled. The margin for superiority is perilously narrow. 8th tier, mythical life. This is the foundational power of every destroyer god. Even the one who boasts that Jiren surpasses the destroyer gods has reached this stage. It is understood that such claims may simply be parental pride. However, at Jiren's age, the destroyer gods may indeed struggle against him. At this tier, life forms are seldom subject to the command of others. They are unequivocal superiors in any world. So far, no adversary has emerged that requires an 8th tier life form to take seriously. Even if such a foe appeared, they might opt to summon the Eternal Dragon using the Super Dragon Balls to resolve issues, similar to the World Tree incident. As one progresses further, the disparity in power becomes increasingly pronounced. Even among 8th tier beings, Beerus could single-handedly contend against a multitude, for though both may exist within the same level, the difference is far from trivial. At this stage, they have become impervious to the minor effects of time, yet they remain powerless against the temporal manipulation wielded by 9th tier beings, which represents a dimensional disparity that transcends mere martial prowess. It is more a mastery over the laws of the universe. In diverse realms, multiple versions of oneself may exist, signifying that one is not the sole entity. 9th tier life. Ascending above all beings, there exists almost no form of life capable of extinguishing one another, save for that singular egg. In the vast and boundless cosmos, they have almost achieved uniqueness. Although there exist different versions of themselves across various timelines, they can share thoughts, and strictly speaking, they remain their own essence. This level of existence observes the rise and fall of the universe, the transience of humanity, yet there lies the peril of succumbing to eternal slumber. As for the 10th tier, it is natural that with but a mere finger, one could vanquish the Grand Minister Vados. In any universe, this being stands as a singular entity. It would not be an exaggeration to declare them a timeless authority. After all, the original legends concerning the dragon god Salama, the Saiyan Yamoshi, and the invincible Omni King suggest that none could rival his formidable power. Regarding the 11th tier, this remains solely a conjecture of Luo. The future is shrouded in uncertainty. Moreover, even such musings are merely Luo's gradual explorations and speculations, the accuracy of which remains unverified. Concerning the origins of this world, scant records exist about the 4 primordial ancestors. Firstly, there is the Omni King, the highest and most sacred of the primordial deities within the Dragon Ball universe. With an innocence akin to a child, the Omni King possesses the unparalleled ability to obliterate the existence of anything in the universe, a superlative law beyond description. Wherever one may be, should their universe be erased, they too shall vanish. Such is the nature of this unreasonable existence, impervious even to the erosion of 9th tier beings. The second is the dragon god Salama, a figure steeped in legend, known for creating the Super Dragon Balls and other peculiar magics. As a manifestation of miraculous power, the Super Dragon Balls can grant any wish. Salama, too, possesses an unreasonable nature. It is rumored that he could even annihilate the Omni King, though the truth of this claims remains dubious. Allegedly, due to his nefarious intentions towards the Omni King, he was ultimately exiled, or so the whispers suggest. His combat prowess is formidable, yet he stands as the weakest among the four primordial deities. His disappearance has led to the gradual fading of the dragon realm from the public consciousness, and Luo senses that significant conflicts may yet ensue. He speculates incessantly, pondering whether the Namekians, the evil dragons, or even Mr. Popo might all be part of the dragon god lineage. The third is the Grand Minister, belonging to the angelic lineage. He is the one from whom Luo has gleaned the most information, and his capabilities are exceedingly powerful. Vados has claimed that even a mere finger of his could not be withstood. Currently, he undeniably stands as a superlative force, possessing not only immense strength, but also unparalleled wisdom and cunning. While the other three have, to some extent, receded from the annals of history, he and his family remain active, governing the ebb and flow of the primary world. Lastly, we have the ancient Super Saiyan god Yamoshi, the most legendary and enigmatic figure, embodying the quintessential essence of the Dragon Ball universe. He is characterized by a singular focus on combat, relentless and unyielding. Born without fear, he battles until the final chapter. His bloodline serves as the finest testament. Across various universes, the majority of formidable beings below the 7th tier originate from his lineage, Super Saiyans. As for the realm of the underworld in this world and other enigmas, Luo has yet to decipher them. There is scant documentation available. Chapter 29. The Convergence of Laws. Time flows like an arrow, and before they knew it, Luo and his companions had resided in the nest of time for 2.5 years. During this period, they became well acquainted with Kane, gradually acclimating to the rhythm of life here, while also gaining insight into the operational mechanisms of the nest of time. Inside the chamber, two radiant figures intertwined, their light and shadows entwined, resonating with thunderous sounds. Bang! After yet another fierce exchange, the two figures separated, causing the entire nest of time to tremble precariously. Cell, come and test my newly comprehended technique, Tai Chi, Luo declared. Through profound analysis of the Dragon Ball universe, Luo firmly believed that enhancing combat prowess was imperative. After all, every being that reaches the 7th tier must possess mastery over at least one divine technique. And this martial art, embodying the principle of using force against force, is perfectly suited for this world where martial strength reigns supreme. In the face of Luo's offensive, Cell felt an indescribable discomfort. Although Luo did not exert excessive force, each strike felt as though it landed upon cotton, rendering Cell unable to unleash his full potential. He attempted to employ the Kamehameha, but the moment his attack made contact with Luo, it was diverted by an invisible force. Indeed, it was a guiding force, leading it away. Luo appeared as if he were coated in a lubricant. With a mere wave of his hand, energy-like projectiles were effortlessly dismissed. Tai Chi, at its essence, revolves around the balance of motion and stillness. Cell, refrain from relying solely on brute strength. After all, can your might rival Broly's? Upon hearing this, Cell began to recalibrate his approach, understanding that this martial art must be predicated on a foundation of composure, devoid of any impulsive or reckless actions. His earlier intention was to disrupt Luo's stance, but alas, he lacked the almost insurmountable power of Broly. At this moment, Luo appeared remarkably tranquil, a stark contrast to the overwhelming aura he exuded during his battle with Broly. His hands moved swiftly, alternating between gentle like the breeze and fierce like iron. As he shifted his stance, it seemed he concentrated all his strength in his legs, moving slowly yet as steady as a rock, and swiftly in a dazzling display, manifesting an indescribable elegance. In his stance, one hand extended gracefully like a claw, with his leg forming a gentle slope, while the other hand, in sync with the rhythm, thrust forward, revealing a faint black and white Tai Chi symbol beneath his feet. This sudden imagery reminded Cell of Goku unleashing the Dragon Fist in that universe. Such ability appeared to transcend mere accumulation of energy. It was likely a manifestation of martial prowess cultivated by a true martial artist. He realized that in the face of such capability, one could either overpower it with immense strength or summon martial techniques of equal caliber, akin to Luo's. According to Luo's conjecture, if one cannot develop martial skills independently, even if one were to attain the 7th tier, it would merely entail acquiring a semblance of destructive power, an absolute manifestation of strength reaching its zenith, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Over the past 2.5 years, Luo has elucidated numerous speculations for them. The proud and ambitious Shalu is naturally unwilling to lag behind, resolutely aspiring to become one of the foremost warriors. Just as the two were about to engage once more, a burst of powder appeared, and with a simple lift of its tiny claws, both Luo and Shalu were sent flying. How many times must I reiterate? Do not engage in combat here. Look at the chaos you have wrought, exclaimed the voice of reason. Could you not display a modicum of restraint akin to Broly? Ironically, the Broly who had initially attacked Kane has now become the most dependable and obedient among the trio. Is there any progress with the construction of the Time Patrol? Kane inquired, hands on her hips. Luo and Shalu, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, scratched the backs of their heads. At the moment, we cannot find suitable candidates in this timeline. In truth, the Time Patrol squad had not made much headway, as they had been preoccupied with training and unraveling the secrets of the universe. Shalu, in particular, felt he had gained some insights into the principles governing their existence. Why not hasten your pace and journey to the future? Trunks is quite an admirable subordinate. Luo voiced the long-buried question to Kane. As a Supreme Kai, how could I possibly break the law? Besides, if I am dissatisfied, I can always seek Yama's assistance to send a few expired souls through the back door, Kane retorted, playfully pressing her smiling face against Luo's head as a form of gentle threat. Her cherubic visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Anya, exuding an air of whimsicality. Enough with the charade. After half a year of camaraderie, do you really think you still command any authority? Why not embrace your true nature? Cease maintaining that lofty demeanor. It wears me out just to witness it. Upon hearing this, Kane decided to abandon her pretense, clinging to Luo's leg and imploring, Luo, please assist me. Ever since you arrived, the parallel universes have been proliferating exponentially, and I can hardly keep up. She pouted like a charming little sister, as if to suggest that a refusal would result in her relinquishing her hold on his leg. Stop. Enough. Let's address the matter at hand. At this, Kane swiftly regained her composure as the Supreme Kai of Time, retrieving two enormous scrolls from her pocket and unfurling them onto the ground. One of them was the scroll of the main universe, chronicling numerous significant events, from Beerus ascending as the strongest and assuming the mantle of destroyer to the seventh universe's triumph over Bu, after which the scroll faded into a void of emptiness. Afterward, Kane encouraged Luo to peer into her pocket, revealing a plethora of tightly packed scrolls, which then began to split at an astonishing speed. Have you spotted the brightest scrolls within? One of them details the history leading up to your era, while another has suddenly begun to radiate with brilliance. Once, these scrolls were devoid of luster until your arrival. Therefore, you must assist me. Otherwise, the entire universe may face catastrophic consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Ross pondered aloud. Do you believe that using the Super Dragon Balls to wish us back would resolve this predicament? At this juncture, Kane tapped her head and hurried off to gather the Dragon Balls. Just as the three had settled down, Kane rushed back in a frenzy. Did I forget something? Of course not. I have gathered all the Super Dragon Balls. Now, I merely require the wish. Goodness, you truly are the Supreme Kai of Time. Before their eyes lay 7 colossal Super Dragon Balls, crafted by the Dragon God, Salama. It is recorded that each ball has a diameter of an astonishing 371,962, 204 kilometers, adorned with a distinctive red pentagram. It is said that during the creation of the Super Dragon Balls, the Dragon God utilized the aesthetic of light refraction, allowing the pentagram to be visible from any angle, elevating them to a realm beyond the Earth's Dragon Balls. Such speed. Arise, Shinron. A breathtaking scene unfolded before them. In Chapter 30, Captain of the Time Patrol, Cell, the Super Shinron manifested as a magnificent golden western dragon, exuding a divine radiance from its powerful demeanor. Shimmering with a resplendent golden glow and sporting a pair of enormous bat-like wings, the night sky sparkled with a myriad of dazzling stars, resembling countless silver pearls intricately embedded in the deep black velvet of the night. The Milky Way, a faintly glowing white ribbon, spanned the star-laden firmament, captivating all who beheld it. This was the accompanying spectacle of the Super Shinron's arrival, with the capacity to fulfill wishes far exceeding that of Earth's. The Dragon of Namek possesses the power to restore all that has been obliterated in the cosmic realm. Shinron, transport Ross and his companions back to their world and restore the anomalies arising from the current parallel universes. Kane calmly addressed the Super Shinron, though her despondence was palpable. To the astonishment of Ross and his companions, they had not anticipated Kane would permit their departure so readily. Wait, I wish to remain here, Cell interjected, scratching his head. Father, Master, I too am a warrior and do not wish to linger under your wings. I desire to train alongside the Supreme Kai of Time. Moreover, we have already promised to assist her in establishing the Time Patrol team. It would be rather impolite to simply leave. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ross chose not to intervene. Every individual possesses the right to choose their own path. Considering the hyperbolic time chamber, Cell was already 16. Very well, I respect your decision, especially since it aligns with our commitment. Cell enveloped Ross in a warm embrace, leaving him slightly embarrassed. Beside them, Broly unusually displayed a smile. All right, let's not linger on such sentiments. In the future, we will still have the chance to meet again. My Lord Cain, I must trouble you with Sheru. Luo sincerely addressed Cain. Given your earnest attitude, I shall acquiesce. Cain responded with pride. Turning to the Divine Dragon, allow Sheru to remain. The rest shall remain unchanged. Very well. Immediately, the entire world resonated with a hum as a peculiar energy enveloped Luo and Broly, transporting them back to their respective universes. In the time nest, Sheru declared to Cain, from now on, I shall follow you. Leave the patrol squad to me. I assure you, I will not disappoint. Upon hearing this, Cain laughed. Ah, you possess discernment. Much better than your father. Following me, you will undoubtedly become formidable enough to defeat your uncle with a single hand. I have decided. Henceforth, you shall be the captain of the Time Patrol. Haha. Cain embraced the Time Bird, her joy evident as, since its inception, no one had graced the Time Nest apart from the Time Bird itself. The prospect of having a subordinate who could settle here brought her great delight. Cain envisioned that as a supreme deity, even without the elite guards of the Omni King, she ought to have a few impressive companions to accompany her. Sheru, Trunks, Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and the adorable little Fong. She truly looked forward to their future lives together. The initial world. Ah, we have returned. I wonder how Earth is faring now. I am curious about the levels of strength that Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta have attained. After this journey, Luo's power had genuinely crossed into the threshold of a 6th-tier life form, marking him as a formidable being. Suddenly, he sensed an unsettling aura. Earth had vanished, and the entire planet no longer existed. What on earth is happening? We were gone for merely 2 years. How could Earth be gone? Could it be the work of Majin Buu? Surely Gohan and the others haven't been so lax as to be unable to defeat even Majin Buu. Shortly thereafter, 3 powerful presences surged throughout the cosmos. It was Gohan and Goku. But who was the third? Without delay, Luo teleported alongside Broly to the realm of the Kais. At that moment, Gohan and Goku were engaged in a fierce battle with Majin Buu. Something felt amiss. Luo distinctly recalled that in the original tale, Majin Buu was overwhelmed by Gohan alone. Without further thought, Luo made his way to another part of the Kai's realm, indeed, the very spot where the old Kai often observed battles. Luo-san, you have returned. Earth is facing an insurmountable catastrophe. Upon seeing Luo, Dandy's excitement was palpable, for he remembered that during their time on Namek, Luo and his companions far surpassed even Goku. It turned out that before Earth exploded, Kaioshin had brought Dandy and Mr. Popo to the Kai's realm for safety. Greetings, Mr. Luo. I am the Supreme Kai Shin. You're also a Saiyan, are you not? I now implore you to take action and resolve this crisis. At this moment, he no longer possesses the ethereal presence he had upon his initial appearance. It is evident that the recent mutation of Majin Buu has instilled in him a profound sense of fear, merely due to Dandy's unwavering admiration for Luo and Broly. The monumental responsibility of safeguarding the universe has been entrusted to someone he has never encountered before. At this juncture, Luo suddenly pondered a question. Where is the old Supreme Kai now? Upon hearing Luo's words, it was clear that Supreme Kai Shin was momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Upon closer observation, it became apparent that Gohan could now engage Majin Buu in a formidable contest without relying on his latent potential. However, the aura of Majin Buu is overwhelmingly potent, as Luo could sense that both of those energies far surpassed his own. Yet, the immediate priority is to rescue the old Supreme Kai. Quickly retrieve the Supreme Kai sword. It contains the old Supreme Kai, a revelation I gleaned from other parallel universes. Upon hearing this, Jebbit rushed to procure the Supreme Kai sword. Upon grasping it, he found the sword to be quite nimble in his hands. A single energy blast struck forth, yet it remained unscathed. This left Luo feeling as though a flock of crows had flown overhead. Ultimately, it was Broly who, through sheer strength, managed to pry the sword open. leaving Supreme Kai-Shin and Jebbet in a state of astonishment. Before long, a wisp of blue smoke erupted. As the smoke dissipated, a rather lecherous figure materialized, the old Supreme Kai. It is said that this fellow was quite handsome in his youth, but due to his fusion with an ugly witch, his appearance was forever altered. Upon his emergence, this old chap began to assert his authority, only to be promptly kicked aside by Luo. Just as the old Supreme Kai was about to speak, Luo transmitted certain information he believed would be beneficial for the old Supreme Kai to know, particularly regarding their previous conversation in the GT timeline. Upon receiving this information, the old Supreme Kai drew upon his experience as a Supreme Kai and gradually regained his composure. Indeed, one must seize their own destiny, though the execution of such a principle is often fraught with challenges. After learning of the events that transpired in the GT world, the old Supreme Kai did not regard the current Majin Buu as a significant threat. Chapter 31, Luo's Plan. However, I cannot shake the feeling that you have yet to divulge the complete truth. We are now, in essence, in the same predicament. So, do share more information with me, and I shall reciprocate with some valuable insights. Such beings, having lived for countless eons, possess a depth of understanding. While they may appear frivolous, their minds are astutely aware of all that transpires. Luo cleared his throat and addressed the old Supreme Kai. The known highest deities include the Omni King and the Grand Priest. In the primordial expanse of the main universe, there existed a total of 18 realms. However, for reasons unbeknownst to us, the Omni King eradicated 6 of them, leaving 12 remaining. Among these, for universes flourished with extraordinary might, truly embodying the essence of super universes. The remaining 8 universes, in the near future, will be subject to a martial arts tournament orchestrated by the Omni King, aimed at annihilating those deemed unworthy. Our current mission is to transcend the limits of our world and participate in this competition. The victor shall be granted a wish from a super dragon, allowing our universe to be assimilated into the main universe. Failure to achieve this status will leave us perpetually at risk of annihilation. As long as the main universe does not provoke the Omni King, it may endure for eternity. I comprehend your intent. I shall endeavor to elevate our warriors akin to the Kaioshin of that universe. However, I must inquire, even if we succeed, we lack corresponding angels and destroyers for our universe. The old Kaioshin voiced with lingering unease. I am aware of an angel currently interning within an ordinary organization. As for a destroyer, do you believe we are lacking in that regard? Ro replied with evident pride. The old Kaioshin gazed towards Broly, who was observing from a distance, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes as he seemed to anticipate the future with optimism. Subsequently, he mysteriously presented Ro with what he deemed valuable items. I expected something more substantial. Is this all there is? Ro remarked dismissively while wiping his nose. Truly lacking the demeanor of a senior, but given your sincere disposition, I shall accept these trinkets. After all, this individual has lived for an unfathomable length of time, and the breadth of these items encompasses a vast array of species and knowledge. Ro lifted his head high with pride, not merely to prevent anything from slipping away. Following his exchange with the old Kaioshin, Ro began to inquire about the specifics concerning Dandy S Earth. Meanwhile, Kaioshin Shin was whisked away by the old Kaioshin to discuss secrets that every Kaioshin must know. This is why Ro refrained from imparting this information to Shin immediately. The latter was simply too youthful, and had it not been for the sudden demise of those Kaioshins, Shin would not have ascended to his position. Upon seeing Ro finally arrive, Dandy rushed forward, eager to speak. Do not fret. Take your time and explain the situation clearly. I can resolve this matter, Ro reassured Dandy. Here's the situation. After your departure, Gohan, Goku, and Vegeta commenced an intense training regimen. 2 years later, both Goku and Vegeta achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. However, Goku remained the weakest among them. Another 2 years passed, during which Gohan and Vegeta appeared to hit a plateau, while Goku developed a new form, Super Saiyan 3, surpassing both Gohan and Vegeta in power. Subsequently, all three attained that state, during which they also dealt with numerous villains. The trio, having experienced a breakthrough, once again engaged in combat with one another. Merely a year had passed, and even the combined efforts of Vegeta and Goku could not match Gohan's prowess. Encountering a plateau in his training, Mr. Gohan embarked on a journey across the cosmos, returning only when the World Martial Arts Tournament was once again convened. During this period, the others merely caught a glimpse of the tournament's matches and gathered together. However, amidst the competition, two peculiar individuals appeared alongside Lord Kaioshin. Lord Kaioshin informed everyone that the earth had sealed away a terrifying creature, an evil sorcerer named Babidi, who was preparing to absorb energy to release it, aided by the formidable demon king of the demon realm, whose strength should not be underestimated. After Piccolo meticulously elucidated the origins of Lord Kaioshin, everyone approached the situation with caution. Soon after, they discovered Babidi's lair, only to find it in a state of devastation, as the demon king Dabura fell to Vegeta's single blow. Yet, upon witnessing Vegeta's overwhelming bloodlust, Babidi seized control of him. However, the transformed Vegeta, not entirely under Babidi's influence, managed to knock him unconscious and faced off against Gohan. Ultimately, he suffered a narrow defeat and resolved never to battle Gohan again, instead turning his ire upon young Trunks. The ferocity of their clash soon awakened Majin Buu. Upon awakening, Babidi controlled Majin Buu to wreak havoc, only to be overwhelmed by Vegeta's might. Goku, with keen observation, discerned that Majin Buu possessed the temperament of a child, and with a single Kamehameha, dispatched Babidi. Subsequently, Majin Buu took residence on the Chaos Island. Peace seemed to have returned to Earth, but soon after, an elderly man utilized the Dragon Balls to unleash a creature named Hilgund. As if the heavens conspired against them, trouble also brewed in the underworld. For reasons unknown, a being born from the gathering of malevolent spirits emerged, initially appearing as a colossal, rotund yellow beast, mindlessly shouting its own name. Mischievous, brutish, and fond of destruction, its second form resembled a demon with a fierce countenance, adorned with purple-black horns, orange skin clad in purple armor, and a thick, long tail, exhibiting an exceptionally vicious demeanor. To aid in the underworld's troubles, Goku found himself outmatched. Seizing the chaos, a man named Dr. Mu opened a gateway connecting Earth and Hell, somehow managing to control Majin Buu. The outcome was tragic. Unprepared, the group saw Krillin and others absorbed one after another, culminating in Vegeta being ambushed. However, the overwhelming energy allowed him to break free from Dr. Mu's grasp, turning the tables and absorbing the doctor himself, causing Majin Buu to spiral out of control. Subsequently, Majin Buu seemed to undergo a transformation, brimming with intelligence. During Gohan's confrontation with Hilgund, he narrowly escaped being absorbed, thanks to his timely reflexes. In the underworld, the malevolent energy wave had neglected the gravely injured Goku and descended upon Earth, where it was promptly absorbed by the malevolent Majin Buu before it could commence its wicked deeds. With overwhelming strength, he swiftly vanquished Gohan. Had it not been for the timely intervention of King Kai, who utilized instant transmission to whisk Gohan away, dire consequences would have undoubtedly ensued. Shortly thereafter, Majin Buu followed suit, and the rejuvenated Gohan, alongside Mr. Goku, engaged in battle once more against this formidable foe. Chapter 32. The Indestructible Majin Buu. Upon hearing Dandy's account, Luo realized the astonishing advancements Earth had made in recent years. It seemed that the trio had likely reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3, while the fusion creature Buu had ascended to the 6th tier of life forms. Considering Buu's nearly invincible attributes, he was virtually unmatched at the same level. In the distance, a fierce battle raged on. Majin Buu, I find it hard to believe that all this chaos is of your doing. What could possibly incite such malevolence? Goku, standing nearby, endeavored to reason with him, recalling the time they had spent together. He believed he understood him well. However, the current Majin Buu was a far cry from the squinting figure he once knew. His pupils were entirely white, reflecting a state devoid of reason. Dad, please stop. He has absorbed the malevolent energy wave, and now his being is suffused with chaos. He is no longer the Majin Buu you once knew, especially since he has also absorbed Uncle Piccolo and others. Gohan, with one hand blocking Goku's advance, exuded a fierce aura, his eyes blazing with intensity. Ha! With a primal roar, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his hair cascading down to his waist, his brows vanishing, and his jawline jutting out. His body crackled with layers of electric energy, and blood-red hues appeared around his eyes. You shall pay the price. Majin Flash. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed in a blinding white energy. Yet, the next moment, Gohan's fist collided with Majin Buu's face, resulting only in Buu's head soaring into the sky, while a gaping hole remained in the spot where his body stood. With a swift rebound, Buu's head reformed and struck Gohan's head with force, leaving a red mark on his otherwise unyielding forehead. Majin Buu tilted his head and smiled at Gohan, a gesture dripping with mockery. Undeterred, Gohan pressed his assault, rubbing his swollen forehead before conjuring countless energy blasts that surged towards Buu. Goku, not to be idle, synchronized his attack, following Gohan's lead. In the next moment, Goku's leg struck Buu's face, yet Buu slowly lowered his head, revealing an expression of sheer, terrifying delight. Now, the father-son duo executed a coordinated assault, only to have Buu deftly catch them both, ensnaring their limbs in a vice-like grip before mercilessly slamming them to the ground. Then, without hesitation, he hurled it into the sky, and in the fleeting moment when the two had yet to react, his fist struck their abdomens, causing their stomach contents to surge forth uncontrollably. Subsequently, Majin Buu elongated his arms, launching a direct assault towards their necks. However, Gohan and his companion evaded, just in time, through instantaneous movement. Yet, this maneuver was one with which Majin Buu was exceptionally adept, as he swiftly followed up, extending his entire body and sweeping the two of them away once more. Majin Buu targeted Goku, seizing his hair and delivering several punches to his abdomen before tossing him skyward, unleashing a torrent of energy that struck true. Father! Majin Buu slowly turned his head a full 360 degrees, casting a sinister grin at Gohan. Fortunately, Super Saiyan 3 Goku, unlike in the original tale, possessed a greater resilience and could endure for a considerable duration. In the sky, a golden energy sphere surged once more with vigor. Goku, gathering his strength, aimed for Buu's neck to launch another attack, but was ensnared tightly by Buu's tail. Realizing the dire situation, Goku opened his mouth wide and bit down, astonishingly inflicting pain upon Majin Buu. As he tore open a wound, a punch came hurtling towards him. At that moment, Gohan raised 2 fingers to his forehead, invoking the special beam cannon. While Goku bought time, Gohan had already begun to concentrate his energy, and Goku teleported away, leaving behind shattered fragments of Majin Buu. It struck true. However, within mere moments, Majin Buu restored himself once more. Useless attacks such as energy blasts were ineffective against him. With this realization, despair began to creep into their hearts. Was this truly the essence of Majin Buu's innate abilities? Just then, Majin Buu lunged forward again, his body extending to grasp the momentarily distracted Gohan. At that instant, Majin Buu crossed his arms, his tail ensnaring Gohan and slamming him violently against the ground. Then, with a swift pull, he drew Gohan close, one hand poised to unleash an energy blast at him. In the next moment, Ameya. Goku's energy wave obliterated a significant portion of Buu's body, saving Gohan. Yet, Buu restored himself once more. Infuriatingly, neither of them knew how to proceed. However, surrender was not an option. They channeled their energy, their auras swelling dramatically once again. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the cosmos, as they refused to believe that Majin Buu's recovery had no limits, opting instead to exchange injury for injury. Their fists collided, sending a silvery light surging through the entire Kais realm. At this moment, Majin Buu stood dominantly over the two, showing no signs of strain. The three battled from the eastern to the western edges of the Kais realm, where the ground was left desolate and barren in their wake. In the next instant, Buu seemed to grow weary of the game. He pounded his chest while laughing heartily towards the heavens. Meanwhile, Goku and Gohan appeared utterly disheveled, gasping for breath, their faces reflecting their dire condition. Father and son exchanged a glance. A flash of magic. Gohan swiftly unleashed explosive energy towards Majin Buu, instantly obliterating a significant portion of his form. While it might appear devastating at first glance, for Majin Buu, it was akin to a mere tickle. However, in the next moment, Gohan closed in, his hands forming a triangular shape. Super Kamehameha. In an instant, beams of white light erupted from beneath Majin Buu's feet, locking the ground entirely. The earth sank beneath him, momentarily restraining Majin Buu's movements. Each time Buu attempted to charge forward, Gohan's Super Kamehameha firmly suppressed him, driving him back to the ground. Witnessing this, Goku felt no hesitation and charged straight at Majin Buu. If energy blasts had little effect, could he withstand a fist? 50-fold KO can. Gohan, get back. Goku's legs came together, his body half bent, and the ground shattered beneath him. With an undeniable aura of confidence, radiant lights swirled as a golden dragon emerged, roaring fiercely around Buu, tearing through his form, the dragon coiling tightly around him. Dragon Fist unleashed. The sky resonated with the echoes of the dragon's roar, and fear flickered across Buu's face. Yet he could not break free. As the smoke cleared, the land lay barren, and Majin Buu had seemingly vanished. Exhausted, Goku reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 form, collapsing to the ground. At his limit, he could only maintain a 30-fold Kaioken. 50-fold had pushed him beyond his bounds. Chapter 33, The Earrings. The Mysterious Super Warrior. No, Gohan, that chaotic and malevolent aura has not dissipated. Just as Gohan was administering a Senzu bean to Goku, he urgently turned to Gohan. Indeed, Majin Buu had been reduced to dust, yet even in such a fragmented state, he could regenerate. This life form's resilience was not determined by the damage to its physical structure, but rather by the depletion of its entire life energy. Much like Vegito in the original tale, who failed to annihilate Majin Buu's form, but instead, through overwhelming physical might, rendered Buu's regenerative abilities futile. Moreover, at that moment, Majin Buu had absorbed numerous warriors, elevating his power to an entirely new echelon. In the distance, in just a breath, the ground was teeming with Buu's cells, scattered like ants. Gohan, hurry! Realizing the urgency, Goku swiftly began to eliminate the cells from the ground. However, the speed at which Majin Buu regenerated exceeded their expectations, and soon he returned to his former self. Majin Buu tilted his head, grinning at them, his white eyes exuding immense pressure. The corners of his mouth, initially curling upwards, gradually turned menacing as he split into two doppelgangers. Suddenly, in an instant, the malevolent Majin Buu teleported behind Gohan, launching a fierce elbow strike towards his neck. However, Gohan deftly blocked the attack, though Buu's tail struck heavily against his back, creating an unfathomable pit in the ground below. Simultaneously, Goku was engaged in a strenuous battle, his stamina evidently not matching Gohan's endurance. In the next moment, the father-son duo teleported, standing back to back. Gohan, it has come to this, Goku lamented, astonished that they had reached such a dire situation. It's all right, Dad. Even if we merge, we cannot allow this fiend to continue his reign of terror. A brilliant beam of light pierced the heavens, illuminating the entire land, and as the radiance faded, a young warrior emerged, clad in a deep blue vest. With striking features and long black hair flowing elegantly, he possessed an aura that was profound and restrained, concealing his true power. Observing this, Majin Buu's doppelganger launched an attack, only to be obliterated by two blasts of magical energy. I am neither Goku nor Gohan. Today, you shall pay for your misdeeds, he proclaimed, his head held high and his gaze provocatively dismissive, as if regarding a mere insignificant insect. At that moment, a sinister expression twisted across Majin Buu's face, and he unleashed a ferocious assault aimed at the warrior's face. Yet, the warrior deftly sidestepped, retaliating with a powerful strike that sent Buu reeling backward. I warned you that you would face the consequences for your actions, the warrior stated coldly, seizing Majin Buu's right leg and yanking him forward, enveloping his right hand with an overwhelming force. With a forceful swing, Majin Buu curled up like a shrimp, his eyes nearly bulging out. This seemingly simple blow, devoid of any visible disruption to Buu's defenses, nonetheless caused a notable decline in his energy, a phenomenon unprecedented before their fusion. I will not kill you so easily. With that, he grasped the antenna on Buu's forehead and hurled him away. Subsequently, he yanked Buu's body back as if it were mere clay, repeatedly molding it. Although Buu's energy was waning, he showed no signs of sustaining any substantial harm. It was understandable. Within the same tier, Majin Buu was an invincible presence. Even with diminished combat prowess, his nearly immortal physique, extraordinary regenerative capabilities, and absorption powers made it exceedingly difficult to defeat him unless one possessed a significantly higher level of strength. After several exchanges, it seemed Majin Buu began to exhibit some cognitive ability. During this time, he attempted various transformations, such as becoming a candy bean and infiltrating the warrior's body. But each time he emerged battered and bruised. Although he had not been vanquished, he certainly felt the sting of pain. After 2 attempts, Majin Buu finally seized an opportunity to consume the warrior, only to have him rescue Vegeta and his companions from within. The form and aura of Majin Buu plummeted dramatically, and without the power of Vegeta to bolster him, he became increasingly deranged. Unable to prevail, his instinctive reactions intensified his fury. The aperture atop his head continuously emitted steam, while his expression contorted grotesquely. Dark red and black energy surged forth, threatening to shatter his jaw, his eyes bulging and bloodshot. The escaping black mist was rapidly drawn back in a Buu's form, transforming his hue from pink to a sinister blackish red, rendering him even more terrifying, resembling a manifestation of malevolent thoughts. Remarkably, his aura regained its prior formidable strength, infused with wickedness. Witnessing this, the fused warrior parted his palms, gathering potent energy swiftly within his grasp. Suddenly, a colossal energy sphere materialized in the sky, and with a resounding explosion, it detonated, sending Majin Buu hurtling away. May you be a good person in your next life. With that, the energy sphere hurtled towards Majin Buu. At that moment, Buu emitted a horrifying scream while gathering energy. The dark mist between his hands slowly expanding, enveloping his entire being. In the face of the energy blast, Majin Buu opted not to counter with a wave, but instead forcefully pushed forward, his legs sinking into the ground as he charged ahead. Ultimately, the energy blast propelled him into the sky, vanishing from sight. It's over. But no, he still lived. In an instant, he teleported. On the horizon, Majin Buu's cells began to regenerate once more, albeit at a significantly slower rate than before. Observing this from the Kaioshin realm, Ro understood profoundly that as long as he did not transcend his limits, few could instantaneously obliterate a being of Majin Buu's caliber. Unless one resorted to powers beyond this tier, such as those of a god of destruction or energies diametrically opposed, like the Spirit Bomb. Just as the fused warrior was poised to annihilate Majin Buu completely, Ro intervened with Broly, for Ro's ace in the hole was at stake. Hello. I believe it would be best to seal him first. You have all coexisted with Buu for a time, and since Piccolo and the others have revived him, let us see if we can awaken his reason with the Dragon Balls. If that fails, we can then consider his total destruction. Additionally, regarding your current predicament, perhaps the Dragon Balls can aid in your recovery as well. Upon hearing this, the warrior readily acquiesced, as the thought of Chi-Chi weighed heavily on his mind. Thus, Ro utilized instant transmission, returning to Namek, employing the Dragon Balls, and successfully separating Goku and Gohan once more, restoring peace to Earth. I, the Invincible One, have returned. Chapter 34. Please call me Majin Puppet. Hello everyone. I am Majin Buu. Do not fear. I have long since shed my former ferocity. However, should you dare to exhibit fear in my presence, I shall consume you. Moreover, I possess a nickname. Some refer to me as Super Patrick. Although my astute mind struggles to comprehend the meaning of this moniker, I assume it is intended to convey my charm. Approximately a year ago, I was quite naive, lacking understanding in many matters, and my intelligence was indeed somewhat lacking. A certain individual claimed I was created by his father and demanded that I serve him. Out of respect for his so-called father, I was willing to assist him, but only until my amusement waned. Yet, this individual not only forbade me from playing, but also insisted that I commit heinous acts, threatening to imprison me once more and seal me away permanently. My anger was profound, the consequences dire. Nevertheless, I did not defy him, not from fear, but rather as a strategic retreat. Do not mistake my restraint for cowardice, or I shall leap through the screen and devour you. Ultimately, I found myself unable to confront him. In an unexpected turn of events, a rather arrogant individual bested me in combat. Do you comprehend the extent of damage this inflicted upon one so newly born? As for now, I have absorbed that pain. The one who threatened me met his demise at the hands of that arrogant individual, and I found myself liberated. Yet, I had overestimated my strength. I was no match for that boastful figure. Just as I fell on the brink of encountering SpongeBob, I experienced an inexplicable thought. In the instant of that individual's explosion, I seemed to glimpse a yellow sponge beneath the sea, capturing jellyfish. I believed I had perished. However, I was rescued by an individual who appeared rather dim-witted. He laid down 3 rules: no wrongdoing, no killing, and no stealing from others. Initially, I rejected these terms, my forehead fuming with indignation, yearning to strike him. Yet, he promised food and shelter. I am Majin Buu, after all. How could I resist? Alas, I faltered in the face of temptation, betraying my kind. But I must admit, the delicacies from the dragon on Bun Mountain are exquisite. I could devour 2 in a single bite. Currently, I reside with this seemingly astute individual, who shares his abode with a green fellow. Each time I frighten him, his visage grows even greener. Additionally, there's a small child in the house, and it is said that another individual is studying outside, earning money for the household. All this information comes from a woman named Kiki, who, for reasons unknown, instills in me a sense of fear when I become angry. Her cooking is truly delightful. After 6 months of tranquil living, where every need is met with ease, I find myself confronted by a most detestable character, a foul old man. Alas, I am once again under his control. This individual has compelled me to absorb many entities I had no desire to consume. By the way, After devouring that verdant creature, I found my mind suddenly more astute. Allow me to share a secret. The one known as Vegeta was absorbed at my own volition, for his arrogance was simply insufferable. However, this fellow proves to be exceptionally formidable. After assimilating him, I discovered that the new annoying entity could no longer exert control over me. I swiftly absorbed him as well, and suddenly I felt as though I were the most intelligent being in this world. Henceforth, please refer to me as Wisebeau. It has been demonstrated that increased intelligence is not necessarily a boon. This decision presents a mixed bag of emotions. Indeed, I seem to have become more sagacious. Yet I find myself plagued by urges to eliminate the foolish creature who provides me shelter and snacks. Thankfully, my resolve remains steadfast, and I have decided to spare him, insisting instead that he procure a delectable feast as compensation. Now I, the most handsome Majin Buu, am set to rescue the world, which appears to be in dire straits. A repugnant behemoth is wreaking havoc in the city. It is infuriating that all those delectable morsels have been reduced to ruin. In the distance, that foolish creature's offspring is engaged in battle. Though his golden radiance is indeed captivating, his attacks leave much to be desired. Thus, in a moment of benevolence, I intervened and absorbed the monstrous foe as well, which felt quite gratifying. It did, however, introduce a plethora of peculiar thoughts, but fortunately, I can maintain control over them. Now, I intend to make my presence known before the Earthlings, to become a hero, thus securing my future. Upon reflection, I truly am a genius. While traversing the shattered city, I stumbled upon an intact ice cream, only to be confronted by another grotesque creature. The ice cream was swiftly whisked away by its oppressive aura, inciting a surge of indignation within me. I am determined to teach him a severe lesson. However, I soon realized that I might not be able to best him in combat. Yet, fortune smiled upon me. This fool inadvertently grasped my absorption tissue, resulting in his own assimilation. How delightfully crisp. I have now attained ultimate power, yet my body is experiencing complications. I find myself unable to contain the fury brewing within, as my mind appears to be overtaken by chaotic thoughts. At present, my body is recklessly assaulting the two individuals before me, yet it proves utterly ineffective. Rage consumes me, as I cannot assert control over my own form. Certainly, it must be the influence of that malevolent energy. Alas, my body is no longer my own, and even the urge to vomit eludes me. Just as I am on the brink of vanquishing those two, they unexpectedly fuse together, and I find myself on the receiving end of a brutal beating. Despite employing some cunning, it ultimately avails me little. Most of the entities I had no desire to consume were liberated by them, resulting in further chaos within my being, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. However, this planet harbors scant sustenance, so I find little remorse in its destruction. During this period, I was defeated several times, but ultimately, I managed to return to life. In the final encounter, I almost met SpongeBob, but was rescued by a stranger I had never seen before. Icalitis divina intervention. Through the wishes granted by the dragon, I reclaimed my body once more, and I am filled with excitement at the prospect of a wonderful life ahead. I have decided to name myself Majin Buu, the savior of Earth, ensuring that I receive my share of all the delicious food. Thanks to that doctor for sending me a brain. Chapter 35. Preparing for the Power Tournament. Ro, you're back. I can't shake the feeling that Broly has become significantly stronger, which is truly exhilarating, Goku remarked, having just emerged from his disintegration. He glanced at Broly before turning to Ro. Master, if it weren't for Aunt Bulma assuring me that you would be all right, I would have considered taking the time machine to find you. Young Gohan chimed in, unable to contain his excitement. Hearing this, Broly felt a sense of comfort and smiled at Gohan. He shared numerous stories about their travels with those who had been rescued from Buu's body. Really? Goku exclaimed with enthusiasm. You mean the other universe version of me discovered a new method to break through limits? Super Saiyan 4? Goku scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Vegeta, however, scoffed dismissively but chose not to interrupt Ro's explanation. As we all know, we Saiyans can transform into giant apes by harnessing the blood's waves emitted by the moon during a full moon. Super Saiyan 4 is about truly awakening the latent power within the Saiyan body. Otherwise, how do you think we earned the title of a warrior race? Ro gestured with open hands to explain to Vegeta. That's futile. The speed is too slow. Just like the Super Saiyan's muscle-bound form. It possesses strength, but lacks the ability to strike effectively. It's only useful for rapid destruction. Without speed, one can only endure blows, and besides, our tails have been severed. Trunks and Kakarot's son have no tails either. As Vegeta emphasized the importance of speed, he suddenly noticed that Ro and Broly's tails were still coiled around their waists. The tail has always been the source of Saiyans' power. It cannot be as dispensable as you suggest. And who said that Super Saiyan 4 is merely a giant ape form? With that, Ro, with his ebony hair cascading to his shoulders and a coat of reddish-brown fur, transformed. His eyes turned a striking blue with clearly visible pupils. And a golden aura enveloped him, more radiant than before, exuding a formidable pressure. He laughed maniacally, a stark contrast to his previously jovial demeanor. The former Ro, always cheerful and confident, often introduced his brother Broly, leaving everyone oblivious to his true power. Now, this wild and oppressive aura delivered an undeniable shock to all. Witnessing this scene, Broly couldn't help but cast a glance at Luo. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to harbor a few secrets? You all needn't stare at me so intently, he remarked. The method to transform into a Super Saiyan 4 lies in reaching a certain pinnacle of one's foundational strength. This is crucial, and you all have now met that requirement. Luo prodded Broly with his elbow, smiling as he explained. The second prerequisite is possessing the original Saiyan tail, which is one of the most vital characteristics of our race and the source of our power. You must first transform into the golden great ape form, and then regain your sanity. This process heavily relies on one's bloodline. That universe's Vegeta accomplished it with ease, whereas you, Goku, became unrecognizable and wreaked havoc. Upon hearing this, Vegeta patted Goku on the shoulder, unable to suppress his laughter. Haha, Kakarot. It appears that bloodline does hold some significance. Regardless, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was not conceived by the Goku of this universe, providing Vegeta ample opportunity to mock him. Don't celebrate too soon, Vegeta. You lack a tail, Piccolo interjected. Kakarot also doesn't he have one, Vegeta retorted. Haha, enough with the bickering. Not having a tail is not a problem. There are two solutions. The first is to forcibly extract it using the old Kai's tool, which Goku endured quite a bit of hardship with. The second option is to substitute the transformation into the great ape form by exposing oneself to a large amount of Zenkai light, which Bulma can easily produce. So you needn't worry. At this, Vegeta refrained from mocking Goku further. His smile remained unwavering. The news Luo brought heralded another leap in Saiyan power. However, having learned from the Time Nest, Luo also provided Piccolo and Krillin with numerous valuable suggestions, which thrilled Krillin immensely. In this universe, Krillin had not wed Android 18 and was still a true martial artist. Everyone, please settle down, Luo said with gravity. I have an important announcement to make. One that not only concerns us Saiyans, but the fate of our entire universe. I will select 10 of the strongest warriors to represent our universe in battle. With that, Luo elaborated on the matter, particularly exciting everyone when he mentioned the formidable fighters from the main universe. After all, aside from Saiyans, this place was filled with martial artists. Piccolo, as a descendant of the dragon god Salam, you have yet to fully unlock the potential of your Namekian heritage, beyond your identity as a martial artist. I hope you can thoroughly tap into the power of your Namekian lineage. Tien and Krillin, do not lose heart. Honestly, your talents in this vast universe are commendable. There is a formidable fighter in the underworld named Raboku, who has trained for countless years just to reach the level of Majin Buu. I believe your innate abilities far surpass his. This occasion pertains to a momentous affair concerning our universe. I intend to beseech the Eternal Dragon to grant us all the gift of eternal youth, subsequently ushering you into the room of spirit and time, until you possess the strength to breach its confines and emerge on your own volition. Of course, those who wish not to partake shall not be compelled. Let me reiterate, this undertaking is fraught with peril. It is quite conceivable that all may sacrifice themselves, and even the use of the Dragon Balls may not facilitate resurrection. We comprehend the gravity of this situation, so let us proceed forthwith. Tian Shinhan exhibits considerable enthusiasm regarding this matter. As a true martial artist, even if he cannot keep pace with Goku and the others, he will rise to the occasion whenever the Earth is in jeopardy. This time, his involvement is undeniably imperative. Having said that, Krillin and Tian Shinhan commenced the gathering of the Dragon Balls to make their wish, while Goku and Vegeta, along with other Saiyans, returned to West City. Bulma, I have come to trouble you once more, Ro remarked. In the GT universe, Ro had become accustomed to seeking Bulma's expertise for technical issues. Ro, you've returned. I thought this crisis would be resolved by Sun Wukong. Bulma exclaimed as she peered in. Goku, Vegeta, you are here as well. Come inside. Ro presented the notes from GT Bulma to this universe's Bulma, and soon she grasped the manufacturing process. The other me is indeed a genius. Wouldn't you agree, Vegeta? Bulma nudged Vegeta playfully. Due to the absence of the incident involving Vegeta's self-destruction against Majin Buu, Vegeta's understanding of his emotions remains somewhat underdeveloped. All right, you may proceed to the time chamber and prepare yourselves. In a day, await my good news. Chapter 36. The Return of King Frieza. Earth, the Heavenly Temple. Eternal Dragon, arise. At this summons, the sky darkened instantly, and a familiar figure emerged. Eternal Dragon, may every warrior who fights for our universe possess the most suitable state of being. With a resonant sound, the dragon responded, your wishes have been granted. The warriors looked upon their bodies, marveling at the transformation. Vegeta seemed to have grown taller. As they reveled in their newfound forms, in the room of spirit and time, Bulma had successfully constructed a device capable of emitting Zenkai energy. Each time Ro visited this chamber, he felt a profound astonishment. Manipulating time is a domain beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, yet Mr. Popo of Earth could do so. This reminded Ro of the attendants of the god of destruction, the angels. Ro began to suspect that Mr. Popo possessed extraordinary strength, likely endowed with numerous superhuman abilities, especially since he could reassemble the Eternal Dragon. Yet Ro understood that, at this moment, the true essence of their strength was of paramount importance. Vegeta was the first to attain the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. With his royal bloodline, he exuded an aura of compact vigor and formidable strength, brimming with pride. Following closely was Gohan, whose transformation into Super Saiyan 4 rendered him robust, embodying the essence of a berserker, reminiscent of the resilient and powerful figure from the desolate universe. Initially somewhat disoriented, he swiftly regained his composure after a commanding shout from Ro. Lastly, Goku, transformed into a giant ape, succumbed entirely to irrationality. No amount of calling could bring him back to his senses until he was severely wounded multiple times by the triumphant Vegeta and Gohan. Undoubtedly, his imposing presence was restored, shedding the foolish demeanor, and he emerged as a true Saiyan, rational and endowed with exceptional combat intelligence. The onlookers gazed upon them with envy. I bring you delightful news. There is no need for envy, for their breakthroughs have once again shattered the limits of our universe. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, you two shall ultimately attain this level of power, though you may still find yourselves unable to surpass Goku and his companions. Subsequently, the group awaited Piccolo, Krillin, and Tien, who were diligently honing their skills through rigorous training. As for Majin Buu, he had become an unexpectedly astute savior of Earth, indulging in culinary delights at a villa. Ro had shared his plans with him, and naturally, Majin Buu did not refuse, especially since he sensed the formidable presence of Broly. One of his desires was to savor delicious food. After all, without Earth, his joy would be extinguished. After 100 days, Piccolo emerged first for human potential, albeit slightly inferior. Harbors infinite possibilities. Ro eagerly anticipated Krillin and Tien's return. Piccolo's demeanor had undergone a significant transformation. Confidence radiated from him. A stark departure from the gentle caretaker of the Sun family, reminiscent instead of his psychological state during battles with Frieza. At first glance, he appeared unchanged. Yet his aura unmistakably signified he had truly entered the 6th level, likely akin to the luminous state exhibited during the Cell Max saga. Speaking of Cell, Ro found himself reminiscing about that character, pondering his current state. Another 100 days passed, and Krillin emerged, looking somewhat weathered after such extensive training, resembling a seasoned Earth master. However, upon seeing Goku and Ro, he quickly regained his former self, scratching the back of his head and apologizing for the wait. He silently vowed not to hinder Goku this time. 10 days later, Tien finally emerged with Kaiatsu, reflecting on the original narrative. Aside from the early World Martial Arts Tournament and the Cell Saga, he had scarcely enjoyed any spotlight. Yet now, Kaiatsu had developed nearly Super Saiyan level strength through his continuous training alongside Tien. This evolution prompted Ro to muse. The times have indeed changed. At last, I addressed everyone, granting an additional month for preparation. Our group was to venture into another universe, a journey from which we may never return. A month later, as the crowd readied themselves for departure, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Countless figures materialized above the earth. Frieza, Kuririn's expression turned cautious. Oof. How dare this wretch seek vengeance? Vegeta scoffed. Give me a minute. I am eager to witness the wonders of other universes. He contemptuously raised his hand, aiming at Frieza. Final flash. Without transforming, the tyrant was struck down from his throne by Vegeta's assault. Embarrassed before his subordinates, Frieza's visage twisted into a snarl. He had intended to elegantly annihilate them, yet now, all would descend into hell. However, he realized that this band of monkeys possessed power beyond his current capabilities. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared at Vegeta and his companions. Vegeta, none of you shall escape today. Frieza roared, his power soaring uncontrollably. Oh, foolish monkeys, behold my latest transformation. I call it Golden Frieza, the result of a year's training since my resurrection. He arrogantly extended a finger. You need not ponder why I still live. The vitality of the Frost Demon Clan far exceeds your imagination. Vegeta was not one to indulge him. Before Frieza could finish recounting his exploits, Vegeta charged forward. However, he was forcefully repelled by Frieza's aura. Furrowing his brow, Vegeta was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Frieza's single transformation would compel him to unleash his latest power. Yet, the Vegeta of this universe was a far cry from the one in the original tale. His combat style now bore a striking resemblance to that on Namek, merciless and cunning against his foes. In an instant, he ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Big Bang Attack. A fierce explosion erupted in the skies above Earth. Yet the power was deftly controlled, leaving only a small crater. It seemed Vegeta had diligently practiced mastering Super Saiyan 4 during this time. Goku assessed the situation, having missed Vegeta's swift strike. As the brilliance faded, an icy coldness enveloped Frieza's eyes. Chapter 37. Frieza's Strategic Retreat. A red beam suddenly streaked past Vegeta's face, leaving a gash on his cheek. Dodging quite skillfully, are we, Vegeta? Were it not for my complete mastery over this form, you might have truly posed a significant challenge. This form, I have named Golden Frieza at full power. I have fully mastered it, and I'm only utilizing half of my strength. Enough of your boasting. Do you truly believe my abilities are so limited? Vegeta spat on the ground. With that, he unleashed a surge of energy, elevating his power once more. Today, I shall reveal to you the terrifying nature of the Saiyan bloodline. Raising his thumb to point at himself, he declared, Big Bang Attack. In an instant, the atmosphere around them became chaotic, and he teleported directly behind Frieza, bringing his fist down with tremendous force. Unprepared, the tyrant plummeted towards the earth, only for Vegeta to seize his tail and hurl him into the sky. It is over, Vegeta murmured. Ultimate Gamma Burst. Suddenly, the sky was engulfed in crimson light. Despite Vegeta's firm control, the overwhelming energy waves wreaked havoc on the surrounding structures, leading bewildered Earthlings to believe a great earthquake had struck. Injured, King Frieza rose once more, spitting purple blood onto the ground. He realized he may have underestimated the strength of these Saiyans. And while he was utilizing 50% of his power, his ambitions extended beyond just Vegeta. He had his sights set on the rest of the Saiyans, particularly the one with green hair. In that moment, he cast aside any semblance of underestimation and resolved to unleash his full power. Vegeta, sensing this surge, felt the weight of pressure. Frieza was not to be trifled with. Damn it, Vegeta grunted, his body tensing, his red muscles swelling slightly as he charged forward, initiating a brutal confrontation of raw strength. Gasping for breath, he gathered his energy, poised to deliver a lethal blow to Frieza. In the next instant, Frieza's fist appeared before Vegeta's face, unleashing waves of destructive light and death beams. Vegeta knew he might not endure for long, yet he was Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. His Super Saiyan 4 form embodied true bloodline power, far surpassing that of Kakarot at the onset. There was no way he could succumb to the icy demon race. Vegeta's aura intensified once more, but Frieza was no slouch. Aware that time was of the essence. He unleashed his full potential. During their fierce exchange, Frieza's tail ensnared Vegeta's neck while his fist struck Vegeta's abdomen with brutal force. The tail swung Vegeta through the air before Frieza, seizing the moment, mimicked Vegeta's earlier action and hurled him skyward. Death Beam. In the next heartbeat, Vegeta vanished, having been rescued by Goku's instantaneous movement. Though eager to battle Frieza, Goku recognized that his current strength paled in comparison to Vegeta's. He had spent his time learning with Chi-Chi, focusing on knowledge rather than training, and they still needed to prepare for their journey to other universes. The group then turned their attention to Broly and Ro. Frieza felt a slight tension rising within him. He was not foolish. As the Emperor of the universe, he understood that the imposing figure before him, one even more robust than Kakarot, was far beyond his current capabilities. Frisia, I have a lucrative opportunity. I wonder if you possess the courage to invest, Luo said, clasping his hands before him as he approached Frisia. Upon hearing this, Frisia's eyes narrowed, and a mocking smile crept across his lips. Oh, do enlighten me. As a ruler of the cosmos, Frisia possessed a keen ability to read the room. This group of Saiyans seemed to rally around this particular monkey, and even the proud Vegeta refrained from contradicting him. Luo subsequently divulged certain information to Frisia, subtly suggesting that dominating a mere small universe was rather mundane. True strength lay in traversing the multiverse. He ominously hinted that should they choose not to engage in this endeavor, everyone, including himself, would mysteriously vanish, akin to how he could effortlessly obliterate a planet, reducing it to dust like insignificant ants. After much contemplation, Frisia reflected on his experiences over the years. The world was changing too rapidly, and if this individual spoke the truth, he realized it was time to join forces with others to stake their claim in the main universe. Additionally, there were secrets yet to be unveiled. As for revenge, he smirked. Upon learning that only Sorb and his loyal subordinates had revived him, he intended to eliminate his brother and father, even in the absence of the Saiyans. The Frost Demons possessed formidable vitality, yet their aimless wandering through the cosmos would ultimately lead to their slow demise. After Sorb and his associates discovered that Gula and others had fallen to the Saiyans, they refrained from making a grand return. Instead, they discreetly procured the latest technology through previous channels, taking years to fully restore Frisia. Upon his resurrection, Frisia did not indulge in reckless vengeance, nor did he indiscriminately slay his subordinates. Rather, he devoted himself to training, attaining the extraordinary power that had revived him within just 4 months. As he prepared for his revenge, a messenger from Earth reported that the Saiyans had evolved into a form even more potent. The cautious king, determined to ensure the perfection of his revenge, especially given the Saiyans' grotesque transformations, resolved to continue his training. Years passed, and to his dismay, Frisia found himself constrained, realizing that no matter how hard he trained, he could not grow stronger, which incited his fury. Suddenly, he underwent a mutation, transforming into Golden Frisia. Unbeknownst to him, this was due to Bu absorbing the evil energy wave, which had elevated the universe's limits once more, allowing him to break through naturally. Just as he was poised for revenge, yet another report from Earth arrived, revealing that the Saiyans had acquired an even more formidable transformation, and the legendary Majin Bu had also been defeated by them. Upon hearing this, Frisia resolved once again to perfect his revenge through further training. Time passed, and he eventually mastered the full power of Golden Frisia. It was clear that he could not allow the current situation to persist. First, they returned to the original base of the Frozen Demon clan, where they encountered several loyal subordinates of the Saiyans. However, instead of executing them, he intended to take action in front of the Saiyans, directly imprisoning them aboard the spaceship. This, of course, proved to be remarkably advantageous. Frisia turned towards Ro with a courteous demeanor, expressing, "Esteemed Saiyan, I find your plan quite intriguing. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to return these gentlemen to you." "Salb," he commanded, "bring forth those individuals referred to as cannon fodder." Before long, the men were brought out by Salb, appearing to have suffered no torment. Chapter 38. Departure to the Main Universe. Upon seeing this group, Ro could scarcely believe his eyes, as he had presumed them to be long deceased at Frisia's hands. His disbelief stemmed not from indifference. Rather, these individuals had committed no heinous acts and could have been resurrected with the Dragon Balls, making their current situation a welcome surprise. "Boss, we knew you would return to rescue us. The base has been lost, and Frisia is too powerful," they exclaimed. "By the way, what is your name after all?" "Cannon fodder number 1, was the reply. "Well, that's acceptable," Ro conceded with a shrug, unaware that they had changed their names out of respect for him, especially considering Frisia's multitude of loyal followers. "We have established a collaboration with Frisia. From now on, you shall communicate with his subordinates regarding future matters," he continued. "Boss, we guarantee the completion of our tasks." In private, Ro also advised them that if they encountered insurmountable troubles, they should come to Earth, where Trunks and Goten remained. Especially Trunks, the prince of the next generation of Saiyans. If issues arose, they should seek him out. Parting is always melancholic. Chi-Chi held Goten tightly, murmuring instructions to Gohan, while Vegeta, astonishingly, embraced both Trunks and Bulma. Din planned to accompany Tin, and Bu longed for the unfinished delicacies, while Frisia stood nearby, his eyes gleaming with ambition, seemingly oblivious to the perils of this journey. Subsequently, Everyone boarded the meticulously crafted spaceship designed by Bulma. Once aboard, Vegeta was the first to ponder how Ro knew the way to the main universe. Rest assured, there will be no issues. However, everyone must remember one thing. From this moment onward, we are all members of the Time Patrol, Ro declared, affixing a circular emblem to each person's attire. Noticing some discontented expressions, he added, traversing different timelines is a grave offense. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, it is best to wear this. The Time Patrol is the only legitimate organization permitted to traverse time. Outside the spaceship, the void remained as ever. And although it was not the first encounter with such a sight, each time it evoked a profound sense of awe. Change, eternity, and distance stripped of human emotions, they are, in essence, neutral forces. Here, perhaps one day, I shall master these powers in the form of a living being, and I believe I would then be a true Saiyan, embodying an insatiable thirst for strength and combat. Chapter 39. The universe of small cosmos indeed has its limits. The seventh universe, Earth. At this moment, a fierce battle unfolds, with both sides wielding tremendous power, all under the watchful gaze of the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, who observe from a distance. In the fray, the blue aura of Vegeta engages in combat with the golden Frieza, and more accurately, it is Frieza who is being thoroughly overwhelmed. Cautious and relentless, Vegeta grants Frieza no opportunity to retaliate. Seizing the moment of Frieza's weakness, he unleashes a series of punishing blows to Frieza's face, subsequently tossing him into the sky. A brilliant white light gathers in Vegeta's hand, striking Frieza in an instant, swiftly reverting him to his original form. Farewell, Frieza. May you never return. With that, Vegeta begins to coalesce a formidable sphere of white energy in his hand once more. Unyielding, Frieza seizes the opportunity to launch an energy blast aimed at the Earth's core, forcefully annihilating the planet in an instant, reducing it to mere ashes. Those gathered around Whis remain unharmed, while the warriors on Earth are left to rue their failure to eliminate Frieza sooner. Gohan, upon learning of the demise of his wife and child, does not transform in a fit of rage, but collapses to the ground, evoking a sense of despair. He has become utterly incapacitated. As sorrow envelopes the crowd, Whis calmly remarks, Goku, your carelessness has led to this. Return and conclude this matter. Beerus, with a dismissive expression, adds, send him back to the garden. To the astonishment of all, Whis slowly extends 3 fingers, adding with tranquility, simply reverse time. 3 minutes will suffice, though this technique cannot be employed again for a long while. He then lightly taps his staff against the ground. In an instant, the matter surrounding Earth reverses. Goku, restored, channels his full might into a Kamehameha, obliterating the energy that Frieza was gathering. Fate has indeed played its hand, as Frieza descends once more to the depths of hell. Peace returns to Earth. Bulma resolves to prepare a lavish feast to express her gratitude to Whis and Beerus. The so-called Galactic Patrol, witnessing Whis' manipulation of time, dares not utter a word. Indeed, power reigns supreme. As everyone enjoys the culinary delights, the sky suddenly darkens, and a gathering of ominous clouds forms a colossal black hole, drawing in the surrounding air. After a moment, a disc-like spaceship descends gracefully to the ground, emanating a multitude of formidable auras. Vegeta, following Frieza's recent display of ruthlessness, Super Saiyan Goku's reactions have noticeably sharpened. Beside him, Vegeta furrowed his brow, sensing several formidable presences akin to his own. As their gazes met, a group of individuals descended from the ship, leaving onlookers utterly astonished, for among them were several who bore an uncanny resemblance to themselves. Is this real? That guy looks exactly like me. Super Saiyan Goku exclaimed excitedly. Foolish Kakarot, it's evident they are us from an alternate timeline, Vegeta retorted. The newly arrived, Ro also shook his head in disbelief. The original coordinates had been meticulously verified by him in the time nest. However, a sudden surge of temporal turbulence had ensued, causing the ship to spiral out of control like a headless fly. Ro was taken aback, realizing they were not merely in outer space, but in a rift between universes. The last time they were caught between small universes. Had it not been for Broly safeguarding Ro and little Sheru, the consequences would have been dire. This time, it seemed only he and Broly would survive. Fortunately, after a mere 3 minutes, normalcy was restored, though the ship remained severely damaged. Ro then began to sense the individuals around him and quickly identified Super Saiyan Goku and Vegeta. A large group, linked arm in arm and utilizing instantaneous movement, soon arrived at Bulma's villa. Before anyone could speak, Beerus furrowed his brow, clearly having overheard Vegeta's earlier remarks. How did you arrive here? Beerus inquired with a chilling tone. Upon seeing the imposing purple cat and the tall figure of Whis nearby, Ro realized he had indeed come to the right place. After calming the crowd, Ro composed himself and rushed to Beerus and Whis, sincerely stating, "You are Lord Beerus, are you not? My name is Ro, a member of the Time Patrol. It is truly an honor to meet you. Could you grant me an autograph?" With that, Ro earnestly produced paper and a pen, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon hearing this, Beerus's expression softened significantly. "Oh, you have heard of me? Of course. We all know you as the mightiest god of destruction," Ro replied enthusiastically. Beerus's mood lifted further, his tail swaying in delight. Suddenly, Ro seemed to notice Whis, who was elegantly savoring his meal, and discreetly asked, "Lord Beerus, is this the legendary Angel Whis of Universe 7? Though Whis continued to enjoy his food gracefully, he had been quietly observing Ro's every move. For he and his sister were known for their affable nature among angels. "You have heard of me?" Whis asked, intrigued not by Ro's knowledge of angels, but by his ability to name him outright. "Indeed, it is well known that the legendary angels are the epitome of fairness, and you, Mr. Whis, are among the finest." Upon hearing this, Whis couldn't help but feel a sense of joy, albeit subtly, as he placed a hand over his mouth and graciously offered some delicacies to Zeno. Beerus, standing nearby, remained silent. For both of them, this was an exceedingly friendly demeanor. The age-old adage rings true: flattery will get you everywhere. "Thank you, Mr. Whis. Mr. Zeno, may I inquire as to the purpose of your Time Patrol's visit to our realm?" Whis, being well acquainted with the god of time, understood that their interactions were limited. He was aware that this organization was responsible for sanctioning certain time-traveling enforcers. Hence he wished to ascertain if any misconduct had occurred within their universe. Zeno, quick-witted, responded initially, "We intended to return to the Time Nest for a brief respite. However, there has been a significant disturbance in the fabric of time and space in this area, which has severely damaged our vessel. As members of the Time Patrol, it is our duty to investigate the occurrences here." Upon hearing this, Whis gently rubbed his nose, while the exuberant Super Saiyan, Goku, clapped his hands boisterously. "Ah, it seems Frisia just obliterated Earth." Perhaps it was Whis who turned back time by 3 minutes. Whis shot a disapproving glance at Goku, offering an awkward smile. "My sincerest apologies, Zeno. Beerus and I have decided that you may stay with us for a time to recuperate. Wouldn't you agree, Beerus?" Beerus had no objections. Although it was likely that any dissent would be futile, Whis was in a rather volatile mood, and provoking him would not end well. After all, being publicly defeated by Whis would be quite humiliating, and Beerus could not tolerate such an affront to his dignity. He cast a glare at Goku, thinking, "You'll pay for this." The group gradually regained their composure, beginning to understand the situation, especially upon recognizing familiar faces: Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Piccolo, Majin Buu, and Frisia. Frisia. As they laid eyes on Frisia, the atmosphere grew tense, for this version of Frisia had nearly wiped out most of the moments ago. However, Frisia did not display overt arrogance. Through the preceding dialogue, he had gleaned and inferred substantial information. The imposing purple feline exuded an aura of extreme threat, far surpassing that of any he had previously eliminated. As for the being beside the feline, Frisia could not sense any energy from him. He had just heard the odious monkey mention the ability to reverse time by 3 minutes. Is this what that fellow, Zeno, referred to as an angel? One day, he would have his reckoning. Frisia's attitude towards Luo is distinctly different. Upon learning of Luo's plans, he deduces that this individual shares ambitions as grand as his own. Immense. A scion brimming with ambition. Otherwise, he would not have ventured into this perilous main universe. Ah, ho ho ho, esteemed guests, many of you may be familiar with me. Yet much of what you know pertains to your universe's Frisia. I enjoy a commendable reputation in my own universe, accompanied by numerous loyal subordinates. Otherwise, I would not find myself here, would I? Frisia, hands clasped behind his back, performs a slight gentlemanly gesture, presenting an image of elegance, seemingly embodying his own words. Although Frisia exudes no malice, Krillin, traversing the realms, perceives a chilling aura, as if this seemingly untroubled Frisia harbors ulterior motives towards him. Nevertheless, the assembly remains skeptical, for their universe's Frisia had just annihilated Earth. Ah, ho ho ho, let's consider this, my friends. I have heard that you have triumphed over your universe's Frisia. To ensure your safety, how about I take charge of the mess left behind by your Frisia during this time? I assure you, it will not disrupt the peace of the universe. You have already defeated Frisia, have you not? Moreover, you are in the company of the legendary god of destruction and the esteemed angel, are you not? Upon hearing this, the warriors from the other universe decide to inquire about Goku, who is with Luo. Krillin, it's all right. You may trust his words, Goku reassures Krillin, scratching his head as he speaks to Super Krillin. Everyone knew they were united in their mission, regardless of personal character. Any issue could jeopardize the existence of their entire universe. Frisia is no fool. At most, he seeks to train himself, grow stronger, or acquire knowledge he desires. Furthermore, he is confident that when he next encounters Frisia, he will effortlessly defeat him alone. Upon entering this main universe, he felt a sense of belonging, as if he would soon experience a small breakthrough in strength. He has sensed that this universe is home to many formidable warriors, and he eagerly anticipates the adventures that lie ahead. Afterward, Frisia politely bids farewell to everyone, revealing a long-lost smile only upon reaching his base in this universe, unknown to anyone present. As Frisia departs, the atmosphere gradually becomes lively, filled with delightful cuisine as both parties exchange intriguing information, creating a harmonious banquet. Wow, how can your energy be so potent? Super Krillin asks as he drapes an arm around Krillin's shoulder. Nearby, Tien and Piccolo share their curiosity, particularly Piccolo, who recognizes that this alternate universe's Krillin possesses power that certainly rivals his own. It is not merely the Saiyans. To think that their counterparts in another universe could be so formidable is compelling. He is eager to learn how they train. We are members of the Time and Space Patrol, and in order to possess sufficient strength to confront various crises, both Tianjin and I have diligently cultivated our abilities in the hyperbolic time chamber until we could forcibly breach the barriers of time and space. These answers have been unanimously agreed upon before our arrival. Subsequently, both parties engaged in endless discourse, sharing numerous insights on martial arts. Suddenly, Yamcha from this universe realized his absence and instinctively inquired of Krillin as to why he was not present. Krillin, being a close friend of Yamcha, refrained from mentioning the current state of Yamcha, who had forsaken his training in his own universe, instead stating that their universe required guardians, akin to Master Roshi, to protect the realm from whence they came. In another location, hey, don't treat this place like your home. It was none other than Super Vegeta, who felt quite uneasy witnessing Vegeta stride confidently toward Bulma's bedroom. TCH. For a moment, Vegeta too forgot that this was not his domain. Wakanda. Vegeta cast a glance at Super Vegeta, and the tension in the room became palpable. Observing the situation, Bulma swiftly intervened, separating the two and arranging a new room for Vegeta, seemingly defusing the situation. However, upon returning to his own quarters, Super Vegeta's frustration mounted, prompting him to storm into Vegeta's room. Vegeta, upon meeting Super Vegeta's gaze, instantly discerned his thoughts, and together they instantaneously teleported away, seeking a place to battle. What was Majin Buu up to? Majin Buu was indulging in gourmet delights, lounging beside Beerus, basking in the sun while sporting sunglasses, relishing the moment. Upon noticing Beerus and Whis, he would occasionally produce exquisite delicacies from his spatial storage to share with them, resulting in a lively quarrel between Beerus and Whis. Super Gohan, intrigued, discovered that his counterpart from another universe had been diligently training, initially feeling irked at the laziness exhibited by his original self in the main universe. However, upon learning that Super Gohan had established a family and become a scholar, Gohan experienced a plethora of new feelings, particularly when he gazed upon Pan, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth. As always, when encountering new friends, Ro proudly introduced his younger brother, Broly, much to the astonishment of others. Nevertheless, with Frisia present, such revelations seemed rather acceptable. In another instance, Super Goku, without the chance to exchange pleasantries, could not resist engaging in combat with Goku. Super Goku remained unable to shed his habit of transforming, while the Goku from Ro's timeline reminded him that the fundamental attitude in battle requires unleashing at least half of one's strength. Although he also relished the gradual experience of combat, prior to Ro's arrival, he had sternly advised that this version of himself from the main universe was quite reckless. That word left a profound impression on Goku from Ro's timeline. Ro insisted that he must project the formidable spirit of their group and deliver a stern lesson to the Goku of this timeline. The outcome was unmistakable. Super Goku did not heed the advice, fully aware of his past shortcomings. Therefore, at the very moment Super Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, he himself metamorphosed into the wild Super Saiyan 4. The overwhelming power he exuded left all inhabitants of the main universe utterly astonished, witnessing a transformation unlike any they had ever encountered. Naturally, the Goku from the alternate timeline did not disappoint. With a swift instant transmission, he landed a decisive blow to Super Goku's neck. In an instant, Super Goku's eyes glazed over, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. During their second training session in the hyperbolic time chamber, facing the second form of Cell, Vegeta once again mentioned his proud son. "My strength is exceptional," he asserted, "and while Trunks may not surpass me, he is nonetheless quite formidable." Inwardly, the prince reveled in his cleverness, relishing the thought that he had successfully deceived everyone this time. This reflected the significant bond formed between Trunks and Vegeta during their year in the time chamber, subtly altering the heart of this seemingly cold man. The moment Trunks erupted in fury served as irrefutable evidence of his humanity's transformation, leading to Vegeta's subsequent apology to Gohan, as he had come to regard these individuals as his comrades. This silent farewell echoed classic sentiments, revealing Vegeta's outward stoicism contrasted by his tender inner self. Vegeta's full integration into human society was catalyzed by Goku's demise. After Kakarot triumphed over his original nemesis, Frieza, he adopted Kakarot as his new life objective, only for that goal to subsequently perish. In this moment, Vegeta found himself adrift, uncertain of his next steps. He could not possibly set Gohan, Goku's son, as his new target. Thus, he relinquished the idea of battle. In this state of surrender, he felt a profound satisfaction with Gohan, choosing instead to nurture young Trunks' growth. At that moment, Vegeta resolved to become a good father. When Trunks surpassed Goten, the prince was elated, approaching Goku to pat him on the shoulder. "See? My son truly excels, having inherited my noble bloodline." In that instant, Vegeta reclaimed the confidence he once held as a prince. Ultimately, whether in the GT Saga or Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta's pride gradually weakened. Rather than striving for personal glory, it became evident that his motivations were rooted in his family. Fully embracing them. For Bulma's sake, he braved Beerus. To protect Earth, he willingly accepted Bulma's Zenkai boost transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Thus, the Vegeta of this alternate universe would inevitably gravitate toward a similar path, albeit with a slightly more ruthless approach. In a chaotic world, within an unknown realm, stood an unfamiliar figure before a monumental space, a being who bore a striking resemblance to the Kaioshin of time. Yet, if one had encountered the true Kaioshin, they would recognize this person as an imposter. In that moment, her gaze betrayed a hint of confusion and helplessness, as if she had lost her way in this world. She gazed quietly at the stone door before her, acutely aware that he resided within. Though she had never heard his voice, she could sense his presence. Taking a deep breath, she slowly inquired, "What do you truly desire? Each time you bring me to this space, what is your intention?" Her voice echoed in the vast emptiness, yet met with no reply. Sighing, she prepared to turn away when, suddenly, the stones of the door began to rotate subtly, as if yearning to fully unveil this portal. Then, the deity of time and space began to summon the energy within her body. Following a surge of power, this realm became shrouded in peculiar clouds, which swiftly descended like a thunderous torrent, unleashing multiple bolts of lightning. 1, 2, 3. Each strike accurately struck the deity of time and space. She watched in astonishment, feeling the weight of such an onslaught. Beneath the stone door, a dazzling white pattern erupted forth. These designs, akin to enigmatic runes, radiated a brilliant luminescence that was nearly blinding. Realizing this was a manifestation of sealing power, she noted that the markings resembled the energy of a divine dragon. If Luo were present, he would instantly recognize it as a formation. She meticulously examined these ancient inscriptions, striving to glean some insight from them. The texts were both archaic and mysterious, seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and strength. A potent wave of energy emanated from these characters. Stirring her curiosity, she yearned to explore the secrets of this formation, yet she feared the unpredictable consequences it might unleash. As she hesitated, a voice resonated in her mind. It was his voice, one she had heard long ago. "Why have you come here?" the voice inquired. She raised her head, searching for any trace of its source, realizing it emanated from within the stone door. Steeling herself, she took a deep breath and replied, "Was it not you who brought me here?" A prolonged silence ensued. "Regardless of whether it was you, what is it that you seek? What truth lies beneath?" "Truth?" the voice echoed, seemingly dissatisfied with her response. "What is the truth you pursue?" Hearing this, she fell into contemplation. "What you been searching for?" Upon arriving in this realm, It felt as though she had forgotten her purpose. Behind this stone door lay the answer she had long desired. Clenching her teeth, she resolutely declared, "I wish to know why I was chosen all those years ago." The voice fell silent for a moment before responding. "Courage and determination are admirable. Yet you must understand that the truth is often harsh. Are you truly prepared to face all that lies ahead?" A surge of ambition welled within her heart. She knew she had come this far and could not turn back. She nodded firmly and declared, "I am ready to confront the truth, regardless of what it may be." The voice sighed before responding, "Very well, this is a deceptive world." Upon hearing this, she was engulfed in astonishment and disbelief. Lost in contemplation, she realized she had to make a choice. If she were to trust this voice, then she must act accordingly. Yet if she chose not to believe, her sense of justice and insatiable curiosity intertwined, rendering her indecisive. Just as she teetered on the brink of uncertainty, the light emanating from the stone door intensified, revealing flowing inscriptions that coalesced into a new pattern. To her amazement, this design resembled the silhouette of a Saiyan. She felt a formidable energy radiating from the pattern, suffused with an aura of malevolence and destruction. Chapter 41. Super Blue vs. Super 4. Goku. Super Kuririn was the first to react, rushing to the side of Super Goku and lifting him effortlessly. "It's fine, Kuririn, I know my limits. The other me will awaken shortly." The Goku from the realm of time reassured him, urging him not to worry excessively. "Wow, Goku, I never imagined you could be so powerful in your universe. And with a new transformation as well. Our Goku was defeated by you in a single move." Super Kuririn still found it hard to fathom, as Goku had always been the strongest in his eyes. Yet considering that this was another version of Goku, he felt it unnecessary to dwell on the matter. Meanwhile, on an unknown planet, Super Vegeta clenched his fists, and in an instant, an abyss-like calmness of divine power erupted from him, radiating an aura of tranquility. He immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, intent on teaching the Vegeta from the realm of time a lesson. In response, Vegeta swiftly entered Super Saiyan 4, his reddish-brown hair enveloping his entire being. The sky darkened ominously, and surrounding debris began to levitate before swiftly turning to ash. A wild and ferocious energy surged through Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 4 form, leaving Super Vegeta utterly astonished. Casting aside these distractions, Super Vegeta prepared himself as Vegeta, from the realm of time, launched the first attack. Super Gallic Gun. Countless energy spheres coalesced, shifting from a red and white hue to a faint purple. Fortunately, this was not Earth, for the terrifying destructive power within these energy blasts exceeded Super Vegeta's comprehension. In his mind, the next step for Super Saiyan was to master divine power, and he had never anticipated that Saiyans possessed such formidable transformations. Come fort. Let me witness the true strength of our Saiyan bloodline. After evading the energy blast from the alternate timeline's Vegeta, Super Vegeta propelled himself towards Vegeta with remarkable speed. Vegeta effortlessly blocked with both hands, pivoted, released force through his legs, and delivered a kick to Super Vegeta's face. Injured, Super Vegeta swiftly dodged, rubbed his mouth corner, and charged back with the same velocity. A deft sidestep, a glance back, and a punch, with divine strength now at his disposal. Super Vegeta exhibited power that lacked the oppressive weight of the Super Saiyan 4 from the alternate timeline, yet was executed with a clarity and finesse that minimized collateral damage to the surroundings. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta absorbed a spinning kick from his opponent, seemingly unfazed. Bowing his head, he pressed one hand to the ground and sent Super Vegeta soaring into the sky with a single kick. The motion seamless despite slight variations in power and experience, for their combat instincts were largely similar. Although the alternate timeline's Vegeta maintained the upper hand, this was primarily due to his greater combat experience. He often found it challenging to contend with the calm speed of Super Saiyan Blue, aware that Super Vegeta would soon rectify these shortcomings. The alternate timeline's Vegeta recognized his speed as a significant disadvantage, prompting him to abandon any sense of martial ethics. He instantaneously teleported, an ability learned from Goku, concentrating a blazing white energy and unleashing an ultimate flash aimed squarely at Super Vegeta's face. In a rapid response, the injured Super Vegeta fired a power cannon. The ensuing explosion rocked the very foundation of the planet. As Super Vegeta ascended, he too gathered energy, retaliating with an ultimate gamma ray. Just as Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta anticipated a hit, Super Vegeta skillfully retracted his energy, converting his attack into a fist that struck Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta squarely in the face. Yet with veins bulging, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta slowly turned his head, revealing the formidable resilience of his physique, leaving Super Vegeta astounded by the sheer strength of Super Saiyan 4. If one were to assess their capabilities through the lenses of power, defense, speed, spirit, and control, Super Saiyan Blue would clearly hold the advantage. With lightning-fast reflexes, precise power strikes, and impeccable control over strength and body, Super Saiyan Blue excelled. However, the raw might and physical defense of Super Saiyan 4 far surpassed that of an ordinary Super Saiyan Blue. Both Vegetas recognized this truth. They could not best one another and decided to retreat to Earth for the time being, though Super Vegeta's defiance was palpable. In West City, at Bulma's backyard, Goku had yet to transform into Super Saiyan Blue before being knocked out by another Goku. Had he unleashed his full power from the start, the outcome would surely have been different. Super Bu directly pointed out the reason for Goku's failure, as the group continued to discuss the recent defeat. Nearby Whis, observing the spectacle, wiped the corner of his mouth and interjected. This matter is indeed a fortunate occurrence for Goku. I have previously addressed this detrimental habit of his. Yet it appears he remains oblivious to my words. With a shake of his head, he remarked, well, perhaps it would do this lad some good to face a bit of hardship. Beerus, equally displeased, expressed his thoughts, for the performance of Super Saiyan Goku was woefully inadequate. Pray tell, Goku, what transformation is this? Logically speaking, our universe's Super Saiyan Goku should possess at least the strength of the former Super Saiyan 3. Yet you defeated him with ease, even more effortlessly than Lord Beerus back in the day, Kirin inquired. Do not portray me as so feeble. Had I desired it, that little rascal Goku would have lost consciousness the moment he could not see me, Beerus retorted with dissatisfaction. This is Super Saiyan 4, a new power that emerges from the Saiyan bloodline after transcending Super Saiyan 3, embodying the true strength of a Saiyan, explained the Goku from the alternate timeline. Is that so? I had presumed that Goku and the others were merely progressing toward mastering divine power, remarked Piccolo from this universe. Witnessing the training of the main universe's Goku ignited within him a desire to pursue the strength of the divine. In truth, each path has its merits, was elaborated. This transformation technique has been lost to time, and I lean towards the training of divine power. As one progresses, precise control over one's abilities becomes increasingly essential. This kind of training can lead to substantial destruction. After a while, Goku began to stir. Ouch, you struck with such ferocity right from the outset, he exclaimed, quickly dodging a subsequent blow aimed at his head from Beerus. I have taken note of your methods, and even in the absence of combat, I shall maintain my body in a heightened state of readiness, ensuring I do not err again, Goku replied with a grin, rubbing the back of his head. Goku-san, this training will prove immensely beneficial for you. If you persevere, who knows what might come of it? Whis began, only to cover his mouth, as it seemed this information might be premature for Goku. Nearby, Ro, understanding the implications, chimed in the Ultra Instinct. Chapter 42, Compa Rise. The Ultra Instinct. In the Dragon Ball realm, it is undoubtedly an overpowered skill, ranking among the top 5 in terms of its vexation. Much like the destruction wielded by the gods, it is one of their exclusive abilities. However, even ordinary beings can cultivate it, albeit without the augmentation of divine power, resulting in a significant reduction in effectiveness. Thus far, it stands as Goku's most extraordinary transformation, as he had already grasped the rudiments of Ultra Instinct in his youth, making it relatively easier to master. Unlike previous combat methods reliant on sensing ki, Ultra Instinct necessitates reflexive movements of the body's various parts, eliminating the need for cerebral thought throughout the battle. It maximizes the speed and reaction capability of the body's movements. The separation of body and consciousness enables each part of the physique to transcend instinct and perceive the dangers that surround it. If the instantaneous movement technique relies on absolute foresight for restraint, then the free-flowing ultimate technique necessitates a comprehensive 360-degree blockade of movement. Should a warrior proficient in the free-flowing ultimate technique also master instantaneous movement, they would indeed be an enigma. Contemplating this, Luo's heart stirred with excitement. If Broly could acquire such skills, it would mean that others would only be on the receiving end of punishment. Given Broly's formidable strength, the imagery is too intense to bear. At that moment, the two Vegetas returned, and it was evident that the Super Vegeta had ultimately succumbed to defeat. However, this was hardly surprising, as the battles endured by the Vegeta accompanying Luo were far more brutal than those faced by the Super Vegeta. The defeated Super Vegeta merely snorted in response before indulging in a feast, for within the ranks of the super warriors, Vegeta had grown increasingly relatable. Despite his inherent pride, he no longer bore the same aggressive demeanor, offering a more pleasant impression. The banquet soon approached its conclusion. That evening, Super Goku and Vegeta once again sought Whis' assistance for training. Upon hearing this, Luo could not let such a splendid opportunity pass by and eagerly joined them, sincerely hoping that Whis would include them, allowing Luo and his companions to broaden their horizons. Meanwhile, the other warriors on Earth, with the exception of Gohan, also earnestly requested guidance from Beerus and Whis. Initially met with refusals, it was only when Bulma presented a lifelong free pass for exquisite cuisine that Beerus relented. In contrast, Luo, a prodigious talent nurtured on Blue Planet, skillfully navigated the intricacies of human relations. With a few well-chosen words, he struck a chord with both Beerus and Whis, whose initial reservations dissipated under Luo's flattering remarks, causing them to beam with delight. With a grand gesture, they transported the shattered spaceship to Beerus's palace. Upon arrival, Whis gradually retracted his usual smile and, with utmost seriousness and responsibility, addressed the assembly. Whether you are Saiyans or Namekians, your current strength remains exceedingly feeble. Though his words were stark, everyone understood that, from Whis' perspective, this was an undeniable truth. Thus, the paramount task for you now is fundamental strength training. Do not underestimate this aspect. Every individual present cannot withstand even a single punch from me, and there lies a significant gap between you and the true powerhouses of the universe. Having spoken, Whis gently waved his staff, and all the warriors found themselves clad in yellow heavy gravity suits. Unsurprisingly, everyone but Broly collapsed to the ground. These are custom training suits tailored to each of your limits, Whis explained. From here on, you must continually train to adapt to these garments. Once you can effortlessly don these battle suits in combat, your strength will naturally enhance. As Whis concluded, Super Goku and Super Vegeta commenced their training, with Vegeta and Goku quickly following suit, while the others began to gradually acclimate as well. As Luo gritted his teeth and patiently endured, he recognized that this attire represented the utmost limit of his physical capacity. It was a fundamental exercise he could not neglect. In stark contrast, Broly appeared entirely unperturbed, as if he were not wearing the outfit at all. It was only at this moment that Whis took notice of this imposing Saiyan. Sir, could you deliver a punch with all your might? It would greatly assist me in evaluating your strength, Whis inquired with a hint of curiosity. Broly glanced at Luo, who was the first to gradually rise. It's perfectly fine. He is an angel, so feel free to strike without reservation. In an instant, a seemingly ordinary fist reached Whis' vicinity. It was firmly grasped by Whis with a single hand, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. However, an expression of astonishment clearly appeared on Whis' face. Goodness, I wondered why you dared to enforce laws across so many timelines. It seems you possess quite the formidable individual. Whis understood that those who were pursued by the Time Patrol typically wielded power akin to that of a sixth-tier being. Initially perplexed as to why the Time Patrol would dare to enforce laws across different universes with such strength, he now realized they had a reliable Saiyan to back them up, a race brimming with potential. Meanwhile, Beerus widened his eyes at the moment Broly threw his punch, evidently sensing the tremendous power surging within him. Whis interjected, Lord Beerus, they are guests. It would be best to enjoy the cuisine. Beerus restrained himself from acting on his impulses, seemingly embarrassed by Whis' admonition. Whis then produced 2 unique eggs and placed them before Broly. Your power is already quite impressive. However, the most crucial aspect for you now is to master this strength. I understand you've been holding back, but rather than suppressing it, you should attempt to shatter the egg behind while ensuring the one in front remains intact. Rest assured, the broken egg can be restored, allowing you to train without worry. A day passed. 49,995, 49,996, 59,997, 59,998, 100,999. Before one's eyes, 5 Saiyans were performing one-handed push-ups while balancing on their hands, sweat streaming down uncontrollably. For these 5 individuals, 50,000 was indeed an overwhelming burden. However, it was evident that Luo from the time-space continuum was comparatively more at ease, having begun to perform with one hand, while the ordinary warriors still struggled nearby. As for Luo, he was already able to unleash punches relentlessly. Suddenly, a meteor streaked across the sky, and the next moment, Beerus's furious voice echoed throughout the palace. Luo, familiar with the storyline, quickly realized that Kampa and Vados had arrived. In an instant, everyone became flustered. For Super Saiyan Goku had warned that Beerus's morning temper was notoriously severe. As soon as the words left his mouth, several energy blasts erupted instantaneously from Beerus's abode. Run! Fortunately, their quick reflexes spared the group from significant harm. The sheer force of the blast was indeed terrifying to them, as any area struck vanished without a trace. Chapter 43. Eager to engage. Shortly thereafter, Kampa met with Beerus. "Why are there so many people here?" Kampa inquired, rubbing his belly. He soon noticed many intriguing aspects, particularly the striking resemblance among numerous warriors present. However, he dismissed it, thinking, after all, they were merely twins, much like himself and Beerus, though he had indulged a bit too much. Yet, Beerus was indifferent to such trivialities. Having just awakened, he concentrated purple energy at his fingertips and launched a destructive sphere directly at Kampa. In a flash, he was before Kampa, only to be repelled by a furious roar from Kampa. Once the dust settled, Beerus invited Kampa and his entourage into the palace. But it wasn't long before the two were embroiled in another quarrel. This exchange was even more outrageous, as they formed a circular energy field around themselves. In mere moments, a significant portion of the palace's contents were reduced to nothingness. Had it not been for the two angels intervening, the consequences would have been dire. "Hey, who are these guys, Beerus? Are they your disciples?" Kampa joked, incredulous at the sheer number of lookalikes. Through their conversation, the warriors of the multiverse soon realized that there was not just one god of destruction. Their initial meeting was marked by seriousness. Yet Whis knew well that the two large cats shared a close bond and paid no mind, continuing with his training. The solemnity of their encounter eventually devolved into the sharing of a few eggs. As one might expect, Beerus produced instant noodles, leading to an immediate dominance over the situation. The discussion then shifted to the ownership of Earth, as it seemed the planet's cuisine was immensely appealing, which in turn brought up the fate of the Super Dragon Balls. The two again fell into an argument, ultimately deciding to host a martial arts tournament to determine Earth's rightful ownership, wagering 6 Super Dragon Balls. Both harbored ulterior motives, presenting a facade of brotherly camaraderie. Beerus readily agreed, confident in his advantage of having 2 versions of Goku and Vegeta, along with that peculiar Saiyan. Victory was assured. Kampa too brimmed with confidence, as everyone was engaged in weighted training, rendering them cumbersome, with their true power significantly suppressed. Not having witnessed any transformations, Kampa believed he could easily secure victory against a handful of opponents. However, Kampa suddenly recalled and inquired why Beerus had taken on so many disciples. At that moment, Whis interjected, explaining that they were not from the 7th universe. Upon hearing this, Beerus became incensed, venting his frustration towards Whis, while Kampa admonished Beerus. "Have you lost your mind? Time travelers are a grave offense, and you dare to take on disciples?" Whis elucidated that they belonged to the Time Patrol team, under the aegis of the King of Time. However, due to a series of unfortunate events, their spacecraft malfunctioned and descended into our 7th universe. After uttering this, he cast an indignant glare at Beerus, for this incident was undoubtedly the most embarrassing moment for Whis in several millennia. Meanwhile, Rob had already removed his training gear and, following Goku's playful antics, politely greeted Kampa and Vados, expressing his identity and mission. Additionally, he timidly suggested that they too possessed a planet called Earth, where they could graciously offer culinary delights to Lord Kampa, requesting permission to partake in this grand assembly to broaden their horizons. Regardless of the outcome, they assured that they would consistently provide Lord Kampa with delicacies surpassing even instant noodles in flavor. The two gods of destruction quickly convened, swiftly determining the subsequent battle arrangements. Both Gokus were naturally eager, while the two Vegetas began to focus on the practical effects of combat, agreeing with enthusiasm. Rob had long been captivated by the allure of the Super Dragon Balls, for they represented the miraculous power of the dragon, potentially capable of altering the very fabric of his universe. Upon returning, Rob shared the news of the Super Dragon Balls with everyone, and they were all brimming with confidence for the impending battle. In the 6th universe, preparations commenced to seek out capable fighters, searching for extraordinary warriors that could surpass Goku. The time-traveling Earthlings also began their quest for formidable combatants to prepare for this confrontation, while simultaneously seeking Lord Zuno to inquire about the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. Ultra Goku and Vegeta, ever cautious, entered the time chamber to train for a spell. Only Rob and his companions were filled with unwavering confidence, determined to secure victory. "Hey, Whis, why did you agree to let them train?" And what about Goku and Vegeta? Is it truly out of a sense of guilt? Or do you intend to have him spar with me? I can't shake the feeling that you're concealing something, Beerus remarked, yawning as he spoke. A week later, on an unnamed planet, a magnificent battle arena materialized, adorned with the grand visages of the two gods of destruction, evoking a somewhat whimsical atmosphere. Kampa opted for the formidable bear demon, Frost the ice demon, Magita the robot, the Saiyan Kaba, and the assassin Hit. Beerus assembled Ultra Goku, Ultra Vegeta, the lethargic Piccolo, Manaka, and the slumbering Majin Buu for battle. Rob's group, however, was composed entirely of Saiyans: Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Broly, and Rob. As for the rules, given the three participating factions, it was ultimately decided, upon Rob's suggestion, that a free-for-all would ensue, with the last standing declared the victor. Initially, everyone clustered with their respective universes, remaining vigilant of one another. However, after Ultra Goku's boisterous greeting, the dynamics shifted dramatically, particularly for Kaba. Seeing Vegeta felt like encountering a revered ancestor, especially now, with two appearing simultaneously. The golden auras of Super Saiyans 1, 2, and 3, alongside the mysterious aura of Super Saiyan Blue and the ferocious power of Super Saiyan 4, left him utterly bewildered about whom to heed. However, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta addressed his inquiries, which were indeed among his inner uncertainties. He had previously posed this question to Whis, who explained that there was no single correct approach. Both methods serve as paths to strength, each possessing its unique advantages. Ultimately, the outcomes were akin, leading to the same destination of power. Whis expressed his confidence in guiding them through the mastery of divine energy, although he admitted his knowledge of the Saiyan bloodline was somewhat limited. Thus, Super Vegeta conveyed Whis' insights to Gabe, yet he resolved to delve into the Saiyan heritage. Having already instructed Bulma to procure a Zenkai machine, he understood that once his strength reached a certain threshold, he could awaken the Saiyan bloodline and transform into Super Saiyan 4. Meanwhile, Frost's exploits were discussed to foster mutual understanding, yet with Frieza as presence, courtesy of Ro. Everyone swiftly accepted this icy demon's newfound role as an ally. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice interrupted the discourse. "Gabe, what are you doing? Engaging in idle chatter? If you embarrass me." Before Xiangpa could finish, Beerus, beside him, covered his mouth and muttered, "Lord Xiangpa, such remarks only serve to diminish your dignity." Though his voice was soft, it was audible to all, leading Ro to momentarily suspect that Beerus harbored a cunning nature. Hearing this, Beerus let out a hearty laugh and turned to Super Goku, saying, "Goku, give it your all, regardless of victory or defeat. I am not so petty as to destroy at the slightest provocation." As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed Beerus had another thought, whispering, "But should you truly lose? Well, you know what that entails." At this, Super Goku and Vegeta shivered, well aware of the overwhelming prowess possessed by Beerus. Then Ro advised everyone, "Let us treat this battle with the seriousness it deserves, especially since two gods of destruction are currently in contention. Should we provoke their wrath, the consequences could be dire." He gestured towards the two distant deities. Super Goku and Vegeta wholeheartedly agreed. Initially, it was anticipated that, akin to the original narrative, warriors from the two universes would clash first. However, with the arrival of Ro and his companions, a slight shift occurred. In the distance, two Vegetas stood facing each other, their gazes locked in a fierce confrontation, signaling that a monumental battle was imminent. It seemed these two were truly at odds. "Hey, Kakarot, do you think you can handle all those opponents?" The others were bewildered, but Super Goku understood Super Vegeta's meaning. Through their earlier exchange, they had realized that aside from Hit, no one in Universe 6 posed a significant threat, as Hit matched their own level, hence the earlier remarks. "Haha, Vegeta, it's rare to see you place such faith in me. While it may be somewhat impolite, I implore you to take action." Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta addressed the warriors of the 6th universe, while Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta spoke to his own universe's Goku, expressing a desire to witness the growth of his counterpart after training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Subsequently, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta provocatively grinned, declaring that an intriguing battle was about to commence. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, however, replied with a hint of indifference, cautioning him not to be overly confident. The two Vegetas began to escalate their power, their bodies emanating a radiant energy, the atmosphere around them thickening with palpable tension. "Are you ready?" Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta boomed. "You're going to suffer a crushing defeat." Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta nodded solemnly, and in an instant, both Vegetas vanished. leaving behind mere white afterimages and the echo of explosive sounds. They darted through the air, their movements fluid and agile. Suddenly, a fierce red flame enveloped Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, producing a tremendous explosion. D'enfant d'explosion, he shouted, unleashing a massive energy wave. As an energy sphere slowly ascended from the ground, expanding as if to engulf the entire planet. Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by this method of combat, having rarely employed princely tactics in recent times, yet he remained composed. Without warning, he vanished from his position, reappearing behind Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Anticipating this, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta swiftly pivoted, launching a series of smaller energy waves that compelled Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta to retreat to his previous spot. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta pressed forward, his formidable strength forcing Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta to continually fall back. Nonetheless, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta deftly countered his assaults, subtly inflicting damage upon his counterpart with each exchange. Suddenly, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta shouted, "Now, it's my turn." Brilliant blue flames ignited around him, radiating an intense aura. "Instant transmission," he declared, raising his hand. Simultaneously, he unleashed a Super Gallic Gun, directing a white energy wave towards Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. After his previous setbacks, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta had finally mastered this technique, though it required considerable time to perfect. Yet, Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta remained steadfast, ready to retaliate. Having grown accustomed to the instantaneous combat style from his battles with Super Saiyan 4 Goku. In a sudden clash, both Vegetas trembled, producing a thunderous explosion. As they separated, both appeared weary, yet bore faint smiles at the corners of their mouths. It appears that the two have found a rival more formidable than Kakarot. The Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta once again launched an assault, unleashing a colossal sphere of energy. However, the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta disregarded this attack and charged towards the blue-haired Super Saiyan, seeking to engage in close combat. Yet, the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta swiftly evaded the onslaught with remarkable speed. This astonished the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, for the Blue Super Saiyan proved to be far stronger than he had anticipated, significantly more formidable than their previous encounter. The two Super Saiyans soared through the air, unleashing an array of immense energy projectiles. The Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta charged at the Blue Super Saiyan Vegeta, but at the last moment, he opted to leap over his opponent, employing the techniques of Super Saiyan to propel his adversary beyond the planet's surface, preparing to claim victory in this round. Just as the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta envisioned triumph, his reverie was abruptly interrupted, for the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta assailed him once more. The Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta attempted to retaliate with a powerful beam of energy, yet the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta had already ensnared his arm, striving to push him away. With a resounding shout, the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta endeavored to break free. However, the Blue Vegeta had already forced him to the precipice and, with astonishing strength, hurled him from the confines of the arena. At that moment, the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta recognized his blunder. His overconfidence in his own power had led him to underestimate his opponent's counterattack. After all, he had always perceived the strength of the Super Saiyan Blue as being considerably inferior to that of the Super Saiyan 4. The battle concluded, leaving the audience in awe of the immense power displayed by the two Super Saiyans. All of this transpired within mere minutes. This tournament was not merely a spectacle for the God of Destruction, but a true clash of titans. Particularly for Hit, who pondered whether, without his time skip ability, he could defeat the adversary before him. The answer was evident, as he withdrew his hands from his pockets, furrowing his brow. For he understood that warriors of Vegeta's caliber were not singular in presence. Chapter 45, Overwhelming Power. Initially, Goku attempted to confront his foe with offensive maneuvers. Yet the Yellow Bear proved to be a resilient opponent, employing a peculiar technique of using Goku's force against him. Reminiscent of a certain man skilled in the art of redirecting energy and the lightning five-strike whip. Seizing the opportunity during Goku's assault, the Yellow Bear unleashed a relentless barrage, even cornering Goku into a dire situation. The bear's body seemed capable of absorbing the full might of Super Saiyan 4's punches. Truly remarkable. However, perhaps due to a moral constraint against lethal force, Goku refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Nevertheless, Goku did not cease his offensive. He remained composed, contemplating amidst Bardock's relentless pressure. Ultimately, by employing the technique of using his opponent's strength against them, as suggested by his comrade, Goku delivered a decisive strike while the adversary attacked, launching the Yellow Bear beyond the Nameless Star and securing victory. Soon after, Frost entered the fray. He harnessed his abilities to conjure an array of peculiar beams of light and relentlessly assaulted Goku. This frozen demon bore a stark contrast to Frieza. It is noteworthy that immediately following the conclusion of the duel between the two Vegetas, Frost transformed into his ultimate form. Regrettably, despite Goku falling into a trap, the overwhelming disparity in strength permitted Goku to effortlessly disperse Frost with a single Kamehameha wave, leading him to disregard Frost, who was rendered incapable of further combat. As Goku turned to depart, a furious Frost brandished a glimmering syringe, suddenly erupting forward in a direct charge at Goku. Yet, without even glancing back, Goku seized Frost's fist, applying a gentle but decisive pressure that crushed his hand bones. The excruciating pain contorted Frost's face, causing the syringe to slip from his grasp and embed itself into his own foot. Fool! Goku, rarely enraged, sent Frost flying with a powerful kick. The ensuing battle presented a slight challenge as the formidable robot Magita entered the fray. He was exceedingly powerful, launching a fierce assault with his thick metallic arms, compelling Goku to evade while seeking an opportunity from the side. In a critical moment of combat, Goku astutely identified the robot's vulnerability, its energy chip. Thus, he resolved to ascend the robot's body and thrust a Kamehameha directly into its chest, successfully vanquishing the mechanical foe. Ultimately, the Saiyan cab arrived on the scene. His strength was astonishing, and under the tutelage of the two Vegetas, he had reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan form. Goku felt a surge of excitement, reminiscing about the countless trials they endured to attain this level. To guide him, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan as well, and the two engaged in a fierce and precise duel, each strike executed with remarkable intensity. After an extended battle, Goku seized the moment, exploiting Cab's weakness to decisively conclude the exhilarating skirmish. I am infuriated. Is this a conspiracy against our sixth universe? The furious Kampa had gathered destructive energy within his palm, glaring at the group led by Ro. Before Ro could offer an explanation, the sound of Beerus's laughter echoed. Kampa, your sixth universe ISNT faring well. You are down to but one remaining fighter. At that moment, Frost suddenly displayed signs of distress, detecting he had expired. Witnessing this, Kampa's fury escalated. You dare to resort to poison. Consequently, he was gently pulled aside by Vados, who whispered something into his ear, while Ro observed Kampa's complexion shift from red to pale. Ultimately, Frost's corpse was obliterated by Kampa's energy blast, and in his irrational fury over Frost's demise, Kampa unjustly penalized Goku, banishing him from the arena. At this moment, only Hit, Broly, Ro, Gohan, Super Saiyan Goku, Super Saiyan Vegeta, and Super Buu remain on the battlefield. As for Monaka, he had fallen during the battle between Vegeta and the others, without causing a single ripple. Next up are Super Buu and Gohan. Although Gohan is currently quite powerful, Ro remains skeptical. In the realm of Dragon Ball, both Buu and Gohan are formidable warriors, having demonstrated their unique strengths and the special bond they share through numerous battles. However, it is worth noting that both Buu and Gohan have diminished in strength over time. Today, they are set to engage in a fierce competition across different universes. Super Buu and Gohan are both prepared, donning their traditional magical attire, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the battle. Super Buu decides to initiate the attack, unleashing a powerful energy sphere towards Gohan, who effortlessly dodges it. Following is Gohan's turn. He retaliates with an energy sphere of his own, but Buu evades with even greater speed. The two commence an intense exchange, unleashing a myriad of different techniques that fill the arena with waves of energy. Notably, Gohan is currently in his base form with black hair, not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Despite Buu's apparent strength, Gohan gradually gains the upper hand in his base state. It must be noted that Gohan's potential is indeed remarkable. His attacks grow increasingly powerful and agile, leaving Super Buu struggling to keep up. Sensing his disadvantage, Super Buu begins to feel anxious. However, he is, after all, someone who has trained Gohan, previously a super martial artist. Regaining his composure, Super Buu attempts to rally once more, but soon finds himself in dire straits again. Chapter 46, Ro's Strength. At this juncture, Gohan halts his assault and approaches Buu, stating, Uncle Buu, you are already quite remarkable, but you have yet to unleash your full potential. I believe that if you continue to train diligently, you will grow even stronger. Our universe's Uncle Buu is also immensely powerful. After speaking, Gohan glances towards Buu in the audience, who nods in acknowledgement. Hearing such words leaves Super Buu astonished. He had never anticipated that his opponent, Gohan, would offer him guidance. It feels rather peculiar. Yet, in reality, he is only a few years older than Gohan, and the sensation of receiving advice is rather pleasant. He gazes deeply at Gohan, then bows his head to admit that he has indeed grown complacent over the years and vows to resume his training. Though Buu has lost, he retains his dignity, bowing to Ro and the others, as well as Gohan, in gratitude before departing the arena. This match not only showcased their strengths, but also highlighted the profound bond between them. Subsequently, Gohan joins Buu in stepping down from the battlefield. Uncle Ro, Master, I apologize for taking matters into my own hands, but I have faith that you will surely prevail. Gohan turns and remarks apologetically. After the battle concluded, Gohan and Super Buu indulged in delightful cuisine while reminiscing about their contest. Gohan expressed that he had become stronger through numerous failures and challenges, hoping that Super Buu would also persist in his training and grow more formidable. Deeply moved, Super Buu acknowledged that Gohan was not someone he had personally guided. He conveyed that he had learned a great deal from this match and recognized the areas in which he still needed improvement. He thanked Gohan for his guidance, pledging to diligently train and evolve into a more powerful warrior. This contest was not merely an intense battle. It exemplified the power of friendship and respect. For Piccolo and Gohan, it was an exceptionally meaningful encounter. In the arena, only 5 individuals remained: Super Saiyan Blue Goku, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, Hit, Goku Black, and Broly. Hit, aware of his current position, noticed Goku Black, as he appeared to be the weakest among the remaining competitors. He cautiously approached Goku Black, who blocked Broly's advance. You've taken care of me for so long. Allow me to experience a true fight. Let me have a one-on-one match. If I lose, you are still here. Goku Black said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Broly halted his previous action, confident in his ability to defeat everyone in the arena. Goku Black had not become overconfident. Since the Time Nest incident, he had maintained rigorous training, believing he required a genuine battle, especially since Broly had shielded him so well. Super Vegeta and Super Goku had no immediate plans to intervene, as they had been eager to test their strength against Broly since the outset. I'm starting now, it declared coolly. Goku Black prepared for battle, transforming into Super Saiyan 4. His hands moved in a fluid motion, steady as a rock yet dazzlingly swift, creating an impenetrable barrier of energy. At that moment, Goku Black executed swift kicks, channeling all his strength into his legs, achieving a balance that was almost aesthetically pleasing, his arms forming a cross. In the next instant, Goku Black felt a devastating blow to his heart, his vision fading as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Wow, this guy is overpowered. I don't recall it being this intense in the original, he thought, realizing he had misjudged the situation. It's over, Hit remarked coolly once again, startling the onlookers with the suddenness of the speed displayed. However, Broly seemed unperturbed, as his brother Goku Black had frequently endured similar beatings, and his resilience surpassed that of Goku and the others. Then Goku Black staggered to his feet, rubbing his chest. That hurt. Let's go again. Boom, boom, boom. In a heartbeat, Goku Black endured a series of devastating strikes. Fortunately, the force was not as exaggerated as Broly's, allowing him to remain standing. After enduring multiple injuries, Luo took a deep breath and refocused his mind for battle. He then began to relentlessly assault his opponent, each strike executed with lethal precision. However, Hit's speed and agility surpassed Luo's expectations, leaving him feeling somewhat frustrated. Yet considering Hit's identity as an assassin, such prowess was to be anticipated. You are truly a genius. I have never witnessed such techniques. You must possess the ability to time skip, akin to an adversary of the former Ginyu Force, Luo remarked slowly. Upon hearing this, Goku Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan instantly recognized the reference. They had encountered that individual before. Luo understood that he had to take decisive action. He concentrated all his energy, unleashing a devastating attack. Yet, Hit had already anticipated this move and effortlessly evaded the strike. Your attacks cannot reach me. Come again, Hit declared confidently. You have lost, Luo suddenly stated calmly, as his aura began to surge uncontrollably, transforming the entire scene. The two warriors stood face to face once more. Hit gazed at Luo with mild astonishment, sensing that Luo's power had ascended to a new pinnacle. Well, it seems we are now true opponents, Hit said with a smile. The two warriors began to unleash their techniques in succession, alternating attacks, though it was primarily Luo who found himself on the defensive. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense, with each strike eliciting gasps of astonishment. Luo was gradually pushed to the brink, unable to withstand the onslaught of Hit's time-skip attacks. He suddenly realized that he lacked Goku's extraordinary foresight. During the fray, he managed to parry one of Hit's strikes. But just as he was about to be blasted out of bounds, Luo executed a sudden instant transmission to appear behind Hit. New Kamehameha. This technique effectively restrained Hit, who was attempting to launch another attack. Luo had studied this move, which, aside from Tien's technique, could only suppress opponents of similar caliber, yet it would suffice. Observing Hit's repeated attempts to activate his time skip, only to be thwarted, Luo gently stated, "You have lost." However, Hit dismissed Luo's words, believing that the technique could only hold him for 3 minutes at most. "You can only control me for 3 minutes. Do you not realize this?" Hit scoffed, doubting that anyone would come to his aid, as he had already declared a one-on-one battle. This thought, however, instilled in him a sense of caution, reminding him never to find himself in such perilous circumstances again. His time skip was insignificant against many true powerhouses. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes. As the time neared its conclusion, a lethal energy blast surged toward the immobilized Hit. It was unmistakably the energy blast Luo had previously failed to land. How could the energy blast he had just sent flying return? Could he still have the strength to control it? At that moment of contemplation for Hit, an energy blast surged forth, striking him and sending him flying beyond the nameless star. Hit has been eliminated. Ultimately, Rote triumphed over Hit, standing there, breathless yet imbued with a profound sense of accomplishment. This marked his first battle without Broly's protection, and he had yet to reveal his trump card. "How did you manage that?" Hit, now battered and bruised, struggled to comprehend Ro's achievement, especially since Ro himself had been immobilized at the time. So, with a sense of pride, disclosed this technique was developed by a senior named Chien. By merely identifying a target, the energy blast will manifest in a manner that no one could foresee at a predetermined moment. Ro spoke with pride, as it was indeed a unique skill he possessed in this realm, and this senior was a source of his pride. Upon hearing this, Hit could not suppress his admiration, acknowledging that indeed, the world is filled with formidable experts. With this revelation, Hit experienced a moment of clarity. He realized he had grown stronger, and this battle had contributed significantly to his development. Observing this exchange, Vegeta inquired whether Goku would have been able to secure victory under such circumstances. Goku nonchalantly replied that he had a plan, albeit different from Ro's. Vegeta, full of pride, chose not to press further. The two angels were equally astonished by this technique, reflecting thoughtfully, as it was the first time they had witnessed such a skill in all their years. Beerus nodded in acknowledgement, as a recent display had provided him considerable insight. Only Kampa wore a displeased expression. Had the match not been ongoing, he would have already intervened. However, Beerus, not yet victorious, restrained himself from obliterating these individuals who had brought him embarrassment. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan Goku and Super Saiyan Vegeta were deliberating who would face Broly first. Broly showed no leniency toward either of them. With a mighty roar, Broly concentrated all his power, causing his aura to surge at an alarming rate. Crackling silver lightning flickered violently around him. As his energy peaked, Broly's hair transformed to a greenish-yellow hue, cascading down to his waist. Surrounded by a tempest of lightning, his physique expanded noticeably, his eyes turning white and his pupils vanishing. This was the Super Saiyan 3 Broly form, an inexhaustible well of power. The epitome of Super Saiyan 3, devoid of any flaws. This form was indeed the most suitable for Broly. Super Saiyan Vegeta was left awestruck by Broly's formidable strength. He had sensed Broly's might upon their first encounter. Now, he realized that he must transform into Super Saiyan Blue to have any chance of overcoming Broly's Super Saiyan 3, a reality that challenged his pride to its core. The Ultra Vegeta has commenced his assault. This Super Saiyan possesses astonishing power and speed, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. He relentlessly attacks Broly, yet the latter remains unfazed, with countless energy blasts striking him without inflicting any harm. Both Super Saiyans instantly feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from Broly, prompting them to join forces and confront him head-on. Broly roars as he unleashes a mighty energy wave, raising his arm to release a formidable blast. However, Goku and Vegeta are already prepared, swiftly dodging and launching their counterattacks. Unfortunately, at this moment, Broly suddenly becomes even more powerful amidst the blue glow. Is this truly Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta murmurs. In mere seconds, he suffers a devastating blow but refuses to yield. Rising once more, He suddenly senses a surge of energy within, the essence of Broly's might. Caution is warranted. A colossal figure hurtles towards Goku and Vegeta, each strike imbued with world-shattering force. Goku and Vegeta continuously unleash energy waves towards Broly, yet he retaliates relentlessly, offering them no respite. The battlefield is a maelstrom of intensity, with both sides exchanging blows, the blue and yellow figures darting through the air like lightning. Goku and Vegeta employ their unique techniques, harmonizing their energies into a singular point, then unleashing it in an explosive burst, tearing through Broly's energy wave. However, Broly emerges relatively unscathed, letting out a fierce roar as he transforms into a massive purple energy, charging at Goku and Vegeta. Undeterred, both warriors unleash their signature moves. The battle resembles a cataclysm, each strike sending tremors through the uncharted realm. Throughout the conflict, Goku and Vegeta maintain close coordination, supporting and shielding one another. Despite the overwhelming force they face, they resolutely confront Broly, whose power continues to escalate. As their synergy deepens, they seek to uncover and exploit his vulnerabilities. Eventually, they seize an opportunity. As Broly releases another energy wave, they retaliate simultaneously, redirecting his attack and sending it soaring away. In that fleeting moment, Goku and Vegeta unleash their most formidable assault, 20-fold Kamehameha, Super Gallic Gun. Yet, Broly catches it effortlessly with one hand, propelling both warriors towards the outskirts of the arena. Nevertheless, Goku and Vegeta refuse to surrender, steadfast in their belief in their strength as they continue to battle Broly, both pushing their limits to the utmost. After Broly's next counterattack, he nearly obliterated Vegeta, leaving him on the brink of losing all combat capability. However, Goku, against all odds, managed to rise once more. Broly's strength continued to escalate as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts upon the recovering Goku, who struggled to fend them off. Logically, Goku should have been rendered incapacitated by the onslaught, yet he evaded 9 of the strikes with an inexplicable maneuver, ultimately succumbing to one that sent him crashing to the ground. Chapter 48, Total Annihilation. Predictably, both Vegeta and Goku were defeated, culminating in a resounding victory for Broly and his companions. The sheer might of Broly astonished everyone present, especially considering he had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Kappa nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly affirming that the Time Patrol should possess such prowess, perhaps also influenced by Beerus's own defeat. Was covered his mouth lightly, equally astonished by Broly's strength. Following the conclusion of the battle, Goku and Vegeta revived fully after consuming the Senzu beans. Although the overwhelming victory of Broly left them feeling despondent, they recognized the latent potential of a Super Saiyan, igniting a newfound motivation within them. Impressive. I yearn for another bout with him, exclaimed Super Goku, scratching the back of his head. Upon hearing this, the Goku from the Time Realm contemplated that had he truly comprehended Broly's capabilities, he might have refrained from the notion of a one-on-one confrontation, especially considering Broly's lethal intent. Elsewhere, Beerus has not triumphed, and Bardos, we have not lost, Kampa remarked, relishing the situation. Just as Kampa and Beerus exchanged jibes, preparing to clash, the Omni Kings suddenly appeared above them. Instantly, both deities were taken aback, never anticipating the Omni Kings' arrival. Despite their roles as destroyers, they understood the gravitas associated with the title of Omni King, quickly descending from their pedestal to bow respectfully before him. Under the astonished gaze of the assembly, the two angels offered a brief explanation before also bowing to the Omni King. The Omni King is the supreme adjudicator of the universe, possessing boundless power and authority. This declaration resonated in the ears of all, yet the warriors remained skeptical. The Omni King paid no heed to their disbelief. Due to the negligence of Beerus and Kampa, he had come to remind them not to forget their responsibilities as destroyers. However, due to his naive nature, he became captivated by the martial arts tournament and decided that the next event would encompass the entire universe. Initially hesitant about this decision, it was only when Super Goku's untimely interjection praised the idea, expressing excitement about battling masters from other universes, that the Omni King became intrigued by this pure-hearted yet somewhat simple-minded individual. This allowed Luo to distinctly perceive the protagonist's halo surrounding Super Saiyan Goku. Among all the Gokus he had encountered, the one from the Super Dimension exhibited the least mastery, both in demeanor and combat acumen, significantly inferior to those from the GT timeline and his own universe. Moreover, In this universe, Super Goku was under the guardianship of the god of destruction, Beerus, the angel, Whis, and the Grand Minister, not to mention the formidable backing of the Omni King. One cannot help but marvel at the terrifying aura of the protagonist. Next came the epical handshake, alongside the overwhelming presence of the Omni King. With Goku now having the most powerful ally at his disposal, it seemed that, in contrast to a certain Saiyan, Super Goku was indeed favored by fortune, resembling more of a king amongst allies. A glance revealed that the Omni King had noticed something amiss. As he observed yet another Goku among the crowd, who appeared rather composed, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 was particularly striking. Thus, the Goku from Luo's timeline had the fortunate opportunity to introduce himself to the Omni King, along with the identities of his companions, who were part of the Time Patrol under the Kaishin of Time. He also took a moment to introduce all of their members. "Ah, I see. I watched your earlier match, and your battles were truly exhilarating," the Omni King remarked. "You should consider participating in the competition." Seemingly sensing that such a direct invitation might be inappropriate, the Omni King added, "If you can stand out in the Universal Tournament, I shall grant you a wish." It was evident that Luo and his companions were not direct subordinates of the Omni King, yet he generously offered them a benefit, showcasing his genuine interest in this martial arts gathering and reflecting his understanding of human sentiments, unlike a certain Saiyan. However, a nearby attendant furrowed his brow at the Omni King's promise, yet made no move to intervene. Upon hearing this, Luo felt a surge of excitement within him. After all, he had long desired the Omni King's assurance. To his astonishment, he was now poised to receive it directly. Goku was indeed fortunate. Subsequently, Luo expressed his profound respect to the Omni King, maintaining a straight posture, slightly bowing his head with a smile as he greeted him. He then positioned his arms by his sides, slightly bending his elbows and extending his palms forward in a gesture of salutation, striving to leave a favorable impression on the Omni King. He conveyed how honored he was to participate in the Universal Tournament hosted by the esteemed Omni King, assuring him of a splendid performance. Upon hearing this, the Omni King eagerly briefed the two gods of destruction before hastily departing to make preparations. However, once the Omni King had left, the warriors on the Super Earth remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. Much like Goku, they were eager to engage in combat with the formidable fighters from other universes. Beerus and Kampa, on the other hand, wore furrowed brows, particularly Kampa, who knew that his universe lacked many powerful warriors. He feared that if things went awry, the Omni King might perceive his efforts as lackluster. After all, the Omni King has publicly announced this matter. The tournament will inevitably take place sooner or later, perhaps even sooner than he anticipated, especially since he has annihilated many of the formidable warriors from the Sixth Universe. Thus, Kampa hastily bid farewell to Beerus, leaving behind the Super Dragon Balls, and promptly led Hit and the others back to the Sixth Universe. Meanwhile, in the Seventh Universe, Bulma soon completed the radar capable of locating the Super Dragon Balls and discovered that the nameless planet beneath their feet was, in fact, the final Super Dragon Ball. This discovery came without any effort. After deliberation among the group, Beerus, Whis, and the others prepared to make their wish directly. As the Super Dragon Balls emerged, the entire universe became extraordinarily radiant, emitting a dazzling golden light that illuminated the cosmos. In this blinding brilliance, the stars twinkled across the sky, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Countless nebulae began to converge in the heavens, forming a colossal vortex, accompanied by a series of thunderous flashes reminiscent of lightning, instilling an overwhelming sense of awe. At the center of this immense whirlpool, 7 gigantic Dragon Balls slowly ascended, eliciting an involuntary gulp. Subsequently, the massive Dragon Balls began to glide gracefully through the air, and as they descended, the surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly tense. When the Dragon Balls finally touched the ground, a powerful shockwave of energy erupted, producing a strange beam of light that pierced through the entire world. Chapter 49, Luo's Wish. At that moment, a long, magnificent dragon materialized in the sky, its thunderous roars echoing continuously, sending chills down one's spine. The Dragon Balls began to spin, unleashing boundless power that resonated through every being. As the Dragon Balls settled to the ground, they began to emanate infinite energy, enveloping the entire universe. Rays of various hues radiated outward, transforming the surroundings into a realm of golden brilliance. Simultaneously, a mysterious and noble dragon conveyed messages of hope and strength through its silent gaze. Recognizing the need for divine communication, Whis turned to Luo, seemingly indicating that their group would heed his words. Luo, do you have any wishes? Whis inquired, intrigued by what Luo and his companions might desire. After a moment's hesitation, Luo spoke slowly. Mr. Whis, to be candid, we have been fortunate to join the Time Patrol and, through our efforts, continue to grow stronger. However, we originate from a lesser universe, one that has derived from the main universe. I genuinely hope for our universe to evolve into a magnificent realm akin to the seventh universe, so that the warriors of our universe may not lose hope of becoming stronger due to our cosmic circumstances. Therefore, I wish for the Omni King to grant our universe the opportunity to develop like the main universe, allowing the Super Dragon Balls to facilitate new advancements for our universe, transforming it into an extraordinary cosmos. With a sincere tone, Luo seemed to be burdened by the cosmic circumstances, encountering a predicament where no matter how hard he endeavored, his strength could not be enhanced. Ah, I did not expect that this was your wish, Luo. Whis nodded in acknowledgement, and Goku and the others felt a sense of relief, realizing that Luo's universe could not facilitate their continued growth and power. Upon hearing this, Luo expressed his regret, stating that as a member of our universe, he naturally wished to contribute to the cosmos that nurtured him. Subsequently, Whis invoked the divine language, articulating Luo's desire to the Super Dragon. With a resounding boom, Luo understood that his wish had been fulfilled, awaiting only the approval of the Omni King. After the wish was made, the dragon vanished as though traversing through space, leaving behind a pristine starry sky. The 7 Super Dragon Balls emitted their radiance throughout the universe. Yet Luo silently noted some general directions, for such a high-level privilege was not easily located. This moment was breathtaking and enigmatic, igniting a profound desire to explore the mysteries of the world. As for why Luo did not simply wish for his universe to evolve directly into a transcendent one, it was because even if the wish were successful, it still required the Omni King's affirmation. Otherwise, if a primary universe were to suddenly emerge, it could very well be obliterated by the Omni King, leading to dire consequences. This time, the confrontation between the two destroyers temporarily came to a close, as their relationship remained amicable without significant peril. The group returned to Earth once more, with the Omni King set to host a martial arts tournament for the entire universe. Luo and his companions had a new reason to stay on Earth. A month later, on Earth, in West City, at Bulma's residence, Beerus and Whis were relishing delectable cuisine alongside Majin Buu from Luo's universe. They appeared unconcerned about the martial arts tournament mentioned by the Omni King, as the notion of annihilation upon failure had yet to be disclosed. As for why Beerus, Whis, and Majin Buu were mingling together, it was because Majin Buu had the uncanny ability to always locate the most exquisite food, a talent that Beerus and Whis greatly admired. Meanwhile, Goku and the others, motivated by the impending Universal Tournament, had proactively sought out numerous warriors and had entered the hyperbolic time chamber to train alongside Luo's universe inhabitants. After all, they could forcibly breach the dimensional barrier through sheer strength, escaping the confines of the time chamber. It must be said that the time chamber is indeed an excellent place for cultivation. Within, the fighters from a super universe, such as Gohan, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin, were also undergoing training. Due to Luo's influence, they were made aware of the significance of the upcoming Universal Tournament, which could potentially harbor crises. Only Luo and Broly remained absent, with Broly naturally not requiring training to continue his relentless ascent in power. As Luo continuously elevates the realms of his mind and body, each movement becomes a form of training, seamlessly integrated into his daily life, a path he has chosen to follow. Every subtle gesture reflects Luo's understanding and mastery of his practice. Whether it be breathing, standing, or walking, each action necessitates precise adjustments and control. In Whis' eyes, these seemingly simple movements embody a profoundly deep method of cultivation. With every breath, he seeks inner calm and tranquility. With each stance, he fortifies his physical strength and resilience. And with every step, he contemplates the significance and value of life, which greatly astonishes Whis regarding Luo's approach to training. After all, such a practice seems beyond Luo's current stage. Yet considering his previous demeanor and identity, it is quite understandable. In Luo, Whis observes a captivating intensity and dedication. He repeatedly executes the same actions, whether dining or walking, until he attains perfection. Simultaneously, Luo often pauses to reflect upon his inner sensations and thoughts, allowing for better adjustments to his state of practice, a new method he has recently begun to embrace. Hey Whis, this fellow's training resembles the method you described. noted Beerus, who had certainly noticed Luo's transformation. Ah, Lord Beerus, indeed, this is akin to the technique of Zai Ji Igong. In the realm of cultivation, individuals strive for an exquisite mastery over themselves and transcendence. They view the minutiae of daily life as manifestations of their practice, thereby achieving true recognition and control over their inner selves. This level necessitates meticulous and rational contemplation and adjustments. Only through relentless attempts and corrections can one attain genuine results in their cultivation. Beerus was continued. Once you have perfected your Zai Ji Gong, you too must commence such practices and refrain from your habitual laziness and slumber. After all, your strength has not seen improvement in quite some time. Whis, what do you understand? My sleep is a form of cultivation, Beerus retorted, though he absorbed Whis's words, particularly as he remained mindful of the dream of becoming a super Saiyan god. The Saiyans, with their astonishing prowess, indeed left him quite astounded, given their rapid ascent in strength. Chapter 50. The Arrival of Black Goku. Life had been momentarily tranquil for several days, when suddenly, a bottomless black hole appeared in the sky near West City on Earth. Subsequently, a time machine descended slowly, within which lay an unconscious youth. Trunks? Upon witnessing this scene, Luo immediately grasped the impending events. Hearing Luo's murmured words, Bulma quickly comprehended the situation and rushed over. Wait, indeed, it is that young man, whose vest and trousers reveal that they have not been changed for quite some time. His attire is exceedingly dull, evidently a consequence of enduring numerous battles over an extended period. The moment future Trunks laid eyes upon Bulma, he lowered his guard and, unable to withstand the overwhelming emotions, fainted. Bulma hurriedly assisted Trunks into the house, retrieving an array of sophisticated instruments to commence his treatment. Aside from Ro, it is likely that no one in this universe comprehends the brutal events that future Trunks has endured, which prompted Ro to reminisce about the Trunks he had encountered, pondering how he might be faring now. However, Ro intervened in Bulma's efforts, recognizing that concern could lead to chaos, especially since he could readily provide Trunks with a substantial supply of senza beans. Alas, I am indeed quite clever. With so many senza beans, I cannot fathom when they will be consumed. It is rather distressing. Ro murmured to himself, lamenting that in his own universe, a Kairobe had not a single senza bean to spare. Before long, Trunks regained consciousness, and upon seeing Bulma, a significant portion of his burdens lifted from his heart. Subsequently, Bulma introduced Ro, Beerus, and Whis to Trunks. Upon hearing the names of the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis, Trunks felt a genuine sense of respect for their divine beings. However, when he learned that Ro was an enforcer of the Time Patrol, a glimpse of his vulnerability became evident. He was torn between his desire to act righteously and his yearning to save his universe and his comrades. Bulma, clearly attuned to her son's thoughts, decided to employ her previous tactics against Ro, aware that they were currently dependent on him for sustenance. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis, who were observing the unfolding events, found their thoughts to be quite intricate, given their status as the highest authorities in this universe. They understood the gravity of time travel. Initially, the relationship with Bulma complicated matters, but now, with the presence of professionals, they felt relieved from the burden of intervention. Although Beerus and Whis continued to savor their meal, their gazes remained fixed upon the scene. In truth, Whis was already aware that this young man had traversed time, yet he chose not to dwell on it, recognizing that he was not inherently malevolent. After all, it is often wiser to avoid unnecessary complications, particularly since Lord Beerus had been in slumber at that time. And as an angel, he was prohibited from interference, leaving him feeling rather helpless. Ahem, I am Ro, the captain of the Time Patrol, Trunks. You had best provide me with a reasonable explanation. Time travel is a grave offense. Ro's usual jovial demeanor was replaced with solemnity, his gaze fixed and authoritative, embodying the essence of an enforcer. As he spoke, Bulma had already requested Whis to relay a message to Vegeta and the others in the hyperbolic time chamber, urging them to return swiftly, for it appeared that Ro was not inclined to show leniency. What followed was Trunks' relentless pleas. He was willing to confess and bear all consequences, merely hoping to rescue the individuals from his world first. Meanwhile, Bulma clasped her hands together in a gesture of prayer, continuously beseeching Ro. Alas, Trunks was indeed in a grievous predicament, arguably the most tragic among all Trunks across parallel universes. Contemplating this, Ro resolved to accept him. After all, without Ro, the Kai of Time, Kane would still be a solitary figure. Bulma, What do you think would transpire if individuals could traverse time and space at will? Upon hearing this, Bulma, as a brilliant scientist, was acutely aware of the severe repercussions such an ability would entail. Yet, despite her understanding, she cannot simply permit Ro to enforce the law blindly. Capital punishment may be evaded, but lesser transgressions cannot escape retribution. Ro then whispered something into Trunks' ear, and immediately, Trunks' spirits soared as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude and readiness to accept punishment. Hey Ro, is this how you enforce the law? Lord Beerus, dissatisfied with the absence of the desired outcome, expressed his annoyance. Lord Beerus, the enforcement standards vary with the circumstances, and there has been no violation of the rules. You may observe, Ro replied, feeling liberated since Kane was not present to intervene. In truth, in past encounters, Beerus would have annihilated any such situation instantly, never expecting that time travel would not warrant a death sentence. Essentially, what Ro conveyed to Trunks was that his actions were egregious. However, in light of his sincere intentions, Trunks would henceforth be required to serve in the Time Patrol until his demise, as atonement for the calamities caused by his temporal transgressions. It must be said, Ro reveled in the increasing intensity of her declarations, especially as Trunks wore a countenance of grave error, providing her with immense satisfaction. Was this the joy of leadership? It seemed the matter was temporarily set aside. In the next moment, at the very spot where Trunks had landed, a rift materialized in the sky, releasing a nefarious aura that emanated from within, and soon, an individual remarkably resembling Goku emerged. His skin was slightly darker, his hair more disheveled than Goku's, and he donned a black tank top and shorts. How to describe him? Simply put, he was strikingly handsome. Anyone utilizing Goku's body would appear more attractive than his original form. With the exception of Super Saiyan 4, of course. The instant this figure emerged, he captured everyone's attention. Nevertheless, his energy remained relatively weak. At this juncture, Black Goku had yet to fully master Goku's physique, yet he was undoubtedly stronger than many other warriors in this universe. Hey Whis, it seems this fellow is also a time traveler. How do you suppose Ro will address this? Beerus called out to Whis. Whis, responding casually, remarked, Indeed, Lord Beerus, however, besides the malevolent aura, he appears to possess a divine power as well. Nonetheless, Ro should be capable of defeating him. Upon finishing his statement, Whis took another bite of the sundae in his hand. At this moment, Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. The sudden emergence of numerous time-traveling individuals was undoubtedly orchestrated by that boy named Trunks. As for the appearance of Black Goku, the two hardly paid him any heed. From the moment he arrived, Black Goku exuded an impeccable aura, accompanied by swirling, terrifying dark storms in the sky. With his hands clasped behind his back, he seemed to provoke Broly, as if he were eager for a confrontation. His arrogance was unmistakable, though whether it stemmed from jealousy remained uncertain. Meanwhile, Trunks wore a grave expression, acutely aware of the formidable strength of his opponent. He realized he was no match for him. Upon seeing Ro, he contemplated warning him to exercise caution, yet felt an inexplicable sense of futility in doing so. Chapter 51. Ro's Advancement. Trunks, you cannot escape. Upon arriving on Earth, Black Goku immediately sought the energy signature of Trunks. He had not anticipated that he could follow Trunks through the time portal to this world. Quickly dismissing various thoughts from his mind, he set his focus on locating Trunks. Soon enough, Black Goku materialized before Trunks, incessantly spouting melodramatic rhetoric, ultimately proclaiming that both Trunks and humanity were doomed. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ro could no longer contain himself. After all, this Black Goku resembled a fool, while Beerus and Whis sat unfazed on the opposite side. Alas, it seems I must intervene once again. Life can be as lonely as snow. Subsequently, Ro slowly ascended into the sky, turning to face Black Goku. Do you realize that traversing time is a grave offense? Not only do you lack remorse, but you also threaten to take lives in my presence, disregarding the Time Patrol entirely. Trunks was a challenging adversary, but dealing with Black Goku would be a straightforward task, perfectly aligning with his responsibilities as the captain of the Time Patrol, and would also serve to report to Kane. In just a few days, Ro's strength underwent a momentous transformation, culminating in a breakthrough to the Super Saiyan limit. This was an outcome Ro had not anticipated. The memories of his unique training in the time nest sent shivers down his spine. It was akin to being a replica of Broly, much like how Mr. Popo had treated Goku in the past, resulting in Ro enduring relentless beatings every day. I will protect Trunks. Now, a member of the Time Patrol, Trunks felt immensely moved, causing Ro a fleeting pang of guilt, which he swiftly cast aside. With a menacing glint in his eye, Black Goku did not engage in further verbal sparring. He charged directly at Ro. Thus, an intense battle commenced. Ro and Black Goku stood face to face, their gazes locked and breath steady, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly heated. Suddenly, Black Goku launched an attack, unleashing his dark powers as he lunged toward Ro. However, Luo's reaction was remarkably swift. He raised his hands upward, and an aura surged forth, effortlessly evading Black Wukong's assault while simultaneously counterattacking with astonishing speed. Subsequently, Black Wukong's form underwent yet another transformation, significantly enhancing both his strength and agility. He began employing a variety of skills and techniques in an attempt to vanquish Luo. With relentless motion, Black Wukong spun his body, his hands executing strikes with precision and power, each movement exuding grace and force, indicative of his rigorous training. Yet, with merely a slight shift of his body, Luo gracefully brushed aside Black Wukong's onslaught, effortlessly neutralizing his offensive. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed as their palms collided, unleashing a formidable shockwave that sent Black Wukong staggering backward, seemingly repelled by his own might. Without a moment's hesitation, Black Wukong persisted in his aggressive assault, eager for an exhilarating clash. His movements quickened, growing increasingly fierce. Yet each of Luo's maneuvers harmoniously balanced offense and defense, creating a tempestuous barrage that bewildered the eye. Black Wukong dodged and attacked continuously, yet he remained unable to penetrate Luo's defenses. Nevertheless, he was undeterred, channeling more dark energy to amplify his strikes. In response, Luo ascended once more, his hair a vivid crimson as he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, breaking through limits and vastly augmenting his power. Luo assumait la combattance, his hands alternating in a mesmerizing rhythm, steady as a rock in a slow tempo, dazzlingly rapid in a fast tempo, resembling an impenetrable shield of energy. At that moment, Luo grounded himself, seemingly channeling all his strength into his legs, achieving a balance that exuded an unexpected elegance, his arms forming a cross. One hand extended gently like a claw, while the other pushed forward in sync with the rhythm, revealing a subtle slope in his legs. Beneath his feet, a black and white taiji symbol faintly emerged. The entire figure radiated an extraordinary calmness, starkly contrasting with his wild exterior. Meanwhile, Black Wukong prepared to unleash a full-force strike, dark energy converging within him, surrounded by crackling black lightning. With a shout, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave directly toward Luo. In the next instant, the taiji pattern beneath Luo's feet began to spin rapidly, creating an inexplicable force in the surroundings. Gotcha, Black Wukong thought, but just as the Kamehameha wave approached Luo, it seemed to warp, as if Luo had directly caught the dark energy wave, which now swirled around him. To his astonishment, Luo then redirected the Kamehameha wave back at Black Wukong, its intensity even greater than before. Just as Black Wukong felt the chill of defeat, the surrounding space appeared to distort, abruptly transporting him away. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo could not help but remark on the remarkable fortune of this individual. Had it not been for the intervention of the full egg, the ultimate victors would undoubtedly have been the alliance of Zamas and Black Goku. Luo then gradually regulated his breathing, and the vibrations of his body subsided as he exited the Super Saiyan form. Weiss observed, seemingly noting that his disappearance was not a voluntary act. It is possible, Beerus remarked, gazing at the heavens, that the time machine caused a distortion in the fabric of time, which reacted with the power of the time ring, drawing the Dark Goku into this era. However, much like a wound that heals, the distorted timeline will naturally revert to its original state, suggesting that the time ring forcibly pulled him back to his rightful time. Weiss, too, contemplated the sky. Beerus, dismissing further thoughts on the matter, turned his attention to Luo and inquired, "Hey Luo, what was that technique you used? I was merely an observer, yet I find myself intrigued by your skill." Weiss, standing nearby, expressed that he had never encountered such martial arts before. "This technique is called Tai Chi," Luo explained, "which employs softness to overcome hardness, stillness to govern motion, and intention to direct energy. As long as the opponent's strength does not exceed 20 times my own, I can absorb their power and return it, excluding divine techniques, of course, as those pertain to the realm of laws." Upon hearing this, Weiss and Beerus appeared contemplative, with Weiss demonstrating the movements. Initially stiff, his motion soon became increasingly fluid, embodying a grace that defied description. At that moment, Luo felt that Weiss's execution surpassed his own. A sense of effortless mastery radiated from Weiss, suggesting that this skill was innate to him. Chapter 52. The Zama's Plan. Haha, thank you, Luo. I now feel confident in my ability to spar with my sister, Bardos. This truly is an extraordinary divine technique, Weiss said, a smile creeping upon his lips, as if he could already envision his victory. It seemed that in his youth, Weiss had often been bested by his sister Bardos, which made Luo chuckle inwardly. Lord Beerus, I highly recommend you learn this martial art as well. It will greatly benefit you, instilling a profound sense of inner peace and tranquility during practice, Weiss suggested, covering his mouth. Such training would be quite advantageous for your temperament. In conclusion, Weiss assured Luo that as long as he did not violate the duties of an angel, he would do his utmost to assist him. This declaration elicited a sense of worthiness in Luo, for angels are indeed the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball universe. Not long after, Beerus, having regained his composure, suddenly addressed Weiss. Hey, Weiss, did you happen to notice the fingers of that man in black? Beerus's expression turned serious. Yes, Lord Beerus, I noticed. It was the Kaioshin ring. However, it remains uncertain which Kaioshin it belongs to. It appears that a certain Supreme Kai has been negligent in his duties, resulting in the emergence of a time-disrupting criminal. Whis, see if you can uncover any clues, remarked Beerus with disdain. Subsequently, Whis' staff began to reveal the ongoing battle between Luo and Black Goku. Shortly thereafter, Goku and the others emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber upon receiving news, and were slightly taken aback upon seeing Trunks. They quickly grasped the unfolding events, though both Vegetas exhibited extraordinary anger. In the days that followed, Trunks managed to relax somewhat, encountering Scholar Gohan and Warrior Gohan. Two Gohans, exclaimed Trunks. The Gohan for Dragon Ball Super comforted Trunks while introducing the members of his family, striving to impart a sense of warmth and belonging to Trunks, attempting to uplift his spirits. He even mimicked the gestures from their past, endeavoring to awaken Trunks' fighting spirit. This prompted Trunks to ponder that if he were strong enough, perhaps his planet's inhabitants could also enjoy such tranquility. However, upon meeting Warrior Gohan, a wave of security washed over Trunks. Warrior Gohan assured Trunks that he would accompany him back to defeat Black Goku. Trunks reminisced about the times when he and Gohan had seamlessly coordinated, fostering mutual trust and support. Gohan often took him on adventures, teaching him survival, training, and combat skills. In moments of peril, Gohan always made every effort to protect him, along with the reassurance of Gohan's strong presence. Gazing at Warrior Gohan's silhouette, Trunks couldn't help but wish that his universe's Gohan were still alive. Days later, Whis informed Beerus, Lord Beerus, I have discovered that he hails from Universe 10. A visit will confirm this. Thus, Whis and Beerus, accompanied by Luo and Super Goku, journeyed to Universe 10. In Universe 10, the King Kai apprentice Zamasu and Supreme Kai Gawasu were engaged in a discussion beneath a tree regarding human development and the responsibilities of a Supreme Kai. However, Gawasu remained oblivious to the fact that his apprentice held entirely divergent views. Zamasu, with his green skin and tall stature, sported white hair that stood upright. Clad in a loose black Kai attire and adorned with a pair of gemstone rings, his cold demeanor and sharp gaze left a notable impression. Luo recognized that Zamasu's mindset was somewhat unorthodox, yet he seemed well suited for the role of a god of destruction. It was puzzling how Zamasu's thoughts led him to aspire to become a Supreme Kai, a symbol of creation and life. Initially, Zamasu merely harbored ideas, but following Goku's brash and impolite greetings, Zamasu's anger intensified, further exacerbating his prejudices against humanity. Moreover, it appeared that Supreme Kai Gawasu also exhibited some peculiarities. What was the source of Zamasu's biases against humanity? Every time Zamas accompanies Gawas, they venture to observe primitive humans, engaging in savage battles akin to beasts. A display of sheer barbarism. Under such circumstances, how could one expect Zamas to develop an affinity for humanity? It borders on absurdity. However, if Zamas were to be transported to a modern civilization or a planet ravaged by natural disasters, and were to lend a hand in salvation, the inhabitants would undoubtedly venerate him as a deity, offering sincere and fervent worship. Such fervent adoration would be overwhelming for a youthful Kaioshin like Zamas, rendering any notion of exterminating humanity utterly implausible. Returning to the matter at hand, a similar situation unfolded this time. Goku's reckless actions left a profound bias in Zamas. Fortunately, there was still Ro. After an introduction, Zama's discovered that this human was, in fact, the captain of the Time Kaishin patrol team, and unlike the previous Saiyan he encountered, this individual was not so uncouth. Zama's noted the human's steadfast commitment to the duties of the Time Kaishin, their dedication to maintaining the stability of time and space, and their demeanor was articulate and courteous, leaving a favorable impression on him. It seemed that this was a type of human he could tolerate. Nevertheless, he promptly dismissed these thoughts, as he had meticulously devised his plan and was not inclined to abandon it lightly. Once their mutual understanding was established, which led Beerus, Goku, and Roback. Along the way, Beerus contemplated the idea of eradicating Zama's outright to avoid unnecessary complications. Yet Whis opted to spare him on the grounds that Zama's had yet to commit any wrongdoing, while the oblivious Goku saw no issue with Zama's at all. In Universe 10, Zama's prepared a cup of tea for Kaioshin Gawas, pure and delightful, evoking a sense of nostalgia. From this interaction, Gawas discerned that Zama's had genuinely begun to comprehend the flaws of humanity, which pleased him greatly, as Zama's was the most promising candidate among the young Kaioshin. Zama's subsequently apologized to his mentor, expressing that his understanding of humanity had been woefully insufficient. After all, gods cannot err. Thus, the creation of humanity by the divine must also hold merit, albeit with only a portion deserving of preservation, while others warrant annihilation. Ro's arrival slightly altered his plans. Yet Goku reinforced Zama's resolve to eradicate barbaric humans like himself. Chapter 53. The First Encounter with the Grand Minister. Upon entering the temple, Ro immediately sensed a sacred aura permeating the entire space. The interior of the temple was lavishly adorned, with a towering throne at its center, encircled by spiraling staircases leading to various corners of the sanctuary. The walls of the temple were adorned with an array of extraordinary gemstones, their radiant glow enhancing the temple's splendor, while exquisite murals depicted the histories and legends of numerous worlds. Apart from the Grand Hall, the temple is adorned with numerous enigmatic rooms and corridors, each seemingly serving a distinct purpose. As Wukong aimlessly gazed around, the high priest made his entrance. He was characterized by his pale blue skin, a sleek white pompadour, and striking violet eyes and lips. A delicate azure halo floated above his head, and he wore a belt emblazoned with the character for great. Though his demeanor was gentle, magnanimous, humble, and amiable, Luo was acutely aware that he possessed the formidable majesty of a deity when the situation demanded it. Chapter 54. The Total Annihilation. In the 10th universe, Zamasu, after a heated argument with the Supreme Kai, Gavas, resolved with unwavering determination. In the future world of West City, the landscape bore little resemblance to a modern metropolis. A dreary, overcast sky cloaked the district in a somber atmosphere, with dilapidated buildings whose facades had lost their luster due to the relentless assault of wind and rain. Cracks and gaps in the brickwork were ubiquitous, and the rooftops, eroded by the elements, revealed chilling drafts that sent shivers down one's spine. Navigating this densely populated area, one could observe numerous houses with shattered doors and windows, some even stripped bare, exposing the dark interiors. Graffiti and slogans on the walls evoked a sense of nostalgia. For this had once been a thriving community, now reduced to a desolate ruin. The paint on the walls had peeled away, revealing the raw concrete beneath. Shattered glass littered the ground, while a few remaining windows clung to tattered curtains, now battered by the wind. The paint on the doors had flaked off, revealing rust, and the doorknobs had corroded, nearly impossible to turn. The roofs were in disrepair, with many sections exposing the wooden framework beneath. The entire structure appeared on the brink of collapse, leaving inhabitants with no choice but to reside in these crumbling edifices, confronting the desolation each day. Yet, these individuals were remarkably resilient. Some children and survivors had even taken refuge in underground storage facilities. It must be said that Zama's actions were utterly outrageous, and he deserved a severe reprimand. Subsequently, the humans under the influence of Black Goku launched an attack upon witnessing two Wukongs, but Trunks intervened to clarify the situation. The remaining human warriors then escorted everyone to a new base, where Trunks rushed to embrace Xiaowu upon seeing her. Xiaowu, a prominent figure in the Dragon Ball universe, continued to inspire humanity to seek hope for survival in the face of Zama's onslaught. Soon after, they produced an abundance of food. Fortunately, Bulma had anticipated the circumstances of this world, and they celebrated briefly in the basement. Among them was the resilient Yachirobe, also a survivor of this realm. The group resolved to confront Zamasu, recognizing that while he was but one, they were many. Thus, they advanced with determination. Ultimately, Vegeta emerged victorious in his pursuit of Zamasu, while others, including Trunks, remained in the basement, prepared to safeguard the remaining humans, aware that their clash could easily lead to devastating consequences for the innocent. Upon catching sight of Super Saiyan Goku, Zamasu could not help but express his astonishment. For the fact that humanity had cultivated its prowess to such an extent was remarkable in itself. In regard to Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, Zamasu felt little pressure. Within mere exchanges, he forced Vegeta to regurgitate his stomach's contents. Although Vegeta did not succumb to the ground, the disparity in strength was evident, causing his brows to furrow, as he had anticipated Black Goku to be on par with Super Saiyan 3. The ease with which Black Goku countered Vegeta was attributable to the asymmetry of time and space, which allowed Zamasu ample opportunity to study the techniques of Goku and Vegeta, making him adept in their combat styles. Vegeta unleashed a furious barrage upon Black Goku, yet it seemed as though the latter was unaffected, compelling those who observed to take the situation seriously. Trunks, watching from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety, uncertain of how to intervene. Chapter 55, Super Saiyan Rose. Chapter 56, Super Trunks and God Goku. At that moment, Trunks' aura began to amplify dramatically, his fury perhaps only rivaled by Goku's reaction to Krillin's demise. Subsequently, a golden aura enveloped Trunks, layered with blue, his eyes taking on a pale hue, his physique swelling with muscle, crackling with electricity from a distance. He exuded a presence reminiscent of Broly. His energy intensified, radiating an indomitable spirit of battle. Zamasu and Black Goku, sensing Trunks' formidable aura, simultaneously sneered. The sinner who opposes the gods vanish. Almost instantaneously, red and purple energy blasts hurtled toward Trunks. Ignoring their taunts, Trunks' gaze remained fixed on Black Goku, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. The three warriors' energies collided violently, distorting the very sky itself. Trunks let out a furious roar, his pupils shifting to a deep green, his body surging with power. What does it matter if I'm a sinner? I shall protect this world. With that, he repelled Zamasu and Black Goku's energy skyward, leaving them momentarily astonished by Trunks' might. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks lunged at Zamasu, delivering a powerful strike that sent him flying. Following up with a spinning kick, he seized Black Goku in a moment of evasion and forcefully drove him toward the ground. Zamasu, intent on providing support, found himself obstructed by Vegeta, allowing Trunks to unleash a full-force attack. Begone! A golden beam of energy surged towards the heavens. Following a fleeting moment of elation, Black Goku rose once more. Despite the evident scars adorning his visage, Trunks could ascertain through his keen senses that Black Goku was still relatively unscathed. Subsequently, Black Goku launched an assault, and the two warriors' fists collided with deafening resonance. The ferocity of Black Goku's attacks forced Trunks to retreat continuously, until, in a moment of violent confrontation, Black Goku's fist struck Trunks with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu daringly rescued Trunks. Then, a rejuvenated Vegeta emerged, his strength significantly amplified. Upon witnessing Trunks, a surge of fury ignited within him, leading to a fierce confrontation where Vegeta managed to momentarily gain the upper hand against Black Goku. The two commenced an intense battle. Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar, his power escalating with each strike, delivering unparalleled destruction that forced Black Goku to retreat, finding himself increasingly overwhelmed. Attempting to retaliate, Black Goku soon realized that his strength paled in comparison to Vegeta's, and he began to struggle under the mounting pressure. It was then that he recalled the human who incited his wrath. The mere thought of potentially being bested by a self-proclaimed superior being reignited his fury and amplified his power anew. The clash between them intensified, their fists and energy blasts intertwining, tearing apart the very fabric of space around them. In a surge of rage, Black Goku manifested a scythe-like weapon imbued with a violet aura, launching rapid energy assaults that began to wear down Vegeta. As he evaded one such attack, Vegeta discovered a temporal rift had formed at the very spot where he had just been, gasping for breath. He stood transfixed by the sight before him, a blood-purple temporal fissure exuding a terrifying spatial aura, chaotic and bewildering. Even Black Goku was uncertain if it led to the future or another universe entirely. In that moment, Black Goku succumbed to his own vanity. marveling at his formidable strength that transcended his own understanding, continuously elevating him to realms previously uncharted. Meanwhile, Zamasu reveled in this exquisite power, showering it with admiration. In the next instant, Goku seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful blow that sent Zamasu flying, admonishing him not to grow complacent just because he believed himself invulnerable. With hands clasped behind his back, Goku regarded the reascending Zamasu with a sense of apprehension, relieved that reinforcements were on their way. Who were they? Just as Gohan unleashed his energy, Black Goku sensed it, and a subsequent energy blast was directed toward the ruins. What followed left both Black Goku and Zamasu astounded. 5 Saiyans suddenly appeared, each bearing a peculiar symbol upon their chests. What's the matter, Zamasu? You can traverse different worlds in search of allies, so why can't Trunks do the same? With a smile that seemed to hold a hint of irony, Luo turned his gaze toward Zama's and Black Goku. You again, he exclaimed upon catching sight of Luo, for this was one of his few defeats. However, before he could finish his words, Gohan stepped forward. A gust of wind swept by, causing Gohan's bangs to sway slightly as he turned to face Luo and his companions. Uncle Luo, Master, please refrain from intervening. I have promised Trunks that I would avenge him. With that, Gohan fixed a cold stare upon Black Goku and Zama's as he approached them. Initially, the two were unaware of the shift in dynamics. After all, the Gohan they had encountered before was incapacitated. Yet this Gohan had been in rigorous training, fully aware of the current state of the Earth. And the fury brewing within him was palpable. From a distance, Luo observed Gohan's silhouette and had an inkling that unless he entered the Tai Chi state, he would struggle to contain Gohan's current power. Black Goku felt an unsettling sensation as he regarded Gohan, and without hesitation, he unleashed an energy blast aimed directly at Gohan. However, Gohan effortlessly deflected it with a single hand, causing Black Goku to frown slightly, for Gohan had not even transformed. It became evident to Goku and Vegeta, who had traveled through time to this moment, that Gohan had surpassed them significantly. Only Broly wore a look of satisfaction, clearly aware of Gohan's current state. Zama's also took note of Gohan's formidable physique. His muscles were well-defined, and his strength, speed, and endurance were exceptional, completely unlike any Gohan he had previously encountered. Clad in a simple combat uniform devoid of any ostentation, he possessed piercing eyes that seemed capable of easily discerning his enemy's weaknesses. In that moment, it felt as if Luo's group, along with Super Goku and Trunks, had all attuned to Gohan's resolve. What can a mere human do? Stop pretending to be formidable. Exchanging a glance with each other, Zama's and Black Goku understood one another's thoughts and resolved to attack together to eliminate Gohan, as the current circumstances were far from favorable for them. Chapter 57, Zama's in Despair. In an instant of mutual recognition, Zama's and Black Goku surged forward, their inherent connection making their coordination seamless. The dual assault they launched was nothing short of astonishing, with 2 energy spheres spinning and alternating in a manner that transcended simple addition. Yet, Gohan showed no sign of fear. His power surged outward, and aside from the crackling electricity emanating from him, one could faintly sense a white aura surrounding him. With a roar of fury, Gohan seemed to shatter the very space around him, causing the energy blast to vanish into thin air, leaving only his cape fluttering in the wake of the energy's force. Luo recognized this phenomenon in Gohan. Whether it was Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct, Luo's Tai Chi barrier, or Gohan's godlike state, they all represented a higher realm of existence. The state of Gohan's divine power closely resembles the principle of Wukong's Ultra Instinct. Both represent a form of strength that transcends mere physicality, embodying a profound martial arts realm. This realm cannot simply be attained through sheer power. For instance, although the destroyers possess immense strength, only Beerus among the 12 can truly harness it, and even he does not achieve it in its perfect form. Through exploration, it has become evident to Ro that Ultra Instinct is a martial arts domain unrelated to one's innate power. Rather, it serves as a technique capable of significantly enhancing one's combat prowess, akin to how Whis gained inspiration from observing Ro's Tai Chi. Gohan's current state is straightforward. His divine power was bestowed upon him with the aid of the old Kaioshin, rather than being the result of arduous training. Furthermore, Ultra Instinct is not a manifestation of divine realms. It is merely a state of being, a level of understanding that even deities must strive to learn, and certainly, there are more realms than just Ultra Instinct that these gods must comprehend. Warriors such as Jiren, Vegeta, or Hit who exist within the sixth tier of life, could also potentially grasp a state akin to Ultra Instinct, provided they understand the nuances. This suggests that attaining Ultra Instinct does not necessitate one to reach divine realms, as the old Kaioshin himself is a member of the divine race, and an ancient one at that. In the GT timeline, the old Kaioshin once expressed to Ro that he viewed the transformation into a Super Saiyan as a form of aberration, asserting that Super Saiyan 4 should not be considered the rightful essence of Saiyan power. At that time, Saiyans who had their potentials unlocked by the old Kaioshin did not exhibit the same capabilities as Gohan. Ro inquired further, but the old man remained cryptic. Later, within the Time Nest, Ro uncovered many secrets and speculated that the old Kaioshin's method might be a technique, a means to briefly enter a mysterious state. In Dragon Ball Super, Ro remembered observing that the transformation into a Super Saiyan no longer required grueling training. Instead, one merely needed to concentrate their energy on their back and experience a surge of anger to transform. This was one of the reasons Ro struggled to comprehend the dramatic fluctuations in power levels within the Dragon Ball Super universe, as there exists a method to temporarily amplify one's strength or a technique that transcends traditional training. The old Kaioshin's guidance allowed Gohan to enter a certain state, resulting in a remarkable increase in his abilities. Gohan from Ro's timeline should be adept at utilizing this state, especially given the sight of Zamasu and Black Goku struggling in the distance. Just moments ago, Gohan, now in this mysterious state, shattered the combined attack of Zamasu and Black Goku with ease, continuously emanating a formidable aura that left everyone in awe. Realizing their energy attacks were ineffective, Zamasu and Black Goku resorted to close combat. Black Goku launched the first strike, executing a horizontal kick aimed at Gohan's neck, while Zamasu channeled his energy into a powerful punch directed at Gohan's chest. In a fleeting moment, Gohan slightly lifted his head, evading Black Goku's attack, and with a swift motion, he grasped Zamasu's incoming fist with one hand. With a forceful pull of his left fist, Gohan delivered a devastating blow that sent Zamasu soaring into the sky, leaving behind a bloodied arm in the wake of his right hand. In the next instant, Zamasu reappeared before the onlookers. "Foolish humans," he declared, "against an immortal being, your struggles are in vain." Despite his haughty words, a deep-seated apprehension lingered in his gaze. While Zamasu mocked the folly of humanity, he regarded the enigmatic Gohan with utmost seriousness. Then, Black Goku and Zamasu surged forward once more, their forms intertwining as their techniques flashed like lightning, swift and precise, each move imbued with lethal intent, yet repeatedly thwarted by Gohan. The atmosphere on the battlefield softened, particularly for Trunks, who felt an overwhelming sense of security. Was this the result of relentless training, the prowess of Gohan, the warrior? Truly formidable. Every onlooker was captivated by this clash. Even Ro and Goku felt the weight of pressure, acutely aware that Gohan had subtly approached the threshold of Super Saiyan level 7. As the battle intensified, Gohan's power appeared to swell, his body becoming increasingly unstable, seemingly striving to obliterate Zamasu's immortality. At that moment, Gohan's might instilled a profound sense of threat in both Zamasu and Black Goku. Though somewhat beleaguered, they still retained their strength. Black Goku wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, while Zamasu couldn't help but chuckle, addressing Gohan. "It seems I was utterly mistaken. Humanity is not merely a swarm of ants. A moment's negligence can cause even divine aspirations to wither like dew. The time has come. The game ends here. Allow you to witness the true power of God. Humanity, repent before our radiance." Chapter 58, The Final Judgment, Part 1. "My form embodies justice, my essence embodies the world. Behold, the exalted and resplendent immortal God." "That bastard," Trunks exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration upon witnessing this scene. The appearance of fused Zamasu exuded an aura of sanctity, his body cloaked in a radiant white adorned with deep black accents. His hair transformed into a lustrous platinum hue, exuding an air of magnificence. Additionally, his eyes shifted to a profound green, emanating an overwhelming sense of authority. The combined Zamasu radiated a formidable presence, asserting himself as an immensely powerful entity. His body bore enigmatic symbols and patterns, suggesting the transmission of sacred messages, while the halo surrounding him signified his formidable energy. Witnessing this, Gohan could not suppress his furrowed brow. The fused Zamasu undoubtedly possessed the strength of a pseudo-7th-tier life form. In the original narrative, it was only through Goku and Vegeta using the Patera earrings to transform into Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto that they could effortlessly confront such power. "Behold the might of the divine," he proclaimed. "Judgment Blade." As Zamasu's words faded, a multitude of crimson energy orbs formed in the sky. In an instant, Gohan was severely wounded. The Zero Plan for humanity commences today. Zamasu extended his arms, seemingly heralding the arrival of that moment. "Allow me to demonstrate the grandeur of the divine once more." However, before he could finish, Gohan sent Zamasu hurtling away with a single strike. "Has anyone ever told you how repugnant your words are?" Gohan gazed defiantly at the vanquished Zamasu. Just moments prior, he had unleashed his full power, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 with a boundary-breaking surge. A wild energy radiated from him, his red hair unmistakably signifying that Gohan had ascended to a pseudo-7th-tier life form. Moreover, it was evident that the mysterious state of Gohan had not dissipated. Rather, it had merged with Super Saiyan 4. At this sight, Ro was exhilarated, feeling that Vegeto's appearance was unnecessary, especially since no one possessed the earrings. The interrupted fused Zamasu did not express anger. He merely brushed off non-existent dust and addressed Gohan. "I won't allow you to perish so easily. I shall reward you slowly with the pinnacle of divine power." Subsequently, Gohan exerted himself fully, standing tall as a powerful energy blade formed. He then launched a fierce slash towards Zamasu. Zamasu appeared unfazed, without overwhelming strength to crush him. One could not breach his immortality. As Gohan's energy blade approached him again, Zamasu suddenly evaded, the blade slicing through empty air. Gohan frowned, taken aback by Zamasu's divine speed, and quickly adjusted his stance to charge at him once more. This time, Zamasu did not dodge. Instead, he extended his hand, unleashing a black energy sphere. Gohan's eyes widened. He recognized this as a devastating attack that could obliterate the entire Earth if not intercepted. He raised his hands to block the energy sphere, but was sent stumbling backward by the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Zamasu launched a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon Gohan. Gohan felt his body tremble with the force of the strikes, yet he refused to yield. He concentrated his energy, and a tremendous white aura erupted from him. Observing this transformation, Zamasu smiled faintly. "This is indeed the wondrous state you just experienced." Suddenly, Zama's physique expanded dramatically, and his strength intensified accordingly. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their fists and kicks colliding with great ferocity, their bodies soaring through the air, leaving trails of brilliance in their wake. The battle between Gohan and Zama's escalated in intensity, their auras growing ever more formidable. The sheer force of their confrontation beginning to instinctively obliterate the surrounding matter. Their assaults became swifter and more vigorous, until at last they both came to a halt. Gohan's body trembled slightly, while Zama's appeared to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of power. Despite this, Zama's felt a tumultuous storm of frustration within had merged. He should have wielded invincible strength, yet he could not subdue this adversary. Gohan's gaze turned cautious, for he recognized that apart from his master, Zama's was the mightiest foe he had ever encountered, and with time, he would undoubtedly find himself at a disadvantage. They locked eyes, and suddenly, a surge of intense energy erupted from their forms, their bodies transforming into hues of red and white, and black and purple. Their attack struck simultaneously, both unleashing a blinding radiance. As the light faded, Gohan lay on the ground, while Zama's form was utterly annihilated. However, after mere moments, Zama's restored himself, still exuding an aura of divinity. Observing this, Luo understood that without overwhelming power to crush him, akin to Vegeto, Zama's immortality was indomitable. Gohan gradually rose, discarding his tattered demon warrior attire, the one given to him by Piccolo, as the ground beneath him caved in. This fighter was still battling in a weighted suit. Witnessing this, everyone, even Broly, was astonished by Gohan's latent potential. Truly, he was a warrior who nearly claimed the title of protagonist in the Dragon Ball universe. On the other side, this human had far surpassed his expectations. Why had he ever believed that Goku was the strongest warrior? Zama's cast aside these thoughts and summoned his strength once more, a purple aura forming behind him, resembling an eagle fixated on the standing Gohan. At that moment, Goku and Vegeta attempted to assist Gohan. Yet the reality was that Gohan nonchalantly retrieved a capsule from his pocket and produced a senzu bean. Upon consuming it, he was instantly revitalized to full strength, All present were left in stunned silence, for Luo had never provided Gohan with a senzu bean. Uncle Luo, you often admonished about keeping several senzu beans on hand during battles. Have you forgotten? Others may be astonished, but how can you wear that same expression? Upon hearing this, Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, when he first arrived in this world, the notion of furtive development lingered primarily in his mind. Yet, as the years passed, he found himself gradually assimilated into this realm. Chapter 59, The Final Judgment, Part 2. Observing Gohan engaging in light-hearted conversation with others, Zamasu's fury became utterly uncontainable. You wretched humans, he seethed. As a deity, I cannot permit your reckless interference. Time and again, you have subjected me to humiliation. You are deserving of 1,000 deaths. The elegance that once adorned Zamasu's visage had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming rage. Judgment's blade, a crimson energy blade, surged forth, indiscriminately targeting not only Gohan, but all present. As for the remaining inhabitants of Earth, aside from these warriors, their fate was sealed, though it is noteworthy that the animals seemed to have suffered no casualties. Zamasu. At this moment, Gohan's indignation erupted forth, and Luo noticed that Gohan's pupils had vanished, leaving his eye sockets a stark white. Gohan's form erupted with a fierce, crimson energy, his gaze transforming into one of cold ruthlessness, reminiscent of the original Cell. Fueled by an uncontrollable rage, Gohan charged toward the fused Zamasu. The energy sphere in his hand swelling to an immense size, radiating scorching red flames. For a moment, Zamasu was daunted by Gohan's formidable presence, hesitant to approach. Yet, Gohan relentlessly assaulted Zamasu, each strike unleashing astonishing power. His fists rained down like a tempest, momentarily rendering Zamasu unable to retaliate. Gohan's body resonated with explosive force, his strength escalating with each blow, capable of obliterating the earth itself. In the absence of humanity, Gohan's ferocious aura was left unmasked. His silhouette darted across the battlefield unstoppable, while Zamasu found himself utterly defenseless against Gohan's wrath. Father, Uncle Goku, look! At that moment, the keen-eyed Trunks noticed an alarming change in Zamasu's countenance. It no longer reverted to its previous form, but instead contorted into a grotesque visage. Now, Zamasu's face bore a terrifying aspect, with his eyes faintly glowing red, unaware of his own transformation. Ah, son Gohan, I shall never forgive you. Zamasu snarled as he rose once more to confront Gohan. Forgiveness? How can such a term escape the lips of a butcher like you? Who is it that truly deserves forgiveness? Having vented his fury, Gohan gradually regained his composure and mocked Zamasu. Oh, by the way, might you want to take a look at your face? As a divine being, your current appearance leaves much to be desired. Gohan once again scoffed at Zamasu with disdain. At this moment, Luo understood that the reason behind Zamasu's predicament lay in the fact that Black Goku did not possess Zamasu's immortality. After enduring Gohan's relentless torment, his body began to crumble slowly. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Zamasu touched his own face, and, upon realizing the horrifying visage that had manifested, an overwhelming rage surged within him, as though his very being was ablaze. He roared in fury, hurling the energy sphere in his hand violently towards the ground, which instantly erupted into a massive crater. His heart swelled with discontent and anger. He cannot comprehend why his form had become so grotesque, a sight utterly unacceptable to him. He felt betrayed, his body ravaged, his power distorted, and this sensation filled him with unparalleled fury and despair. Suddenly, Zamasu sensed a dark force stirring within him, one he could neither control nor escape. He yearned to expel this malevolent energy. Then, Zamasu erupted into a maniacal laugh, glaring viciously at Gohan, before unleashing his wrath in a furious roar, channeling his energy outward. Yet this energy was directed at himself. What had begun as a grimace on his face now twisted into a grotesque distortion across the right side of his body, with his purple flesh writhing in a manner both repulsive and terrifying. At this juncture, Zamasu felt as though his body and soul were ablaze, yet his power surged exponentially, reminiscent of the unique constitution of a Super Saiyan, perpetually oscillating between annihilation and existence, a veritable anomaly. After all, in the original narrative, Goku and Vegeta had trained for an extensive duration, and the fused being, Vegito, should have attained a 7th level of power, yet failed to vanquish Zamasu completely. It seemed that this bizarre state was the reason for Zamasu's relentless ascent in strength. As long as you all perish here, no one will know of my current appearance. Zamasu coldly declared to all present, his confidence soaring following his sudden power surge. Just as Zamasu was about to continue his proclamation, Gohan struck him down once more with a punch. My apologies. It is entirely your fault for leaving yourself so vulnerable. Go ahead, God. I am tired of your reasoning. Come and crush me. Gohan taunted, his fingers curled into a challenging gesture toward Zamasu. Immediately, Zamasu, contorted and rising from the ground, seized Gohan's neck with his grotesque purple fist, grinding him into the earth, leaving a trail that reached toward the heavens. Zamasu's body radiated a crimson glow, transforming into a more formidable form, with his attack power and speed receiving yet another enhancement. Even Gohan began to falter under this newfound might, his body marked with numerous wounds. Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks swiftly soared towards Zamasu. Zamasu possesses a colossal physique, emanating an overwhelming aura that exudes an air of invincibility. This creature has indeed become formidable through distortion. Goku gazed at Zamasu, his expression grave. Indeed, we must exert ourselves to the fullest. I shall avenge all of humanity. Trunks nodded, clenching his fists tightly. Vegeta, have you fully recovered? Goku inquired, turning his gaze toward Vegeta. Of course, Vegeta replied, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. The trio swiftly approached Zamasu, who, unfazed, mocked them. Trunks, do you dare challenge me, mere ants? Do not be too confident. With a roar of fury, Trunks launched himself at Zamasu. With a mere flick of his hand, Zamasu effortlessly neutralized Trunks' assault. Undeterred, Trunks charged at Zamasu once more, this time channeling all his strength into a single punch. Yet, Zamasu effortlessly evaded his strike. Trunks' body faltered momentarily, only to be struck by Zamasu and sent crashing to the ground. Chapter 60, The Final Judgment, Part 2. Ignoring Zamasu's taunts, the three began their full-scale assault, their figures darting like lightning, swiftly appearing beside Zamasu. As they struck, Zamasu's body trembled violently, yet it bore no significant effect. Following an enraged roar, Zamasu's aura swelled even larger. The trio continued their relentless attacks, but this time, they found themselves on the receiving end of Zamasu's counterstrike, with Vegeta's body being punctured directly. Witnessing the grievously injured comrades, Zamasu paid them no heed, instead turning his attention to Ro and his companions. Humans, do you see? Numbers hold no significance to a god, except divine judgment. At that moment, the Goku and Vegeta from Ro's timeline stood resolutely in the path of Zamasu's assault. Both transformed into Super Saiyan 4, their confidence unwavering despite the previous battle. Ro, undistracted by the ongoing conflict, utilized instant transmission to deliver a Senzu bean to Gohan, Trunks, Super Goku, and Super Vegeta, each receiving one. Meanwhile, Zamasu, reveling in his torment of Goku, suddenly sensed something amiss. The seemingly lifeless Saiyans were now revitalized and full of vitality. He immediately noticed the Senzu beans in Ro's possession. Realizing this, the fused Zamasu became incensed, for he was uncertain how many of those beans Ro and his companions possessed, feeling a twinge of regret for not finishing them off earlier. Consequently, Zamasu abandoned the skirmish with Goku and Vegeta, turning his wrath toward Ro. For this human-possessed Senzu beans, eliminating him was paramount to realizing his grand design. As Zamasu charged towards Luo, the Super Saiyan 4 Goku and Vegeta, surprisingly, did not pursue him. Meanwhile, Gohan, standing by, exhibited no inclination to assist Luo, although the situation felt amiss. Zamasu did not dwell on it. An energy blast had already coalesced in his hand, aimed directly at Luo. At this moment, an ominous thought echoed in the minds of Gohan, Super Saiyan 4 Goku, and Vegeta. Zamasu was doomed. Before their eyes, the attack aimed at Luo gradually transformed into an afterimage, as a whisper floated lightly into Zamasu's ears. Broly, this is for you. Make it swift. Subsequently, the energy launched by Zamasu was effortlessly caught by Broly's massive hands, dissipating into nothingness. Witnessing this, Zamasu's pupils constricted, for he recognized that his previous strike had been delivered without restraint, intended to prevent any interference. Standing face to face, Broly and the fused Zamasu confronted each other, with Zamasu radiating an aura filled with murderous intent and a thirst for battle. In the next instant, Broly instantaneously teleported behind Zamasu, seizing his fist and dragging him down, then grasping his leg and spinning him overhead before slamming him onto the ground repeatedly. With a sudden lift, Broly captured Zamasu's head and propelled it forward, charging ahead. Broly's form shimmered with a golden light, his yellow hair billowing behind him, muscles taut, and eyes gleaming with a wild ferocity. It was evident that he was only in his Super Saiyan 3 state, yet his power had evidently surged once more. Contrary to Luo's belief that Broly required a transformation in his Super Saiyan 4. "You lowly beings of the universe shall be swept away," Zamasu declared coldly, his voice laced with disdain. Yet, the current predicament found him firmly gripped by Broly's hand around his throat, rendering his words devoid of persuasion. "You so-called gods are nothing but this," Broly retorted with a nonchalant smile, as he unleashed a formidable aura that shattered the surrounding air into countless fragments. Zamasu's body began to emanate a potent dark energy, his form fracturing and his power escalating. Yet he could not break free from Broly's iron grip. At that moment, Luo called out to Trunks, "Use your sword to cleave him apart. Let this fiend experience true judgment." Trunks, finally snapping back to reality, harnessed the fury of the Earthlings and sought retribution against Zamasu, unleashing a lethal strike as a blue-yellow sword beam materialized upon Zamasu. No! As the sword beam dissipated, Broly relinquished his hold on Zamasu, who began to split into two halves, transforming into countless specks of starlight. It seemed that Zamasu's saga had reached its conclusion. However, Luo understood that this was merely the beginning. The immortality promised by the Eternal Dragon could not be so easily dismissed, for to be truly immortal would require the erasure by the Omni King. Suddenly, a towering column of bloodlight erupted from the ground, a dark force soaring into the heavens, instantly enveloping the entire earth. Zamasu's visage began to spread across the sky, extending its reach into the cosmos. Blood pillars intermittently rained down upon the earth, akin to a deluge, relentlessly washing over the planet. The fluctuations of Zamasu's power even affected the original realm, causing Beerus and Whis from that timeline to furrow their brows in concern. Zamasu, embodying the universe itself, sealed off the earth, rendering all attacks futile, save for Broly's onslaught, which alone could erase Zamasu's abhorrent grin. However, the sheer number of adversaries posed a significant challenge for Broly, leaving him at a loss for immediate solutions. At that moment, Ultra Instinct Goku retrieved an object from his pocket, a button bestowed upon him by the Omni King. Surely, the Omni King was still alive, Goku murmured. In the next instant, a brilliant flash erupted, and the Omni King appeared. Upon seeing the Omni King, Goku rushed to embrace him, though the Omni King did not recognize Goku. "Is it you who has wrought this chaos upon the world?" Ultra Instinct Goku's intellect surged, and he hastily pointed at Zamasu, the dire situation eliciting a sense of repulsion from the Omni King. Chapter 61, Time Flies. In the next instant, Goku shouted, "Mina, quickly board the time machine." Reacting swiftly, Ro and the others climbed aboard the time ship to escape. The radiant light of the Omni King and the activation of the time machine converged almost instantaneously. Fortunately, everyone safely returned to their original universe. Upon his return, Goku recalled his previous promise to the Omni King and immediately took the time machine back to the universe plagued by Zamasu's tyranny. Ro, drenched in cold sweat, was taken aback by Goku's abrupt summons of the Omni King. But as soon as the Omni King appeared, Ro promptly bowed and maneuvered the time machine forward. In the future world, within the boundless chaos, an invisible force began to stir, a mysterious energy quietly operating amidst the void. As time progressed, this force grew increasingly potent, gathering energy and forming a colossal, swirling vortex. The vortex expanded, ultimately coalescing into a vast primordial nebula, filled with various gases and dust. These materials danced within the nebula, colliding and generating even more energy and matter. "There's nothing left. How utterly dull." The Omni King of the future wandered through the cosmos, lost in thought. Upon his arrival in this world, Goku immediately noticed that the Omni King was utterly alone in the infinite void. Seemingly, the celestial beings of this realm had been completely erased by the Omni King himself. "Omni King, may I introduce you to a friend?" Upon hearing that someone in this monotonous world wished to introduce a companion, the future Omni King simply followed Goku back to the original universe. Upon catching sight of the Omni King, the crowd remained cautiously respectful, while Beerus was nearly petrified by Goku's frequent summons of the Omni King. Goku then contacted the Supreme Kai Shin to journey to the Omni King's temple in this universe. Subsequently, Goku introduced the future Omni King to the Omni King of this universe, a scene reminiscent of a malfunctioning recording device. As for the subsequent events, Zoro did not inquire further, knowing that Goku possessed an aura of invincibility, should any trouble arise. The worst outcome would be the eradication of all. At present, he was enjoying a sumptuous meal at Bulma's home with Broly. Once Goku had concluded his arrangements with the Omni King, the group suddenly realized that future Trunks had nowhere to go, as any destination he chose would inevitably trigger temporal complications. In an effort to prevent the proliferation of time rings, they found themselves at a loss, prompting Zoro to invite Trunks to join the Time Patrol. Notably, Xiao Wu was rescued by Zoro. As a frontline combatant on Earth, she had been saved while others could not reach her in time. Future Trunks was destined to be part of the Time Patrol. Zoro explained to Trunks the mission of the Time Patrol, which was to avert tragedies similar to his own. Observing Xiao Wu, who had been saved, Trunks, uncertain of his next steps, ultimately agreed. Reflecting on the original narrative's treatment of future Trunks, it appeared idyllic, yet was steeped in profound tragedy. Returning to what seemed a harmonious universe, it was, in truth, unrecognizable to him, although Trunks himself remained unaware. Having already embraced the denizens of this universe as his kin, his true parents had long since perished. Next came a period of relaxation, as the Omni King had mentioned a forthcoming power tournament, and the Zamasu incident had only just concluded. Thus, Zoro suggested a brief respite on Earth to allow Trunks to acclimate to his new identity. Of course, Xiao Wu also joined the Time Patrol as logistical support. As Trunks departed, Zoro appeared to glimpse a phantom. A few days later, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan entered the hyperbolic time chamber for training, as all three remained dissatisfied with their strength following the Zamasu incident. Meanwhile, Zoro and Broly enjoyed a leisurely vacation on Earth, relishing their carefree days. Naturally, numerous events transpired during this time. Goku requested Whis to employ Hit for an assassination attempt on him, resulting in Goku's significant power surge and substantial progress in his Ultra Instinct. Vegeta welcomed his second child, Bulma contemplated creating a time machine, and Goku trained alongside Krillin. Among other activities, notably, Whis took Zoro and Goku to Universe 10 to eliminate Zamasu before he could commit any wrongdoing. However, it seemed a complication had arisen. Whis waited patiently, but Zamasu did not engage with Kaish and Gawasu, and his entire demeanor appeared markedly different from their previous encounter. Even upon encountering Zamasu, Goku greeted him with a calm demeanor, seemingly a stark contrast to the future version of himself. After waiting for quite some time without witnessing Zamasu make a move, Goku began to suspect that this Zamasu might be akin to androids 17 and 18, hailing from a different world, and thus possessing a distinct personality. Based on this observation, Beerus ultimately refrained from intervening, choosing instead to enjoy a cup of tea brewed by Zamasu alongside Whis in a tranquil manner. Before departing, Beerus discreetly informed Goku about the future world, urging him to remain vigilant. As everyone prepared to leave, both Goku and Zamasu came out to bid farewell, with Zamasu extending his goodbyes to each member of the group, even expressing a desire to spar with Goku should the opportunity arise. However, in the fleeting moment as Goku turned to leave, he caught a glimpse of Zamasu, smiling at him, an expression so divine it was profoundly infectious. That smile lingered for but an instant, leading Goku to question whether he had experienced an illusion. Yet, he deemed it unnecessary to mention this to Whis. Life continued in a peaceful monotony, with all relishing the hard-won tranquility, save for Goku, who felt an unsettling blandness in this serene existence. Consequently, Goku decisively sought out Beerus to express his desire to approach the Omni King in order to host a tournament of power. Upon hearing this, Beerus regarded Goku with newfound seriousness, his expression grave as he conveyed the terrifying nature of the Omni King. Pure and sacred, the Omni King's innocence is also his most frightening trait, for he possesses the power to obliterate everyone at a whim. Observing Goku's muttering, Beerus solemnly remarked that perhaps their familiarity had dulled his sense of danger, warning that Goku's naivety could lead to the world's destruction. Following this, with a palpable aura of menace, Beerus began to gather energy in his hands. Yet Goku countered, retorting, "But you too destroy planets at will." Without further ado, Goku pressed a button, launching himself directly towards the Omni King's palace. Chapter 62, The Eve of the Tournament. In the Omni King's palace, had Goku not arrived, it is likely that the two Omni Kings would have forgotten about the tournament altogether. For deities, the concept of time is rather trivial, as they can easily slumber for millennia. Indeed, the two Omni Kings were engrossed in their amusement, completely oblivious to the impending event. Initially weary of their games, they were rejuvenated by Goku's reminder and instructed the Grand Minister to commence preparations for the Tournament of Power. The modern Omni King, brimming with excitement, eagerly shared the joys of this game with his future counterpart. Upon Goku's return, Beerus found himself at a loss, smacking his forehead in frustration before delivering a thorough reprimand to Goku, urging him to prepare for battle, as Goku was currently his most formidable warrior. Suddenly, the Grand Minister materialized in Beerus's palace, announcing to the assembly that the Tournament of Power would commence on the 31,555,603 year of the King S calendar, declaring that there would be no rewards for the victorious universes, while the defeated ones would face annihilation. As the multitude scarcely had the time to ponder, the Omni King, in his modern capacity, required a presentation of the tournament's results to his future counterpart, while simultaneously mandating a grand overview contest. Thus, the 7th and 9th universes were summoned for preliminary matches, wherein an introduction to the human standards across the 12 universes was provided. The 7th universe ranked second to last, while the 9th universe found itself at the very bottom. Ultimately, in the presence of numerous deities, the Omni King proclaimed that the sheer number of universes was excessive, declaring that those universes defeated in battle would face his personal obliteration. Only the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes were exempt from participation, as their average human power exceeded 7. Upon hearing this, Beerus could not restrain his grievances towards the Supreme Kai, lamenting the misguided notion that humanity should solely rely on its own strength for development. Following this, the preliminary simulations commenced. Goku and Gohan emerged victorious with relative ease, while Bergamo, the wolf representing the universe with the lowest standards, could not contain his fury and publicly denounced Goku's misdeeds. He argued that had it not been for Goku's suggestions, everyone would still be living in peace, branding Goku a demon and the enemy of the entire universe. However, Goku remained indifferent, boldly proclaiming from the sidelines his desire to challenge warriors from all universes, and subsequently faced off against Toppo, achieving a decisive victory. Observing this, Ro found himself deep in contemplation regarding the righteousness of Goku's actions. Following the Zamasu incident, Ro had come to realize that the present and the future were entirely disconnected. Each time one traversed through time, distinct worlds were forged anew. Moreover, the Zamasu incident had birthed at least 3 additional major universes: the universe of Black Goku, the universe where Black Goku vanquished Goku, and Zamasu's universe. The ramifications of such divergent worlds were undoubtedly profound. If this reality were to adhere to the law of conservation of matter, the Omni King would inevitably eliminate certain universes to restore balance. Goku's proposed tournament might indeed afford these lesser universes an opportunity to survive based on their own strength. However, the dilemma was evident. Given the Omni King's temperament, it was uncertain how many millennia would pass before he contemplated the eradication of these universes. While Ro was lost in thought, a voice interrupted his reverie. The Grand Minister announced the rules of the tournament. The location was the Null Realm, and the time limit was set at 100 taka, equivalent to 48 minutes by the 7th universe's Earth clock. A central pillar in the arena would descend with the passage of time, and when its height reached the ground, the tournament would conclude. All contestants would experience the gravity of their birth planet. A participant would be deemed eliminated only if they fell out of the arena. Those incapacitated but remaining within the confines would not be considered defeated and would automatically return to the audience. No weapons beyond techniques could be employed, though the Patera earrings could be used for fusion. Participants were forbidden from causing the death of their opponents. Any techniques designed to prevent falling while hovering were strictly prohibited, though naturally winged contestants could utilize their wings for flight. Finally, no tools for restoring stamina would be permitted. The violators shall be eliminated, with the most grievous offenders facing immediate eradication. What constitutes a violation shall be determined solely by the Grand Zeno. Furthermore, akin to the Universal Assembly, should the Grand Zeno express dissatisfaction during the course of the competition, he may choose to terminate the contest by obliterating the universe. Notably, this time the Grand Zeno has extended invitations to members of the Time Patrol. Should they emerge victorious, he will grant them one wish. Lord Grand Priest, may I inquire what fate awaits us deities in the event of defeat? A dignified god of destruction respectfully posed the question. Naturally, you shall be erased. The Grand Priest replied coldly, adding that the angels would be spared, which immediately heightened the tension among the deities. And what the Time Patrol members? A cautious god of destruction inquired. They too will face annihilation, although they were specifically invited by the Grand Zeno and would typically not face erasure upon defeat. Their desire for a wish from the Grand Zeno renders them no exception. Moreover, while the victorious universe in the power tournament shall not receive any tangible rewards, The champion shall be bestowed with Super Dragon Balls as a prize. The Grand Priest continued with an unhurried demeanor. Upon hearing this, several gods of destruction could not restrain their clenched fists. How could the fate of the universe hinge upon a mere competition? It was utterly unacceptable. Consequently, all deities began returning to their respective universes to prepare for this monumental event, as it was a decision made by the Grand Zeno. In Universe 7, Gohan was chosen as the captain, rallying former warriors and even resurrecting Frieza, who wielded the power of destruction. Universe 11 placed their hopes in Jiren. While Hit from Universe 6 tirelessly searched for potential participants, and Kaba managed to locate 2 other Saiyans. Universe 9, apart from the trio of wolves, assembled a rather comical team. As for the other universes, their situations were less than ideal. Time was too short, and the warriors they found were woefully inadequate. Moreover, Lord Beerus summoned all his members, including Frieza, seemingly reconstituting the Frieza force within this universe. During this time, several gods of destruction and gods of creation sought to engage in underhanded tactics. However, within their universes, no deity could truly be deemed malevolent. Yet, at this critical juncture of survival, there was no room for negligence. The trio of particularly annoying wolves in their universe were regarded as true heroes, an embodiment of the mantra, all for the sake of survival. Each deity remained acutely aware of the stakes, with no allowance for leniency. This time, in addition to eliminating Universe 7, they had to remain vigilant against other universes, particularly the Time Patrol, as their dealings with the gods of time had been limited. Chapter 63, The Power Tournament, Part 1. The Void Realm. In a dimly lit extra-dimensional expanse, an extraordinarily unique and expansive battle arena materialized before them, already hosting numerous deities. The battle that would determine their survival would undoubtedly be fiercely brutal. A deity, exempted from participating in the Tournament of Strength, expressed a profound sentiment. Soon after, the Grand Minister made his appearance, prompting everyone to bow in reverence. Sensing something amiss, the Grand Minister addressed the gathered crowd, stating that the arena was constructed from the remnants of the shattered King Kai's sword, ensuring its formidable durability. In quick succession, 3 deities of destruction unleashed their powers, and within mere moments, the arena was reduced to ruins. Observing this, the Grand Minister promptly restored and enhanced the site. Before long, the assembly found themselves within the realm of nothingness. Initially, the 6th universe greeted the 7th universe, with Gabe extending a cordial greeting to Vegeta, while Caulifla and Goku found themselves embroiled in a minor conflict. Meanwhile, 2 Frost Demons were covertly scheming in the background. The instant Universe 11 made its entrance. Ultra Instinct Goku charged forward, excitedly challenging Toppo, exclaiming, "Let us settle our previous score." However, Toppo, visibly enraged, retorted that they were here bearing the weight of Universe 11's fate and had no interest in trivial personal disputes. In the next moment, a powerful wave of energy sent everyone hurtling onto the stage. At the outset, participants from each universe began to form alliances, devising strategies while sizing each other up. The atmosphere thick with tension, as if a grand battle were imminent. Ro observed the warriors emerging in the arena, meticulously assessing each one, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Jiren from Universe 11, the final boss of the Tournament of Power, a formidable giant with overwhelming strength, undoubtedly among the most powerful of the pseudo-grade 7 beings. However, glancing back at the similarly meditative Broly, Ro mused that if this competition were not a free-for-all against the Time Patrol, it would be exceedingly unfair. Ultra Instinct Goku couldn't help but scrutinize Jiren as well, sensing the unparalleled power within him, though Jiren appeared entirely indifferent. On the other side, Ro's intense scrutiny did not escape Jiren's awareness, as he was said to possess senses on par with those of a destroyer. After merely glancing at Ro, Jiren closed his eyes again, leaving Ro feeling somewhat embarrassed and undervalued. Yet, the thought of Ultra Instinct Goku lightened his spirits, especially since he had yet to transform. Suddenly, the closed-eyed Jiren opened his eyes, locking gazes with Gohan, and in that moment, the air felt charged, as if a fierce battle was on the brink of eruption. As for Broly, he seemed to attract little attention, appearing to have reached a new level of mastery over his own power. Let the Tournament of Power commence. With the Grand Minister's command, the chaotic melee of 80 combatants officially began. The arena erupted into chaos, with not a single tranquil spot in sight. Contestants dashed across the stage, unleashing formidable energy attacks, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Flames, lightning, frost, and various energies intertwined, forming an extraordinarily vibrant tableau. As the competitors' figures flickered amidst the energy's onslaught, their speed leaving spectators in awe, amidst the cacophony of explosions echoing in their ears. Luo and his companions did not hastily engage in battle. Observing the scene, Luo addressed his comrades from his universe, Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan. I too am a Saiyan, and I am aware that you have long been itching to take action. After all, you have been fervently training in the hyperbolic time chamber, and I understand your sacrifices for the greater good. It is time to cease your self-restraint and confront the adversaries before you. Many formidable warriors from various universes have gathered here, and it is high time we establish the renown of our Time Patrol team. Upon hearing this, Goku from Luo's timeline nonchalantly remarked that it was nothing, though he indeed felt restless after so long. He then charged into the fray, while Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, casually strolling into the battle with his arms crossed. Gohan, expressing his determination, stated, "Uncle Luo, that individual is exceptionally powerful. I shall confront him." With that, he advanced directly toward Jiren. As for Frieza, who had accompanied them, he had already vanished from sight, while Majin Buu had found a spot to slumber, as Luo had instructed him to remain on the battlefield. The remaining warriors chose to observe alongside Luo, conserving their strength for the time being. Super Saiyan Goku surged toward Toppo, seemingly intent on completing the unfinished battle from before. The first to unleash a large-scale attack was Narlama from Universe 3, a life form resembling a machine. Though his power was unimpressive, he initiated a group assault, provoking discontent among the other universe warriors. Hit was the first to retaliate, instantly appearing beside Narlama and delivering a devastating kick that left him gravely injured. Seizing the opportunity, Bazel, the Red Wolf from Universe 9, swiftly severed one of Narlama's arms. In the next moment, Lilliput from Universe 10 launched an assault on Bazel from above. Swiftly evading his counterattack, a dazzling energy wave erupted, resulting in Lilliput being the first to be eliminated. Despite having suffered greatly at Goku's hands, Lilliput undoubtedly possessed strength exceeding that of a Super Saiyan 2, whereas her combat prowess was likely inferior to that of Krillin. With Lilliput vanquished, the sumo warrior Napapa from Universe 10 charged toward Bazel, who was momentarily overwhelmed. Bazel attempted to unleash another dazzling energy wave, but it was deflected by Napapa's overwhelming strength. Elsewhere, Android 18 was engaged in combat with members of the Proud Team, exchanging blows without a clear victor. Other warriors were similarly preoccupied with ordinary foes. As the battlefield grew increasingly tense, the warriors of Universe 7, adopting a defensive strategy, found themselves encircled by others from Universe 9, given the long-standing animosity following their previous contest. In an instant, Super Saiyan Goku found himself before Toppo, only to be ambushed by another warrior, causing a further dispersal of forces. Meanwhile, another assailant attempting to surprise Jiren was promptly repelled by his overwhelming aura. Beside him, Wukong observed Jiren with keen attention, refraining from making an immediate move. In the next moment, however, Wukong found himself ensnared by the fourth universe's Nink, who intended to perish alongside him. Yet, Wukong's transformation sent him tumbling downwards. Almost instantaneously, Wukong was encircled by warriors from the ninth universe. "I have always wanted to repay you. I never anticipated the opportunity would arise so swiftly," one of the ninth universe's fighters remarked. Meanwhile, Luo watched the scene unfold with amusement, for aside from the leader, the Red Wolf, the rest were rather lackluster. However, it was reasonable to consider, upon seeing the god of destruction of the ninth universe in the spectator's booth, it was evident that he had no intention of securing victory. His sole aim seemed to be to vex the seventh universe, and he was determined not to relent. In an effort to conserve his energy, Wukong engaged in a tit-for-tat exchange with his adversaries. Chapter 64, The Tournament of Power, Part 2. As Wukong battled alongside others, King Frieza stood triumphantly over the vanquished Nappa from the 10th universe, marveling at how exhilarating it was to witness son Goku's prowess. "Soon, I shall indulge in the delights of battle myself," he mused. Even from a distance, Luo could hear Frieza's maniacal laughter echoing. At that moment, another warrior, observing the king's relaxed demeanor, attempted to seize the opportunity for a sneak attack. Who could possibly outdo Frieza in treachery? The king didn't even glance back. With a mere flick of his finger, a death beam struck its target with pinpoint accuracy. One must admit, in comparison to Wukong, the king's combat style was both swift and elegant. Elsewhere in the ninth universe, three wolves formed a deadly triangular formation, momentarily subduing the regular Wukong. At this sight, Luo could not help but scoff. Wukong's combat was rather tedious. Even the nearby Super Vegeta could no longer bear to watch and intervened with a forceful 1-against-4. In the next instant, Vegeta capitalized on their numerical disadvantage, causing the attacks of two opponents to collide. In a fleeting moment of distraction for the Ninth Universe's fighters, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and swiftly felled one of them. The Ninth Universe was left with just 3 wolves, and given their status as the most inferior universe, their combat skills were quite lackluster, lacking even a single Super Saiyan 2 level warrior. In another part of the arena, Android 18 triumphed over a rabbit-like opponent, while the bat-like warrior, who had just attempted to ambush the king, was directly frightened out of the battlefield by Frisia's terrifying presence. One cannot deny the efficiency of the king is remarkable, witnessing his comrades being relentlessly eliminated. The 3 wolves were consumed by anger and launched a series of attacks against Wukong and Vegeta. As for the outcome, Luo need not observe. Wukong and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and together unleashed a powerful energy blast that eliminated the trio from the competition. Subsequently, the Grand Priest announced the disqualification of the Ninth Universe, and with a wave of the hands from the 2 Xeno, the Ninth Universe vanished without a trace. The battlefield grew increasingly tense. It has truly been erased, Vegeta gulped, addressing Wukong. Indeed, this marks our second witnessing of a universe's obliteration, Wukong replied. Upon reaching this point, Goku's expression grew unusually solemn, yet fortified his resolve. He understood that he must triumph over his adversaries and endure until the very end to seize the Super Dragon Balls. The angel from Universe 9 wore an expression of discontent and could only resort to self-deprecation, stating, "I shall be the first to withdraw." Alas, it is to be expected. The Kais, having conferred privately, realized that Goku had afforded them an opportunity. However, even with this knowledge, they would not show leniency. Kaioshin Shin was drenched in sweat, feeling the absence of a Universe 9 Kaioshin and Destroyer. Meanwhile, in Universe 6, Bardock wept as he conveyed to Kampa that he would vanish, though his tears were undeniably feigned. On the battlefield, both Frisia and King Cold were astounded by the Grand Xeno's capabilities, with King Cold silently vowing that one day he would rise above all others. In the next moment, chaos erupted. Bergamo and Magita launched an assault on the nearby Vegeta, while another warrior attempted a sneak attack on Krillin, only to be thwarted by Super Gohan. Seizing the moment, Krillin unleashed a ki blast, sending a Birdman plummeting from the skies. Androids 17 and 18 sought to exploit their infinite energy, launching attacks indiscriminately. Android 18's might incapacitated Shosa, but in a moment of vulnerability, he was nearly sent off the stage, saved just in time by Krillin. Krillin, observing alongside Rashi, felt a pang of discomfort. Upon realizing that in this world, he had wed a woman like Android 18, envy was inescapable. He pondered whether, after this ordeal, he should confess his feelings to the Android 18 of his universe, given that he had achieved success here. In the distance, Krillin and Android 18 executed a couple's combo with ease, but once again, Krillin fell prey to an enemy ambush. As the strongest Earthling, he retaliated with a Kamehameha, sending the assailant crashing down. Reflecting on how it seemed, even a mere dog surpassed Goku in efficiency. In the very moment Krillin celebrated, a new Frost Demon stealthily approached from behind, delivering a tail kick that sent him tumbling off the battlefield. Just as the members of Universe 7 began to chastise, the battlefield shifted once more. Hit decisively struck against the machine warriors of Universe 3, while Kaba taunted that his mentor, Vegeta, should exit the stage. Kale sought vengeance for a friend, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. Kale and Caulifla simultaneously learning and advancing towards Goku. Especially Kale, an equally Super Saiyan, found Goku in this form evidently overpowered. Son Goku, Son Goku, Son Goku. Kale's eyes glazed over, her form expanding beyond measure, muscles bulging explosively, resembling a miniature Broly. Strangely, images of Broly's childhood rampage, calling out for Kakarot, flooded Goku's mind. Beside them, Broly was keenly observing the battle, intrigued by a Saiyan like Kale, whom he had never encountered before. Despite being a twin, his brother Raleigh possessed a markedly different physique, intensifying Broly's curiosity. In his heart, Raleigh couldn't help but ponder the implications of Broly marrying Kale and the potential of their offspring. Such thoughts were almost too grand to fathom. Yet, it dawned on him that Broly was no longer young and ought to settle down, Perhaps after the competition, he would discreetly inquire about Broly's thoughts on the matter. At that moment, Goku decisively transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, unleashing a Kamehameha towards the rampaging Kale. However, before he could finish his incantation, Kale's massive hand swiftly silenced him, tossing Goku aside with ease. The power emanating from Kale surged uncontrollably, releasing boundless energy in all directions, appearing even more ferocious than the youthful Broly. In Raleigh's recollection, Broly had never exhibited such an overwhelming display of energy radiating from every part of his being. The formidable energy blast sent several warriors flying, prompting many spectators to spring to their feet. In the next instant, the Pride troopers stepped forward, with a dinosaur warrior named Bu attempting to ensnare Kale with an energy whip. The outcome was evident as Bu was effortlessly freed from her grasp, subsequently being hurled from the arena by Kale's ferocious power. With a thunderous roar, Kale shattered the damaged areas of the arena. Even Toppo couldn't help but commend the sheer strength of this force. In the following moment, Jiren appeared before Kale, delivering a powerful blow that sent her soaring into the sky. He then raised his hand, gathering an energy sphere within his fist, which struck Kale with precision, creating a breathtaking spectacle. It was all over. Jiren crossed his arms, closing his eyes, bracing for the explosion behind him. Chapter 65, Tournament of Power, Part 3. As Jiren concluded with its over, a tremendous explosion erupted in the distant sky, a crimson energy resembling blood clouds engulfing most of the battlefield. Raleigh couldn't help but exclaim, "Real men never look back at explosions." The visual impact of the scene was beyond mere words to describe. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Jiren managed to execute it flawlessly, reverting Kale back to her normal state, rendering her unconscious. Yet she was promptly caught by Caulifla, who saved her from falling. "Jiren, face me." In the next moment, Ultra Instinct Goku appeared before Jiren. Yet before he could utter a word, he was interrupted by Toppo's Justice Flash. Toppo suggested to Jiren that they temporarily retreat to conserve energy, while allowing the 5 selected members of the Pride troopers to engage Goku, aiming to exhaust him as much as possible. Jiren acknowledged this tactical plan. A war expert named Kaeslar, a weight-manipulating Tabar, a wrestling impact specialist named Zoe Lei, the otherworldly magician Kokot, and Keter, an ordinary warrior. These individuals possess considerable strength, nearing the prowess of a Super Saiyan Level 1. However, Rokuden T helped but reminisce about some old acquaintances, finding the comparison rather amusing. He wondered how Frieza would react to these characters. Meanwhile, the Proud Warriors were making some rather over-the-top declarations, while Master Roshi had begun to exercise his formidable technique, the Universal Shock Palm, to briefly control a lesser warrior. Following this, Tien Shinhan unleashed a new energy wave, executing a hard control and sending the unknown warrior flying away with ease. Ro, perceiving the situation, resolved to learn more about Master Roshi's peculiar skills after this encounter. Concurrently, Frieza nonchalantly placed his foot on the back of a warrior, effortlessly dispatching another competitor, and tossed him aside right before Vegeta, tauntingly stating, "First come, first served." He then sauntered off to another area. Meanwhile, Goku was caught off guard as Tabar locked him from behind, while Zoe Lei transformed into a whirlwind, charging at Goku with her distinctive silver horn. Keter found himself ensnared by Kale, unable to free himself, and Caulifla was trapped by Kokot's otherworldly powers. As the circumstances seemed to favor them, the leader of the 5, the war expert Kaeslar, couldn't contain his laughter but was abruptly silenced by a kick to the face, sending him flying. "What are you laughing at?" a cold voice inquired. It was androids 17 and 18. Kaeslar, realizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further banter and concentrated his energy to transform his weapon into the Sword of Justice. However, Android 17 effortlessly intercepted him, while Android 18 rushed to assist the Control Goku. Freed from his restraints, Goku swiftly retaliated, and Tabar charged towards Android 18, forming a spherical attack that created a massive crater in the ground. Yet, Android 18 countered, lifting the attack and hurling it away. Seeing this, the remaining 4 quickly altered their strategy, unleashing Kokot's sphere and drawing Kale into the otherworld, which provoked Caulifla, leading to an intense exchange of energy blasts. In a comical twist, within the Dragon Ball universe and among the Saiyans, vibrant red and yellow energy surged forth, empowered by the Saiyan buffs, as Kale and Caulifla sent Kaeslar and his companions plummeting into the void. Meanwhile, Kokot, hiding in an alternate dimension, was tossed out by Android 18, leading to Kokot's elimination. Due to this collaboration, Goku and the others temporarily refrained from attacking Kale and Caulifla. Sokka, Su, and Shadow publicly announced their transformation, when suddenly, number 17 sprang into action, inflicting considerable injuries upon the trio. Upon realizing the situation, they swiftly transformed again. While Sokka and Su fared reasonably well, Shadow's appearance was rather difficult to articulate. It could hardly be deemed ugly, yet if one were to describe it as beautiful, then all that could be said was, "Please, blind me." Subsequently, Shadow exuded a sweet fragrance that gradually enveloped the entire realm of nothingness, causing many lower-tier warriors to succumb to deep fantasies. Just as Shadow was showcasing their prowess, Jiren intervened, unleashing an energy blast that shattered this illusion of love. Meanwhile, Vegeta wore a grim expression, launching a frenzied assault on Shadow, seemingly disturbed by what he had witnessed in the delusion. Despite the unfortunate transformation, their strength had undeniably increased. Shadow had morphed into a round, panda-like figure, capable of both enduring and striking blows. Subsequently, Shadow, now a pink orb, dashed chaotically across the battlefield, randomly selecting an unfortunate soul and sending them flying into the void. The other two warriors, however, appeared significantly weaker. Goku was merely toying around, while number 17 evaded attacks effortlessly, leaving the opponent frustrated and unable to land a hit. Nearby, the female god of destruction emphasized the power of transformation. As a beast man, Kakunsa utilized her formidable stamina to wear down her prey. What advantages did number 17 possess? Frankly, in Ro's eyes, number 17's combat prowess was rather average, comparable to the power of the original Cell. However, the critical factor was that he possessed infinite energy. In a fleeting moment, Kakunsa found herself restrained by number 17. "I do have a modicum of confidence in my stamina," number 17 stated gracefully before attempting to throw Kakunsa aside, though he failed due to her wings. Shortly thereafter, he was met with a barrage of combined attacks, resulting in torn clothing. Upon the appearance of number 18, number 17 remarked, "After spending so long as an animal caretaker, I find myself somewhat lenient with these beast men. Now, I shall take this seriously." In the next instant, number 17 sprang into action, swiftly eliminating Baikel and Kakunsa. Witnessing this, Shadow became enraged. "You cold-hearted man, aiming to annihilate the dark warriors of our second universe, reveal your name." Upon hearing this, number 17 could not help but smirk. "I am Android 17. For the sake of my universe, I kindly ask you to vanish from this stage." Following a brief skirmish, Jimmy's, an Ardrat alien, realized that the female warriors of his universe were no match for their opponents and employed instant transmission to lead them away. Observing this, Rose suddenly pondered how the second universe could be ranked higher than the seventh despite its evident weaknesses. Elsewhere, Bardamo faced off against Gohan. Bardamo began by mocking Gohan, only to find himself gradually pushed toward the edge of the void as Gohan played the fool, culminating in a Kamehameha wave that ultimately sent him away. Chapter 66, The Power Tournament, Part 4. As the participants of the 7th universe lauded Gohan's strategy, in the next moment, the warriors from the 10th universe, Wabyuni and Rubao, materialized before him. Recognizing Gohan's prowess from the recent battle, Wabyuni expressed his admiration, considering Gohan a worthy opponent. However, with only the two of them remaining in the 10th universe, the burden of battle fell squarely on their shoulders. At the onset, Wabyuni unleashed his full potential, employing his unique abilities to create multiple illusions in an instant. A punch, delayed momentarily, left marks on Gohan's face, and in the next heartbeat, Wabyuni appeared beneath him, executing an uppercut that sent Gohan crashing down. Dazed, yet resolute, Gohan rose to his feet, having discerned Wabyuni's techniques, deliberately misaligning his energy signature with his movements. Elsewhere, Piccolo faced Rubal, launching explosives indiscriminately. Before Rubal could react, the scattered energy blast surged toward him, resulting in his elimination. Subsequently, Gohan began to endure blows, assimilating his opponent's battle patterns through continuous assaults. Meanwhile, Wabyuni erroneously believed Gohan was exhibiting the last vestiges of a warrior's dignity, fighting with utmost resolve until death. Even when Gohan saw through his tactics, Wabyuni continued to engage fiercely, subtly gaining the upper hand. In a fleeting moment of Wabyuni's waning energy, Gohan soared above him and unleashed a Kamehameha that sent him out of the arena. With that, all warriors of the 10th universe were eliminated. In an instant, the entire 10th universe was erased, leaving only a shimmering gray photograph of Wabyuni and his wife on the battlefield. Moments later, this solitary evidence of Wabyuni's existence vanished, leaving Gohan's right hand clenched tightly. Elsewhere, Ro furrowed his brow. Though the original narrative lingered for an extended duration, for Ro, only mere minutes had passed, and the 10th universe had been ousted before he could even take note. After all, Zamasu of the 10th universe still survived, given his strength. It was unfathomable that he had not appeared in the power tournament, for with Zamasu's intellect and might, the 10th universe should not have been eliminated so swiftly. Before he could dwell on these thoughts, another fierce battle erupted as the proud Team S Vanguard captain, Tispo, clashed with Hit. The initial strike saw Hit, possessing time-skipping abilities, sent flying by Tispo. Rising once more, Hit launched another assault, yet was again struck down by Tispo, leading even Hit to question whether he had been time-skipped. As Tispo gained the upper hand, the Supreme Kai could not help but boast about his extraordinary speed. In a mere utterance, Hit grasped the situation's context, and through meticulous perception, he comprehended the principle of Tispo's counterattacks, akin to a heightened awareness of the vibrations in his opponent's muscles. Any offensive action would reveal his intent. In the next moment, Hit recalled that fierce confrontation with Goku on Earth. After numerous battles, he successfully lowered Tispo's guard, and at the instant of Tispo's powerful strike, he deftly evaded. Had it not been for another Kanshi, who timely emitted an energy beam with his body, Tispo would have faced immediate elimination. Remarkably, despite enduring countless assaults from Tispo, Hit bore no visible wounds. Subsequently, the two members of the Pride troopers joined forces, and Hit found himself increasingly entangled in their abilities, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Just as Tispo's fist reappeared before Hit, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Red, effortlessly intercepting the opponent's punch in front of Hit. Meanwhile, a significant issue arose elsewhere. Vegeta from the time-space continuum had arrived ahead of Goku, having located Jiren. "Hey, I've heard your strength is formidable. I am Vegeta from Universe 7, he declared, crushing a stone in his hand. As the stone disintegrated into dust, Vegeta provocatively smiled at Jiren. Upon the appearance of Vegeta, Jiren seemed indifferent, having discerned that this version of Vegeta was not from the 7th universe, but rather from the Time Patrol. It was evident that Vegeta's strength was not even among the top 3 in the Time Patrol, and Jiren had no intention of engaging him. Nearby, Toppo noticed Vegeta's arrival and immediately positioned himself in front of Jiren, clearly indicating his desire to confront Jiren first. In the next moment, Goku also arrived at the scene. "Hey, Vegeta, how about you take care of Toppo while I handle Jiren? After all, he is challenging you," Goku suggested, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Kakarot, you fool, I arrived first. Go deal with that annoying fellow. I've been following you for too long, and I haven't encountered a worthy adversary in ages," Vegeta retorted, his patience evidently wearing thin, with veins protruding on his forehead. Hearing this, Goku walked over to Toppo with a playful demeanor, his inclination leaning more towards the essence of Dragon Ball GT, relishing the opportunity to spar with a formidable opponent. Moreover, should Vegeta falter, he would be ready to step in. In an instant, Goku teleported before Toppo, effortlessly shattering Toppo's defense with a single palm strike. Following this, he spun around, delivering a powerful elbow strike directly to Toppo's abdomen. Though Toppo swiftly retracted his hands, Goku countered by using his shoulder to absorb the impact of Toppo's retaliatory attack. With 2 fingers pressed to his forehead, Goku announced, "I'm leaving now, Vegeta," before vanishing without a trace. The next moment, Goku and Toppo reappeared at a distance from Jiren, with Goku blocking Toppo's escape route. Observing this, Toppo remained unhurried, addressing Goku with a calm demeanor. "Your partner will undoubtedly be defeated by Jiren." Upon hearing this, Wukong shrugged, acknowledging that it would be best for Vegeta to lose, as it would allow him to engage in battle with Jiren. For quite some time, he and Vegeta had struggled to find a worthy adversary. Broly was inadequate, and Gohan refrained from unleashing his full power. Their continuous sparring sessions had grown rather monotonous. Having finally encountered Zamasu, their serious circumstances compelled them to withhold their attacks. However, this time, with Broly as a safety net and the match duration being limited, they were eager to fully express themselves. Meanwhile, Jiren, witnessing Toppo's capture, had no choice but to confront Vegeta. Vegeta, not one to be overly ambitious, transformed into Super Saiyan 4 in an instant, his physique becoming more robust, with well-defined muscles. Most striking was his fiery red hair, complemented by green eyes and red lightning, drawing incessant praise from the Grand Zeno on stage. Chapter 67, The Power Tournament. Jiren, generally unaccustomed to underestimating his foes, displayed a physique brimming with muscle, even in his combat attire. His large, unwavering eyes fixated on Vegeta, his expression stoic yet exuding an aura of cold intensity that was palpably overwhelming. As Vegeta transcended his limits, the Wukong from the realm of time merely smirked. Prior to this, during their sparring, Vegeta had claimed he could not achieve this state of transcendence. Now, however, Wukong had also been capable, though he chose not to disclose this to Vegeta. In the power tournament, the moment had finally arrived for Jiren and Vegeta to clash. Vegeta, undeterred, launched an immediate assault on Jiren. As Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta's muscles bulged, while Jiren, equally robust, exhibited remarkable agility. The two stood poised, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, Vegeta let out a fierce roar and charged at Jiren, who maintained his composure and met him head-on. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists striking with thunderous force. Each of Vegeta's punches hit like a hammer, accompanied by slicing wind, while Jiren deftly evaded and seized opportunities to counterattack. Their fists collided, producing deafening echoes, and the battlefield's rocks were shattered into fragments. Their figures darted across the arena like lightning, mesmerizing all who beheld them. In the next moment, Vegeta's strikes intensified, driving Jiren back. Realizing he must unleash his true power to avoid the risk of defeat, Jiren braced himself. Yet Vegeta, sensing Jiren's reluctance to reveal his strength, unleashed his dragon fist. A sphere of energy erupted from his hands, manifesting as a colossal golden dragon that surged toward Jiren. This technique was a fusion attack he and Wukong had devised after battling Majin Buu in their timeline. During their confrontations, they could execute a double dragon fist together. But now Vegeta was unleashing a solo dragon fist, one of his most formidable physical assaults to date. Jiren's body was violently propelled away, crashing against the distant stone wall, causing large fragments to tumble down from the void. Gasping for breath, Jiren felt a numbness in his arm. He had not been defeated. After Vegeta's brief probe, he realized that his initial estimation might have been flawed. Jiren had only just attained the 7th tier of power. Rising from the stone wall, Jiren's eyes glimmered with a hint of fury as he charged toward Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. In an instant, Vegeta felt as though his chest had been exploded upon impact, blood gushing forth. He collapsed to the ground, acutely aware of the damage he had just sustained. Reminiscent of the pain he had once endured from Riquelme, Jiren stood beside him, gazing down, aware that victory was his. Yet, he felt no satisfaction. He understood that merely conquering Vegeta held little significance. Turning his back on the battlefield, he left behind a wounded Vegeta amidst a desolate scene. However, Vegeta refused to yield. He rose once more, prepared to launch another assault. Determination radiated from his eyes, as if he had made a profound resolution. Vegeta est formidable aura surgi dramatically. I cannot lose. I must not lose. Kakarot, Gohan, and Broly, and Vegeta, I am the prince of the warrior race, the Saiyans. Vegeta first murmured to himself, then roared, his voice echoing in the air, reaching the ears of Goku, Broly, and Gohan. Ro, too, was taken aback by Vegeta's declaration. After Broly's emergence, he had seldom witnessed Vegeta's pride, often acquiescing to Ro's plans without protest. It was surprising to realize how deeply Vegeta's inner turmoil had been suppressed. In the next moment, a surge of potent energy coursed through Vegeta's body. The wound on his chest rapidly sealed, transforming him entirely. An unprecedented metamorphosis appeared as his crimson hair began to fade, subtly shifting towards a silvery hue. In the distance, Goku, alongside Toppo, remarked, "Congratulations, Vegeta, for reclaiming the pride that is rightfully yours." As Vegeta's longtime partner, Goku was acutely aware of Vegeta's confusion and frustration. He then turned to Toppo, inquiring, "So, Mr. Toppo, do you still believe Jiren is assured of victory?" Though Toppo was impressed by Vegeta's resurgence, he remained unperturbed regarding Jiren's prospects. "Jiren will undoubtedly prevail. Your Time Patrol strength is indeed formidable, and our strategies in Universe 11 must adapt. I had not anticipated that your team would possess the greatest power among all competitors. Moreover, it seems that your seemingly ordinary captains and yourself have also mastered this extraordinary strength. Haha, indeed, it is said that initially, Ro did not possess my talents nor Broly's terrifying bloodline power. Yet, I consider him the strongest warrior. Even the current Broly may not match him." Upon hearing this, Toppo could not suppress his concern for Jiren, though he chose not to display it, for warriors of Vegeta's caliber were not scarce within the Time Patrol. Meanwhile, Super Vegeta found himself astonished by Vegeta's words and presence. Such arrogance, such defiance had seemingly long evaded him. He was undoubtedly the one best equipped to fathom Vegeta's current state of mind, as memories of his battle against Goku, under Babbidi's control, flooded back, along with his own admonition to Trunks to care for his mother. There seemed no time for reflection. As Jiren observed Vegeta rising once more, he recognized that this opponent was no longer the one he had previously vanquished. This Vegeta had evolved, becoming immensely stronger and more self-assured, extending his right hand. Thumb pointed toward himself. Jiren, bring it on. The two resumed their fierce clash, their energies colliding, enveloping the arena in their formidable power. Jiren grew increasingly serious, his energy surging explosively, shaking the very ground around them. Vegeta met Jiren's gaze, aware that he was facing a formidable adversary, one he had long yearned to confront. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated his energy into a powerful barrage, his aura reaching its zenith. Once again, the two engaged in a tumultuous battle, their fists and feet colliding with thunderous roars. Vegeta unleashed his ultimate technique, yet Jiren evaded his strike, swiftly countering and sending Vegeta hurtling through the air. Undeterred, Vegeta regrouped. Rising once more, his spirit rekindled, ready to launch another offensive. He swiftly enveloped the area with his energy, using his royal combat technique, filling the vicinity with his presence, even eliminating an unfortunate soul in the process. However, Jiren sensed Vegeta's energy even in the midst of this. At the moment Vegeta closed in, Jiren pivoted rapidly, allowing Vegeta's fist to land squarely in his abdomen, while Jiren retaliated with a spinning kick to Vegeta's right arm, followed by a powerful punch aimed at Vegeta's previously injured chest. Pain surged through Vegeta, disbelief etched across his face as he nearly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Vegeta, sensing the rapid decline of Vegeta's energy, Goku abandoned his conversation with Toppo and instantaneously teleported to Vegeta's side. Upon arrival, Goku grasped the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. Nearly a tenth of the arena had vanished, and Vegeta appeared almost unrecognizable, bloodied and battered, his left arm grotesquely contorted. Goku rushed to awaken Vegeta, while Jiren, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor, refrained from attacking. He is still alive, Jiren remarked coldly. Before long, the gravely injured Vegeta regained consciousness. Stop shaking me, Kakarot. I'm not dead yet, Vegeta weakly remarked, then turned his head toward Jiren. I won't be grateful for your mercy. To this, Jiren did not express anger. Instead, he explained, you are a formidable warrior. My reluctance to unleash my full power does not stem from a lack of respect. I bear the responsibilities of Universe 11. Upon hearing this, Vegeta chose not to respond. After Goku expressed his gratitude, he departed with the severely injured Vegeta, just as Toppo arrived on the scene. Seemingly aware of Toppo's thoughts, Jiren stated, It's all right, Toppo. He is no longer capable of fighting. Such a powerful warrior deserves respect. Although Jiren maintained a cold demeanor, he held a deep regard for his comrades. Yet his own pride prevented him from fully realizing this. After their departure, Vegeta addressed Goku, saying, Kakarot, that fellow's strength must have reached the 7th tier of life that Rashi spoke of. I can sense a powerful force within him that remains untapped. I wonder if Gohan can match him. Hey, Vegeta, why are you pondering whether Gohan can defeat him instead of reminding me to be cautious when fighting Jiren? Goku retorted, Kakarot, do you think I am unaware of your strength? You're merely a fraction stronger than I was a moment ago. If I catch you hiding your true power again, I shall smash your head in. Upon hearing this, Goku scratched the back of his head and let out a chuckle. Vegeta, it is only when you truly acknowledge this issue yourself that you may potentially transcend to the true 7th tier, Rashi mentioned. Vegeta turned away, coughing. He spat blood and refrained from further banter with Goku. Subsequently, Goku escorted Vegeta back to the assembly area of the patrol squad. At first sight of Vegeta, Rashi exclaimed, This is beyond brutal. It's even worse than when he was beaten by Frieza in the original tale. How are you? Rashi inquired with concern. It's fine. At the very least, I can still eliminate a few weaklings, Vegeta replied, holding his head high. However, upon noticing Vegeta's severely twisted left arm, Rashi couldn't help but frown. The more one delves into the original story, the more evident it becomes that Vegeta's left arm has consistently suffered injuries. In many battles, it is often the left arm that encounters problems. Logically, the Senzu beans and Dragon Balls should not have left any lasting effects on him. Yet, each time he faces an adversary exceeding his power, Vegeta's left arm sustains grievous injuries, leading Rashi to suspect it may be a psychological issue. Vegeta, do you believe in the strength of the Time Patrol? I do, Vegeta replied, recalling his previous encounter with Broly, a memory he was reluctant to revisit. Meanwhile, Piccolo suggested, why not have Buu temporarily absorb Vegeta? This way, Buu could harness Vegeta's full power, and Vegeta could enter a state of slumber to relax. As everyone awaited Vegeta's response, they suddenly discovered he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that Goku's arrival had been marked by bloodshed, with a trickle seeping from beneath Vegeta's battle attire. In that moment, there was no respite. Majin Buu swiftly absorbed Vegeta into his being, transforming into Majin Buu himself. Analyzing the situation, Ro surmised that this incarnation of Majin Buu surpassed even Gohan, undoubtedly reaching the 7th tier of power. The 7th universe took note of the unfolding events, realizing that the most formidable adversary was not the 11th universe, but rather the Time Patrol. This revelation spread rapidly across the battlefield. With the deities present recognizing the gravity of the situation, their focus now directed at the Time Patrol. Elsewhere, as a result of the clash between Vegeta and Jiren, it successfully eliminated Dispo and another warrior from the Pride Troopers. Meanwhile, amidst the shock from the battle between Jiren and Vegeta, Ultra Instinct Goku had already approached Jiren. Jiren, let's engage in combat, Goku proclaimed with a serious demeanor. However, Jiren disregarded him and turned to leave, aware of the Time Patrol's formidable strength and the presence of a creature capable of absorbing others. He understood that failing to conserve his energy could lead to the annihilation of his universe and the thwarting of his wish. It is worth noting that Majin Buu had already absorbed several lesser warriors from other universes. In the next moment, Goku appeared before Jiren with his hands clasped together. I beg you. Jiren's piercing gaze expressed a flicker of anger. The aura from his earlier battle with Vegeta still lingered, emanating waves of power. At this juncture, Goku comprehended the immense pressure Vegeta had endured against the Time Patrol. Standing firm, Goku took a deep breath, his feet firmly planted on the ground as he gradually ascended. In the next instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his expression grave as he focused intently on his opponent. In that moment, Jiren unleashed a relentless onslaught, each strike infused with staggering might, compelling Goku to concentrate fully on his defense. Transforming into Super Saiyan Blue proved insufficient, and he activated Kaioken, radiating a mesmerizing blue-red glow. Yet before Jiren, this power seemed trivial. You are still no match for me. Jiren scoffed, delivering a powerful punch directly to Goku's chest, sending him hurtling through the air. Jiren then turned to depart, but in an instant, Goku once again positioned himself in front of Jiren, inciting further ire within him. Chapter 69, The Power Tournament, Part 7. Ultra Instinct Goku recognized that Jiren's strength surpassed his expectations. In the next moment, Jiren appeared behind Goku, delivering a kick that sent Goku crashing into the wall. Goku swiftly extricated himself from the debris, only to be struck once more by Jiren's foot, causing him to kneel, clutching his abdomen. Jiren descended slowly before Goku, lifting him by the head. You are finished. In the next moment, Jiren delivered a powerful kick that sent Goku tumbling into the void. Just as Jiren believed the battle was concluded, Goku managed to grasp the edge of the arena with one hand, pulling himself up and unleashing an even greater multiplier of the Kaioken as he charged forward. Naturally, the outcome remained dire. In the blink of an eye, Jiren unleashed a flurry of punches, forcing Goku out of the Kaioken state. Meanwhile, Super Vegeta was utterly bewildered by Jiren's techniques, rendered powerless to assist, and could only observe from the sidelines. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, Goku's body became marred with wounds, yet his resolve to continue fighting remained unyielding. His eyes conveyed an unwavering determination. He understood that he must vanquish Jiren, for the very existence of Universe 7 hung in the balance, and he was prepared to shoulder that responsibility. He began to devise strategies, but Jiren's relentless onslaught left him no room to maneuver. Ultimately, Goku conceived a pivotal strategy. He raised both hands to the heavens, imploring, "Please, everyone, lend me your energy." Although not all like in the original tale, where everyone contributed their energy to Goku, the formidable presence of the Time Patrol still bolstered him, ensuring that the resulting spirit bomb would not fall short of its original potency. Yet, time was of the essence, and gathering energy proved to be a time-consuming endeavor. In a state of urgency, Goku called out, "I can wait for you." "I said I would wait for you," Jiren replied, his tone calm and confident. In the next instant, the spirit bomb had taken form, and Goku thrust both hands forward, declaring, "Jiren, you had better not regret giving me time to prepare. The surrounding air began to shift, becoming both gentle and tumultuous as energy coalesced into a massive blue sphere in his hands. When Goku unleashed the Spirit Bomb, the entire arena was engulfed in a brilliant light, and the sky dimmed under the weight of the immense energy explosion. As the Spirit Bomb descended towards Jiren, everyone anticipated a formidable challenge for him. Yet, with a mere flick of his right hand, Jiren effortlessly repelled the Spirit Bomb back towards Goku. Witnessing this, the crowd was not only astounded once again, but also gained a clearer understanding of Jiren's extraordinary power. Ro understood that the Spirit Bomb only affected those with malevolent intentions, and Jiren could hardly be labeled as evil. Even with no effort, he could simply extend his hand to catch it and push it back. Reminiscent of the time with Krillin, though such comparisons had become irrelevant. As the audience marveled in disbelief, a tenth of the arena within the void vanished, creating a colossal pit. Just when everyone assumed Goku was on the verge of defeat, Ro, in collaboration with Majin Buu, stealthily absorbed some of the onlookers. In the next moment, the entire void began to tremble, and smiles returned to the faces of the warriors from Universe 7, even eliciting a sardonic remark from King Frieza. As expected, you foolish monkey. As an adversary who has battled Goku for an entire lifetime, I possess a profound understanding of Goku's indomitable nature. Every time I believe Goku is on the brink of defeat, he rises anew, rejuvenated and ready to vanquish me. A disparity that is unfathomably vast, one that brings forth tears merely by speaking of it. As anticipated, in the next moment, Goku gradually ascends from the pit. His hair begins to shimmer with silver strands. His pupils transform into a radiant silver, and his entire being is enveloped in a silvery aura, enhancing his speed and reflexes to their utmost limits. With a tranquil heart, devoid of distractions, he returns to his true self. The atmosphere in the arena has reached a fervent climax. The clash between Goku's Ultra Instinct and Jiren's overwhelming might ignites countless sparks, leaving the spectators in awe of this extraordinary contest. In their initial encounter, Jiren suffered a fleeting setback, and Goku is no longer in the position of simply enduring blows. Jiren's mouth has been grazed by Goku's fist. After wiping away the mark, Jiren remains composed, gazing at Goku with unwavering focus. In the next instant, Toppo launches an attack on Goku, only to have it effortlessly intercepted by Goku's single hand, evading each strike with a deft angle. Jiren then gestures to Toppo, signaling him to refrain from intervening. In a decisive move, Goku takes the initiative, darting towards Jiren while unleashing Ultra Instinct. An intangible pressure emanates from Goku, signaling to Jiren that Goku has transformed entirely. Jiren's expression remains unchanged. His extraordinary prowess allows him to foresee Goku's attack trajectory. In mere moments, they engage in numerous exchanges, and Goku's aura intensifies with each clash, prompting Jiren, who initially stood his ground, to gradually retreat. As Jiren begins to comprehend Goku's current strength, he starts to move, effortlessly dodging Goku's strikes. Yet Goku persists, propelling himself toward Jiren while unleashing an even more formidable aura, one that poses a significant challenge for Jiren. The remarkable bodily reflexes bestowed by Ultra Instinct enable a dynamic exchange of blows between Goku and Jiren. Although Jiren can temporarily seal Goku's every position, he struggles to seize the advantage due to Goku's instantaneous movements. Whis elucidates the reason behind Goku's dramatic transformation: Ultra Instinct, a realm that even deities find arduous to attain. According to Whis, the silver hair merely signifies a change brought about by Ultra Instinct. Angels have mastered the art of maintaining this state without external alteration. Goku refers to this silver-haired form as the all-encompassing Ultra Instinct, though it cannot be sustained for long. The battle rages on. Jiren swiftly responds, unleashing his own power to repel Goku's assaults as their confrontation escalates into a fervent frenzy, with their attacks becoming increasingly frequent and formidable. The spectators by the sidelines were utterly awestruck by their performance, as thunderous applause and gasps of amazement reverberated throughout the arena, with the cheers for Jiren being the loudest. Jiren's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, unleashing a formidable power capable of contending with Ultra Instinct. A surge of immense energy erupted, sending Goku hurtling through the air. The Saiyans are becoming ever more intriguing, Jiren murmured to himself. As the smoke dissipated, Goku remained ensnared in Jiren's relentless grip, still enveloped in the aura of Ultra Instinct. Jiren radiated a crimson energy that cloaked his entire being, evoking a sense reminiscent of Goku's Kaioken, exuding an overwhelming pressure of power. With a single punch, he sent Goku, who was in the state of Ultra Instinct, flying away. This blow was too much for Goku to endure in his Ultra Instinct form. Although he could engage Jiren fiercely while in this state, once Jiren unleashed his strength, Goku's body, despite its instinctual defenses, was fundamentally still at the 6th level and could not withstand Jiren's relentless barrage of attacks. Naturally, this time, the Ultra Instinct Goku suffered greatly, ultimately being rescued by Ultra Vegeta, temporarily losing his ability to fight. However, it was of little consequence, for according to the original narrative, during this tournament of power, Goku transformed into Ultra Instinct 3 times, each time ending up severely battered. Moreover, Goku possessed an innate ability to regenerate. As long as he remained alive, he could rise again and transform into Super Saiyan Blue, poised for yet another breakthrough. The original work clearly indicated this, and the king had grown accustomed to it. Goku achieved 4 remarkable breakthroughs. Ultimately, the true master of Ultra Instinct reached the 7th level of power, attaining the state of the White God. Moreover, Ro distinctly remembered that when Jiren unleashed his full might, the remaining fighters were shielding themselves with their hands. The gods of destruction leaned forward, while the angels remained expressionless at the back. Upon witnessing Goku truly manifest Ultra Instinct, the gods of destruction rose to their feet, signifying that Goku's level had become comparable to theirs. Ultimately, Goku emerged victorious, though the conclusion felt rather hasty, for even with Goku mastering Ultra Instinct, without the protagonist's aura, Jiren should not have been defeated in the end. This was particularly true for the final encounter, as Goku's earlier struggles, due to his physical condition, did not count as a win. As for the current Ultra Goku, he still needed to surpass his limits 3 more times. However, Ro had no time to ponder these matters, as he was engaged in some clandestine activities. Currently, despite Vegeta and Ultra Goku battling Jiren in succession, a number of fighters continued their struggles amidst this brief skirmish. Master Roshi utilized the Maphoba technique to seal away Caeslar, then employed the principles of the Turtle School to balance work, study, play, nourishment, and rest. Subsequently, Master Roshi unleashed a remarkable Kamehameha that transcended limits, eliminating Ganos. Another Red Warrior was stealthily dispatched, prompting the Z fighters to search for the sniper. Master Roshi fell victim to an ambush, leading Vegeta to take action, resulting in Vegeta's elimination. Tien was ousted due to his use of the 4 symbols fist, while Namekian warriors Saiyan and Pabina perished in a mutual demise with Piccolo from Universe 7. Additionally, Ribrian's love attack was thwarted by Android 18. Notably, after King Cold eliminated Jimmy's, he staged a performance with Gohan, bewildering Fra's cousin with a frozen demon of uncertain origin, before delivering a treacherous blow that led to his elimination. Furthermore, the rescued Kaba faced a brutal beating from Frieza, who expressed his disdain for Saiyans, leading to Kaba's subsequent ousting, just as Vegeta departed. Hit discerned the extraordinary prowess of the Time Patrol warriors and advised Kale and Caulifla to fuse using Patera earrings to become Kefla. Amidst the fierce battle against Jiren, Ro and Majin Buu had also accomplished several commendable feats. Magikeo, possessing a remarkable physique capable of transformation, did not test Jiren's strength as in the original tale, but instead encountered Majin Buu. He adhered to the original strategy of feigning weakness, only to be effortlessly absorbed by Buu, who had already consumed 8 participants by this point, including the insectoid and invisible warriors. At this juncture, Ro contemplated whether to allow Buu to absorb the Time Patrol directly, thereby achieving overwhelming supremacy. However, he recognized that the ultimate authority over such matters rested with the Grand Zeno. If unapproved, such an action could lead to immediate disqualification, and the primary purpose of the tournament was to showcase dazzling battles for Zeno's amusement. Due to the shock of Goku having initially grasped Ultra Instinct, the gods paid little heed to the disappearance of their warriors. Without the threat of the void, they remained oblivious to the fact that many of their fighters had been stealthily absorbed by Majin Buu. At that moment, the Grand Minister publicly announced the remaining contestants from each universe. Universe 2 had 4 fighters left, Universe 3 had 8, Universe 4 had 4 with 2 invisible. Universe 6 and Universe 7 each retained 8, while the Time Patrol was at full strength, and Universe 11 had 3 remaining. Upon hearing this, everyone began to sense something amiss, particularly with Universe 2, which had lost all its fighters. The gods shared their confusion, with Beerus being the first to realize that Majin Buu could absorb others to augment his own power. The Kaioshin elaborated that Majin Buu had existed since ancient times, surviving through cycles of chaos and prolonged slumber. In this relentless cycle, the malevolent aspects of humanity have been absorbed, rendering it increasingly ferocious. The wicked sorcerer Bibidi has roused it from a prolonged slumber. Upon separating from the evil Buu, Majin Buu underwent a transformation, becoming a being that exhibits slight differences from its prior self. Whether it will enter another extended dormancy remains uncertain. Majin Buu possesses an infinite regenerative capability. As long as a single cell remains intact, it can resurrect. Additionally, it can absorb others, incorporating them into its own form. This entity has previously wrought considerable havoc upon the supreme Kais of the seventh universe. Yet the version of Majin Buu encountered by the Time Patrol appears to be distinct. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals grew anxious, with some deities deeming it a transgression. However, the Grand Minister permitted Majin Buu to continue battling through absorption. Chapter 71, The Power Tournament, Part 9. A deep blue energy sphere hurtled through the air, wreaking havoc on everything in its path, resembling a meteor ablaze, crashing forth in an instant. At the moment of impact, a brilliant flash illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by a deafening explosion that brightened the entire sky. Gohan's Kunga surged forth like thunder, seemingly intent on obliterating the three adversaries before him into countless fragments. Gohan's hands gradually fell. Aside from Fua, the other two had sustained significant injuries. I had previously stated that either Jiren must arrive, or they must unite. The three of you alone are insufficient. At that moment, an oblivious individual stepped forward. Oniraza, the ultimate warrior born from the fusion of the third universe's Paparoni, Ketchik, Penkipa, and Bororita. Not only did he possess immense strength and incredible speed, but he also wielded a plethora of techniques. His sole vulnerability lay within the energy core on his forehead. This information was relayed to Gohan shortly after their fusion. I am aware of your weakness, the energy core, yet I shall demonstrate my true strength to all of you. In the next instant, Gohan materialized behind Oniraza. Despite Oniraza's terrifying aura and colossal stature, these attributes also constituted his greatest flaw. Suddenly, Gohan's muscles bulged, the veins on his forehead becoming exceedingly pronounced. Amidst the ruins of the void, the distant roar of Oniraza echoed, as he recognized that this battle determined the fate of the third universe, compelling him to exert every ounce of his strength. As Oniraza rallied himself, Gohan clenched his fist, emanating a formidable energy. He charged toward Oniraza, simultaneously unleashing a powerful energy wave. Unfazed by Gohan's assault, Oniraza swung his massive weapon ferociously at Gohan. Gohan nimbly evaded the strike, launching a flurry of attacks. His form flickered like a specter, each strike landing precisely upon Oniraza's frame. However, Oniraza appeared undeterred. His body was extraordinarily resilient, with each blow merely leaving a faint scratch. In a fleeting moment of relaxation, Gohan was suddenly struck by a fierce assault from Oniraza, sending him hurtling through the air. He landed harshly on the ground, acutely aware of the immense impact on his chest. Rising to his feet, he amassed a surge of formidable energy, launching a powerful energy wave towards Oniraza. This wave, as potent as thunder, surged forth with the ferocity of tempest. Oniraza, too, retaliated, wielding his colossal weapon to intercept the energy wave. However, he was unprepared for the overwhelming strength of the wave, which shattered his weapon into fragments. Astonished, Oniraza gazed at Gohan, taken aback by his extraordinary prowess, which surpassed their universe's highest technology. Acknowledging the need to exert his full strength to overcome Gohan, Oniraza unleashed his might, resulting in a cataclysmic clash of attacks that triggered a series of violent explosions. The battlefield was reduced to chaos, engulfed in flames and swirling smoke. Then, the dragon fist erupted. A golden red dragon pierced through Oniraza's body, reminiscent of Goku's legendary strike against King Piccolo. Following this, Gohan executed a powerful kick, sending Oniraza sprawling to the ground, unable to rise again. Gohan, though slightly breathless, soon regained his peak condition. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers in disbelief as the universe's mightiest warrior was so effortlessly subdued by Gohan. In the next instant, this colossal figure was absorbed by a pink mass. Only then did the spectators regain their senses, realizing that the Time Patrol still had a monstrous warrior in their midst. A brief silence enveloped the scene. whether due to Gohan's overwhelming assault or Majin Buu's grotesque absorption ability, as everyone began to retreat cautiously. Seeing that his efforts had not yielded the desired effect, Gohan made a bolder decision. With a mighty roar, he enveloped himself once more in a golden aura. You all must face me. There is no escape. It will be better to unite and defeat me. Gohan then unleashed the prince's technique, launching powerful attacks at every warrior present. Both the gods and the warriors regarded Gohan as having lost his sanity, inciting their collective ire. As the crowd awaited someone to strike first, Gohan instantaneously teleported behind the warrior Tiz from the third universe, delivering a devastating punch to his face that sent him crashing to the boundary, breaking through the edge and casting him into the void with Gohan's overwhelming force. Quickly repositioning, Gohan appeared before Android 17. Demon Flash. Gohan crossed his arms above his head, unleashing a blinding burst of light. Not only Android 17, but nearly all remaining warriors from the 7th universe fell victim to Gohan's onslaught. In the 7th universe, Gohan clenched his fists, acutely aware of the overwhelming disparity in power. Even a casual strike from the Time Patrol's Gohan required Super Gohan to proceed with utmost caution. Subsequently, Gohan distributed his attention evenly, stealthily launching surprise assaults on not only these two, but also on Toppo and Jiren. The most unfortunate of all was King Frieza. TCH, Son Goku's son, that insufferable monkey, how brazen. King Frieza of the 7th universe remarked, witnessing Gohan's formidable dominance. Before he could complete his sentence, Gohan's fist abruptly appeared before Frieza, landing squarely on his face, followed by a swift chop to the back of Frieza's neck. In the fleeting moment that Frieza turned to retaliate, Gohan's fist struck directly at Frieza's eye socket, instantly rendering him with comical panda-like eyes. Frieza, infuriated, transformed into Golden Frieza, launching energy blasts resembling destructive projectiles directly at Gohan's face. Yet before the gaze of all present, Gohan effortlessly crushed these two energy projectiles. The golden aura exploded across the sky, radiating powerful waves outward, exuding confidence and charisma. Gohan lifted his chin, surveying everyone around him. His crimson hair swaying slightly in the air, an unparalleled aura enveloping him. With both fists raised, an immense force rapidly coalesced in Gohan's hands. The energy between them gradually swelling, warping the very ground beneath him, signaling his readiness for battle. Chapter 72, The Power Tournament, Part 10. At that moment, Hit realized that a being capable of rivaling Jiren had emerged in the Power Tournament, and he no longer held back. Now, strike while you can. Hit pushed outward with both hands, releasing waves of purple energy that surrounded him, evidently constraining Gohan from afar. However, this psychic ability proved insufficient against such a formidable warrior, as Gohan painstakingly advanced step by step toward Hit. In the next instant, Frieza and Caulifla appeared beside Gohan, with Caulifla delivering a blow to his abdomen while Frieza struck him from behind. Toppo, steadfast in his belief that justice should not act thus, refrained from intervening, remaining close to Jiren. Says Resistance. How can you still intend to unleash your energy wave after sustaining so much damage? Frieza, reveling in Gohan's confinement, taunted while attacking. Gohan paid no heed to Frieza. Instead, he endured the onslaught while gathering his strength. After mere moments of relentless strikes, Gohan was left battered and bruised. Just as Caulifla and Frieza prepared to repeat their tactics, Gohan instantaneously teleported behind Hit. Instantaneous movement. Although Hit's time-limited attack successfully restrained the enemy, it also ensnared himself. Caught off guard by Gohan's unexpected counter, Hit was struck decisively by Gohan's lethal blow. As the radiant light dissipated, countless wounds appeared on Hit's body. Nonetheless, he seemed capable of continuing the fight. Observing this, Jiren stepped forward. Jiren, are you going to intervene? Toppo inquired. Toppo, I understand your concerns. As he mentioned, he aims to defeat everyone, and if he eliminates warriors from other universes, we remain at a disadvantage. I have discerned his limits now. He is lost. Despite Gohan's astonishing performance, Jiren felt no pressure whatsoever. Jiren, you can no longer restrain yourself. Jiren remained silent, his large, expressionless eyes fixed on Gohan. Noting Gohan's current state, Jiren refrained from suggesting that they wait for Gohan to recover, for he was aware that Gohan had not sustained any genuine harm. He surmised that Gohan still possessed another transformation. From the onset, Jiren exhibited his formidable strength, his fists and feet delivering an unrelenting barrage, his speed dazzling to behold. Jiren struck first, aiming a punch at Gohan, only to be repelled by Gohan's force, who seized the opportunity to pursue. A swift kick landed on Jiren's abdomen, gouging deep scratches into the ground. Soon, swirling energy beams began to emerge from the earth, transforming the arena into a bottomless ruin. Jiren pressed on, raining down powerful punches upon Gohan, his ferocious energy escalating once more. At the moment Jiren's violent fist descended, Gohan instantaneously teleported. Mystic Flash. Gohan channeled his strength, a powerful force illuminating the entire Void Realm. Then, with a resounding thud, Jiren's punch connected with Gohan's face, interrupting the Mystic Flash. The impact sent Gohan spinning 360 degrees in the air, his legs reversing to strike Jiren's chin. The two fighters distanced themselves, locking eyes. The remaining warriors, along with the gods, were left in awe. It was the first time someone had truly engaged Jiren in combat. Jiren himself realized that Gohan in this state was on an entirely different level from the Vegeta he had faced earlier. Gohan rubbed his slightly reddened face, retracting his fists to gather energy once more. Jiren merely touched the corner of his mouth, appearing to have sustained no significant damage. Subsequently, as if by mutual agreement, they exchanged blows, each punch and kick landing with force, both seemingly abandoning defense until one could no longer withstand the intensity of their assaults. Boom! 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 The skies of the Void Realm crackled with the electric energy of their fierce clash, encircling the two as they battled with fervor. The sound of their fists colliding echoed throughout the Void Realm. But, ha! Mystic Flash. The ferocious explosions erupted in succession, a breathtaking spectacle of chaos. Pain. Excruciating pain. The two formidable bodies felt genuine pain, even sensing their abdomens churning violently. Particularly Gohan, whose head appeared to swell alarmingly. The shockwaves generated by their battle resulted in the complete obliteration of half the realm of nothingness. Son Gohan, a powerful strike just landed, and the fervor with which you have risen to defeat me demands a response. With that, Jiren raised his right hand, summoning countless red energies from all directions, coalescing into a massive orb. This energy then shrank to the size of a palm, which he forcefully thrust downward. A crimson aura enveloped Jiren's body, indicating that he had truly entered the combat state. Everything prior had merely been a warm-up. Beside him, the Destroyer God, in a frenzy, urged Jiren, strike now, seize this fleeting opportunity. Thus, it was time to conclude. Jiren, with an impassive expression, declared the outcome. The explosive Kamehameha wave. As Jiren's energy surged, Gohan summoned all his strength, crossing his arms over his chest as his veins bulged grotesquely, unleashing a deep blue energy wave. The two stood locked for mere seconds, with Jiren's formidable red energy blast relentlessly advancing toward Gohan. Gohan screamed in agony, his voice echoing throughout the realm of nothingness. Broly stepped forward, but was halted by Ro, who said, "We must trust Gohan, mustn't we?" Moments passed, yet the silence remained unbroken as Gohan, enveloped by the red energy blast, ceased his cries, leaving the onlookers uncertain of his fate. Observing this, the Destroyer God was drenched in cold sweat, fearing Jiren's overwhelming attack could spell Gohan's end. The atmosphere grew tense, and the Grand Priest hesitated to announce the result. "He is still alive," he finally stated after a pause. Suddenly, a resounding aura erupted from within the energy blast. The onlookers quickly turned their attention to the lingering energy sphere. Remarkably, Gohan broke through Jiren's terrifying assault. Chapter 73, The Power Tournament, Part 11. On a high platform within the realm of nothingness, a warrior stood, elevated upon a stone, his body cloaked in soft white fur, exuding an ominous aura, perhaps born from his unearthly strength that instilled fear. His entire form seemed magnified, not merely through physical alteration, but through a growth in skeletal structure. His eye sockets were shadowed deeply, while his pupils glowed white. The surrounding lightning was no longer golden or crimson, but black, resembling serpentine tendrils coiling around his body, exuding a palpable sense of oppression. "Ro, what is that? It appears so sinister." Kiririn questioned Ro, astonished by Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5 represents an evolution beyond Super Saiyan 4, a transformation that can be described as a mutation of one's very lineage. In addition to reaching a critical power threshold, one must also possess an extraordinary intent to kill or profound feelings of sorrow and anger. It appears that Gohan's recent peculiar behaviors have indeed imparted upon him certain insights, and I never anticipated that he would achieve this so swiftly. Incredible. It seems victory is assured, Kirin exclaimed with excitement, as their objective in this competition was to secure triumph. And with Gohan exhibiting such formidable strength, along with Broly's presence, they felt a sense of reassurance. However, it is not so simple. Super Saiyan 5 is not omnipotent. The transformation imposes a tremendous burden on both the body and mind, with a constant risk of demise. Did you not notice how Gohan's physique has expanded significantly? Utilizing powers that surpass one's limits comes at a cost. Upon witnessing Gohan's new form, the two kings were riveted, continuously inquiring if the recently awakened Goku from Universe 7 could attain such a transformation. Goku, sensing the extraordinary energies in the atmosphere, swiftly adjusted his state. He felt an insatiable desire to engage in combat with Jiren or to witness the might of Super Saiyan 5 firsthand. Meanwhile, Jiren, fists clenched, paid no heed to the blood seeping from his hands. For both Vegeta's pride in the Saiyan race and Gohan's advanced transformation serve as constant reminders of the boundless potential of the Saiyans, regardless of their training in divine powers. Subsequently, Gohan stepped forward, unleashing waves of energy that danced like droplets of water, forming a gray-white defensive barrier around him. The energy enveloping him surged to 3 layers, ascending into the sky like a torrent of gray-white aura. As the shield dissipated, Gohan's hands converged into 2 formidable energy bombs. Jiren, in the spirit of reciprocity, "This move is for you," he declared. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the 2 cataclysmic energy orbs hurtled toward Jiren, who, relying on his robust physique, fixed his gaze intently upon Gohan. As Gohan's power approached, Jiren executed a graceful backflip to evade one bomb, while the other was effortlessly neutralized. In the next moment, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, their forms flickering like shadows in the sky. After several exchanges of blows, Gohan utilized instant transmission to dart around, with Jiren hot on his heels. In midair, Jiren delivered a powerful strike, sending Gohan crashing to the ground. Gohan, undeterred, elevated his energy and charged at Jiren. Seizing Jiren's fist, he deftly maneuvered to grasp his leg, spinning him overhead before slamming him down repeatedly. Finally, he lifted Jiren's head and drove it into the ground, propelling himself forward. Haha, no wonder Uncle Broly favors this offensive style. I shall gradually bring your end. Transformed, Gohan exuded en increasing sinistre aura, a foreboding sense of something amiss. In the next moment, Jiren performed a sudden maneuver, rising from the depths of the pit. Initially, Jiren's strength seemed to hold the upper hand, yet as Gohan's power intensified, Jiren began to feel the pressure mounting. Subsequently, Jiren shifted his shoulders, his brow furrowed. Saiyans. True justice is the only justice. To lose is to forfeit everything. I refuse to endure such treatment again. With a primal roar, Jiren unleashed a crimson energy that enveloped the arena, tearing apart his tight-fitting attire, his form erupting with explosive vigor, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, magma spewing forth. As if the very realm of nothingness was on the verge of ignition. Leaning forward, the veins on Jiren's body became starkly visible as he advanced toward Gohan. His power fully unleashed. Faced with the newly empowered Jiren, Gohan's expression turned grave, as if he were witnessing a struggle of fate, envisioning Jiren's demise at his hands, before gradually assuming a battle stance. In the blink of an eye, both figures vanished from sight once more. Boom! 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 In the heavens above, the clash of their energies rendered their techniques invisible, leaving only the ferocious collision of their auras. Witnessing this spectacle from a distance were warriors and deities alike, incredulous that such a caliber of combat could exist within this power tournament. Note, the Super Saiyan 5, as depicted in the fan-made manga New Dragon Ball AF, represents an evolution beyond Super Saiyan 4. The first individual to attain this level is Son Gohan. In subsequent parallel universes, during Frieza's son Azel's assault on Earth, Gohan, driven by overwhelming rage following Shao Fang's demise, ascended to Super Saiyan 5, despite having just grasped Super Saiyan 4 and not yet transcended its limits. As a Super Saiyan 5, Gohan effortlessly overpowered Azel and could even slightly suppress a fully powered one-star dragon. In Dragon Ball GT, Son Goku surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan 4 in his battle against one-star dragon, yet did not reach Super Saiyan 5. During the invasion of the new evil dragons, under the guidance of the old Kaioshin, Goku trained relentlessly, achieving a state that allowed him to surpass both Vegeta and Gohan, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Breaking through the rudimentary boundaries of Super Saiyan 5. Further transforming into Super Saiyan 5, Goku eclipsed both Vegeta and Gohan, rivaling even the 4-star dragon. This is a parallel universe birthed from the Dragon Ball world, currently the most formidable universe within the non-mainstream realms of the Dragon Ball franchise. Chapter 74, Power Tournament 12. At this moment, warriors lacking sufficient strength could perceive nothing, only sensing the titanic clash of two formidable auras. Though the sensory experience felt as if two spheres of energy collided, the two combatants immersed in the battle experienced a frenzied exhilaration, particularly for Gohan, whose conjecture proved correct. Alongside his fury and murderous intent, an undeniable will to survive compelled him to transcend his limits. Their auras swelled increasingly, and according to Ro's estimations, they had acquired a power reminiscent of laws, invoking a sensation of breaking through myriad constraints. The continuous clash of their energies resembled two miniature black holes, warping light and the earth, as if their inner forces had surpassed the confines of this void realm. At that moment, no suitable ground could be found within the void. In the next instant, Jiren's massive hand seized Gohan's neck, his right fist delivering a series of terrifying blows to Gohan's abdomen. After a brief resistance, Gohan propelled himself off the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, and locked his legs in a scissor hold around Jiren's neck. Subsequently, both unleashed their might, their roars resonating throughout the battlefield. Red and black auras intertwined, neither yielding ground. Suddenly, a golden figure emerged on the scene. Frieza, gentlemen, allow me to escort you from this place. A deep violet energy rapidly coalesced in Frieza's hand. In the next moment, as if sharing an unspoken connection, the two combatants relinquished their hold on one another. Jiren's fist lunged toward Frieza's abdomen, delivering a blow that caused the tyrant to froth at the mouth, while Gohan executed an elbow strike aimed at the back of Frieza's skull. The impact rendered Frieza momentarily dazed, yet to everyone's astonishment, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, he gradually rose, visibly injured but evidently still capable of combat. Without a backward glance, Frieza hastily retreated, well aware that remaining would provoke the wrath of two monstrous beings. The two warriors exchanged a glance, a mutual admiration growing more pronounced as the impending clash loomed ever closer. In an instant, the arena was once again suffused with energy, particularly from Jiren. With a powerful roar, the battlefield transformed, resembling a volcanic landscape as the ground of the void erupted in explosions. A red energy shield engulfed the entire arena. Jiren's aura surged once more, and memories of past traumas awakened his latent potential. Jiren advanced slowly toward Gohan, his gaze imbued with caution and strength, signaling that their final confrontation was imminent. Assuming a battle stance, it was not long before the two launched into another offensive. Jiren's right hand struck out, infused with his distinctive blood-red, frenzied energy, which Gohan's left arm met with unwavering resilience. The dark aura around him, while not overtly oppressive, exuded an eerie sensation. At this moment, Jiren, freeing his left hand, struck towards Gohan's face. However, Gohan deftly evaded, utilizing his right hand to effortlessly fling Jiren away. In the next instant, Jiren reappeared before Gohan, his large hands outstretched as he aimed a blow at Gohan's head. Just as Jiren's fist connected with Gohan, Gohan executed a sudden move, launching a thunderous counterstrike that struck Jiren on the back of his neck, sending him hurtling away. Instantly, a deep, bottomless pit formed in the ground. Gohan clutched his chest, seemingly troubled by a sudden issue with his body, his aura fluctuating dramatically, dark energy seeping from his 7 orifices, rendering him a terrifying sight. At that moment, the pit erupted with a fierce red glow as the bare-chested Jiren emerged unperturbed, placing his left hand on his neck. Observing this, Gohan shook his head, his body tense as his aura gradually stabilized. In the next moment, the two clashed fists once more. As they grappled, Jiren coldly declared to Gohan, "No matter what happens, I shall never lose." With that, Jiren unleashed a surge of energy, sending Gohan flying. A massive energy blast, imbued with a purplish-red aura, surged towards Gohan, accompanied by waves of terrifying power in hot pursuit. Demon Flash. Coming to a halt, Gohan crossed his arms above his head, blue-black energy swirling around him. With a powerful thrust of his arms forward, the two forces collided. The realm of nothingness began to grow increasingly heated. Initially, the energies of both combatants were evenly matched, but soon the black lightning enveloping Gohan's body seemed unable to sustain itself. This territory rapidly transformed into Gohan's burial ground as his aura faded away. Upon witnessing this, Jiren felt a fleeting pang of regret. Yet in the next moment, Gohan's fist was once again at Jiren's side, their hands gripping tightly, gazing into each other's eyes as they exerted their strength against one another, seemingly engaged in a test of wills. Jiren gritted his teeth. Impossible. How can you still possess such formidable power? You should have no stamina left, an indestructible foe. Yet Gohan, despite the tension on his face, revealed a trace of a smile. Jiren, I thank you for your immense strength. I believe I've adapted to my current body. Moreover, I bear the fate of the Time Patrol and our universe. To repay them, and to provide an explanation to Master Broly and Uncle Rashi for my recklessness, I cannot possibly fall easily. A roar erupted from Gohan. With his cry, the true might of Super Saiyan 5 was finally unveiled. Meanwhile, Rashi speculated that the initial Gohan resembled Jaco, merely appearing to have attained Super Saiyan 5 without truly displaying its power. Now, a furious torrent of black lightning surged from Gohan's being, his intense aura saturating the expanse of nothingness, his piercing black eyes embodying the splendor of Super Saiyan 5. Before my might, your words are utterly meaningless. After Jiren voiced his rebuttal, he stomped his foot upon the ground, and the two resumed their fierce struggle. They exchanged blows in a relentless back and forth, until Jiren declared, I'll return this move to you. Seizing the moment, Jiren executed a swift headbutt, sending Gohan crashing to the ground. Yet Gohan, undeterred, performed a sudden surge, rising like a carp from the depths. Jiren, do not deceive yourself. Are you truly unaware of your own desires? Chapter 75, The Power Tournament, Part 13. Prior to this, Luo had informed Gohan of Jiren's tragic past, revealing that, despite appearing dismissive of his companions, he held their strength in high regard. Haunted by the fear of once again facing the anguish that lay within him, the inability to protect those he cherished. Such sentiments are worthless. They can vanish in an instant. Only strength is fundamental. All I do is just. Jiren's face contorted with rage, the veins on his forehead bulging conspicuously. As Gohan charged forward, Jiren's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, an unseen power erupting from within. Gohan, attempting to defend himself with his hands, was nonetheless propelled backward. As Gohan's feet skidded to a halt, he looked up to confront the oncoming Jiren. Jiren, behold this move, the super explosive Kamehameha wave. Gohan extended his arms forward, palms converging to form a colossal sphere of dark energy. In response, Jiren's expression widened in shock as torrents of crimson energy surged from his body, giving the impression that he was embracing Gohan's lethal technique. Boom! 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 As the dust settled, Jiren lay battered and bruised, his face twisted in disbelief as he questioned Gohan for not finishing him off. Yet, Gohan's voice did not reach his ears. Thud thud. In the next moment, Gohan abruptly clutched his head, striking himself with fervor as waves of dark purple energy began to emanate from his form. With each pulse, Gohan's strength diminished. Gohan. In an instant, Piccolo from the Luo universe appeared at Gohan's side. Jiren, you must cast him down. Do you not wish to lose here? The Destroyer God, in the guise of a clown, urged persistently. Jiren gradually rose, gathering a potent energy blast in his hand, aiming it at the fallen Gohan. Saiyan, I shall determine our fate in this manner. This is not my true intent. Even if your existence should vanish, you will forever dwell in my memories. In the next instant, Gohan was struck forcefully across the neck by a pair of massive hands, rendering him unconscious and subsequently discarded into the void. Brother, if this continues, Gohan will suffer irreversible damage. Allow me to handle this now. Suddenly, Gohan found himself in the audience, where spectators quickly fed him the energy of battle, restoring him to his former state. Turning back to the battlefield, he beheld a figure even more imposing than Jiren standing before him. Who are you? Jiren slowly lifted his head, staring intently at Broly, and declared, I am a master of Son Gohan. Broly, Nanny? Upon hearing Broly's response, even Jiren gasped in astonishment, for he was acutely aware of Gohan's formidable strength. Reflecting upon his own master, Jiren's hands involuntarily clenched. The remaining gods were equally astonished, save for Whis, whose expression remained composed, showing no signs of disturbance at Broly's revelation. Beerus, standing nearby, suddenly recalled something, leading him to believe that this match might not present any opportunities for victory. Meanwhile, on the spectator stand, the Omni King exclaimed, Wow, the Master of Time Patrol Gohan. The Grand Minister offered a straightforward evaluation, stating, This gentleman Broly from the Time Patrol is indeed the most powerful warrior in this tournament, surpassing even Jiren. In his base form, Broly exuded an aura of despair. Yet that was not all. With a fierce roar, his chestnut locks transformed, enveloping him completely. While his crimson eyes and the tail wrapped around his waist clearly indicated that he had attained the Super Saiyan 4 form. In the next moment, Broly's terrifying aura seemed to vanish, and he became astonishingly restrained, to the point where even closing his eyes could not conceal the presence of another being before him. At this juncture, Super Saiyan Goku had also adjusted his stance and was profoundly shocked by Broly's current state. Whis, covering his mouth, turned to Beerus and remarked, "Lord Beerus, this Saiyan named Broly is truly gifted. The last time I merely provided him with a slight nudge, and not long after, he reached this level. Lord Beerus, if you survive this tournament, you must resume your training, or else." Before Whis could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Beerus, who reacted with irritation, prompting Whis to simply shake his head in resignation. The other angels were equally taken aback. If Jiren's terrifying power astonished the gods of destruction, then the prowess of the young Broly moved even these exceptionally discerning angels. Kefla was naturally the first to engage, and, after fusing, her persona mirrored that of the former Vegeta, boisterous and arrogant, with a dismissive attitude. To be frank, this was her most polite demeanor. However, the most unfortunate aspect for Kefla was that she possessed only the flaws of Vegeta, lacking the corresponding immense strength. Now, Kefla exhibited a ridiculous potential for growth, akin to a power that only strengthens when not defeated. Aside from Broly, few could rival her due to Caulifla's extraordinary lineage, and naturally, the fused Kefla inherited this remarkable constitution, though she was not cast down by Goku's Ultra Instinct as depicted in the original. After enduring a brutal beating from Gohan, her strength had nearly ascended to a new tier. Presently, if it did not evade and relied solely on brute force, he would already be no match for Kefla. Nevertheless, even so, the outcome was glaringly evident. Just as Kefla's golden fists were about to make contact with Broly, he swiftly grasped her tiny fist with his hands, while his other massive hand enveloped her face. Then, leaning back, he pressed her down to the ground, rubbing her against it, before executing a backflip to return to his original position, calmly awaiting the assault from others. This was Broly's warm-up technique. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, Krillin couldn't help but comment on Broly's excessive force against such an adorable girl. However, both Rashi, Gohan on the platform, and the gods of destruction along with the angels understood that Broly had shown restraint. It was hardly fair. This warrior had far surpassed this realm. Suddenly, a Kaioshin intervened. Yet the Omni King acknowledged Broly, stating that he had invited the Time Patrol. Upon hearing this, the gods fell silent. In the void, Kefla, regaining her composure, unleashed a surge of power, her eyes glowing white as her muscles swelled with energy. She executed a backflip, breaking free from Broly's grasp. Once at a distance, she positioned her hands before her chest, uttering fierce words before channeling all her strength into a formidable energy blast aimed at Broly. It struck him. Kefla's right hand shot skyward in a display of her elation, but in the next moment, her smile vanished. Broly, the recipient of the attack, appeared utterly unscathed. Not even budging an inch, he merely twisted his head, as if this assault was no more than a trivial massage. At that moment, Broly's eyes glowed white as he flashed a smile reminiscent of a cheerful young man. To Kefla, however, it was a disquieting sight. Meanwhile, Rashi watched in awe, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Then, with a powerful stomp, Broly shattered the ground beneath him, transforming the void into a desolate ruin. The remaining spectators lay sprawled atop floating debris. Ignoring Kefla, Broly charged directly at Jiren. From a distance, Jiren's formidable physique and perfect musculature exuded an overwhelming pressure. But in comparison to the larger, more robust, and stronger Broly, he appeared diminutive. At that moment, Jiren's eyes widened like saucers as he released his full power, a vast, fiery red aura radiating from his entire being. The force generated by his explosive energy sent shockwaves that reverberated through everyone present, for Jiren had already endured a fierce battle. Yet he understood that this alone was insufficient. In response to the sudden shift and disparity, he entered his Ultra Instinct state, a further awakening of his potential that had been ignited by Goku in the original narrative. His muscles expanded beyond their normal and full power states, enveloped in a red aura reminiscent of Goku's Ultra Instinct transformation. Seizing the initiative, Jiren let out a furious roar as his right hand formed a devastating technique, the super explosive hot electromagnetic wave. This was the most formidable energy wave skill employed by Jiren in an ultra-limited state. Instead of hurling the massive, explosive electromagnetic sphere, he unleashed it from his palm, akin to the Kamehameha, transforming it into a colossal energy beam. Witnessing Jiren's resolute determination, Broly opened his mouth wide and unleashed a powerful mouth blast directed at Jiren. The two energies collided with astonishing speed, unleashing a tremendous force that radiated outward like ripples on water. The entire world seemed to be stripped of color, reduced to stark black and white, as surrounding matter began to disintegrate. Much like the initial skirmishes among the gods of destruction, a sprawling super black hole emerged at the point of collision, voraciously devouring everything in its vicinity. Meanwhile, the Omni King expressed concern that the Void Realm might struggle to sustain the exhibition of the power tournament. Observing this, the Grand Minister waved his staff, reinforcing the entirety of the Void Realm with a gentle flick. Nearby, Super Vegeta furrowed his brow and addressed the recently revived Super Saiyan Goku. The gravitational force in this space has increased by 10,000 times. Goku replied nonchalantly, though his gaze remained fixated on Jiren and Broly, filled with eagerness. The sudden shift left many warriors present feeling quite uncomfortable, as if their powers had been significantly suppressed. To ensure the continuation of the power tournament, I have repaired and fortified the Void Realm by 10,000 times, and naturally, the gravity has also been amplified by the same factor. I hope all participating contestants can swiftly adapt to the new conditions. Additionally, 2/3 of the tournament time has elapsed, so competitors must seize the moment. At this moment, the Grand Minister calmly announced from above, and with a mere gesture, the surrounding environment underwent a dramatic transformation. Just as this occurred, the initial clash between Jiren and Broly came to an end, yet neither bore any tangible wounds. However, Jiren was left gasping heavily after the encounter. "I will not be defeated," he murmured, charging once more at Broly. Observing this, Broly remained largely unchanged, except for his fists tightening, a surge of power emanating from within him. In the next instant, Jiren unleashed his strength, his right fist, infused with his unique crimson, furious aura, struck directly at Broly's face, but Broly easily deflected it. In a heartbeat, a pair of large hands appeared before Jiren. Just as Broly was about to seize Jiren by the throat, Jiren unleashed a blast of explosive electromagnetic energy, catching Broly off guard and sending him flying. The recently repaired Void Realm instantly bore a deep crater that marred the spectators' area. Yet, Broly slowly emerged from the pit, brushing off the debris from his body, unhurriedly approaching Jiren, as if invigorated with newfound life. He placed his right hand on his neck and flashed a sinister grin at Jiren. As the moment arrived, a swift transformation occurred. Upon witnessing Broly rise, Jiren launched into action, his feet striking the ground with such force that the solid battleground of the void began to crack beneath him as he charged towards Broly. With a single punch, a high point of the void behind Broly was reduced to ashes, yet Jiren's other fist was halted by Broly's palm, firmly placed against his chest. In the next instant, Jiren's veins bulged grotesquely, particularly the right hand ensnared by Broly, which emitted wisps of crimson smoke. Jiren's entire being erupted with energy, enveloping Broly completely. However, under Broly's impassive demeanor, he effortlessly twisted Jiren's grasp back. Then, with a splutter, gastric fluid erupted from Jiren's mouth, for Broly had mercilessly struck his abdomen. Releasing his hold, Jiren instinctively clutched his midsection and collapsed to the ground, the previous blow nearly incapacitating him. "You are a formidable warrior deserving of respect. Yet I too have my aspirations," Broly coldly declared to Jiren, lifting a hand toward his forehead. Everything felt so familiar, yet this time the roles had reversed, as a yellow power began to coalesce. Just as Broly prepared to unleash his might, Toppo dashed forward, arms outstretched, positioning himself in front of Jiren. "Before you can defeat Jiren, you must first contend with me." He glanced back at the fallen Jiren, his resolve hardening as he turned to face Broly once more. Broly showed no mercy. He opened his mouth, a devastating energy blast forming instantaneously as the surrounding energy swirled like a tempest. Chapter 77, The Power Tournament, Part 15. Aware of his disadvantage, Toppo unleashed his full strength from the outset, his muscles straining against his attire, as purple energy radiated from his being, embodying a concentrated force of destruction aimed directly at Broly. Just as flash, just as fist. Yet, he was no match for the battle-hardened Broly. Just as Toppo's fist was about to make contact, Broly seized it with both hands, while his other hand pressed against Toppo's face, leaning back to forcefully drive him into the ground, grinding him down. The destructive energy Toppo wielded failed to breach Broly's defenses, and he was subsequently hurled into the sky, a powerful energy blast enveloping him. In the next moment, Toppo found himself amidst the audience, his body battered and bruised. The impact of Broly's relentless assault had rendered him unconscious, but as the remaining fighters of the Tournament of Powers sat together, members of Universe 7 provided him with a senza bean. Upon regaining consciousness, Toppo immediately called out to the kneeling Jiren. "What are you waiting for, Jiren? Are you going to remain on your knees in the face of the enemy? Is this pitiful state truly your end, Jiren? Rise, Jiren! You have never placed your trust in others. What is the purpose of honing your strength? Fight until the very end for your pride. Even if you doubt your own power, we shall believe in you. Jiren, you are formidable, stronger than anyone else. We have always placed our trust in you. Rise with our strength." Indeed, within this somewhat idealistic realm of Dragon Ball, such emotions have bestowed upon Jiren the power to rise once more. Ro, however, does not perceive Broly's reluctance to directly confront Jiren as a flaw. He understands the loneliness that accompanies great heights and is aware of Broly's condition. Although he has managed to control his extraordinary strength through training, he remains overwhelmingly powerful. Broly requires a vigorous battle every so often, and this presents a prime opportunity to make a mark before the highest deities of this world. At this moment, Jiren's strength subtly surges once again, enveloped in a crimson aura, yet Broly remains unfazed. "Regardless, you cannot surpass me, Jiren. I am sorry. Farewell." The energy in Broly's hands swiftly converges from all directions. Nearby, Ultra Instinct Goku attentively observes the unfolding battle. Vegeta recognizes the gravity of the situation. In a critical instant, Goku transforms into his Ultra Instinct state. Vegeta halts abruptly, gripping Ultra Goku with both hands, exerting immense force, allowing Ultra Instinct Goku to swiftly arrive and rescue Jiren from Broly's grasp. Jiren, saved by Goku, remains silent, yet Rose senses that Jiren no longer harbors disdain towards Goku. "Jiren, we must unite. This fellow is the true, legendary Super Saiyan. I have never had the chance to face him. I did not take Vegeta's words to heart. Do you still possess strength, Jiren?" Jiren remains speechless, yet he faces Broly with renewed determination. The two share a glance and charge toward Broly. A conflagration of red and white energy erupts, akin to a volcanic explosion, with stars shimmering and auroras dazzlingly bright, surging forth from their beings, radiating magnificently. In the blink of an eye, the three collide, fists connecting. As Goku and Jiren's punches strike Broly, Broly's fist simultaneously impacts their midsections. The force of this blow is tremendous, sending Goku and Jiren hurtling through the air, while Broly sustains almost no damage. Jiren and Goku are propelled for the crater, with Jiren's fist slicing through the air like a fierce gale, aimed directly at Broly's head. Goku, moving at astonishing speed, charges toward Broly, his leg whipping like a whirlwind toward Broly's lower half, producing a thunderous impact that momentarily forces Broly to retreat. Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, the bewildered warriors in the stands were elated to see that Goku and Jiren were managing to suppress the monstrous Broly. Yet only those like Whis and the higher deities were aware that Broly had scarcely unleashed his true power. Years of rigorous training had transformed Broly from the mindless brute depicted in the original narrative. Now, he possessed an extraordinary resilience. With the combined might of Goku and Jiren, it was evident that Broly's uncanny physique could withstand their onslaught. As long as they failed to eliminate him swiftly, Broly would only grow stronger. The fierce battle raged on, with Goku and Jiren relentlessly attacking Broly. In the next moment, Broly's fist connected with Jiren's abdomen, causing his eyes to glaze over as he expelled a mouthful of gastric fluid. Seizing the opportunity, Goku struck Broly on the head, marking the first moment of advantage for the duo. They quickly distanced themselves, standing shoulder to shoulder as they fixed their gaze on Broly's impending assault. At this juncture, Broly crossed his arms and swayed his head from side to side, producing a series of cracking sounds as if to signal that the warm-up had only just commenced. Denying their opponent any respite, Goku and Jiren exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending each other's intent. In the blink of an eye, they reappeared beside Broly. "Kamehameha!" Goku shouted, channeling a formidable energy wave that surged forth towards Broly. Not to be outdone, Jiren bellowed, "Super Electric Cannon!" as a dazzling sphere of electrical energy shot from his hand, perfectly complementing Goku's attack. Within merely a minute, their synergy had become remarkably refined, as if they were an impeccably coordinated duo. For Broly, evading their assaults remained effortless, and he retaliated fiercely against Goku, utilizing his Ultra Instinct. Goku skillfully dodged Broly's relentless punches before launching another assault alongside Jiren. Broly moved with an air of nonchalance, deftly sidestepping their strikes while countering with blows that inflicted excruciating pain, like a cat toying with a mouse. Chapter 78. The Power Tournament 16. Goku and Jiren's attempts were repeatedly thwarted by Broly, whose towering figure loomed before them like an insurmountable mountain. Yet, undeterred, they pressed on, honing their cooperation and adopting even more potent offensive strategies. In the next moment, Jiren called out to Goku, "Quick, throw me." Goku abruptly came to a halt, placing his hands upon his knees before propelling Jiren forward with a sudden burst of speed, causing Jiren's velocity to multiply exponentially. Jiren unleashed a fierce assault aimed at Broly's vital abdomen, while Goku, utilizing his instant transmission technique, unexpectedly materialized beside Broly to deliver a devastating blow. The strike landed mercilessly upon Broly's neck. Yet, to the astonishment of onlookers, Broly slowly raised his head, casting a cold glare at Goku. In one swift motion, he seized Goku's chest, unleashing a barrage of relentless strikes. Despite their proximity, Goku was unable to evade the fury of the assault, enduring an unfathomable number of punishing blows in merely a second. Amidst the intensity of this battle, the other members of the Time Patrol were equally engaged. At this moment, Tien had located Universe 7's androids 17 and 18, while Krillin sought out the transcendent Gohan. "For the sake of my universe, I shall show no mercy," Tien proclaimed directly to 17 and 18. However, the duo regarded him with disdain, having witnessed Tien's unimpressive prowess from the alternate universe. In response to Tien's provocation, they exchanged knowing glances before adopting a serious demeanor, seemingly intent on demonstrating the strength of the androids. Yet, as the confrontation began, 18 swiftly sensed something amiss. The energy emanating from Tien was vastly superior to that of their universe's Tien. According to estimates, Tien and Krillin's abilities were on par with the Super Android 17 from the GT universe, having honed their skills through centuries of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, complemented by their martial arts mastery. In this iteration of Universe 7, aside from Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, the remaining fighters were unlikely to stand against them, as nearly a century of arduous training had significantly amplified their capabilities. "It seems you are indeed more diligent than our universe's Tien," remarked 18, brushing her hair back and adopting a serious expression. "However, that does not justify your arrogance. The strength of androids 17 and 18 remained formidable, particularly 17, who, as an android, continued to train and engage with wild animals, achieving a power level equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan 2, bolstered by his unlimited energy that allowed him to shine in the tournament of power. Nevertheless, they were up against Tien, who had undergone nearly a century of relentless training. In terms of energy alone, Tien could easily suppress both 17 and 18. 18 initiated the attack, utilizing her boundless energy to launch a barrage against Tien, clearly testing his abilities and techniques, while 17 prepared to capitalize on the situation. As the 17th and Tien Shinhan faced each other, they appeared evenly matched. However, as the 17th moved towards a newly created crater by Broly, Tien shouted, "Krillin!" in an instant while the 17th was caught off guard. Tien formed a triangle with his hands at the forehead where his third eye resided. In the next moment, a square of golden energy surged forth from the depths of Tien's being, the new Super Spirit Bomb. Indeed, it was a remarkable display from you, Tien. Krillin recognized that this technique had been refined by Tien over nearly a century, resulting in a significant enhancement in both power and control. He recalled an occasion when Goku, without transforming into Super Saiyan 4, had engaged Tien, only to find himself utterly suppressed by this very move, unable to escape even after transforming, until Tien had exhausted his energy. Of course, such a formidable technique had its evident drawbacks. To control others, one must first master oneself. Tien's call to Krillin was a plea for assistance. Empowered by this technique, the 18th found herself restrained, unable to break free from the pit, regardless of her boundless energy. After all, in terms of strength, Tien had surpassed her at that moment. Observing this, the android 17 quickly realized the situation. Instead of foolishly diving into the pit to rescue her, he charged directly at Tien, who had unleashed the spirit bomb. Meanwhile, Krillin swiftly closed his eyes and placed his hands at his temples. Hundredfold solar flare. Suddenly, a plethora of sunlight enveloped Krillin, so intense that even without looking, the 17th temporarily lost his sense of direction. A century of training was no simple feat. This new spirit bomb was released with remarkable speed. At the very instant Krillin unleashed his solar flare, the intensity of the spirit bomb magnified exponentially. From Tien's perspective, it was as if the energy was amplifying step by step, growing dozens of times within mere moments. Each collapse of the crater resonated with escalating power, ultimately piercing through the entirety of the Void Realm in less than half a minute. The 17th, now aware, gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. The Void Realm had indeed been breached. It was noteworthy that, despite the considerable damage inflicted by Broly's battle, the Void Realm had been reinforced by the Grand Priest. The 18th was the first to be eliminated from beneath the Void Realm. Nanny? Yes, the 18th was directly pierced by Tien's super spirit bomb, thrusting her from the surface of the Void Realm to its very back. In the next moment, the android 18 appeared in the audience, visibly astonished by Tien's prowess, yet outwardly appeared unharmed. Even so, the crowd was astounded by the remarkable performance of Tien Shinhan, particularly the transcendent Tien Shinhan. He was aware that the member of the Time Patrol was slightly stronger than himself. After all, during their first encounter, they had exchanged considerable insights based on their understanding of martial arts, and it was evident that both had participated in numerous epic battles. However, the disparity between them was indeed a minuscule fraction. Is this the extent of my power as a member of the Time Patrol? The Tien Shinhan from Universe 7 unconsciously clenched his fists, gazing intently at his counterpart. Chapter 79, The Tournament of Power, Part 17. Observing this, Beerus, who was seated nearby, chastised the transcendent Tien Shinhan, reproaching him for the significant gap in strength compared to the other Tien Shinhan. Meanwhile, Whis attempted to calm Beerus, explaining that the Time Patrol's Tien Shinhan had trained for a considerably longer duration than their Universe 7 counterpart, thus accounting for his superior strength. With diligent effort, there remained a chance for the latter to catch up. Upon hearing this, the warriors from other universes began to comprehend that the fighters shared by the Time Patrol in Universe 7 were indeed surpassing, raising curiosity about the true strength of the Time Patrol's Goku, as even the power exhibited by Vegeta was formidable. After successfully unleashing a new Kikaho, Tien Shinhan was panting heavily on the battlefield, beads of sweat visibly adorning his forehead, indicating his evident exhaustion. This presented an opening for Android 17 to launch an assault, while Krillin, rushing to assist, was intercepted by the transcendent Gohan. As Android 18 had not fully gauged Tien Shinhan's capabilities, Android 17 approached the battle with caution. Despite his belief that Tien Shinhan could not inflict any substantial damage upon him, the two initially exchanged energy blasts to test each other's true strength. In the next moment, their fists collided, resulting in a considerable explosion. The two quickly distanced themselves, and Android 17's expression grew grave as he realized that Tien Shinhan's power far exceeded his expectations. An unsettling truth began to dawn upon him. In sheer strength, Tien Shinhan was indeed superior to him. It is noteworthy that the Tien Shinhan from their universe had yet to attain even the power of a Super Saiyan, and the new Kikaho required extensive charging and vitality to unleash its full potential, while the Tien Shinhan before him was several tiers above that level. Sensing the uncertainty of Android 17, Tien Shinhan calmly stated, "I have diligently trained for over a century in the hyperbolic time chamber and have engaged in numerous battles with Gohan and Broly from our universe. As a martial artist, I have not neglected any aspect of my training, be it arduous practice, meditation, or real combat. I am now poised to gradually keep pace with Goku. My strength is undoubtedly different from what you perceive." Upon hearing this, the transcendent Tien Shinhan trembled with excitement. Following in Goku's footsteps was his initial aspiration, and the establishment of a martial arts dojo stemmed from his previous despair. This also relates to his character and personal principles. In the past, he was an ambitious warrior, deeply devoted to martial arts, possessing an exceptionally strong sense of pride. However, due to certain limitations, no matter how hard he tried, he could not reach the level of Goku. Though he did not voice it, his pride was immense, and he harbored a profound envy of Goku's combat prowess. Despite his relentless efforts, he could not attain such strength. It felt as if he were striving tirelessly for something that others obtained effortlessly, creating an imbalance within him. He felt this same discontent as he observed Goku, who was once his equal, now growing increasingly powerful due to his bloodline. This realization struck him deeply. Yet relinquishing his dedication to martial arts was no easy feat. Who could truly understand his passion? Faced with the ever-widening gap between himself and Goku, he felt compelled to depart in order to preserve his inner dignity. Nevertheless, whenever Earth encountered peril, he would rush to the front lines, relentlessly striving for its safety. Upon hearing the Time Patrol recount their training experiences, Tien Shinhan silently resolved within himself. Android 17 also gained a clearer understanding of his opponent's capabilities. His current advantage lay in his boundless energy. With a grand gesture, he enveloped himself in a green protective shield, then, with swift movements of his hands, unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Tien. Seeing this, Tien swiftly dodged, but 17 seized the opportunity to lean back and deliver a flying kick. Tien raised his right arm to block the left punch aimed at his abdomen. 17 rapidly performed a series of backflips to evade, while Tien leaped off the wall of the void, quickly pursuing him to launch an attack. 17 supported himself with one hand, leaping into the air, while Tien also pushed off the ground to follow, engaging in a fierce aerial battle, exchanging blows. 17 retaliated with his infinite energy, knocking Tien out of the air, and they both landed on the ground. If 17 were at the mid-stage of the 5th level, Tien was nearly at the 6th, however, without any racial or bloodline enhancements. The battle was still quite arduous, given that 17 had access to all of Tien's martial techniques in his database. 17 moved like a shadow, skillfully dodging Tien's attacks in midair, his speed rendering him nearly indistinguishable. Although Tien possessed considerable strength, he appeared inadequate against 17's pressure. He leaped repeatedly, attempting to catch a glimpse of 17, but was consistently outmaneuvered. Seizing on Tien's fatigue, 17 suddenly raised a hand and leapt into the sky. His body shook violently in the air as an immense surge of energy erupted from within him, forming a formidable energy wave. Tien's heart raced at this sight, and he hurriedly attempted to evade. Yet, the speed of 17's attack was overwhelming. Before Tien could fully comprehend the situation, he was struck by 17's super energy wave and forcefully sent crashing to the ground. The ground suddenly fissured, revealing a vast pit from which sparks flew and dust billowed, rendering Tianjin Fan somewhat disheveled. Number 17 stood resolutely in place, his confidence renewed as he reassessed Tianjin Fan's prowess. Casting a glance at the spot where Tianjin Fan had fallen, he pondered briefly before deciding to eliminate him directly. With a cold demeanor, Number 17 began to stride towards Tianjin Fan. Meanwhile, Super Gohan believed that Uncle Kuririn from the Time Patrol would undoubtedly come to the rescue, and he had already prepared himself to engage in combat with Kuririn. In the next moment, Kuririn merely spread his hands and smiled at Gohan. You might inquire of Goku whether, based solely on martial talent, he has absolute confidence in defeating Tianjin Fan. After all, he is the champion of a previous world martial arts tournament. Even if I refrained from intervening, it would be exceedingly difficult for number 17 to claim victory. This assertion proved to be accurate. In the following instant, Tianjin Fan leapt gracefully from the pit and scathed, casting a glance at the approaching number 17. He decisively discarded his white outer garment and readied himself for battle once more. Super Gohan, observing nearby, wore a grave expression. Such a formidable assault had been endured by Tianjin Fan without injury, and he recognized that Tianjin Fan had long been accustomed to fighting under heavy burdens. Chapter 80, The Power Tournament 18. As if sensing Gohan's thoughts, Kuririn gestured towards the distant chaotic explosions. Did you see the monstrous Broly over there? He is a super warrior who, despite being a fellow monster, was unable to contend with Jiren and that extraordinary state of Goku. He is the legendary Super Saiyan. I was fortunate enough to come close to being defeated by him over 1,000 times. My body's resilience has significantly improved. Just watch, Tianjin Fan will astonish you. While Kuririn from the Time Patrol and Super Gohan engaged in their ongoing conversation, Tianjin Fan swiftly materialized before number 17, effortlessly dispersing his guard with a powerful palm strike. Following a swift turn, he drove his right elbow into number 17's abdomen, prompting him to retreat hastily, his hair tousled and disheveled, clearly indicating that Tianjin Fan's speed had once again escalated. At this moment, Tianjin Fan was unwilling to allow number 17 to escape easily. His hands retracted quickly as he appeared behind number 17 with formidable speed. With a shoulder charge, he propelled number 17 skyward and then continued his relentless assault, akin to a volleyball player. However, due to number 17 activating his high-power shield in advance, the damage he sustained was not overly severe. Subsequently, Tianjin Fan extended two hands from behind him, declaring, "For demon fists." Number 17, concede, "You're not my match." "Cease your grandstanding," Number 17 replied with a smile, maintaining an air of elegance despite being at a disadvantage. The two combatants resumed their fierce struggle, their forms darting through the air with astonishing speed, appearing beside one another in an instant before vanishing, leaving onlookers bewildered. Tianjin Fan's strikes, augmented by the strength of his arms, were executed with remarkable swiftness, each blow laden with destructive force aimed at the energy-depleted Android 17. In contrast, Android 17, relying on his incredible reflexes and boundless energy, adeptly evaded Tianjin Fan's relentless assaults. Suddenly, Tianjin Fan emitted a thunderous roar, his figure swelling to a colossal size, three shadows faintly materializing behind him. "Is this your trump card?" "Your weakness is all too apparent," Android 17 remarked coolly. "Is it? You'll find out soon enough," Tianjin Fan replied with unwavering confidence. The spectators were equally perplexed. For their own universes, Tianjin Fan possessed this technique, and its drawbacks were well known. Void Realm. The four Tianjin Fans raised their enormous fists, crashing them down towards Android 17 with tremendous force. Unfazed, Android 17 responded in kind, meeting the onslaught with calculated counterattacks. It was soon struck by another Tianjin Fan's powerful blow to the head, producing a resounding impact that shook the ground violently. The four Tianjin Fans then surrounded Android 17, pummeling him mercilessly, while Gohan, desperately trying to intervene, found himself ensnared by Krillin. Realizing he might fall in this battle, Android 17, ever resolute, summoned a surge of greenish-yellow energy that enveloped him, unleashing a formidable force that stirred the earth beneath him. Boom! An explosive blast erupted. As the smoke dissipated, Android 17 appeared battered and torn, while Tianjin Fan bore numerous abrasions on his arms and shoulders. Both fighters staggered back momentarily before launching into another round of fierce exchanges. Their fists, feet, and energy waves intertwined chaotically as the arena descended into turmoil, each strike imbued with devastating power, rendering the landscape unrecognizable. Android 17 was nearing his limit. Four Tianjin Fan still stood as four entities, each equal in strength and speed to the original, a stark contrast to the data he had previously encountered. The three Tianjin Fans continued to engage Android 17 in relentless combat, while the fourth gathered energy in the skies above. Ultimately, the charged Tianjin Fan unleashed a new Kamehameha wave directly at Android 17. Harnessing his hard-earned prowess and skill, Tianjin Fan successfully overcame Android 17. Gazing down at the fallen android, Tianjin Fan let out a deep sigh. Though victorious, the gap between him and Goku remained vast. "Haha, I knew you would win." Tianjin Fan, Krillin exclaimed as he rushed over to congratulate him. However, in an unforeseen turn of events, King Frieza of Universe 7 stealthily approached from behind, launching an attack on the two warriors. Krillin, still brimming with energy, narrowly dodged Frieza's death beam, but Tianjin Fan was not so fortunate. Suffering a direct hit that pierced his lungs, blood continued to flow relentlessly. "Ah, how fortunate you both should feel. I am launching an assault in my Golden Frieza form." The king spread his arms and approached slowly. Kiririn was exceedingly tense at this moment, despite a century of training. He held no confidence in his ability to rescue Tenshinhan from the grasp of this formidable Frieza. In the next instant, Tenshinhan fell out of the void. Who was it? It was not until Tenshinhan appeared in the spectators' area that everyone realized that the severely injured Hit, previously wounded by the Time Patrol's Gohan, had somehow managed to approach and, utilizing instant transmission, had cast the injured Tenshinhan down. Upon witnessing Tenshinhan's elimination, Whis finally addressed the earlier gathering, explaining why the doppelganger of Tenshinhan from the Time Patrol exhibited no decline in speed or power. Whis glanced at the Tenshinhan who had consumed a Senzabine. Tenshinhan, without any hesitation, elaborated. "The only drawback of the doppelganger lies in the division of strength and speed. During my encounters with number 17, it became evident that my doppelgangers had never simultaneously landed a blow on him. This was due to my ability to redistribute my entire strength among the four doppelgangers at will, ensuring that each attack was executed with full force, while the remaining doppelgangers maintained approximately a quarter of the original S strength. This is the improved doppelganger technique." Tenshinhan had no intention of keeping secrets, explaining the principles of his new technique to everyone. It sounded deceptively simple, yet the dedication he invested in its development was not something that could be achieved in just a few years. Upon hearing Tenshinhan's explanation, the crowd expressed their admiration for his enhancement. After all, such a skill was akin to divine magic for warriors lacking racial advantages. In the void, Kirin appeared somewhat awkward, with Gohan observing him from behind, which was not too bad considering it was Gohan. However, the situation ahead was less favorable. Directly opposite him stood two powerful warriors. On the left, the Golden Frieza regarded him with an enigmatic smile, while on the right, Hit loomed, a potential threat for an instant transmission attack at any moment. The other members of the Time Patrol seemed absent from this scene. Chapter 81, The Power Tournament, 19. This place had seemingly become another focal point of battle. In the next moment, the cloaked member of the Time Patrol, Piccolo, emerged, standing upon high ground to observe the unfolding conflict. Meanwhile, the time-displaced Vegeta, despite his reluctance, acknowledged that he could not intervene in Broly's battlefield and opted to come here in hopes of creating an advantage for Universe 7. After being thoroughly pummeled by Broly, Kefla had also refrained from further confrontation, heeding Hit's advice to lay an ambush here. Suddenly, a pink hand erupted from the ground, grasping Kiririn's calf. After a moment of shock, a reassuring voice emerged from beneath the surface. "Little bald head, do not be afraid. Just leave it to me." A pink warrior had appeared from underground. Majin Buu. Upon the sudden appearance of Majin Buu, Golden Frieza immediately adopted a vigilant stance. For this was one of the two individuals his father, King Cold, had sternly warned him against provoking. Despite having absorbed numerous warriors, Majin Buu still donned Gohan's attire, seemingly quite fond of it and looked rather dashing. However, at that moment, Majin Buu exuded none of the maturity characteristic of a seasoned fighter. Instead, his demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of Gotenks, replete with childish arrogance. "Hey, no need to look so shocked. I'm talking about you all. Come at me together. It's just when I need to unwind and have a bit of fun," Majin Buu boldly proclaimed. Noticing the peculiar stares directed at him, he shrugged his shoulders and continued. "After absorbing a warrior, I intended to find a place to take a nap, but suddenly the stones around me began to mend, even burying me underground. I suppose that's fine. It felt like being tucked in. Then your ruckus from earlier woke me up." Though his tone was unremarkable, Krillin felt a twinge of pity for Majin Buu. He quickly cast aside such chaotic thoughts, for his own predicament was dire. "Hit, let's go," Kale shouted, turning to Hit. And Krillin realized he was rendered immobile, instantly enduring a barrage of powerful blows. Had it not been for his century of training and Broly's rigorous training, the first punch might have sent him to meet the King of Hell. In that fleeting moment, Kale, Vegeta, and Frieza charged at Majin Buu, relentlessly attacking to disrupt his focus. Meanwhile, Gohan slowly approached Piccolo, seemingly preparing for a duel or perhaps a rebirth. It turned out that during Tien's battle, this group had already arrived, with a clear objective, to eliminate the members of the Time Patrol first, as they posed an overwhelming threat. As for Broly's battlefield, they harbored no illusions of defeating him. Their hope rested on Goku in his Ultra Instinct form and Jiren in his red state to hold Broly at bay. Their primary focus was to systematically eliminate the Time Patrol members to gain a numerical advantage, for victory ultimately hinged on numbers. Though hailing from disparate universes fraught with disputes, they tacitly agreed that the surviving warriors would resurrect the remaining universes, as the Time Patrol's ambition was to secure their universe's rightful status in the eyes of the Omni King, which directly conflicted with their goals. Thus, even the proud Vegeta and the ambitious Frieza consented to the alliance, especially since androids 17 and 18 had already been ousted by Tien, leaving Vegeta with no choice but to comply. Unfortunately, Krillin became the first casualty in this unfolding conflict. Despite the significant enhancement of his abilities, Krillin found himself in a state of severe injury, facing Hit with no room for resistance. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his most formidable move, the Chi Yuan Slash and the Solar Fist. Yet, even in a controlled state, his efforts proved futile against Hit. It was not merely a disparity in strength. It was a colossal difference born from realms of mastery. Within a mere minute, Krillin was eliminated from the competition, while the outside world had barely registered the passage of a second. Seated in the audience, Krillin wore a face of frustration, unlike Ten, who had shown brilliantly in battle. He had been ousted before he could demonstrate the fruits of his training. Meanwhile, Gohan from the Time Patrol offered words of comfort, acknowledging that facing Hit was not his fault and assuring him that they still had Uncle Broly and Uncle Rashi on their side. Just moments prior, Piccolo, intent on aiding Krillin, had been intercepted by Gohan from Universe 7. "I'm sorry, Uncle Piccolo, but we must engage in battle now." Piccolo assessed Super Gohan and remarked, "I can no longer guide my Gohan. He has become exceptionally skilled. However, your current strength is no different from when you were a child. Let's see your abilities now." With a roar, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, this transformation was the result of his encounters with the trio from Universe 9, which had somewhat familiarized him with battle. Otherwise, he would have been in a dire state. Yet, the newly transformed Gohan was effortlessly sent flying by a kick from Piccolo. "Gohan, from a moment I set eyes on you in this universe, I yearned to teach you a lesson. Apart from your charming little pan, I disapprove of everything else you've done. You've allowed yourself to regress to the point of only being able to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Piccolo's brow furrowed, his anger palpable, reflecting disappointment as his complexion turned a deeper shade of green, emanating a solemn seriousness. Rather than unleashing his deadly special beam cannon on Gohan, Piccolo refrained, recognizing that Super Gohan's current condition was far too inadequate to withstand such an attack. In the next moment, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of punches upon Gohan, pinning him to the ground before yanking him up by the collar and delivering a series of fierce blows to his abdomen, showing no mercy, as if determined to rouse Gohan from his stupor. At that moment, Piccolo radiated an intense yellow-green aura, his physique appearing more robust, reminiscent of the fearsome King Piccolo of yore. Chapter 82, Tournament of Power, Part 20. In mere seconds, Super Gohan was left unable to rise, reverting from his Super Saiyan 2 state. In the face of Piccolo's paternal affection, Gohan, fully aware of his own errors, refrained from retaliating against the blows and soon collapsed to the ground, oblivious to the world around him. This was the reason for Gohan's swift defeat. After all, Piccolo possessed innate racial advantages. Through a century of diligent training and a mastery of dragon magic, his prowess was incomparable. His formidable strength was on par with that of Vegeta from Universe 7, which was the foundation of Piccolo's renewed confidence. As he gazed at the fallen Gohan, Piccolo stated with gravity, "You may pursue your dreams, but have you contemplated who will safeguard your wife and child in times of crisis? Can you merely rely on Goku to rescue you time and again?" With each escalating reprimand from Piccolo, Super Gohan astonishingly did not succumb to rage. Instead, his head drooped lower. "Gohan," Piccolo's voice thundered, "I can unequivocally tell you that our purpose this time is to earn the recognition of the Omni King for our universe. If you do not wish to see your newborn vanish due to your cowardice, then rise and defeat me." The thought of his newborn child potentially disappearing because of his own weakness deeply moved Gohan. His fists clenched tighter, and his shoulders began to tremble. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo speaks the truth. Gohan cast a glance at the distant scene where his father was being mercilessly pummeled by Broly, alongside Jiren, whose power rivaled that of a god of destruction. "Yes, there is no other recourse. I must rely on myself." Taking a deep breath, Gohan stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, let us begin. Do not hold back. From this moment forth, I shall take responsibility for my universe and my family. I will not neglect my training again. Neither my training nor my dreams shall I forsake." As he lifted his head, Gohan's demeanor transformed. He no longer exuded weakness. His eyes sparkled with vitality. At that moment, he exited the Super Saiyan state, and the trembling strands of hair on his forehead signified that, through Piccolo's guidance, Gohan had reclaimed the conviction of a true warrior. The impression he gave was that of a genuine fighter. Observing Super Gohan's current state, Piccolo's spirits lifted considerably. After all, in his universe, Gohan had primarily been trained by Broly, and given his current strength, he could not mentor their Gohan. "Come on," with Piccolo's command. A dark green aura began to swell around him, and the cape on his back subtly billowed. Standing firm, Piccolo watched as Super Gohan summoned his energy, preparing for battle. His gaze conveyed a sense of composure and confidence, reminiscent of the guidance he provided to the younger Gohan. Gohan looked back at him, filled with respect and trust. In the next moment, Gohan's fist came before Piccolo, yet at this moment, Piccolo faced Gohan's ordinary state with remarkable ease. "Gohan, your attacks lack the necessary ferocity. Piccolo admonished. I'm doing my best," Gohan replied, his sweat thoroughly soaking his attire. These few strikes had nearly drained him of his strength. "You possess a solid foundation, yet you must focus your power more intently. Do not rush, do not be anxious. Take your time and unleash your true potential and strength, just like our universe's Gohan." Piccolo's voice resonated with comfort and guidance, gradually awakening the dormant fighting spirit within the time-traveling Gohan. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, concentrating his energy. Then, He released a furious roar, and his aura erupted dramatically. He began to unleash his power and launched a fierce assault on Piccolo. As Piccolo countered Gohan's attacks, he nodded inwardly, recognizing that Gohan had begun to harness his strength. He gazed at Gohan and encouraged him, "Once more, Gohan." Gohan continued his onslaught, each strike growing increasingly potent. His fist collided with Piccolo's body, producing thunderous sounds. Piccolo observed and smiled. "Well done, Gohan. Your attacks have become sufficiently powerful. However, you must better master your innate talent. Consider your universe. Think of your family, who could be erased so abruptly, meeting an inexplicable demise." "You understand, Uncle Piccolo," Gohan exclaimed, his eyes brimming with determination and confidence, tinged with a simmering anger. Seeing Gohan's state, Piccolo's lips curled into a smile. He realized that Gohan had evolved into an exceptional warrior. Memories of his own youth flooded back, filling him with nostalgia and reflection. At that moment, Gohan hunched over, his muscles quivering, his eyes turning crimson, and his hair standing upright, as if he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Except for Broly. Everyone was startled by this shout. Even Piccolo, the catalyst of this change, was taken aback. On the stands, Beerus turned to Whis, inquiring how Goku's son had suddenly become so powerful. Meanwhile, the two Grand Zeniths clapped enthusiastically. The transformations of the Saiyans were simply spectacular. Ro was equally astonished. Isn't this the form from that movie? How did he transform so suddenly? And his strength has surged nearly 2,000 times. What does that even mean? Fusion cannot even achieve such a boost. Gohan slowly lifted his head to face Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo, you have awakened me. It is my duty to protect my family. No one shall harm them." The thought that my actions could lead to their disappearance ignites an uncontrollable fury within me. Uncle Piccolo witnessed this move. As soon as Gohan's words fell, a surge of grayish-purple aura enveloped him, his presence radiating with palpable intensity. The overwhelming pressure reminiscent of the Divine Saiyan was unmistakable. Gohan pressed his left hand against his right arm, his muscles bulging with rapidity, his body leaning back as he pointed two fingers at Piccolo, unleashing an energy reminiscent of a magical piercing cannon hurtling towards him. Caught off guard, Piccolo was unexpectedly pierced through his entire body by the attack. After a moment of shock, he touched the void where his abdomen once was and chuckled, realizing this was truly Gohan. Witnessing Piccolo's plight, Gohan's aura became somewhat unstable, his focus waning. "It's all right, Gohan," Piccolo reassured, exuding a surge of energy that rapidly regenerated his bodily form, restoring his abdomen to its original state. Chapter 83, The Power Tournament, Part 21. "You little rascal, don't think that just because you've grown stronger, you can easily overpower me. After all, you're my own disciple." Piccolo then cast a glance towards Broly in the distance, seemingly conveying something to him. Feeling the abundant power within himself, Gohan found it astonishing, even sensing a pull towards Broly's battlefield to experience the pressure of mortality. Yet, he was aware that this was not the time for recklessness. He needed to eliminate Uncle Piccolo himself. At this moment, both Piccolo and Gohan were intensely focused, their eyes solely on each other. "Are you ready?" the brawny Piccolo inquired, a confident smile gracing his face. With Piccolo unscathed, Gohan felt free to unleash his full potential. Closing his eyes to attune himself to the power within, he soon launched another attack towards Piccolo. "I believe I've been waiting for this moment," Gohan responded coolly, emanating a formidable aura that inspired awe. The two charged at each other with lightning speed, Gohan striking fiercely at the enhanced Super Piccolo. As Piccolo attempted to block, Gohan instantaneously vanished from his original position, reappearing behind him. "Uncle Piccolo, you have lost." Upon witnessing this, Piccolo shook his head slightly, acknowledging Gohan's prowess. In a flash, Piccolo unleashed a furious roar, his entire body enveloped in golden light, elevating his aura to a new echelon. This was Piccolo's Dragon God form. This transformation was not merely a wish for strength, but rather Piccolo's inquiry to the dragon about how to awaken the power within him. As the unified Piccolo was the all-powerful Namekian. Upon hearing Gohan's voice behind him, Piccolo did not hastily create distance. Instead, he meticulously felt the power surging within him. A transformation brought forth by the dragon's might and his years of dedication, almost reaching the limits beyond Super Saiyan 4. Piccolo recalled the tale of the 4 progenitor gods that Luo had once shared with him. Luo had mentioned that the Namekians were servants of the dragon god Salamander, possessing innate abilities that were by no means inferior to those of the Saiyans. The reason their combat prowess was not overtly apparent was not only due to the Namekians' aversion to conflict, but also because they harbored a secret technique of complete fusion. At that time, Piccolo had been somewhat skeptical of Luo's words. However, feeling the immense energy coursing through him now, he began to grasp the truth. Luo had also stated that if Piccolo and Dandy were to merge, the resulting Namekian would indeed be a superlative, all-encompassing warrior, wielding the powers of combat, magic, miraculous healing, and the ability to rapidly alter size. As long as their strength was commensurate, it would be exceedingly difficult for others at the same level to rival a Namekian. Beside him, Gohan observed Piccolo's golden-hued silhouette and the continuous stream of golden energy emanating from him. He realized that he had underestimated the strength of the Time Patrol's Piccolo. Soon, Piccolo redirected his focus to the battlefield, turning to Gohan with a smile as his arm elongated, swinging towards the back of Gohan's head. Gohan braced himself, suddenly turning around and unleashing a furious strike towards Piccolo. This time, Piccolo vanished, reappearing at Gohan's left side, executing a sweeping arm slash. A glimmer of caution flashed in Gohan's warrior eyes. He was not about to relent. He swung his fists, recalling the life-or-death combat he had experienced against Cell and Bu, while fending off Piccolo's assault in his dragon form. Their battle raged like a tempest, the arena enveloped in chaos as dust and debris swirled. The spectators once again re-evaluated their understanding of the Time Patrol strength. At last, during a clash of fists, Gohan let out a pained cry as his battlesuit was completely torn apart, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he staggered back several paces. Sensing the peril, Gohan leapt into the air, suspended above, his fighting spirit intensifying, even radiating an aura of menace. His fist plunged towards Piccolo below with alarming speed, leaving no room for evasion. In the next instant, a frenzied Gohan had appeared behind Piccolo, his fist erupting with blinding light, striking Piccolo and sending him hurtling away. The entire arena trembled under the force, while Gohan stood firm, his body radiating a flickering violet energy. From the stands, Krillin shouted excitedly, and Beerus nodded in agreement, acknowledging the boy's impressive potential. Just as everyone believed Gohan had successfully eliminated Piccolo from the Time Patrol, a voice echoed from the ruins. "Gohan, it's not over yet. Witness my next move." Piccolo, with his right fist clenched and 2 fingers of his left hand pointed to his forehead, began to gather a swirling mass of potent golden energy around him. Those engaged in battle with Majin Buu also sensed this power, realizing that should they be struck by it in their current state, aside from Majin Buu, it was nearly impossible for anyone to withstand such an onslaught. As for Broly and the other two, they paid no heed to the situation unfolding here, for their own assaults far surpassed this singular strike in both intensity and precision, erupting with a calculated force rather than overwhelming pressure. At that moment, Piccolo's energy accumulation grew increasingly rapid, pushing his limits further. In the next instant, the Demon Destruction Cannon surged forth. A beam of golden light shot directly towards Gohan, who, unwilling to be outdone, hastily unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A torrent of purple energy surged from his hands, resulting in a tremendous explosion in the sky. Such a hasty attack was clearly no match for Piccolo, who had honed his power through a brief moment of focus. The golden Demon Destruction Cannon enveloped Gohan entirely. Gohan's energy became nearly imperceptible. Witnessing this, Beerus clenched his fists in frustration, realizing that the 7th universe had lost another formidable warrior. However, to everyone's astonishment, Piccolo approached the barely conscious Gohan and did not abandon him. Instead, he raised a hand, glowing with white light, and in a short while, Gohan was restored to his former state, though Piccolo himself bore grave injuries. Uncle Piccolo. Gohan, awakening and shaking his head in confusion, found himself bewildered. Seeing Gohan regain consciousness, Piccolo smiled faintly and called out to the distance. "Ro, I truly apologize. I leave the rest to you. But I trust it will pose no issue for you." Upon hearing this, Ro furrowed his brow and replied nonchalantly, "Fine, I can take it from here." Chapter 84, The Tournament of Power, Part 24. Upon receiving Ro's telepathic message, Piccolo, despite his injuries, leaped down from the Void Realm, astonishing everyone with his ability to heal. The reason he had refrained from using this power during the match was not what they had anticipated. Earlier, Ro had cautioned Piccolo against employing the exchange healing technique, transferring injuries to himself to avoid adverse consequences. Yet, upon seeing the determination in Gohan's eyes, Piccolo found himself wavering. Upon reaching the spectator stands, Piccolo gazed at the remaining warriors of the Time Patrol in the distance, casting aside any lingering thoughts. With this act, aside from Ro, Goku and Broly should be quite pleased, especially Goku, considering the time patrols Goku has yet to make his move. In the distance, Majin Buu was effortlessly taking on 4 opponents. Unlike Broly, who was pressing Goku and Jiren in their Ultra Instinct and Crimson Berserk states, Majin Buu seemed utterly unconcerned by the attacks of these fighters, strolling leisurely as if their efforts were inconsequential. Initially, he may have had to consider whether their assaults could exceed his recovery limits, but now, in addition to the ordinary participants, he had the nearly super Saiyan Blue Vegeta from their universe backing him. Confronted by 4 adversaries, Majin Buu felt no semblance of pressure whatsoever. Even when the formidable Caulifla unleashed her enhanced strength upon him, it left not a trace on his being. Her powerful assault landed squarely on his abdomen. Yet with a mere flex, Majin Buu sent Caulifla hurtling away. As for Hit, Majin Buu, possessing a unique constitution, couldn't even be bothered to cast a glance in his direction. Unless one could obliterate him instantaneously, no warrior of equal standing stood a chance against him. Nearby, Super Vegeta seethed at the sight of Majin Buu's expression, a fury igniting within him. He understood that even with his current surge in power, invoking the technique of his past might shatter the very Majin Buu before him. Yet he realized that such might would be woefully insufficient to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Frieza from Universe 7, recognizing the futility of the situation, had long since vanished, leaving only Broly to take notice of the cunning Frieza, attempting to seize an opportunity in the fray. As the standoff reached a tense impasse, a sudden twist altered the battlefield. Just moments ago, Hit endeavored once again to discern Majin Buu's weakness, refusing to believe that such a being could exist without a vulnerability. After several attempts, however, his efforts proved fruitless. Even the time-skip technique failed to eradicate Majin Buu's cells in time. While Hit could inflict no substantial damage, his incessant presence was akin to a vexatious fly. Then, as he activated the time skip once more, an astonishing event unfolded. In the unique space occupied by Hit, Majin Buu, having sustained injuries, surprisingly regained his ability to move freely. This was an occurrence Hit had never encountered before. Typically, he would either subdue his opponent with overwhelming power before the time skip could commence or evade through foresight. This was the first time he faced such an anomaly within his own domain. Faced with the astonishment of Hit, Majin Buu merely remarked, "I have deciphered your time skip. I once absorbed 2 doctors, one named Jero and the other named Mew. To be precise, I am quite intelligent. Even Ro often praises me, though I seldom exert my intellect." With that, Majin Buu gestured toward his head. In the next instant, his crimson tissue began to envelop Hit entirely, all transpiring in a flash. It turned out that within Hit's specialized space, Majin Buu had feigned a vulnerability, leaving a portion of his cellular structure behind. Everyone was acutely aware of Majin Buu's capacity to absorb others, hence they exercised extreme caution. However, in Hit's realm, he had grown complacent. By the time the others registered what had transpired, they discovered that Hit had already been absorbed by Majin Buu. Upon witnessing this scene, Kaifura could hardly believe her eyes. If there were anyone capable of fleeing, it would be Hit, and yet their trump card, Hit, had succumbed to failure. Enraged, Kaifura found herself as the sole survivor of the 6th universe. In that moment, her aura underwent a tremendous transformation. Shifting from a radiant golden hue to a deep emerald green, her eyes began to cloud, and her rationality seemed to slip away. In the blink of an eye, her power escalated to an unprecedented level. In the next instant, Kaifura's fist struck the abdomen of Majin Buu, piercing through him. With a swift motion, she seized the antennae atop Majin Buu's head, relentlessly assaulting him. Following this, with a powerful flourish, Kaifura raised her hands above her head, gathering energy around her like a swirling tornado. The rampaging Kaifura fixed her gaze upon Majin Buu, declaring with chilling conviction, "This time, I will leave you in utter ruin." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu's pupils dilated as he began to evade. "You cannot escape this attack," Kaifura coldly asserted. Majin Buu braced himself against the gathering energy with all his might. "No," he cried out, as a surge of emerald energy enveloped him completely. Meanwhile, Vegeta from the 7th universe furrowed his brow in concern, while Gohan, rushing from a distance, cautioned Kaifura not to let her guard down. The echoes of Majin Buu's cries resonated, instilling a palpable sense of dread regarding Kaifura's overwhelming power. Suddenly, a playful and slightly mocking voice emerged from the energy sphere. "I'm just having fun with you. You didn't take me seriously, did you? With that, Majin Buu swaggered out of the energy sphere, even making a face at Kaifura. Witnessing this, Super Vegeta felt a wave of relief. After all, he had executed similar attacks before, unable to tolerate Majin Buu's mockery any longer. Kaifura charged at him once more. The others joined the fray, encircling Majin Buu in a concerted assault. Haha, I won't play with you any longer. Majin Buu roared in anger, golden energy erupting from his body as white steam billowed outward, revealing Vegeta's iconic attire adorning his form. Chapter 85, The Power Tournament, Part 25. Prepare to witness the might of our universe's Vegeta. Majin Buu proclaimed with a smirk, as his terrifying aura radiated from him. His once red battle energy shifted to a golden blaze, before transforming into a grayish-white hue. In that moment, a cold glimmer flickered in the eyes of Majin Buu, whose aura bore a striking resemblance to that of Saiyan. Confronted by these so-called adversaries, he exhibited not a trace of trepidation. With a provocative gesture, he pointed his right thumb towards himself and charged at the group, initiating his assault. Majin Buu's combat style was ferociously intense. Each of his strikes was imbued with devastating power. He moved with remarkable speed, first delivering a powerful kick that sent Caulifla soaring into the sky, followed by a rapid punch that struck the very spot where Piccolo had recently inflicted a wound, sending Gohan hurtling away in an instant. Next, he swiftly advanced towards Super Vegeta, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. The severity of Super Vegeta's injuries was far worse than that of the transformed Gohan, as his right hand twisted grotesquely while attempting to defend himself. Throughout this brief yet intense battle, Majin Buu exhibited an overwhelming prowess, relentlessly attacking the trio while mocking them, reminiscent of the Vegeta from days gone by, and striking at their vulnerabilities with lethal precision. His techniques were merciless, each move radiating lethality that left the three with no avenue of escape. Among them, only Caulifla showed the quickest recovery. It was Super Vegeta who managed to rise first. Undeterred, Caulifla pointed her thumb towards the ground and retorted to Majin Buu, with such minimal effort. Do you really believe you can defeat me? In the next instant, Majin Buu delivered a brutal punch to the abdomen of the still arrogant Caulifla, whose eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in shock. Majin Buu slowly taunted her. You are quite audacious, challenging this and that. You truly do not comprehend the Saiyan spirit. This is the essence of Saiyan power. Ignoring Caulifla, who lay on the ground clutching her midsection, he turned his attention to the fallen Vegeta and Gohan, saying, Allow me to present something spectacular, the Super Energy Cannon. With that, Majin Buu raised both hands from his waist, unleashing a myriad of beams that indiscriminately assaulted the battlefield. Caulifla, possessing remarkable physical prowess, strained to evade the oncoming lasers as they descended upon her. Meanwhile, Gohan was simultaneously channeling energy to Super Vegeta while maneuvering to avoid Buu's onslaught. Uncle Vegeta, hang in there, he urged, attempting to shield them both from Majin Buu's relentless attacks. Gohan, do not concern yourself with me. I am acutely aware of my current condition. Your energy alone is insufficient. Vegeta replied, clenching his fist in frustration. Uncle Vegeta, if, and I emphasize if, Caulifla and I would transfer the majority of our energy to you, could you break through your limits? Vegeta offered no response, for he too was uncertain. Damn it, if none of us can surpass our limits, our universe is doomed. Gohan lamented, hastening towards Caulifla while aiding Vegeta. Gohan hastily conveyed to Kaifura the perilous situation they currently faced. After enduring several brutal blows from Majin Buu, Kaifura pondered the matter thoughtfully, recognizing that she could regain her strength in a short while, thus agreeing to the proposal. Meanwhile, Vegeta, sensing the energy of both fighters, indeed experienced an increase in his power, yet he had not achieved a breakthrough. He merely recovered from his injuries. On the sidelines, Majin Buu refrained from intervening, merely observing the struggles of the others, hoping for an unforeseen surprise. However, he was met with profound disappointment. Although Vegeta had grown stronger, it was still insufficient. Consequently, Majin Buu mimicked Vegeta's tone and addressed Super Vegeta. Well, isn't this the Prince of the Saiyans? This is merely your level, far inferior to the one within me. Vegeta's veins bulged as he clenched his fists, bending forward in rage. Stimulated by the taunt, Vegeta's latent power surged once more, his energy soaring to unprecedented heights. Memories of his past with his pupil Goku flooded his mind, to fulfill the promise made to his beloved apprentice, to behold his homeland. Planet Sadala, again for the newborn Bra, and for his cherished Bulma. I cannot afford to lose. I must become stronger. I will defeat you, Majin Buu. With his bonds and pride ignited, Vegeta's furious roar resonated through the heavens, his entire being undergoing a remarkable transformation, enveloped in an aura of palpable intensity. Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Vegeta lifted his gaze, supporting Gohan beside him, and declared to Majin Buu, word by word, Majin Buu, this is my all. In the next moment, however, Gohan was ensnared by a mass of pink energy, and within seconds was absorbed directly by Majin Buu. Majin Buu! Vegeta bellowed in fury, his energy surging once again. I'm not like you Saiyans, chattering incessantly in battle. Such opportunities are rare. At that moment, Vegeta fixed his gaze intently on Majin Buu, while the latter coolly regarded the approaching, anger-fueled Super Vegeta with a smile, saying, It seems you harbor considerable misconceptions about your own strength. Allow me to clarify. In the next instant, Majin Buu lunged towards Vegeta, executing a powerful sweeping strike aimed at his head, which Vegeta managed to block. Just as Vegeta opened his mouth to speak, Majin Buu ensnared his neck with the energy protruding from his head and proceeded to slam him violently against the ground. Changing your form does not grant you the audacity to be arrogant. I shall eliminate you with this move. Subsequently, Majin Buu concentrated his hands, channeling an overwhelming beam of energy. Ultimate Flash. At that precise moment, the expressionless Grand Minister suddenly announced, there are 10 minutes remaining. Attention, contestants. Currently, the majority on the battlefield are warriors from Universe 3. On the stands, the God of Destruction and Angel of Universe 3 sighed in dismay, their faces obscured by their hands in embarrassment. This was due to the fact that 7 warriors from Universe 3 were currently trapped within the body of Majin Buu. According to the competition rules, they were still present here. If the match were to conclude at this moment, victory would belong to Universe 3. However, both of them knew that such an outcome was implausible. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu ceased his assault, for he represented a multitude of warriors. He scratched his head, pondering for a moment, before addressing Ro. The rest is up to you all. I have done what I was meant to do. So, do not forget the promise you made to me. Chapter 86, The Power Tournament 26. With that, Majin Buu, disregarding the astonished gazes of others, elegantly leaped down into the Void Realm. Once there, he released many warriors from within him and sought a comfortable spot to prepare for slumber. At that moment, Vegeta from the Time Patrol, having been fed a Senzu Bean, regained his strength and began to inquire about the events that had transpired. I have let everyone down. As Gohan emerged, freed by Majin Buu, he incessantly apologized to the members of Universe 7. No one cast blame, not even Beerus, for Majin Buu had proven overwhelmingly powerful, making it indeed a tall order for Gohan to overcome him. In the Void Realm, the remaining warriors clenched their fists. Time was running short. Currently, the Time Patrol boasted the largest number of fighters, including Broly, Ro, Goku, and Frieza, while Universe 7 followed closely with Goku, Vegeta, and Frieza, alongside Jiren from Universe 9 and Caulifla from Universe 6. Universes 2 and 3 had been completely erased by the Omni King. As Majin Buu disregarded the ongoing match and departed the arena, Vegeta clenched his fists, glancing at Caulifla, who was recuperating beside him. He chose to ignore her and made his way towards the stands. Just as Vegeta departed, Frieza from the Time Patrol stealthily approached Caulifla from behind. Frieza then gathered his energy, unleashing a purple beam that pierced through Caulifla's body. Oh ho ho ho, it appears I have succeeded. Before Frieza could finish his sentence, Caulifla charged at him, landing a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Frieza quickly transformed into his golden form, attempting to fend off the attacks while retreating, but he was relentlessly driven back by Caulifla's onslaught. However, due to his limited power, he was ultimately caught by Caulifla's grip, her hand pressing him down as she surged forward. After a brief yet intense exchange, Frieza wiped the blood from his wounds and cast a cold smile at the bleeding Caulifla before him. Oh ho ho ho, that last strike must have pierced your heart. Indeed, Majin Buu is formidable. Otherwise, I would have struggled to contend with you. As Frieza gradually gained the upper hand, he seized the opportunity to exploit Caulifla's moment of weakness, unleashing a death ray that struck her directly in the eyes. Subsequently, he ensnared her neck with his tail and discarded her at the edge of the void. Exiting his golden Frieza form, the tyrant, having toyed with the fallen Caulifla, soon grew bored and prepared to deliver a decisive kick to eliminate her. In an unexpected turn of events, The injured Caulifla alongside the Time Patrol's Frisia appeared in the stands. Universe 6 was eliminated. Just as the Time Patrol's ruler was about to unleash his powerful kick to eliminate Caulifla, the ruler of Universe 7 instantly transformed into Golden Frisia. A purplish-red energy, reminiscent of a spirit slash, cleaved through that area, followed by a devastating energy attack that struck the Time Patrol's Frisia in the back, simultaneously sending Caulifla and Frisia hurtling through the air, resulting in their elimination. Frisia in the stands seethed with rage, feeling that he still had untapped power and hidden cards. Just as he contemplated returning to the battlefield for vengeance against Universe 7's Frisia, he suddenly noticed the Grand Zeno in the stands. Frisia struggled to suppress his fury. One day, he vowed, he would exact revenge on that audacious foe who dared to ambush him. Meanwhile, in the void, Universe 7's Frisia gazed at his counterpart in the stands with a mocking smile, seemingly taunting him. "Little brother, your impatience is evident," causing steam to rise from the head of the Time Patrol's Frisia. On the battlefield with Broly, the latter had also heard the Grand Minister's words and decided it was time to cease his playful antics. Despite his outward appearance remaining largely unchanged, his aura surged once more. In the next moment, Broly appeared behind Jiren and Goku, seizing them by their necks and forcefully colliding their heads together. In a single strike, both were forced out of their transformed states. The crimson flames enveloping Jiren dissipated, and Goku reverted from his Ultra Instinct form. At this moment, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta approached, his right hand clenched and his gaze resolute. He assessed the imposing presence of Broly before assisting Goku and Jiren to their feet, while adorning Goku with the Patera earrings. He communicated with Jiren and Frisia, "Kakarot and I will fuse. You two seek out the captain of the Time Patrol and their version of Kakarot. If we can eliminate one of them, the odds will shift to 3 against 2, and we shall prevail." "Vegeta, I never expected you to utter such words. This is the first time you've proposed a fusion," Goku remarked, rubbing his injuries. "For the sake of our universe, we have no other choice." In the next moment, the arena erupted with a brilliant light. The two Grand Zenas continuously praised the magnificent warrior who had made such a dazzling entrance, and the Grand Minister nodded in satisfaction. "I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. I am the one who shall defeat you." Prior to this, the Supreme Kai had entrusted the earrings to Goku and the others. Vegeto fixed his gaze upon Broly before confidently announcing his entrance. At this, Broly offered a faint smile. Ever since his last encounter with the fused warrior, he had frequently regarded that Saiyan from yesteryears as a benchmark for his training. Now, he could once again assess his current prowess, though the appearance of this fusion seemed somewhat distinct from the last. Elsewhere, Goku of the Time Patrol observed, "It appears they intend to confront us. Perhaps you should withdraw for now. I wish to stretch my limbs. I get to make my move in this tournament." His demeanor suggested that he regarded the approaching Jiren and Frisia with utter indifference. Do not underestimate them. Jiren possesses formidable regenerative abilities. "Exercise caution," admonished Ro, casting a sidelong glance at Goku, who had solicited his support. "Are you still unaware of my capabilities?" Goku replied, spreading his arms toward Ro. "Very well, but do remain vigilant." With that, Goku gradually rose to his feet, turning to face the newly arrived Jiren and Frisia, who had now directed their focus upon him. "Shall we engage in a one-on-one duel, or would you prefer to confront me together?" Although Goku's words were delivered casually, both Jiren and Frisia felt a sting of indignation. "If you have yet to master Ultra Instinct, now would be the time to concede," Jiren stated coolly. Yet he felt a flicker of unease when faced with his son Goku. In response, Goku smiled, refraining from further dialogue as he assumed a combat stance. His white hair enveloped his form, devoid of any chaotic energy. Everything felt serene and untroubled, with his striking white locks standing out prominently as he extended his hands in invitation. The message was clear: "Come, give it a try."